Red Dust. The Capitalist Transition in China. Introduction, Hermitage 1, Pacific Rim 2, Borders 3, Sinosphere 4, Iron to Rust. Conversations with Lao Xie. Picking Quarrels. Lu Yuyu, Li Tingyu, and the Changing Cadence of Class Conflict in China. A personal account of the 2010 strike at Nanhai Honda. Capitalism and Terror in Northwest China by Adam Hunervan. Eternal Enemies. The 20th Century Origins of Vietnamese Sinophobia by J. Frank Parnell. 5. Editorial. At the Edge of the Empire. The Palace That Splits the Sky. Thick, slate-colored smog presses through a towering maze of identical apartment blocks, a half-living ocean ebbing below, people hunched over carts and scooters, faces covered by dingy surgical masks, often little more than silhouettes backlit by the haze-dulled throb of glowing ads broadcast on wall-size screens. The smog is like a skin of concrete melded through the image, broken here and there by masked faces or the fleeting blue glitter of cell phones held aloft like fragile torches. This picture, or something equally gargantuan and brutal, is the spectral shape that China today takes in the public imagination. It's familiar because it emerges almost automatically upon mention, in the same way that the mist-wrapped karstic cliffs and tranquil waterways of Shan Shui painting might have arisen in the minds of previous generations. And yet it seems somehow ominous, as if there were a monstrous, barely visible giant obscured somewhere in that suffocating smog, looming over the mass of anonymous lives shuffling below. The smog-choked city is one half of a pair, its counterpart the glittering skylines that symbolize the Chinese miracle. Together, they define not only a certain national character, but a planetary crisis and the many specters that are returning to haunt the world in an era of unprecedented luxury and unthinkable collapse. In a way, though, the image is also consistent with classical themes. During the Buddhist-inflected Tang dynasty, also considered the golden age of Chinese poetry, a similar pairing existed, symbolizing both the gargantuan power of the dynasty and the building crisis at its heart. Rather than black smog and glimmering cities, however, poets illustrated a civilizational battle between red dust and cold, idyllic mountains, rendered in blue or green. The urban, mortal, and barbaric were denoted by reds and yellows, in images that simultaneously invoked the dust kicked up by street traffic on unpaved roads in bustling cities and the swirling sandstorms of the desert frontiers, both notable features of a dynasty that saw unprecedented urbanization and rapid imperial expansion westward along the Silk Roads cut through the Central Asian desert. At the same time, the breadth of the term Hongqian grew. It could be used to describe small, fleeting moments of lust or the expanse of imperial luxury at the height of the dynasty. At its 7. Most expansive, the words took on a cosmological character, symbolizing the ephemeral world of mortals. The opposing image was one of distant cold mountains and the recluse officials who populated them. These were, after all, poems often written by wealthy hermits who were not really hermits, living in a wilderness that was hardly wilderness, the poetry itself both a pastime of the ruling class and a way of securing imperial recognition. The invocation of rustic shacks hidden in thick forests of mountain pine was a way of emphasizing the poet's own clear-sightedness and moral purity, essential traits for aspiring advisors. Similarly, we can imagine today's journalists perched in some office in the glittering skyline of Shanghai, writing the latest story about how the smog is so vast it can reach across the ocean to brush the face of North America. But the very polarity of such diametric pairings often obscures the truth that lies beyond their two dimensions. Only the most skilled poets were able to use these poles to triangulate that world beyond the purely symbolic, and often only after the vast tragedy had already begun to play itself out. Du Mu, born to the Tang dynasty's final century of decline, offers a somber example. His entire life was lived in the midst of an empire that had been crippled by the Inlushan rebellion, but which had not yet undergone its final collapse. The century was instead one of slow, persistent crisis, a world already ended, in which everyone seemed to know that things were over and that the glory of the empire could not be regained, but were unable to imagine any world to come. Instead, the entire culture was one with its eyes turned backward, reveling in a luxury that was even then slowly. 1. For more on the exact nature of the eremitic tradition in Chinese literature, see the introduction to our article, Red Dust, included in this issue. 8. Rotting away, carried forward only by the inertia of the imperium settling to its death. Du Mu's Passing by Walking Palace captures the feeling in a triad of musical quatrains. 2. From Chang'an looking back at the embroidered folds of the city, the mountaintops, many gates open one by one, a rider kicks up red dust and the concubine smiles, no one else knows he comes to bring her lychee. 2. In Xinfan, yellow dust rises through the green trees, several riders have returned from their investigation in Yuyang, the song Raiment of Rainbows and Feathers plays on 1,000 peaks until dancing feet shatter the central plain. 3. Music and song have left every nation intoxicated with peace. The towering palace splits the light of the moon. Lushan dances to a reckless beat struck between the clouds. Wind passes down the layered peaks carrying the sound of laughter. Each quatrain requires some minor contextual translation. Overall, the poem is looking back at the dynasty on the eve of the rebellion, under the reign of the Xianzong emperor. This was an empire at 9. The height of its decadence, enjoying a cultural renaissance, helmed by a thriving metropolis, with bustling trade across a vast geographic expanse. Despite the building crisis, society was lulled into placidity. Du Mu begins with a symbol of imperial decadence. Emperor Xuanzong's favorite concubine, Yang Yuhuan, had a taste for lychee, which could not be grown in the arid north. Xianzong therefore mobilized massive resources to establish a relay network of the fastest riders to gather lychee from the far south and transport it to Chang'an, the imperial capital, before it would spoil. The city itself is characterized as heaping and embroidered, but the red dust kicked up by the rider takes on an ominous character, signaling something beyond just the bustling of a metropolis at the peak of its glory. The next quatrain places emphasis on this suspicion, as another set of riders are described kicking up dust on their return from Yuyang, the domain of Lushan and the location that would soon be the epicenter of the rebellion. These riders are, in fact, the imperial officials sent by Xianzong to investigate Lushan's loyalty. Bribed by An, the officials returned with reassurances that all was peaceful. Du Mu therefore pairs the return of the investigators with the playing of a popular song renowned for its heavenly sound across the heights of society. The song, meanwhile, is accompanied by an image of dancing, but now even more clearly ominous. It is a dancing that shatters the central plain, a symbol of the dynasty itself and, notably, the site of the most violent battles of the rebellion. The disaster, however, is elided. The final quatrain jumps forward to a bittersweet series of images, recognizable only to those who have lived through the catastrophe. A false peace had settled on the dynasty as Lushan dances for the emperor. The space of the poem is now defined by stark inequality, the moon split by the palace, the laughter of the oblivious ruling class drifting. 10. Down the city's peaks and palisades to the reader and echoing forward in time to Du Mu himself, living in the ruins of that ended world. The poem thereby exceeds the traditional coupling of red dust and lofty, cloud-touched mountains so common in the pre-rebellion golden age. Instead, Du Mu uses these polarities to triangulate the looming disaster sitting behind the dust and the clouds, even though its true breadth is so unimaginable from his own position that it can only be communicated through elision. Something of this persists in the contemporary proliferation of smog and skyline. The alternately ecstatic and apocalyptic tone of such images masks reality under an oversimplified polarity, even as this polarity seems to signify the crisis and inequality of our own era. On the one hand, these images serve as an Orientalist specter, similar to the cyberpunk Tokyo of previous decades but now reimagined in the context of apocalyptic climate change. On the other, the constant reproduction of near-identical pictures occludes the actually ending world with the spectacle of its own demise. Not only is it easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism, but the never-ending flood of apocalyptic fantasies often obscures the deeply mundane mechanisms of the decline. And, like Du Mu's poem, the image contains a strange sort of infinite regress. The dust kicked up by the riders and the clouds enmeshing the dancing figure of an Lushan are both, in their own way, the spectre of the coming rebellion. Similarly, the monstrous giant obscured in the smog is, in fact, the smog itself, a dimensionless, concrete void, consuming even the image and thereby hiding reality in plain sight. 11. The spectral and the material. We offer a simple hypothesis, that the very polarity of contemporary China can be used to triangulate, however distantly, a path that leads to a world beyond the black smog, red dust, and cold, glittering cities of this one. This is because China and the many questions that it poses play a contradictory role for both the dominant ideology of no alternative capitalism and for the prospects of a communist opposition to the world as it presently exists. At the moment, all attempts to focus in on the China question have tended to end in a sort of inconclusive mist. Neither self-professed Marxists nor mainstream commentators seem able to settle on any account of what, exactly, China even is. The result is an endless proliferation of often humorous oxymorons and role reversals. The Wall Street Journal picks up the theoretical leftovers of Bukharin, Lenin, and C.L.R. James, declaring the Chinese economy a variant of state capitalism. 3. Meanwhile, even otherwise insightful Marxists readily accept either the Chinese state's positive narrative of its own win-win hegemonic expansion, or the dire picture painted by U.S. warhawks, who envision the rise of a new Cold War. 4. Such analyses rapidly invert and fold in on one another until they're reduced to indistinct shapes cloaked in a smog of platitudes and cherry-picked investment numbers. But this also creates a sort of analytic opening. The China question, if approached outside the bounds of ideology or orthodoxy, with a rigorous Marxist method seeking to understand the basic laws of motion of the world as it exists, offers an unparalleled window into the future of that world, which we call the material community of capital. 5. In the centerpiece article of this issue, red dust is repurposed from its classical provenance to describe this material community, a fitting description for the mode of production in which all that is solid melts into air. But what melts into air doesn't truly disappear, instead amassing in crisis, in rust belts of mummified labor, in seething riots and toppled regimes. The ominous smog enclosing those cities is therefore a sort of living illustration of the transition itself, as if it were capital's phantasmic form pillaging its way across the surface of a hollowing earth. If the smog levels in Beijing are finally decreasing, this merely means that the shapeless monstrosity has descended elsewhere, now Hanoi, now Dhaka, now Dar es Salaam and Lagos. The image of the smog-choked city, then, marks the expansion of the material community and symbolizes the way that this expansion and the relations of production that drive it are obscured by the real abstractions that they themselves generate. 6. The basic, defining feature of subsumption into the material community of capital is the subjection of production and all attendant features of life to the overarching demands of such real abstractions. Among the most important of these is the need for value to continually accumulate, conceptually rendered as the common sense that economic growth must be constantly increasing, and that any pause or decline in growth rates will cause an economic and social crisis of massive proportions. This is not simply a belief that people hold, nor is it a dynamic driven by the greed of consumers or capitalists. It is a real abstraction because an entire constellation of material forces produce real effects in line with its logic, regardless of the belief systems or moral purity of the people who staff such systems. The material community of capital is a material community precisely because of this inversion between subject and object. It is not a human community, but instead one in which the machine logic of capital has taken on an autonomous character. The prime mover in this community is therefore not masses of people, not leaders, nor even cultural or religious institutions, but capital in process. Everything else is reduced to a merely material mediation for the spectral circuit of accumulation. Within the inverted logic of this system, the smog seems to quite literally build the city. Its movement across the surface of the earth determines the new sites of industrial power, those masses of people huddled beneath it appearing now as little more than appendages of capital. But despite its reality, the spectral shape of capital is still an abstraction, and it is abstracted from the activity of human beings. While that ocean of humanity beneath the smog might appear to be an extension of it, then, the specter of capital actually latches onto people like a parasite, and labor acts not as its natural limb but instead as an ill-fitting prosthetic. The drive of capital is to domesticate humanity to its rule, but the very irrationality of the economy ensures that this domestication will always be incomplete. Humanity will always be simultaneously essential and superfluous to the logic of accumulation. In this issue we attempt to map out the shifting, spectral fog of the expanding material community of capital and the masses of people seething within it. With this focus, we open with Red Dust, the second in our three-part economic history of China, focusing on the details of how the socialist developmental regime crumbled, and why the territories, populations, and industrial structures that composed it were so readily transferred into the global capitalist system. In this piece, we narrate not only the domestic crises that led to China being engulfed in the red dust of capital, but also the global crises in the capitalist system that made such an opening possible. One cannot be understood without the other, and neither can be properly rendered without a comprehensive awareness of the basic laws of motion of capitalism and the 15 ways in which they reshape territories to suit the accumulation of value. This territorial dimension is a central theme throughout. How do we understand the role of borders, nations, and the states that attend them when capital has grown to encompass the world? There is no longer an outside to the system and therefore no true periphery, yet the hierarchies imposed by capital's circumnavigation of the globe have not only deepened, but also folded in on themselves. Previously unthinkable regimes of austerity, formerly reserved for the debt colonies of the global south, are today imposed on Greece, Spain, and the poorest parts of the United States. There is no longer any border separating the material community of capital from something else, and yet borders proliferate within it at an unprecedented rate, accompanied by new, ever more intricate forms of exclusion. Now unopposed, the material community's essential laws of motion become undeniable. Capital must pose limits to itself, constantly differentiating, overcoming and falling back into the cycles of crisis, war, and terror on which it thrives. We therefore return here to that older concept of red dust as signaling the frontier of an expanding imperium and hinting, maybe, at its collapse. On the one hand, our economic history examines the last great expansion of the material community's border, after which the capitalist system truly did encompass the vast majority of the population of the world. On the other, we offer two windows into China's contemporary borderlands, each written by friends of the project. 1. Eternal Enemies by J. Frank Parnell, offers the detailed history of anti-Chinese sentiment in neighboring Vietnam. The evolving perceptions of China are traced from ancient origins, through the wars and revolutions of the 20th century, to conclude with the present era's swirl of conflicts in Vietnamese industrial districts and across the South China Sea, aided by online conspiracy. 16. Theories. The other, Spirit Breaking, by Adam Hunervan, provides one of the most attentive illustrations of Uyghur life in Xinjiang, detailing the brutal practices of the state in what can only be described as a regime of apartheid, occupation, and settlement in Chinese Central Asia. The emphasis here is on narrating the ways in which the state has extended its reach into everyday life, attempting to reshape the essence of local ways of life and to break the spirit of the population. The pairing of these two pieces offers an interesting contrast, one illustrating perceptions of the Chinese state in a nation separate from China, but with a substantial shared cultural lineage, and the other portraying the systematic suppression of life within the borders of China justified in terms of national continuity and targeting a population with a distinctly non-Sinitic cultural tradition. Finally, we swim into the black smog itself in an attempt to feel out the shape of capitalism and crisis in the core of China today. In this issue, we offer one original article in addition to our economic history, one original interview and one translation. Our article Picking Quarrels details the changing character of struggles in China, drawing from the best data available in order to provide an updated picture of class conflict in the country in more recent years. At the same time, the article also focuses on the dangerous process of data collection itself, telling the story of Lu Yuyu and Li Tingyu, who were imprisoned for archiving and analyzing the very data that we draw from. In this way, we hope to balance large-scale structural analysis with an account of the personalized struggle that lies behind the numbers. As in all issues, we also attempt to provide some additional first-person perspectives on these events in the form of interviews and translations. The interview we include here, a state adequate to the task, is particularly expansive, and provides essential background information that illuminates both our 17. Economic history and our breakdown of contemporary class conflict within China. The interview is conducted with Lao Xie, a Chinese theorist with a detailed understanding of Marxism, an interest in the immediate class conflicts occurring in China, and the ability to shed the uniform of dead revolutions in favor of a clear-eyed analysis of the present. We talk with Lao Xie about his perceptions of the contemporary class structure of the country, the project of state building undertaken by Xi's administration, the spectrum of oppositional politics currently active and the prospects of the Chinese proletariat. Our final translation, The Awakening of Lin Xiaokou, offers a different perspective, giving a first-person view of this decade's largest sequence of struggles, and also portraying the inherent limits of workers' movement politics in China today. In its capacity as a strike narrative, the account is unparalleled in its detail, and has exerted some degree of influence via its transmission across organizing circles in China's factory districts. It therefore represents both an on-the-ground account and an example of the type of analysis promoted by the country's labor activists. We include our own preface to this piece, relating its content to our own analysis of the event described, and the broader questions examined within the preceding article and interview. Taken together, these three final pieces provide a window into a second sort of frontier, the possible border between this world and whatever comes next. Like Du Mu, we exist in an era of expansive, drawn-out catastrophe, born long after the crisis began but not yet certain of its ultimate outcome. And like the poet, our work attempts to put into flesh our own suspicions of the empire's coming end. But we also recognize that the edge of the empire can, at the moment, be glimpsed best through elision. In our writing, then, we attempt not so 18. Much to make hard and inevitably faulty predictions about the immediate future, but instead to capture the tone of the present and sketch out the structural limits that this moment imposes on the cascade of history. Because any firm date placed on a vast cascade of social and environmental collapse is merely an academic attempt to compress decades of attrition into a single year. The truth is that we don't yet hear the sounds of coming war, just a vague echo of its potential buried in the reckless rhythm of the music drifting down from the palace, and in the riotous dancing of an era intoxicated into peace. But we also see the cracks opening beneath those dancing feet, as the earth begins to shatter. Introduction. Hermitage. Reclusion. When the nomadic armies swept down from the north to conquer the splintering Western Jin dynasty, the upper classes fled across the Yellow River into the southern hinterland of their collapsing empire. In the south, they re-established the imperial court at Jiankang, decreeing the ascent of a new dynastic capital. But the new empire of the so-called Eastern Jin existed more in edict than reality. Power was extremely decentralized, defined by a constant tension between factions of the refugee northerners who had settled in different regions, each with its own largely autonomous military and economic base. These factions themselves were dependent on tenuous alliances with the culturally distinct southern gentry and various indigenous groups, all slowly wrought through intermarriage and military conquest. In the midst of such balkanization, the desire to red dust. 23. Regain the lost northern homeland only loosely unified a paranoid court, hardly able to muster the central power required to collect taxes, much less field a new army capable of fighting the militarized barbarian kingdoms that had arisen in the north. This short-lived dynasty was, in retrospect, merely one of the lower stages in the multi-century imperial decline following the collapse of the Han and preceding the rise of the Tang. 1. but it was also in this context of imperial decline and decentralization that the hermit of the East Asian Eremitic tradition took on its archetypal form. Though the cultural practice of reclusion has a long history stretching back well before the imperial era, too it was under the Eastern Jin that empire and eremitism would become inseparably symbiotic. With little to do at the crippled court in Jiankang, most of the refugee elites retreated to their large estates in the humid southern forests. Attended by servants, slaves, and concubines, they created relatively self-sufficient rural compounds, complete with trails and parkland cultivated for aesthetic effect. Freed from the drudgery of imperial administration, they spent their time gathering with friends on beautifully carved pavilions above their parks and plantations, feasting, drinking wine and writing poems on the beauty of a simple life in communion with nature. Poets like Xie Lingyun, the wealthy son of two prominent Eastern Jin families, were thus able to portray themselves as hermits in the style of the ancient sages, even as their exile from court was spent within luxurious estates built on brutal hierarchies of bonded labor. The relationship between hermit and empire was never one of true opposition, then. Xie himself saw these estates as miniature empires unto themselves, modeled on the fallen Han dynasty. 3. Meanwhile, almost all the major rural poets of the period were in reality constantly cycling between court life and rustic exile, with reclusion becoming an increasingly regular stage in imperial administration. By the time of lasting reunification under the Tang, eremitism had become a pervasive practice in which would-be officials competed against one another in their virtuous seclusion, hoping to secure a position at court. Famous poet-scholar officials such as Li Bai crowded into hermitages in places like Zhongnan Mountain, frequently toured by imperial recruiters. The re-centralization of political power thus saw a more rigorous fusion of the eremitic and the imperial, in which even hermits exiled from court were tasked with managing the smooth flow of tribute from the empire's periphery. Throughout the process, however, literati still took on the outward attributes of their Eastern Jin predecessors, praising the religious solitude of rural life and condemning the capital and its courtly intrigue. Even though he served as a trusted aide to the emperor during the Tang, Li Bai could imagine himself in a world beyond the red dust of living, a metaphor for both Buddhist religious detachment and rustic reclusion far from the bustle of urban streets. Hermit Nation. The forging of China via the socialist developmental regime played on similar contradictions. Simultaneously, the beachhead in a global socialist revolution and an autarkic nation sealed off from the capitalist economy, socialist China's seclusion was both contradictory and deceptive. As the developmental regime reached its later stages, language of self-reliance proliferated at every level. But alongside the drive for self-sufficiency, the ossification of production created numerous local pressures to break this autarky at both domestic and international scales. The economy had undergone a pervasive decentralization, with rural collectives and urban industrial enterprises transformed into their own eremitic cloisters, workers and peasants dependent on local production units for food, housing, and basic consumer goods, rather than on direct provision by the central government or indirect provision through a national market. But in the same period, black markets had begun to proliferate, much-needed producer goods were increasingly unavailable or obsolescent, and the Sino-Soviet split had ensured that almost the entirety of China's border had become a potential war front. These later, hermit-like decades of the socialist era were therefore also the gestation period for China's unprecedented opening to global trade. The reform era is often portrayed as an unprecedented shift led by a nearly rogue party faction, ending in a Chinese miracle that would see the nation catapulted to the forefront of global production. But the reality is that China's rapid subsumption into the material community of capital was prefigured by the structural conditions pervading and encircling the hermit nation, its autarkic developmental drive ultimately only as distant from the drives of global capital as the autarkic hermit estates of the medieval literati were from the courtly intrigue of their own capitals. Whereas Sorghum and Steel, the first part of our economic history, explored the internal character of the developmental regime and the forging of China as a nation. This second part focuses on the global conditions that would ultimately drag the hermit socialism of the developmental regime out into the red dust of global capitalist production. Our basic thesis is that, as with the hermits of the Eastern Jin, reclusion and imperial expansion are not necessarily opposed terms. The rise of the reform faction within the Chinese Communist Party appears sudden or unexpected only for those who take the hermit's own poetry at face value, forgetting that the recluse is often a stage in the life of certain imperial administrators. We now turn to the story of China not just as a newly forged nation, but as one of many territories within a globe-strangling network of labor pools and supply chains. Our focus therefore shifts from the largely domestic topics covered in Sorghum and Steel to a simultaneously domestic and international perspective necessary to understand the parallel structures that composed China's gradual reforms. We will explore both the endogenous and exogenous pressures to open the economy that existed in the later stages of the socialist era as well as the uneven and incomplete character of the capitalist transition once it was underway. This story, while mudded by the evangelical liberalism of the later 20th century, is by no means as obscured and distorted as that of the developmental regime that preceded it. Much of the history of the reform era is already well documented in the mainstream academic literature. This installment will therefore focus on summarizing existing research and placing it within an adequate Marxist framework, emphasizing throughout the aspects of this history that are most useful to understanding capitalism as it exists in the world today. Red Dust. 27. Convergent Crises. The key topics will be covered below in a sequential fashion, loosely organized into thematic sections that follow the general chronology of capitalist transition. But the overarching theme here is the idea of convergent crises. We aim to tell the story of the numerous historical contingencies that undergirded the so-called Chinese miracle, which was neither miraculous nor entirely Chinese. This entails an understanding of the miracle as, in fact, a mundane emergent response to dual crises occurring on two scales, one within the Chinese developmental regime, and the other within the global capitalist economy. The endogenous crisis of the regime reached its peak in the 1970s. This was largely conditioned by the domestic limits to the developmental project already explored in Sorghum and Steel, 5 but was amplified by growing geopolitical exclusion and the looming possibility of war with the USSR. Over the same time period, global capitalist production was confronting its first major worldwide slowdown since the Great Depression. By the late 1970s, all attempts to manage the budding crisis via standard post-war stimulus measures had failed. As growth stalled, unemployment crept upward and inflation skyrocketed, the various structural reforms that would soon be undertaken in an attempt to restore profitability were looming on the horizon. But there was also awareness that these reforms, if applied only to the core capitalist territories, would suppress wages, eviscerate the social safety net, create dangerous amounts of debt and thereby stoke widespread unrest. The social movements and insurrections of the late 1960s had already hinted at the possibility of such destabilization, and in the context of the Cold War, destabilization carried the risk of igniting an unimaginably devastating global military conflict. 28. For capitalist accumulation to continue in its drive for compounding growth, the economy would have to leap to an entirely new scale, subsuming undeveloped territories and constructing new industrial complexes adequate to the ever-intensifying volume and velocity of production. It was hoped that this process would both succeed in reviving profitability and help to temper unrest in the capitalist nations by matching declining social services and stagnating wages with a cheapening of consumer goods and an expansion of credit. This process had already centered itself in East Asia, anchored to post-war Japan's facilitated ascent. As the crisis grew, capital began to tilt more and more toward the Pacific Rim. Cold War geopolitics combined with the new economic gravity of Japan to facilitate the rise of the East Asian tigers, each driven by a unique combination of anti-communist dictatorship and a flood of investment from the US and Japan. This is the juncture at which China's domestic crisis converges with the long crisis of global capitalism. In the terms of mainstream economics, China's large, cheap labor force offered an essential comparative advantage in key stages of the light industrial production process. But this mainstream account only captures part of the overall dynamic. The opening of China was the beginning of a wide-ranging process of subsumption into the material community of capital, driven by the increasing need to export first goods and, later, capital, from developed economies suffering overproduction. Following the early expansions of capitalist production elsewhere in East Asia, China was able to offer large territories for investment and a literate, cheap labor force unprecedented in its size, health, and basic education. The labor supply added to the global capitalist system by this process was roughly equal in size to that of all the red dust. 29. World's industrial nations combined. 6. Moreover, this workforce had been produced by the socialist developmental regime, so its initial costs were external to capitalist production and the costs of its reproduction were easily externalized to internal peripheries still dominated by subsistence production at least for the first couple generations. The sheer mass of the Chinese population thus revived the old hope of the West, dating back at least to the Ming dynasty, of a seemingly limitless market capable of both driving capitalist production and sopping up its ever-growing excess. In an attempt to cleave down to the heart of such dynamics, there is always a risk of attributing more agency to presidents, chairmen and assorted billionaires than is deserved. The reality is that decisions made at the helms of states or corporations are always made in response to material limits confronted by complex political and economic systems. The ruling class is a designator for a non-homogeneous array of individuals who hold decision-making positions within these citadels of political economic power, for whom the continuation of the status quo is of the utmost priority. But these individuals sit in highly structured positions, beholden to the built-in demands of shareholders and political constituencies. There is thus no real malicious intent behind such decisions, nor is there the ability for such holders of power to truly transform or break free from the system itself. They are chained to it just as we all are, though they find themselves chained to its top. The entire process is, therefore, one of contingent adaptations, rather than ruling class conspiracy. Its product is not that of a hidden, scheming council of elites, but simply the result of the continual experimentation through which different factions of the ruling class attempted to resolve the budding crisis and failed, their efforts then replaced by new, untested possibilities put forward by new leaders generating new outcomes that had to be dealt with in turn. The process is one of continual transformation in response to the local manifestations of the global decline in profitability. Neoliberalism is therefore not a fully conscious, casually malicious political program, as some authors would have it, 7 but simply a term attributed to a loose consensus that formed around numerous local solutions to the crisis that seemed to overcome short-term limits at the time. The prominence of an increasingly militarized state in this period is itself a symptom of the fundamental incoherence of this consensus, since the management of the ever-building, ever-deferred yet ever-present crisis grows more and more monumental. We have today finally reached the point at which this consensus is collapsing in the face of declining global trade and rising tides of populist nationalism, even while the massive military apparatus that accreted atop global supply chains remains, driven by its own inertia. But the development of this now collapsing consensus remains the historical backdrop to the subsumption of China within global circuits of accumulation. In the period we explore below, geopolitics played a key role in the joining of the mutual crises. This was, in fact, one of the few moments in Chinese history when the decisions of individual leaders truly reoriented the course of future decades. And if there was a single moment at which this convergence of crises became a concrete possibility, it was probably the 1969 Zhenbao Island incident. As the peak of a wide-ranging Sino-Soviet border conflict that saw 25 divisions of the Soviet Army deployed to the Chinese border, the events on Zhenbao Island brought China and the USSR to the brink of all-out nuclear war. Though war was averted, this was the point at which Sino-Soviet ties were definitively severed, concluding a half-century of precarious diplomacy between the two largest members of the socialist bloc. In the context of the Cold War, this incident also signaled China's earliest overtures toward opening ties with the United States. Contrary to those who marked the beginning of the reform era in 1976, with the death of Mao Zedong, or 1978, With the ascent of Deng Xiaoping, we therefore argue that the period of capitalist transition actually begins in 1969, at the end of the short Cultural Revolution, when the Zhenbao Island incident results in an irrevocable severing of relations with the USSR and initiates informal contact with the United States, to be followed by formal contact in 1971. Though ultimately completed under the leadership of Deng and initially spearheaded by Zhou Enlai, the essential geopolitical moves in this period had a broad enough base among top party leadership to move forward, all with the approval of Mao. Initially part of a larger political strategy aimed at acquiring advanced capital goods in order to reverse the economic stagnation of the developmental regime, a minimal opening in the name of preserving the status quo, these partial measures took on a life of their own, creating supply dependencies that encouraged further liberalization. Though 32. This political strategy would soon evolve into full-scale market reform. It was therefore rooted in socialist-era attempts to overcome the limits of the developmental regime. Stone by stone. As the region warped under the eastward tilt of capital, China began to reorient itself toward the coast. Though its market reforms came in short cycles of experimentation and retrenchment, it is also possible to roughly divide the period into 3 decade-long stages. These were by no means part of any intentional, long-term strategy. But each stage, once completed, put into place new structural features that made future reforms more probable. The first stage, from 1969 to 1978, was defined by politics. Domestically, it was a period of increasing ossification. After the crushing of the short Cultural Revolution in 1969, production, distribution and society were increasingly managed directly by the state via the military. The number of cadres skyrocketed in these years and the economy took on a directly military character, defined by the Third Front strategy, which sought to relocate industry to China's more secure mountainous interior. This decade would see the last big push industrial drives of the socialist developmental regime. At the same time, it would also see the first attempts to import full plant and equipment from capitalist countries, a process only made possible by the larger geopolitical shifts mentioned above. With one foot still well within the developmental regime, this stage was marked by strategic political opening and minimal economic reform. Aside from a few key imports, interaction with the global capitalist economy was essentially non-existent. The second stage was defined by reform of the domestic economy. This period can be dated roughly from Deng Red Dust 33. Xiaoping's ascension in 1978 to the Tiananmen crackdown in 1989. Domestic reforms were defined by the implementation of the household responsibility system in agriculture, the restoration of rural markets and the rise of township and village enterprises as the fastest growing sector of industry. Domestic growth still far exceeded interaction with international markets. China retained multiple layers of insulation from the global market, limiting the most direct contact to a handful of special economic zones, the most important of which was Shenzhen, since it acted as the interface between the mainland and Hong Kong. Throughout this period, China had no domestic stock exchange, ownership of domestic firms was often unclear, and foreign ownership was limited to the CESAs, and even there it was often restricted. Hong Kong was the dominant source of direct investment throughout this period, accounting for more than half of all foreign direct investment into mainland China in every year but one between 1979 and 1991, followed at a distant second by Japan. 8. Aside from direct investment, a portion of Hong Kong's share consisted of indirect investment from Taiwan and the overseas Chinese population, routed through Hong Kong's financial system to avoid political restrictions. The second stage of the reform process was thus driven not only by Asian capital, but specifically by capital drawn from the broader Sinosphere, often coordinated by family networks that stretched beyond the border. 9. These were also, therefore, the years in which the top of the capitalist class hierarchy took shape in China, as these capital networks began to fuse with the bureaucratic class that had solidified at the top of the developmental regime. The third stage of reform dates from around 1990 through the early 2000s. This period was defined by its international character, and can be understood as the decade within which the capitalist transition was completed, in terms of both market integration and class formation, despite a shrinking remainder of rural subsistence production. 10. The crushing of the 1989 Tiananmen protests was followed by the selective reincorporation of rebellious students into the party and the ruling class that it now oversaw. It was in this decade that the rulers of the socialist developmental regime began to act as the major body of a decisively capitalist class pursuing interests in accord with the primary directive of capital, compounding accumulation. This is despite the direct fusion of this ruling class with the state. This period also saw the full integration of Chinese production into global capitalism. The 90s opened with a burst of investment in the years following the repression of the Tiananmen unrest, driven by Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, alongside the continuing importance of Hong Kong. Stock exchanges were formally founded in Shenzhen and Shanghai in 1990. 11. Though direct investment by Europe and the US remained a minority share, the products made by Chinese firms became increasingly export-oriented, and these exports' final destinations were now often in the West. Many of the coastal TVEs were retooled to serve these new supply chains, driving a massive wave of suburban and exurban industrialization that resulted in the sprawling Chinese megacity. This period and the reform era more generally was capped by the gutting of the old socialist industrial belt in the Northeast via factory closures and mass layoffs. With the reform of agriculture in the previous decade followed by the smashing of the iron rice bowl beginning in 1997, the privileged position of the grain-consuming class of urban industrial workers was gradually eliminated, and the class structure of the socialist developmental regime was decisively shattered. The state did soften the blow by temporarily mandating the production of cheap grain in the countryside, pushing part of the cost of urban reforms onto the rural population. But this was a tactical measure undertaken to blunt the risk of urban unrest. Meanwhile, many of the TVEs that had arisen in poorer rural areas in the 1980s also went bankrupt, were privatized or simply shut down by the state as part of the broader wave of factory closures. The TVEs thereby acted as a key transitional phase in the reform of industry, with their privatization stimulating the growth of the market economy in certain areas and their closure in others, producing an even larger pool of surplus rural labor, from which the coastal manufacturing hubs would draw. The gutting of the Rust Belt was accompanied by a massive restructuring of state-owned industries, defined by the consolidation of enterprises and planning bureaus into several large conglomerates, designed in part by Western financial interests and capitalized by IPOs offered on global exchanges. These remaining state-owned enterprises, alongside their private counterparts, would thereby increasingly operate according to capitalist imperatives, and the Chinese workforce would be defined by the combination of a new migrant proletariat staffing the privately owned industries of the Sun Belt and a freshly proletarianized workforce employed by these internationally. 36. Financed conglomerates, directly overseen by the bureaucrat bourgeoisie within the party. We can loosely mark the end of this final stage of reform in 2001, which saw China's accession to the WTO just as manufacturing employment reached its all-time trough due to industrial restructuring, after which a new wave of export-oriented growth in the Sun Belt would drive it back up on a new, fully capitalist foundation. But periodization is always marked by the uneven character of development. In claiming that the transition to capitalism was completed by the early years of the new millennium, we are not arguing that capitalist social relations fully permeated all parts of the country. In rural areas and small to mid-size interior cities, the complete transition would not be fully evident until 2008 or later. The year 2001 is itself somewhat arbitrary, chosen more as a particularly representative moment in a series of years that define the completed transition. Geographically, this process was centered in the major coastal cities, but it was not limited to them. Nonetheless, this is the point at which these cities became the definitive center of the Chinese economy. The transition was completed in these years because the destruction of the iron rice bowl and the massive growth in rural outmigration completed the formation of a proletarian class. This, in turn, completed the gestation of a capitalist society within China, and with a completed class structure, the internal dynamics of capitalism could now truly take on a life of their own. These years therefore act as a sort of gravitational threshold. Domestically, all parts of the country had passed the summit, and the pull of the coastal cities would irresistibly drag even the most stubborn corners of the hinterland into dependence on the market. Internationally, the attempt to merely orbit the capitalist world had now reached a terminal point, and a rapid period of re-entry was imminent. Red dust. 37. We have divided this story into 4 parts, alternating between international and domestic conditions spanning these 3 decades. These parts are each given a very rough span of years in order to orient the reader, but will often jump forward or backward in time in order to better illuminate some of the general trends. Overall, however, the story will move chronologically. In Part I, we cover historical precedents in the greater region, the long eastward tilt of capital and the crises that drove this shift, ending with the rise of Japan and affiliated economies in the 1970s. In Part II, we turn to the domestic situation, reviewing the domestic crisis of the developmental regime in the 1960s, then covering the early decade of ossification, reform, and the confluence of geopolitical conflicts. We then move forward through the next stage of more volatile reforms, when the market was beginning to take shape in the 1980s. In Part 3 we return to the international situation at the end of the 1970s, examining the rise of a bamboo network of capitalists capable of counterbalancing the regional hegemony of Japan and ending with a series of economic crises that helped launch the mainland into a central position within global manufacturing chains, ending in the years following the Asian financial crisis of 1997 to 1998. Then, in Part 4, we complete the story by returning to the domestic situation in these final 2 decades of the transition, examining the cycles of boom and bust that ultimately led to the emptying of the countryside, mass migration to new coastal production hubs, the gutting of socialist-era industry and the formation of a new, capitalist class system by the early 2000s. The material community. Today, the era of the eremitic socialist nation has long been over. All the hermits have returned to the red dust of the 38 city, their communitarian utopias pieced apart and fed into the material community of capital. But this also means that the present composition of the global capitalist economy has been fundamentally shaped by its absorption of the socialist developmental regime. In order to understand the immediate future of capitalist production, then, it is essential to understand this process of transition. Of particular importance here are the elements of the socialist era that were subsequently exapted by the capitalist economy. The notion of exaptation, drawn from evolutionary biology, 12 refers to the process whereby functions within a species originally adapted for one purpose are subsequently co-opted for qualitatively different functions later in the evolutionary lineage. Similarly, many features of the socialist developmental regime would later be co-opted to serve integral functions within the capitalist economy. The success of these exapted features helps to explain the remarkable growth rates of the Chinese transition period while also offering a hint at how capitalist production itself is evolving in response to continuing crisis. In describing domestic crises and the reforms that followed, we therefore place these processes of exaptation at the center of our narrative. The exapted features that would become most important to Chinese capitalism were largely associated with the way in which the class structure of the socialist era was recomposed into a capitalist class system. At the bottom, this entailed the co-optation of the hukou system in order to create a proletarian population of rural migrant laborers to staff the booming industries of the coastal Sun Belt. Likewise in the countryside, the collective ownership of land, maintained under the household responsibility system until land use rights became fully tradable around 2008, allowed the state to institute agricultural market reforms more easily. At the top, it entailed the co-optation of the socialist-era party system, a process marked by the fusion of political and technical elites into a single ruling class closely allied with the CCP, completed with the influx of entrepreneurs into the party since the 1990s. Alongside these changes, another key exaptation was taking place within the industrial system. As state-owned enterprises were restructured, firms in key industries such as steel, mining, and energy production were never fully privatized. Instead, socialist-era state ownership was exapted and the new conglomerates in these sectors were retooled and recapitalized to be internationally competitive while also retaining their ultimate political allegiance to the party, now a managerial body for a capitalist ruling class. Though the socialist-era urban working class was gradually retired or proletarianized and many smaller or unproductive firms were simply closed, SOEs would ultimately play an essential role in the later period of transition. Today, these firms are integral to the international expansion of the Chinese economy. At the same time, they are sites at which many crises are concentrated, as growing debt, overproduction and ecological collapse are externalized from the private economy and concentrated into sectors that can be more directly managed by the state. The story we tell below, then, is one in which many features of China's rural hermit socialism would ultimately become fundamental components of its cosmopolitan capitalism. The description of the socialist era developed in sorghum and steel is insufficient on its own because the period in question was not insulated from history. Not only did the hermit return 40 from the forest, but, in retrospect, it becomes apparent that the recluse was never as isolated from the polity as it seemed. Within the material community of capital, there can be no true hermit kingdom. All is encircled by capitalist accumulation, the red dust of living death, and all who attempt to flee are returned to it, in the end. Future communist prospects, then, will find no hope in reclusion. The only emancipatory politics is one that grows within and against the red dust of the material community of capital. In this second part of our economic history, we continue to seek a better understanding of that community as it is presently composed, in the hope that such knowledge might ultimately prove useful to its destruction. 1. Pacific Rim. International conditions. Overview. Encirclement. In order to fully understand the convergent crises that resulted in China's incorporation into the material community of capital, it is essential to get a clear picture of both the larger trends in global capitalism and the theoretical details of how we understand such a transition to have taken place. In this first part, we emphasize the breadth of history, reviewing capitalism's overall development in East Asia. At the same time, we introduce some of the key concepts that will be essential to our narrative, especially as they relate to the inherent crisis dynamics built into capital's basic laws of motion. 1890s to 1970s. 42. The basic picture is that of an early potential for capitalist transition on mainland East Asia under the Qing being rapidly outcompeted by a similar transition underway in Japan, which had become the main regional competitor by the late 19th century. The result was a region split between commercial enclaves dominated by European capital and a rapidly industrializing nexus of colonies run by Imperial Japan. The First World War only accelerated this trend, leading ultimately to the Great Battle over the Pacific between the Japanese Empire and the rising U.S. hegemon. Though ending in defeat for Japan, the beginning of the Cold War ensured that the Japanese industrial project in the region would continue under the tutelage of the U.S. military. Combined with changing conditions in the West, the foundation was laid for another period of rapid international expansion. This took the material form of a Pacific Rim territorial industrial complex, dominated by the rise of new logistics technologies, the most important of which was a ring of container ports and their adjacent industrial hubs. Since the emphasis in this section is on long-term trends within the capitalist world, the profit rate and its relation to crisis play a central theoretical role. We take no strict positions here on the many debates concerning the profit rate, how best to measure it, the strength of its tendency to fall, or the exact relationship between microeconomic dynamics among firms and the macro-scale trends in the rate of profit. Instead, we emphasize the basics. Already apparent in the data is that the profit rate has tended to fall over time, and in oscillating waves. Its decline in the productive sector has been particularly pronounced, and this has repeatedly induced crisis. There have been a few counteracting tendencies, the most important being firms' efforts to restore their profit margins by expanding their markets and finding new sources of labor that can temporarily be super-exploited, what is generally referred to as a spatial fix. This spatial fix results in the creation of new territorial industrial complexes. Since the abstract logic of capital unfolds in the real world, it necessarily distributes itself in space. Driven by the falling rate of profit, distinct blocks of fixed capital take shape. At the larger scale, this takes a national form, as new economic competitors, unburdened by obsolete facilities and equipment, are able to use the most state-of-the-art techniques to challenge the old guard within respective industries. This old guard then finds its profit margin drawn down by obsolete plant and machinery, resulting in local crises that often manifest as trade wars between blocs, even as they drive further global expansion. But the same occurs at a more local scale. Within countries, new territorial industrial complexes reshape the region's economic geography in line with capital's demands. The process often includes mass migration to key hubs, nodes, and corridors. When such complexes grow obsolete, however, they rapidly turn to rust belts, and their fundamentally inhuman nature is made evident. Rather than the win-win benefits of comparative advantage, it was actually crisis, war, and colonization, driven by zero-sum competition, that lay behind the rise of Japan in the region, followed by the tiger economies of Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and South Korea. Below, we trace out the details in this history, clarifying how the ascent of the Pacific Rim relates to falling profitability and the slow geographic movement of capital eastward, composing new territorial complexes along its edges and leaving hollowed rust belts in its wake. It was this process of encirclement and crisis that would create the opening through which China's ossifying developmental regime would be able to pass into the material community of capital. 44. The failed transition. China began a stalled and uneven transition to capitalism in the late Qing, marked by low levels of industrialization and pervasive political instability. This first period of incomplete transition ultimately instigated a political collapse accompanied by civil war and a rising revolutionary movement that would go on to found the socialist developmental regime, temporarily halting the region's subsumption into global capitalism. Despite its failure, this first transition transformed migration patterns, trade routes and industrial geography in irreversible ways, exerting an inertial force that often exceeded the revolutionary regime's attempts to contain it. This period left the region with a deeply divided industrial structure, contributing to many of the periodic crises that plagued the later developmental regime. In a way, this inertia outlasted the developmental regime itself. When the second transition to capitalism began in the 1970s, the country would see the revival of many of the same industrial clusters, trade routes, and migrant networks that had defined the first period a century prior. This initial period of transition was shaped by accidents of history as well as much older patterns of commerce in the region. The southern coastline had long played an important role in regional trade and, after the decline of the Silk Road, coastal trade had grown to dominate pre-capitalist commerce. But there also existed strong countervailing tendencies in each dynasty that helped to mute the power exerted by the forces of commercialization. One of the most persistent threats was the transformation of these semi-illicit trade networks into independent pirate navies. By the time of the Qing, this threat took on the character of an anti-Manchu rebellion, led by the Ming loyalist Zheng Chenggong, who had fled to the sea as the Qing armies invaded Fujian. Zheng overturned Dutch rule in Formosa and turned the island into a base for his rebel navy. In response, the Qing not only banned all coastal navigation, but also depopulated the coastline, deporting the population inland and razing the deserted villages in an attempt to cut off Zheng's supply lines. 3. Once Zheng's rebellion was put down, the coastline was gradually repopulated and maritime navigation resumed. This began to reopen the mainland market more directly to the nascent trade networks of the Europeans, which would soon begin to take on a distinctly capitalist character. At the height of the dynasty, the mainland not only ran a healthy trade balance with the West, exporting tea, porcelain, silk, and various manufactures, but also sat at the center of regional trade, with even isolationist Japan dependent on imports of raw materials from the Qing. 5. But the state had become circumspect about trade, fearing the growing power of merchants, the possibility of renewed rebellion, and the increasing capacities of the Europeans. The court therefore imposed rigorous monopolies on key goods and began to restrict foreign trade to an ever-decreasing number of official customs ports. This trend reached its apex with the Canton system, from 1757 to 1842, when all foreign trade was funneled through a single port and its attached stores and warehouses in Canton. The system was only abolished through unabashed European incursion, as growing colonial empires sought more direct access to the mainland market. These incursions, the most dramatic being the two Opium Wars, ended in the establishment of unequal treaties between the Qing and the European powers. As part of these treaties, trade was opened again, concentrated in a series of treaty ports along the coastline. 6. Larger and larger military defeats, accompanied by internal rebellions, would see the Qing crumble over the course of a century. Large waves of refugees pulsed out of the mainland in these years, feeding early capitalist industries' demand for labor, particularly in the Americas. At the same time, the domestic labor supply became increasingly attractive to European colonists and neighboring polities. Factory districts would be established in most of the major coastal cities, with Shanghai and Guangzhou playing particularly important roles. As they were slowly incorporated into the new global trade networks of industrial capitalism, such cities gained de facto autonomy from the Qing state, becoming important sites of modernization under subsequent warlord and republican rule. Meanwhile, sections of Shandong were essentially ceded to the Germans, who financed a number of new industrial enterprises nationwide. The region's early capitalist infrastructure was therefore largely in foreign hands, and the coastal cities are best understood as highly internationalized colonies, linked to domestic production networks that were dominated by European and Japanese capital, alongside the lucrative opium trade. By 1907, 84% of shipping, 34% of cotton spinning and 100% of iron production were in foreign hands. Westerners controlled even vital strategic assets, owning no less than 93% of the railways. 7. Even the handful of large, domestically owned industrial conglomerates, such as the Hanyeping Coal and Iron Company, were entirely dependent on imported machinery and capital provided by German and Japanese financiers. 8. By the interwar period, Shanghai had become a regional center for both commercial capital and the mainland's early labor movement, with Guangzhou following close behind. But without the binding force of a strong domestic polity, these early sites of the capitalist transition were dominated by foreign capital or a particularly parasitic class of domestic capitalists acting as intermediaries and subcontractors for European and Japanese firms. The failure of the capitalist transition on the mainland was, then, not simply the result of the Qing's suppression of commercial pressures, but also a product of the dictates of capitalist economic expansion in Europe, which drove the age of imperialism and thereby gave birth to the particularly violent regimes of plunder and exploitation established across the Pacific. It was the barefaced brutality of these regimes that, in turn, stoked the flames of the anti-imperialist rebellion that would ultimately halt the capitalist transition on the mainland. Nonetheless, the heritage left by this first, failed transition would help to shape the character and geography of the second transition that followed the socialist era. Constructing East Asia. In Japan, by contrast, European pressure had resulted not in political collapse but instead in the Meiji Restoration, which began a full-scale transition to capitalism, including massive industrialization and widespread reform of the political and social system. 9. The success of Japan's reforms was made evident with the country's quick victory in the First Sino-Japanese War, in 1894 to 1895. Fought over the Korean peninsula, the war pitted the modernized Japanese military against the dynasty that had long been the strongest regional power in Asia, with most predicting a rapid loss for the Japanese. but the Qing's most advanced military force, the Beiyang army, proved no match against the invaders, who not only took the Korean peninsula but also the neighboring Liaodong Peninsula, launching invasions deep into the Qing homeland of Manchuria. At the end of the war, the Qing was forced to both cede influence over Korea and to sign the island of Taiwan over to the Japanese despite intense local opposition. Japan invaded the island in 1895, fighting a war of occupation against guerrilla resistance forces for the next several years and quelling a series of rebellions in the early 20th century. Victory in the Korean peninsula and incursions into Manchuria were seen by neighboring imperialist forces in Russia and Germany as a threat to their own prospects in the region. At the time, Japan responded with appeasement, ceding the Liaodong Peninsula, allowing the formation of a nominally independent Korean Empire and helping the Western powers crush the Boxer Rebellion in 1900. But tensions in the region soon led to the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, resulting in another unexpected victory for the Japanese, this time over a major imperialist power. The peace treaty signed with the Russians was, however, still geared toward caution and appeasement. No substantial territory was ceded and Russia was not forced to pay serious reparations. This result instigated widespread nationalist protests within Japan, signaling not only continuing popular opposition to Western colonialism in the region but also the fusion of this anti-colonialism with Japan's own imperial project. Though Japan did not lay a direct colonial claim to Korea or Manchuria in the peace treaty, Korea was named as a protectorate and the Kwantung Army, a semi-autonomous Japanese military, formed to oversee the region. The Kwantung Army would soon become an effective occupying force, often intervening in local affairs without direct 50. Oversight. Meanwhile, reforms were gradually introduced into the Korean protectorate, each ceding more political and economic power to the Japanese until, in 1910, the territory was formally annexed by the empire. A similar series of events took place in Manchuria, with increasing economic influence followed by more and more direct military interventions against local warlords, resulting in the invasion of 1931 and the establishment of the Japanese puppet state Manchukuo. In Japan, this was all accompanied by rapidly growing domestic support for militarism, reaching its apex in the idea of a greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere helmed by Japan, led by the Yamato race, and organized in a strict ethnic hierarchy. Though the basic logic of this imperial strategy had its cultural underpinnings in both racial pseudoscience and an indigenous form of racial civilizational discourse common to East Asia, Japanese imperialism cannot be reduced to its cultural components, nor can its roots be found in the authoritarian underpinnings of leftover feudal class fragments. 10. The Japanese Empire was not a continuation of the tributary imperial states that had long dominated the region, but was instead a distinctly modern product of the Meiji Restoration's transition to capitalism, similar in character to the imperialist empires of the capitalist West. Within several decades, capitalist development in Japan had simultaneously resulted in saturation of the domestic market, the growth of a strong managerial military state, and the dominance of the economy by four major zaibatsu monopoly corporations. All of these features facilitated the push for military and economic expansion along traditionally imperialist lines. As in Germany and Italy, then, Japanese militarism and imperial expansion was a product of capitalist crisis and the weakening of the political hegemony held by the British Empire. Within the new regional hierarchy, Japanese capital was the driving force, facilitating territorial conquest, the construction of massive infrastructure projects and the financing of coordinated industrialization drives. The earliest colonies of Taiwan, Korea, and Manchuria became the preferred sites for much of this investment, with peripheral countries in Southeast Asia and parts of China treated as subordinate puppet states for the opening of new markets and the supply of essential industrial resources or agricultural goods. The massive decline in global trade that accompanied the Great Depression further incentivized imperial expansion, as growing protectionism cut Japan off from alternative sources for primary goods. 11. In the midst of this general decline, trade actually increased within the new yen bloc formed by Japan, its colonies, and the various puppet states and weaker countries within the co-prosperity sphere. 12. While exports to Japan had composed 20% of total exports in Taiwan in 1895, by the late 1930s the number had grown to some 88%. 13. Inter-regional trade was organized in a spoke-and-wheel pattern, with Japan at its center and its colonies, and subordinate trade partners encouraged to specialize their production in accord with Japanese interests, discouraged from trading directly with other countries within the region and rewarded with varying degrees of Japanese infrastructural development. This hierarchy was ordered by perceived racial characteristics as much as simple geography, with cultural proximity to Japan reconceived as a measure of ethnic purity. The divisions within the trade bloc thereby encoded pseudo-scientific theories of race and national origin into material differences between territories that had, up until that point, been relatively alike in terms of their productive output, levels of education and susceptibility to disaster, invasion, and colonization, despite cultural differences. By conceptualizing East Asia as an organically hierarchical racial cultural continuum, united both by the historical adoption of the Chinese writing system and a particular Neo-Confucian idea of antiquity, the Japanese imperial project thereby constructed a recognizable region out of new circuits of capital. 14. Though ultimately unsuccessful in regard to its own imperial ambition, this early Japanese expansionism succeeded in creating an eastern center of gravity for global capitalism, defined by unequal trade relationships between the island archipelagos and littoral economies bordering the Pacific. In the Cold War order that followed, this center of gravity would be reinforced as a 53. bulwark against the spread of communism. Capitalist East Asia would thereby slowly encircle China's post-war developmental regime, the pull of this new hub of accumulation helping to facilitate China's own ultimate transition to capitalism. Total wars. The rise of the far right in Japan was a product of distinctly capitalist dynamics, its character defined by a general crisis in profitability. The Japanese economy had undergone an unprecedented boom in the late 1910s, meeting demand in the West and expanding in the space left by the waning influence of the war-stricken European empires. Between 1914 and 1919, real GNP grew at an average rate of 6.2%, although inflation increased apace. But this early boom was followed by an early crash, as growth began to stagnate in the 1920s, followed by a plummet in the Showa financial crisis of 1927. 15. There have been several different methods used to measure the Japanese profit rate 16 in this period, but all show a rapid decline. Moving into the 1920s, followed by either further decline 17 or stagnation. 18. The ratio of investment to GNP also drops over the same years, from a peak in the early 1920s to a period of stagnation over the later decade, followed by a plummet in the Showa Depression of 1930, caused by the global economic collapse. 19. But since Japan had begun to face the reality of the crisis slightly earlier than other countries, it also established key financial reforms in the later 1920s that allowed for a more rapid recovery following the Showa Depression. Banks had been consolidated and the state had already begun the process of stimulus spending. The Showa Depression, caused by both the global economic collapse and Japan's ill-timed return to the gold standard, was severe but brief. As early as the winter of 1931, Japan had begun what would later be known as the Takahashi economic policy, a period of Keynesian spending and controlled monetary depreciation helmed by Finance Minister Takahashi Korekiyo. Fiscal stimulus was paired with a decoupling from the gold standard, allowing for increased competitiveness due to a depreciated yen and also making possible the construction of a yen bloc in East Asia. Between 1932 and 1936, when the Takahashi policy was in full effect, GNP growth returned to 6.1%, nearly as high as the boom years and paired with much more moderate inflation. 20. The ratio of investment to GNP recovered over the course of the 1930s, returning to its pre-crisis peak by the end of the decade. 21. But while the Keynesian stimulus was able to pull the economy out of the worst of the depression by increasing investment, expanding the state and stabilizing the yen while retaining its competitiveness. Its effects on the rate of profit were more marginal, stimulating only a slight recovery. 22. This, alongside firms' continuing dependence on state spending, signals that the Japanese economy of the 1930s had not truly escaped the crisis. Instead, the decline in profitability had been met with an expansionary program similar to that soon undertaken by Germany and Italy, and later by the United States. Declining profitability could only be offset by expansion of the state, buoying the private sector domestically while also facilitating the growth of the military and the push for colonial expansion. Thus Takahashi's Keynesian era helped to incubate the hypermilitarism of the late empire. When he sought to rein in government spending in 1935, fearing runaway inflation, he raised the ire of this newly strengthened military and was soon assassinated in an attempted coup by members of the Kyodo-ha faction led by young officers within the army. Though it ultimately failed in its goals, the coup did result in the transfer of more power to the military and the end of attempts to cut state spending. This began the era of Japan's wartime command economy, which saw continued high GNP growth, but now paired with ever-increasing inflation. 23. The large zaibatsu monopolies retained their power throughout the Depression, and a number of new zaibatsu arose through the new colonies. Economic inequality skyrocketed, and the imperial military was soon seen as an uncorrupt corrective to the decadence of the large financiers. Japan's political atmosphere thereby skewed even further to the right. The Kyodo-ha faction within the military, though ousted after 1936, had advocated an openly fascist vision for Japanese development in which democracy would be thoroughly dismantled, corrupt bureaucrats and greedy zaibatsu capitalists would be purged and the state would be run directly by the emperor. Their politics were founded on a mythic vision of returning to the organic hierarchies of pre-capitalist Japan, and they were therefore vigorously anti-communist, advocating an immediate preemptive invasion of the Soviet Union. 24. The looser coalition that was formed to oppose the Kyodo-ha was called the TOC-ha, which called for a cautious policy in regards to the Soviet Union and more coordination with the zaibatsu, but which was itself nonetheless dominated by an essentially fascist politics. After the purge of the Kyodo-ha in 1936, military administration was transferred to the TOC-ha. Most of the intellectual leaders within the now unchallenged faction were strong supporters of the total war theory of central economic and military planning, modeled on Germany. And all factions advocated continuing imperial expansion within China and elsewhere. 25. These theorists had long allied themselves with a group of reform bureaucrats headed by Kishi Nobusuke, economic manager of Manchukuo and a follower of fascist theorist Ikeda. It was through this alliance between reform bureaucrats and total war militarists that the economic blueprint for Japanese regional imperialism would be born. Experiments in industrial development and management within the sphere ranged from the heavily state-controlled command economy of Manchuria to the more zaibatsu-friendly investment regimes at home and in some of the peripheral colonies, but all were guided by the firm belief in a totalitarian state driving colonial expansion. 26. Each of the development programs undertaken by the Japanese state had a lasting influence on the region as a whole. In Sorghum and Steel, we explored how the large, military command economy firms of Manchuria shaped the early industrial structure of the Chinese developmental regime. But it was the reform bureaucrats, led by Kishi and informed by the total war theories of the TOC-ha, who would play a central role in the construction of capitalist East Asia after the war. Following a brief period of post-war economic decline under 58. The U.S. occupation, Japan's economy began to revive with the Korean War, as U.S. policy decisively shifted in favor of strong economic development in the region as a bulwark against communism. In order to secure this economic growth, the U.S. restored power to many of the same figures who had led the country under the empire, including Kishi, by then a notorious war criminal. 27. Released from prison, Kishi went on to found the Liberal Democratic Party with the support of the U.S. He was elected as Prime Minister in 1957, and his administration subsequently received secret campaign funds from the CIA with the endorsement of President Eisenhower. 28 As the first Japanese leader to visit the countries of Southeast Asia after the war, Kishi began to promote a plan for regional development that drew directly from his older vision for the co-prosperity sphere. With U.S. backing, he and his technocrats could now pursue their old economic policies under the auspices of a new anti-communist military bloc fighting a different kind of total war. 29. The export of capital to the East. The United States itself had long had a colonial interest in the region, evident in its annexation of the Hawaiian Islands and the brutal occupation of the Philippines, both beginning in the late 1890s. This interest was driven by some of the same economic pressures as Japan's own colonial project, as an economy stagnating under the pressure of the top-heavy Gilded Age monopolies sought cheap sources of natural resources and new markets. Half a century later, with Japan defeated and China now within the socialist bloc, the U.S. secured its power across the remainder of the region. But its interests had undergone a fundamental shift. Partially, this was due to the new conditions imposed by the Cold War, with state-backed economic development programs seen as an integral piece of a larger strategy to contain the socialist bloc. But it was also a matter of a changed technical composition of production. The war had revived heavy industry in the U.S. from its Depression-era stagnation. At the same time, it had led to a massive upsurge in research and development, and created both the transmission mechanisms to introduce new inventions to the civilian economy and the economic stability required to begin implementing a backlog of new technologies that had accrued in preceding decades of speculation and crisis. These included advances in aeronautics, petrochemicals, fertilizers, power generation, and automobiles. 30 Meanwhile, wartime logistics networks began to be systematically transferred to civilian use, building the trade networks that would soon undergird the Pacific Rim economy. 31. As more U.S. firms moved farther up the production chain, the producers' goods industries that had been stimulated by the wartime boom sought new markets for the export of capital goods, rather than the consumer goods that had dominated U.S. trade with imperial territories like the Philippines. But while consumer goods exports required little more than the opening of foreign markets, the export of capital goods required that the importing economies be undertaking large-scale, structural development drives. The U.S. therefore found both political and economic interest in facilitating the rise of dictators to oversee capitalist developmental states in the Asia-Pacific for much the same reason that it cultivated the Marshall Plan and subsequent welfare states in Europe. Reconstruction efforts brought rapid economic development, which created large markets for U.S. metals, machinery, automobile, and aeronautics industries suffering from overproduction in the post-war economy. Centuries of violent colonization had already created the scaffolding for a truly global capitalist system, and the hard work of imperial influence could now be largely managed through a combination of market influence and military policing. In East and Southeast Asia, the new international order of production had a clear hierarchy, helmed by the U.S., but essentially making use of the same trade relationships and industrial hubs built by the Japanese Empire, minus the territories that had seceded into the socialist bloc. This involved the uneven distribution of development funds to preferred locations, creating differential comparative advantages between countries that ultimately encouraged local specializations in accord with the trade needs of countries higher up the economic hierarchy. Given its more developed industrial structure and the vigorous anti-communism of its political establishment, Japan itself was the first preferred site. Red Dust. 61. For redevelopment and thereby became a leader in the new regional hierarchy, providing both financing and the political model that would soon be used by other developmental states in the region. Meanwhile, the outcome of the war had allowed Japan to reinvent its industrial base. The loss of its colonies and the abolition of the military proved to be serendipitous in this regard, keeping the country out of the expensive post-colonial military interventions undertaken by France, Britain, and the U.S. while allowing it to nonetheless benefit from the new technologies and trade relationships that emerged from such wars. The development of maritime technologies was particularly fortuitous for the island nation, allowing for the construction of new industrial complexes along the Pacific coastline. The loss of the colonies, in particular Manchuria, also meant that a large quantity of Japanese-financed fixed capital was lost or destroyed, and these sunk costs therefore written off. In the long term, this meant that Japanese firms were no longer responsible for the expensive maintenance costs on these increasingly obsolete factories, and there was no expectation of future profitability from the lost industries. This had the paradoxical effect of making the Japanese economy far more amenable to technological change and new capital construction, whereas countries like the US became increasingly burdened by masses of obsolete fixed capital built up earlier in the century. The total war model of industrial development had also left behind a large mass of workers and soldiers, mostly literate and many with some degree of technical training. Out of a population of 72 million in 1948, with 34.8 million employed, there were 7.6 million demobilized soldiers, 4 million demobilized workers who had been employed in military production, and 1.5 million nationals who had returned from 62. Abroad, 13.1 million surplus workers in total, composing some 18% of the total population. This was paired with a period of agrarian reform that began to raise agricultural productivity, feeding even more displaced ruralites into urban industry over the following decades. But rather than causing an immediate upsurge in absolute unemployment, the tendency was instead for a growth of informal work and the widespread reliance on small-scale communal networks for subsistence. In 1950, the self-employed, peasants and family workers composed some 60.6% of the Japanese workforce, with formal wage workers making up the remainder. 32. There was thus a massive latent surplus population that could be tapped as a source of cheap labor, and over the course of the following decades it would provide the basis for rapid growth in Japanese industry. Between 1951 and 1973, Japanese GDP grew continuously and rapidly by 9.2% per annum on average, making it 7 times as big as a result. 33. It was this process that began discussions of a Japanese miracle, often with little attention to the structural features that had underpinned such miraculous growth. In reality, the rapid growth of the Japanese economy was facilitated not only by favorable domestic conditions but also by continuous stimulus from the US-led monetary and military regimes. The costs of energy resources and other primary products plummeted with the post-war exploitation of Middle Eastern oil fields and the opening of war-strangled trade routes. At the same time, the Cold War led the US to vastly reduce reparations payments and offer recovery grants instead. But the key turning point was the Korean War. With Japan as the closest source of industrial goods for the front line, the US began a special procurement program that lasted from 1950 to 1953, flooding Japanese industry with demand at guaranteed prices. In 1952 to 53, the special procurement goods composed some 60 to 70% of total Japanese exports, doubling the size of major Japanese industries in just a few years. This experience proved Japan's capacity as both the regional economic leader and a politically sound partner in the global effort to contain the socialist bloc. The U.S. occupation of the islands formally ended with the Treaty of San Francisco, and the military relationship between the two countries was formalized with the US-Japan Security Pact, both signed in 1951 after Chinese intervention in the Korean War had resulted in the retreat of UN forces down the peninsula. 34. After the Korean War, the economic blocs of the early 20th century slowly gave way, with the volume of world trade increasing at 7.6% a year on average between 1955 and 1970. In Japan, this provided a market for exports, the profits from which went to pay for essential imports, including both raw materials and the numerous state-of-the-art capital goods made available by the U.S. Meanwhile, the Bretton Woods monetary system had pegged the dollar to the yen at a fixed exchange rate, encouraging domestic industrial growth in the 1950s and then making Japanese manufacturing extremely competitive in the world market beginning in the 1960s, after capital goods imports had begun to increase the productivity of Japanese manufacturing. 35. The result was that the profit rate of Japanese industry skyrocketed in this period, 36 with a particularly pronounced peak reached in manufacturing in the late 1960s. 37. 34 IBID pages 141-142. 64. The domestic market grew alongside international demand for Japanese goods. This caused a consumption boom among Japanese workers, including the widespread adoption of automobiles and home appliances. At the same time, global markets were gradually flooded with Japanese manufactures, beginning with textiles and basic industrial goods, then machinery and electronics. Between 1957 and 1973, the Japanese share of all exports of manufactured goods in the world market increased from 5.5% to 11.5%, and domestic private investment in fixed capital increased at an annual average of 22% between 1956 and 1973, financed by both a stock of industrial profits and rapidly rising shares of personal savings funneled through banks offering zero or negative real rates of interest on deposits. Continuous public spending on industrial infrastructure was therefore paired with financial overlending to industrial firms to create the conditions for a truly remarkable expansion of fixed capital. This was the period in which the ratio of investment to GNP in Japan would reach its all-time peak. Both gross domestic fixed capital formation and specifically non-residential investment had hovered around 12% of GNP in 1950. By the time the ratio peaked between 1970 and 1975, gross fixed capital formation was just under 35% of GNP, while non-residential investment sat just under 25%, the decoupling of the two signaling the very beginnings of the rise of the real estate bubble that would later contribute to the catastrophic collapse of the first of Asia's miracle economies. 38. Omi, Verso, 2002. Figure 1.1. 38 numbers from Alexander 2000, Fig 2.2. These figures are slightly more conservative estimates, with the World Bank calculating the red dust. 65. Stagnation. Theorists have given many names to the long period of stagnant growth that overtook the core economies after the end of the post-war boom. 39. Some, such as the Japanese Marxist Makoto Ito, characterize it as a new Great Depression. 40 others designate it a long depression marked by sluggish growth rather than spectacular collapse, comparable to the First Great Depression in 1873. 41 Many have simply referred to it in descriptive terms as a period of persistent stagnation, 42 or a long downturn. 43 Regardless of the name, both GDP growth and profit rates in many of the core economies had begun to decline as early as the 1960s, 44 with the U.S. manufacturing profit rate reaching a post-war peak in the middle of that decade. 45 In Japan, both the national and manufacturing profit rates reached their peak sometime between the mid-1960s 46 and 1970. 47. The slowdown didn't hit all economies at once, though, nor did it affect them equally. The post-war boom itself had been uneven, leaving high GDP nations burdened early on with expensive, increasingly obsolete stocks of fixed capital that discouraged the incentive for new domestic investment, even while they were not yet so unprofitable as to be viably cleared through large-scale layoffs and factory closures. The result was that much of the long boom was in fact sustained by growth in the later developing economies, encompassing reconstruction efforts in Europe and the post-war growth of Japan. When these growth spurts began to hit their initial limits, the stagnation that had already begun in the largest core economies could no longer be offset by growth in international trade. After this point, both the pre-war core economies and the later developing economies of the post-war period not only saw persistent stagnation in growth and falling profit rates but also found themselves competing for a shrinking share of global accumulation. This resulted in rising unemployment, public fiscal crises and the unusual phenomenon of stagflation, all worsened by an oil crisis and ever more expensive military expenditures. At the global level, international industrial competition took the form of a rapid sequence of back-and-forth recessionary cycles. With growth slowed, the share of total value that could be captured by different national economies shrank, and these cycles would therefore increasingly take on the character of zero-sum trade wars or currency wars between the US and its competitors. Each phase in the cycle was therefore spurred by key geopolitical changes in international currency and tariff systems. At the same time, the overall character of the competition was determined by the opening of new industrial hubs for labor-intensive production, each of which provided a short-term spatial fix for the problem of low profitability while also creating new potential competitors in the long term. 2 years were particularly important: 1971, which saw the beginning of the departure of the US from the gold standard and the Bretton Woods system of pegged exchange rates, and 1985, in which the Plaza Accord was signed, increasing the value of the Japanese yen and German mark and devaluing the dollar. It's important to remember, however, that policy decisions do not and cannot fundamentally create or ameliorate crises within capitalism. They can only push it in various directions or, at best, delay it somewhat. Geopolitics is the attendant of the material community, not its master. Such decisions did not by any means create the general crisis, then, but they did mark important shifts in which countries would experience its worst effects. The end of the Bretton Woods system made exchange rates more volatile and initially decreased in the competitiveness of US manufacturing, which stimulated export-led growth elsewhere throughout the 1970s. This shifted the trade balance of the US and both inflation and unemployment grew rapidly, the latter reaching above 9% in 1982 and 83. Japan, meanwhile, confronted the initial phase of the crisis with massive government spending and the expansion of exports. The US budget deficit in the late 1970s and early 1980s was thereby largely financed by the Japanese surplus, and the growth in both public and private debt in the US provided the market for Japanese goods. The result was the extraordinary spectacle of Japanese financiers providing the credit required by the US government to finance its budget deficits in order 68. To subsidize the continuing growth of Japanese exports. 48. In the US, manufacturing exports collapsed between 1980 and 1985, growing at just 1% per year. Imports grew at 15% per year over the same period, with imports from Japan increasing from 12.5% of the total in 1980 to 22.2% by 1986. 49. But despite the stimulus to Japanese exports, the manufacturing profit rate never recovered to its pre-crisis peak, instead reaching a lower peak in the early to mid-1980s before plummeting again in the later part of the decade after the signing of the Plaza Accord. 50. Meanwhile, the general profit rate simply did not recover, instead stagnating until its next precipitous decline in 1990. 51. For the US, manufacturing's fortunes were briefly revived by the 1985 Plaza Accord, which increased the value of the Japanese yen and German mark and devalued the dollar. US manufacturing became temporarily more competitive in the global market, but the new system wreaked havoc elsewhere. In the midst of general stagnation, global manufacturing trade was becoming more and more of a zero-sum game in which gains in one country occurred at the expense of others. 52. Japan's average annual change in GDP was halved from 10.2% in 1960-1969 to 5.2% in the 70s and 4.6% in the 80s. The unemployment rate in Germany grew from an average of 0.8% in the 1960s to 2.05% in the 70s, 5.8% in the 80s and above 8% in the 1990s, following the broader trend in Europe. 53. In Japan, the unemployment rate was kept lower by statistical underreporting, the rapid growth of the tertiary sector, and significant outlays by both the state and large firms to retain workers who would have otherwise been laid off. 54. In contrast, the US saw unemployment halved from over 9% in 1982-83 to as low as 5% in the later 1980s and 4% in the later 1990s. 55. While the Plaza Accord by no means caused the crisis in Japan, it did show that the country had never quite escaped the strain of overproduction that had first led to the collapse of the profit rate in the early 1970s. The limits to accumulation were met with an influx of new, state-led investment, poured into an already overinvested productive regime. Existing markets had become saturated, so export-driven growth became the only way to briefly recover profitability within manufacturing. Outside manufacturing, however, the only outlet for surplus capital was an increase in speculation led by the proliferation of obscure financial techniques and Keynesian infrastructural projects. Meanwhile, in order to keep profits from dropping further, wages were suppressed. When the Plaza Accords devalued the US dollar in 1985, the price of the yen soared and Japan's export-oriented production was severely restrained. While the US underwent its own brief industrial recovery, Japanese firms were left with no choice but to direct more and more idle capital to Zadig speculation while also pouring money into global real estate markets and expanding production facilities overseas in order to exploit the cheaper currency rates elsewhere in Asia. Domestically, this resulted in an unprecedented boom in the stock market, an influx of foreign speculative capital into the yen and a massive bubble in asset prices. The outcome was a definitive collapse of the miracle economy into the crisis of the early 1990s, decisively shattering the hope held by many economists 56 that Japan was an ascendant hegemonic power somehow immune to the basic laws of capitalist production. 57. The Flying Geese. While the growth of Japanese global economic power was facilitated by the US and defined by the international monetary system, the regional character of this expansion ultimately followed the older patterns originally laid by the imperial project. As mentioned above, the US-exonerated war criminal Kishi Nobasuke became prime minister in 1957, touring the region and establishing the groundwork for what would later become the Asia Development Bank with his own proposal for an Asia Development Fund modeled on the co-prosperity sphere. 58. Meanwhile, Taiwan and South Korea had utilized Cold War financing alongside the industrial and financial infrastructure left by the Japanese to jumpstart their own national industries. In both countries, variants of the Japanese developmental state were adopted, with South Korea's chaebols fusing national financing with family-run industrial conglomerates in a fashion reminiscent of the large, first-generation zaibatsu, while Taiwan's strategy of import substitution enabled agrarian reform, protection of domestic. 71. Industry and the import of machinery in ways that recalled the developmental strategy of both post-war and Meiji-era Japan. Talk of the Japanese miracle was thereby soon extended to the four East Asian tiger economies of South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. These countries were now envisioned as flying geese, with Japan at the head, the formation, transferring technology and financing down the chain in a win-win pattern of cascading comparative advantage. When one industry's labor costs rose too high, that industry was to be shifted wholesale to the less developed neighbor, complete with the most advanced industrial equipment and state-financed infrastructure. 59. Development was therefore linked to the product cycle, and could be conceived of as a gradual evolution of production that operated to the advantage of both countries. The import of capital goods into Japan from the US had begun the process. By the 1970s Japan had already initiated a similar export of capital to the tiger economies, and by the 1990s it seemed that a similar phenomenon was taking place in Southeast Asia and even mainland China. The flying geese model does not envision economic crisis playing a major role in this process, aside from a few brief recessions that come with major shifts in the product cycle. Nor does it attempt to account for the influence of the US throughout, either through direct financing or less direct influence on trade and politics. In its conception of technology transfer, the model also tends to ignore both the built-in hierarchies of the resulting region and the local networks that enable such transfer in the first place. None of this is coincidental. The flying geese model was in fact originally formulated by the Japanese economist Kaname Akamatsu in the 1930s in order to theorize world trade in a period marked by the growth of protectionism and Japanese imperial expansion. 60. Though not widely used at the time, the concept was clearly in accord with the propaganda of the co-prosperity sphere, and Kaname himself held a series of high-ranking posts within the Imperial Army's Bureau of Investigation. After the war, he was tried for war crimes, found innocent, and went on to formally publish his theory in 1962 in the official journal of the Institute of Developing Economies, established by the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry. 61 The concept gained a widespread popularity within Japanese economics, where it was meshed with new theories of the product cycle and foreign direct investment. 62 As global trade grew in the midst of the long crisis, the theory was soon taken up by mainstream economics in the West, providing an ideological justification for the developmental framework adopted by US-backed global financial organizations such as the World Bank and IMF. The basic pattern identified in the model is self-evident. Japan began an early, smaller round of direct investment in Taiwan in the late 1950s, mostly in the electronics and machinery. Manufacturing industries that had boomed during the Korean War procurement program, only to lose their main market once the war was over. 63 The second round of scrap hand-build industrial restructuring, now far more substantial in volume, took place between the mid-1960s and the oil shock of 1973. This round was initiated by the signing of the Japan-Korea Normalization Treaty in 1965, which both opened formal economic relations between the two countries and provided South Korea with a series of Japanese-funded grants and loans, geared toward infrastructure construction and the creation of the Padang Iron and Steel Company. 65 Lighter, labor-intensive industries were moved from Japan to South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and elsewhere, with the domestic economy shifting to a new base in heavy and chemical industries. A third phase of restructuring followed the oil crisis and the general decline in manufacturing profitability, with heavy industries offshored to the new cores in South Korea and Taiwan and domestic production shifting to a new set of electronic, transport and precision machinery industries producing for export to markets in the U.S. 66. The result of this third phase was not only export-oriented production in Japan leading to a trade surplus with the U.S., then, but also an unprecedented explosion in the size and scale of Japanese-originated direct investment. Faced with massive limits to accumulation at home, Japan increased the rate of its capital exports in an effort to secure more of the shrinking pool of global accumulation. The annual growth rate of Japanese foreign direct investment was 28.1% between 1970 and 1982, and by 1984 Japan held a share of 17.8% of the total world annual direct investment, even greater than the share of the U.S. The cumulative total value of its overseas investment between 1951 and 1986 was some $106 billion, with the largest share actually pouring into markets in North America, followed by investments in Asia and Latin America. 67 After the signing of the Plaza Accord, this trend was only intensified. Between 1986 and 1989, Japanese FDI grew more than 50% annually, with an annual outflow of around $48 billion. 68 Official development assistance also grew in the same period, rising from $1 billion in 1973 to $7.45 billion in 1987, roughly 70% of this going to other countries in Asia, a large portion in the form of loans, often originally intended as war reparations. 69. But these trade transfers did not happen in a vacuum. Within Japan, they were a response to overproduction, demographic limits and the declining profit rates that followed. Each cycle of restructuring was preceded by a decline in the net profit rate of manufacturing, 70, and each trough was preceded by overproduction in the core industries and the reaching of key demographic limits. The textile industries, for instance, had been founded on the rapid expansion of the female workforce. But by the mid-1960s, this labor surplus was reaching its limits and, combined with inflationary pressures, women's wages began to rise. 71 By the end of the 1960s, the remaining pools of cheap, underemployed rural labor had begun to shrink precipitously, and between 1970 and 1973 nominal wages in manufacturing rose some 63%, for the first time in the entire history of over a century of Japanese capitalist development. Capital accumulation became excessive in relation to the limited supply of labor power. 72 With an extremely low immigration rate, Japan would from this point on begin to experience a rapidly diminishing demographic dividend, 73 ultimately resulting in today's severe demographic crisis. The shadow play. Through decades of continual promotion in developmental policy and popular economics, the idea of the flying geese has today become common sense. Its origin in one of the 20th century's most brutal colonial regimes is conveniently forgotten, and trade transfers according to comparative advantage are simply presumed to be the necessary spark for developmental programs in poor countries. But flying geese are best seen from a distance, the ideal vantage point a world apart from the phenomenon itself, in the comfortable Westminster offices of The Economist or the echoing halls of the United Nations building in New York, built on a plot of land donated by the Rockefellers. At such distance, the distinct V-shape of East Asian development could not appear clearer, and the only worthwhile activity for observers has long been a game of petty speculation, a goose race of sorts, in which investors placed bets in currency and real estate markets on which nations might be the next to ascend in formation. But if one looks closer, the flying geese grow thin and transparent. In fact, they appear not to be living creatures at all, but instead the paper and leather cutouts used in the region's traditional shadow puppetry. And like any good shadow play, the story they tell is a mythic one, projected onto a frail screen for a clapping audience. Behind the screen, however, lie the paper geese, the puppeteer, and the fire of the torches. When a hole is poked through the paper, what appears to the audience is little more than a void in the otherwise sensible world of the play. It seems to make no sense to claim that the East Asian miracles are anything short of miraculous, or that their pattern is not providential. But peering through this void, one can begin to see the strings that connect the paper geese. All the countries that were most favored in the process of capital transfer were also those that had played important roles in the former Japanese Empire and continued to do so within the contemporary U.S. military complex. The V-shape of the formation was, in fact, a political hierarchy imposed on the Pacific Rim by military force, its shape and composition ultimately defined by the imperatives of the Cold War. And the strings connecting the puppets lead back to the hands of the puppeteer. After World War II, the U.S. controlled half the globe's manufacturing capacity, electrical power, and monetary reserves, owned 2/3 of its gold stocks, and produced 2/3 of its oil, and within only a few years of the war's end, it also controlled 48% of world trade. 74 U.S. interests in the region were aimed at preserving this economic and political hegemony, something openly acknowledged by George F. Kennan of the State Department, author of the Strategy to Contain the Spread of Socialism. Kennan argued that since the U.S. had about 50% of the world's wealth, but only about 6.3% of its population, the country's international policy needed to be guided by the imperative to maintain this position of disparity. 75 It would be easy enough to stop here, pointing a finger at the conspiratorial machinations of geopolitics, as if the U.S. itself had been unveiled as the grinning puppeteer behind it all. This is the sum of a purely anti-imperialist politics, which satisfies itself with any and all opposition to U.S. power as a sufficient anti-capitalism. Such analysis, however, stops at the mere hands of the puppeteer, without gazing on the body. The truth is far more monstrous. Puncture the screen of mulberry paper and the play continues, even as a void opens at its edge. Peer into this void and the life of the story is reduced to artifice, its mythic romance now little more than politely veiled epics of blood and conquest. But even the sum of U.S. power, measured in drone strikes or financial summits, is itself a mere mechanism. The geopolitical prowess of the imperial hegemon is, in the end, little more than the hand of the puppeteer, only slightly more lifelike than the puppets it guides. Gaze further into the darkness and the nightmarish body of the puppeteer takes flesh. Rather than a grinning conspirator we find a headless body, its corpse-cold skin lit by the orange glow of torchlight, dead extremities animated by nothing more than the necromantic logic of capital. The geopolitics of the Cold War were structured, in the end, by economic imperatives. This also means that the development programs pursued in Countries like Japan were a leaner form of imperial influence, defined by the need for the world's largest economy to continue to accumulate wealth in the service of expanding the material community of capital, necessitated by the perceived challenge of the socialist bloc to that process. While it initially seems contradictory that these developmental programs would ultimately create a subset of formidable competitors for the imperial hegemon, this is merely to misunderstand the true nature of hegemony, confusing the hands for the head. Just like the British Empire before it, the US would nonetheless retain substantial economic and political power even as it laid the groundwork for challenges to its own dominion, far outliving reports of its supposed demise. But the puppeteer is headless. Every worldly hegemon is a sewn-together composite, moving in service to that greater, world-wrecking hegemony of capital. Future developmental drives were therefore defined by their proximity to US political power, now facilitated by Japanese financing. In the same way that Japanese industry had been catapulted into the forefront of global production by the Korean War procurement program, industrial development in Taiwan and Hong Kong would be shaped by the military containment of the Chinese mainland. After the CCP won the Civil War, the Kuomintang government fled to Taiwan, where it established a military dictatorship with US backing. With the Korean War and two crises in the Taiwan Strait over the course of the 1950s, Taiwan was an active front in the early years of the Cold War. The US not only began continuous patrols of the Taiwan Strait, but also poured funds into Taiwan to stabilize Chiang Kai-shek's dictatorship. This funding was already substantial in the immediate post-war years, but skyrocketed during the Korean War, with military assistance composing a growing portion. 76. One paper goose followed another. Hong Kong, much smaller and still a British colony, nonetheless also received $27 million. Between 1953 and 1961 from USAID. 77 similar funds for South Korea between 1953 and 1961 amounted to more than $4 billion. 78 Then, in 1963, the rise of Park Chung-hee's use-friendly dictatorship sparked a burst of industrial build-up not seen since Japanese colonization, itself mimicking Japanese procurement-driven industrialization, but now driven by military demand during the Second Indochina War. 50,000 South Korean soldiers were deployed into central Vietnam by 1967, 79 paid some 22 times the regular pay they would have received at home. 80 This not only helped to funnel wages back into the Korean economy but also established a basis for wartime procurement contracts on the part of Korean chaebol firms. Some of these contracts were for the simple procurement of goods, but many were also for infrastructural projects in Southeast Asia that supported the greater war effort. Hyundai was contracted to build a series of landing strips as well as the entire Patani-Narathiwat Highway in southern Thailand, for example, receiving both U.S. funding and important training from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. All of this allowed the firm to vastly expand the scope of its projects after the war was over, including a series of construction contracts in Guam and Saudi Arabia. 81. In sum, the offshore procurement contracts for Korean construction firms averaged just over $20 million per year between 1966 and 1969, peaking again at some $17 million per year in 1979 to 1985, when Korean chaebol secured US-backed contracts in the Middle East. 82 From 1964 to 1969, combined military assistance and offshore procurement composed between 30 and 60% of gross capital formation in South Korea, far more than any other country in the region. 83 There was nothing organic about its rise, and the success of its industrialization program cannot be accounted for merely in terms of market demand. This is apparent if we compare the case of South Korea with the conditions of the Philippines in the same period. Both were at roughly equal developmental levels in the 1950s, and both had previously been conquered by the Japanese and yoked into the co-prosperity sphere. But they had not been equal players in the Japanese imperial scheme. Preference had been given to the earlier conquered Korean colony, the lower position of the Philippines justified in the racial pseudoscience of the time. Then, After the war, the lower priority of the Philippines for U.S. interests meant that the country never successfully instituted the wide-ranging land reform seen in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. This created instability at the core of the newly ascendant Marcos regime, certainly friendly to the U.S., but never considered to be as reliable an ally as Park, Chiang Kai-shek, or Kishi. Despite requests on the part of the regime for offshore procurement contracts similar to those received by Japan and South Korea, the Philippines refused to send combat troops for fear of the domestic response. Already wary of the new government's commitment to U.S. interests and fearful of its ongoing internal revolt stemming from the failure to implement land reform, the Johnson administration dismissed Marcos's petitions for industrial contracts. 84 The bulk of contracts awarded to Asian countries therefore went to South Korea, with a smaller set awarded to Thailand, which deployed 11,000 troops over the course of the war. 85. The sheer bulk of investment, combined with the technical training and field experience awarded to South Korean firms, was therefore an integral part of the country's rapid ascent. Its peak GDP growth rate even surpassed Japan's during the height of its post-war boom. 86 The spike in its rate of profit also exceeded that of Japan, and displayed a clear correlation with wartime development, peaking first in the later 1960s, declining alongside the trend in offshore procurement contracts and then peaking again in the 1970s as the firm's wartime experience was put to use at home. 87 South Korea's status as the next flying goose in the formation was little more than a shadow play. The tiger economies, like Japan before them, were little more than puppets elevated on the strings of political patronage and hefty procurement contracts. The formation of East Asia as a distinct economic region therefore had inherent political and economic hierarchies built into its structure from the beginning. But the ultimate shape of the region cannot be understood as merely serving U.S. political interests. Instead, the restructuring of the entire Pacific Rim was simply one of the theaters in the general expansion of the material community of capital. Logistics. The next wave of economic booms in the region, beginning with the East Asian tigers and soon spreading to Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, were deeply dependent on both the continuing war in mainland Southeast Asia and the desperate attempts on the part of Western and Japanese firms to regain profitability in the midst of the long stagnation. As Japan's profit rate declined, continued accumulation could be ensured only by the export of capital to the handful of newly industrializing countries favored by U.S. political interests. The end market for many of the goods being produced by Japanese firms overseas was in the U.S. and Europe, where stagnant rates of growth and profit, paired with slow or stagnant wage growth, had been met with an increased dependence on credit, both private and public. While the cheapening of goods through increased productivity is a secular tendency in capitalist development, this credit boom, combined with stagnant wages, accelerated the process beyond what would result from advances in productivity alone. Increasingly mobile global firms were able to seek out new labor pools that could be super-exploited in brief industrial booms that caused rapid inflation and extreme waves of labor unrest. By definition, this period of super-exploitation had to be temporary, often drawing on a hidden store of labor produced by the remnants of non-market subsistence economies. Unrest increased as these hidden stores were depleted, often signaled by the subsumption of the countryside, paired with increases in the necessary wage in the cities. This period of instability frequently ended in a coup or the toppling of local dictatorships, concurrent with a decline in profitability, continued increase in wages, and a brief boom in GDP growth due to a frenzied period of speculation before a spectacular bust, leaving in its wake stagnant growth and vastly increased levels of inequality. Long before this, the labor 84 intensive industries that had begun the process would have been moved elsewhere, initiating the cycle in new industrial hubs often bigger, leaner, and more brutal. 88. But this entire process was made possible only by a series of new technological advances, most of which could trace their origin to the U.S. military complex. The first of these was the rise of computerization and digital technology more generally. Though often discussed in the context of rising markets for consumer electronics, paired with the ascent of software giants in the US and Japan, the bulk of profitability gains actually came with the application of computerization to the industrial process itself. The brief recovery in profitability in US manufacturing, for instance, followed a massive closure of obsolete, redundant, and expensive means of production during the years of the overvalued dollar and the record high interest rates imposed by Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker, particularly during the recession years of the early 1980s. By the time of the Plaza Accord, productivity had increased remarkably, driven not only by the closing of unproductive facilities but also the widespread shedding of labor in the new, increasingly computerized factories. After the Plaza Accord vastly increased the competitiveness of U.S. production in the global market, investment slowly began to flow into manufacturing again, and both productivity and profitability in the industry underwent a general revival. 89 The non-manufacturing sectors were slower in implementing new, productivity-enhancing technologies, but by the mid-1990s even these industries' productivity had begun to average around 2.4% growth per year, just under the growth rates experienced in the post-war boom. 90. But the brief revival of U.S. industry was itself dependent on the ability of the manufacturing sector to become globally competitive. This, in turn, relied on a series of technological advances in shipping and logistics made possible by computerization and developed by the U.S. military between World War II, the Korean War, and the wars in Indochina. Key among these was the trend toward containerization, with the invention and widespread adoption of the standardized shipping container repeatedly dubbed the single most important technological innovation underpinning the globalization of trade. 91 The container, accompanied by new computer-assisted systems for the management of just-in-time production and the coordination of large-scale ports and warehouses, decreased the costs of long-distance shipping and created a new geography of trade centered on a network of the world's biggest deep-draft seaports. In this context, the Pacific Rim network took on an entirely new importance in both Asia and the U.S., with intermodal ocean-to-rail-to-truck networks supplanting the short-run coastal and inland river and rail trade that had driven domestic growth on both sides of the Pacific in previous eras. Smaller ports up and down the coastlines were slowly starved of revenue, turning a number of minor coastal cities in the US and Canada into maritime rust belts. Today, 9 of the top 10 busiest container shipping ports are all in Pacific Rim countries, with 6 in mainland China. But the earliest major container ports were located in Japan's post-war Pacific Coast industrial complexes and, later, in the port cities of the East Asian Tigers. Nippon Container Terminals opened a facility in the port of Tokyo in 1967, making the port among the first to handle container shipping. By the 1970s, the port of Kobe would become the busiest container port in the world, supplanted in the 80s and 90s by competition from the ports of Hong Kong, Singapore, and Busan, and then after the millennium by a series of ports along the Chinese coastline. In North America, the largest ports thrived even as their smaller, non-containerized counterparts were slowly starved into non-existence. By the early 1970s, the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles had begun to grow to particularly gigantic proportions. The Port of Oakland had replaced the Port of San Francisco, and shipping along the Columbia River in the Pacific Northwest was overshadowed by trade through ports in Longview, Tacoma, and Seattle. The importance of this cannot be exaggerated. Without this coastal rim of shipping infrastructure, China could never have even begun its transformation into a global manufacturing hub. Though a necessity, the geography of this logistics complex was not accidental, and the centrality of the U.S. military in this process is undeniable. Containerization began as an experiment in military procurement, the initial concepts created in World War II, the infrastructure established in the Korean War, and the early Pacific Rim supply chains developed in Vietnam. 92 The involvement of Japan and then Korea in U.S. offshore procurement programs meant that these economies' early industrial booms not only benefited from an injection of capital, but were also built from the ground up in a fashion fitting the demands of global trade. Japanese firms used this to their advantage, fusing rapid, made-to-order production with efficient distribution via their coastal industrial complexes in the first experiments with just-in-time production. These supply chains linked with U.S. consumer markets through long-distance container shipping, with the port of Long Beach, for example, becoming the Western distribution center for Toyota as early as the 1970s. While Korean chaebols like Hyundai grew rapidly by securing U.S. military construction contracts, firms such as Hanjin supplied the U.S. with land, sea, and air transportation services. This gave Hanjin some of the earliest experience with intermodal container shipping and, later, the building of container ships, allowing the chaebol to boom into one of the world's largest container carriers until its bankruptcy in 2017. Meanwhile, Singapore and Hong Kong would use their large deep-water ports and well-established, cross-cultural business networks to speed through their own phases of industrialization. Both city-states offshored their own production facilities relatively quickly, developing into global capitals of administration, logistics, and finance. Hong Kong in particular would soon play a key role in the transit of capital into mainland China and the export of goods from Shenzhen and other special economic zones. The logistics revolution itself, attending the rise of global trade, was very much a product of the long downturn in global profitability. The development of the Pacific Rim both facilitated the relocation of production to areas with untapped, super-exploitable pools of cheap labor and intensified capital's rate of turnover. Both features have helped to offset the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Cheaper labor allows for more value to be accumulated directly through the production process, while faster turnover allows firms to net more value in any given period of time by 88. Accelerating the rate at which produced value is realized on the market. Combined with technological advances in production itself, these features slowed and even partially reversed the global decline in the rate of profit, at least for a time. Locally, they also facilitated the rapid rise in the growth rates and national profit rates for a few countries, mostly in the Pacific Rim. But without the massive destruction that preceded the post-war boom, the general recovery in the rate of profit would be short-lived, and the local growth spurts in the Pacific Rim countries would end in a cascade of crises across the region, beginning with the Japanese collapse in 1990. Red Dust. 89. 2. Borders. Domestic conditions. Overview. Fault lines. These international crises would soon create an opening for the incorporation of China into global circuits of accumulation. But this would only be made possible after a series of deep fault lines that had cut across both the developmental regime and the socialist bloc more generally finally fissured, throwing China into alliance with the opposing camp in the course of the Cold War. In this section, we detail the nature of these building crises and explain how, exactly, a developmental regime that had stalled the transition to capitalism could ultimately become a vehicle for that very transition. We dig deeply into the evidence detailing these crises and the various makeshift attempts to solve them, and at various points it may be easy to lose sight of the larger theoretical picture. But these bigger questions are actually the heart of the story. Central to these theoretical concerns is the question of the transition from pre-existing societies into a capitalist mode of production. Below, we emphasize both the nature of the capitalist system, and the various mechanisms that undergird the process. Our framework draws specifically from Marx's understanding of capital's logic and various debates among subsequent scholars informed by Marx concerning the history of capitalism, especially the Brenner debate about the agrarian roots of capital in England. More generally, in order to understand the nature of change in industrial systems, we draw several important tools from the attempt to theorize large-scale systemic change within evolutionary theory, specifically as developed by Stephen Jay Gould. This story is not meant, however, to be an academic account, but instead a readable narrative that emphasizes historical processes rather than theories about them. We therefore do not pose this narrative in the meta-historical language of disembodied academic voices debating one another. Though obviously informed by these discussions, the names and egos of all scholars are largely confined to footnotes, where they can be properly subordinated to the masses of people who actually make history, rather than those who merely speak of it. The history of the transition is complex, but major trends can be identified in retrospect. Below, we review the details of the developmental regime's ossification and explain the early moves toward reform as makeshift responses to this deeper social and economic crisis. Central to this story is the problem of stagnant agricultural production and the slow growth. Red dust. 91. Of rural industry after the Great Leap. Moves to modernize agriculture, implement new green revolution technologies and funnel surplus rural labor into light industrial activity began to link together in a self-reinforcing dynamic that tended toward increasing marketization and greater dependence on outside inputs, which would open the door to increasing economic ties with the capitalist world. This was all occurring, meanwhile, in the midst of deeper crises within the socialist bloc. As tensions between China and the Soviet Union grew, the developmental regime lost its most important source of imports and technical training just as it was brought to the brink of war on all fronts. This led to a period of isolation that exacerbated the autarky and ossification of the late developmental regime, ultimately deepening the crisis and forcing the state to look elsewhere for key external inputs. It was in this context that the diplomatic rapprochement between China and the United States took place, pivoting the course of the Cold War and laying the groundwork for a possible entry of China into the capitalist economy. Though the main events in this story are fairly straightforward, we take a different approach to its retelling. We emphasize, first and foremost, that policy decisions and the strategies of statesmen largely follow from more fundamental historical conditions, produced by systemic dynamics, including inertia, on the one hand, and the momentum of masses of people, on the other. Great leaders are not the authors of history, but merely annotate and offer minor edits. Just as we argued, then, that the socialist era was not Mao's China, we maintain that the period of transition in no way belonged to Deng Xiaoping. The reform and opening was never a systematic strategy for marketization. In fact, it was never even a coherent strategy. Its narration as such has taken place only years later, as a congratulatory story meant to uphold the mandate of the state. In reality, it was a haphazard and makeshift process. 92. Utterly contingent and often extremely uncontrolled. This also means that the transition could not have been the result of a betrayal undertaken by one faction within the party. Even if such a conspiracy were to have existed, the balkanization of production and the ossification of the state machinery would have ensured that it could never be carried out. Instead, all the major reforms tended to be after-the-fact official stamps given to much more local experiments. Secondly, we maintain that China's developmental regime was not able to cohere as a true mode of production, nor was it a state capitalist or a bureaucratic capitalist country. The attempt to adorn capitalism with adjectives is simply a smokescreen obscuring a poor understanding of its fundamental dynamics. And the socialist developmental regime was not capitalist. Those who argue that the end result of the transition somehow proves the pre-existing capitalist essence of the socialist era make a bizarre logical presumption that would hardly be tolerated in any discipline outside theology, conflating the ultimate end of a process with its preceding forms, as if the germ of the human species were present at the dawn of life. Instead, we offer a theory of how a developmental regime that was not a mode of production slowly broke down, overtaken by the self-reinforcing dynamics of marketization that would ultimately cohere into a mode of production ruled by the law of value. Finally, we neither claim that capitalism was a wholly domestic product, generated by the unleashed entrepreneurial energies of the peasantry, nor a wholly invasive system, forced upon China by an alliance between local bureaucrats and the international bourgeoisie. It's true that the law of value had begun its gestation in the Chinese countryside, and specifically within rural industry. In the cities, a proto-proletariat had already taken shape, and even the largest state-owned. Red dust. 93. Enterprises had begun to market some of their products and, most importantly, to subcontract work to smaller urban and rural industrial firms largely operating within the market. But strong non-market forces also existed, shielding agriculture and protecting the privileges of the state-industrial sector well into the new millennium. The development of this domestic law of value could only be completed by the simultaneous incursion of the global economy in the form of imported capital equipment, increasing the state deficit, and the newly opened zones for export. This export economy and the capital networks that drove it are the subject of the subsequent section. The geography of capitalist accumulation. The global conditions outlined above would soon converge with a domestic crisis in the Chinese developmental regime. Before detailing this domestic crisis, however, it will be helpful to outline the laws of motion that determine the geography of production under capitalism. The compounding accumulation of value is accompanied by spatial expansion. At an abstract level, the basic logic of capitalist production has, from its inception, had a global character. It has oriented itself as if it were a global system, even when its actual productive infrastructure was geographically delimited. But the subsumption of the Asian Pacific Rim, begun in Japan and completed by the transition in China, would for the first time see the majority of the world's population subject to the direct rule of capital. Though often formulated in the abstract, with an emphasis on its ability to reshape and domesticate culture, society, and the non-human world, the material community of capital is first and foremost defined by its ability to reshape territory to suit its needs. On one end, this entails the systematic destruction of non-market subsistence, and the perpetual maintenance of 94. Various, seemingly extra-economic systems that prevent such subsistence from again becoming possible. Of these, property law is the most obvious, but equally important is the historical and moral element that enters into the determination of the value of labor power, signaling the various ways that the material community restructures the fundamental components of human existence, thereby domesticating humanity in accord with the inhuman imperative of accumulation. On the other end, however, the expansion of the material community also entails the construction of entirely new sorts of territories, such as the logistics complexes that define the shift of capital across the Pacific Rim. The exact character of these territorial industrial complexes has changed in each expansionary wave, but their defining feature is one of spatial inequality. Capitalist production is defined by the extreme geographical concentration of industry. Paired with the destruction and continual prevention of alternative forms of subsistence, this results in rapid urbanization, and cities themselves are severed from their historic limits of climate, geography, and soil fertility. The archipelago of logistics infrastructure encircling the Pacific Rim was therefore a sort of vanguard of global capitalist production, pushed eastward by declining profitability in the world economy and by the geopolitical calculations of the United States, as the reigning hegemonic power tasked with addressing this crisis. As we detail above, the import of advanced capital goods from the US, Europe and, later, Japan triggered a series of economic booms in the region, facilitated by wartime expenditures in a series of anti-communist conflicts. While many of these wars were either lost or reached a stalemate, it was ultimately their economic side effects that would breach the divide between the capitalist and socialist blocs. Red Dust. 95. The countryside in the socialist developmental regime. Returning now to the domestic situation, it will be helpful to start by reviewing the general conditions of the socialist developmental regime as we left it at the close of Sorghum and Steel. This regime was not a mode of production because it never developed an internal logic capable of reproducing itself independently from continuous managerial oversight. This meant that it could not sustain itself at the social scale, resulting in a balkanization of society defined by the borders between autarkic production units. It also meant that the regime could not reliably ensure its reproduction over time, leading to rapid ossification. Nonetheless, in the course of this ossification, the developmental regime did form its own local class structure, defined first by the extraction of grain from the countryside and, second, by proximity to the central organs of the state. This class structure was inherently contingent on the character of the developmental regime, and was therefore both chaotic and doomed to rapid obsolescence. The rural-urban divide defined the developmental regime and was regulated by a high accumulation rate, in which consumption was kept low so that investments in heavy industry particular could be kept high. The increase in consumption was consistently kept below the GDP growth rate, so that industry's share of GDP rose from 25.9% of GDP during the first five-year plan, begun in 1953, to 43.2% by the end of the fourth FYP in 1975. 1. Another way to look at this is that, although over 80% of the population worked in agriculture, that sector received less than 10% of investment over 3 decades, from 1953 to 1985, while 45% went to heavy industry over the same period. 3. Agriculture fed industry. As a percentage of GDP, industry had already surpassed agriculture by the late 1960s. This strategy would begin to shift with the reforms of the early 1980s, however, when the rate of consumption was allowed to rise, slowing the industrialization process. 4. In this sense, industrialization's relationship to agriculture was quite different in China than it was in the Soviet Union, which had a far higher per capita grain production in the 1920s and 1930s than China had in the 1950s. 5. Thus, while the Chinese state attempted to rapidly develop heavy industry, agricultural production remained a much more severe limit on industrialization. The state had to increase both its relative share of agricultural surplus as well as its overall agricultural output. The land reform undertaken in the first years of the developmental regime removed the main rural consumer capable of competing with the state for agricultural surplus, the rural elite. In late 1953, the state put in place a mechanism to extract this surplus. Called Unified Purchasing and Marketing, the system entailed complete state control over the grain market, squeezing out all private merchants. This was seen as the best of several imperfect options at the time, necessary if the developmental regime were to remain independent from a post-war global market firmly in the hands of the United States. As Chen Yun, who sat on the drafting committee of the first FYP, explained the logic behind state control over grain at the time, are there shortcomings? Yes. It might dampen production enthusiasm, hound people to death and cause insurrections in certain areas. But it would be worse if we do not implement it. That would mean going down the old road of old China importing grain. 6. After the implementation of the state monopoly, political debates between 1955 and 1980 shifted to the question of how to develop agricultural production in order to produce a larger surplus. Of particular importance was how to avoid the risk of reigniting a local transition to capitalism via the development of rural markets. The Great Leap Forward of 1958 to 1961 was one attempt to answer this question. Self-reliance and the mobilization of rural surplus labor would make up for the lack of state investment in agricultural production through collective participation in agricultural capital construction. Meanwhile, this would allow for a high accumulation rate, without risking a revival of rural markets. Such a developmental policy relied on large-scale, rapid collectivization, egalitarianism, successful rural industrialization, and political motivation. On many of these accounts, the attempt was a clear failure. Conversely, a policy of agricultural modernization that relied on more substantial investment from the state, creating the conditions for scientific, mechanized, large-scale farming was another option. Yet this would initially slow the industrialization process, as state investment in agriculture would be much higher, constraining the funds available for heavy industry. Ultimately, the pressure to rapidly industrialize within the context of an often hot Cold War pushed the leadership in this former direction, though not without disagreements. Gender and rural industry in the Great Leap. Changes in rural industry over time provide an important lens for observing shifts in China's economy as a whole. In the late imperial economy, rural handicrafts such as textiles and paper-making generally functioned as an organic link between growing and processing agricultural product. 7. Handicraft production coupled peasant households or lineage patrie corporations aid with local and regional networks of consumers via an expansive system of market towns. The 19th century onslaught of imperialist invasions, bringing the capitalist world market and a century of civil wars in tow, disrupted this system profoundly, but not terminally. At the dawn of the developmental regime in 1949, the output value of rural sideline production totaled 1.16 billion yuan in 1957 prices. 9. The land reform movement helped such industries recover somewhat and even grow on a household basis, with over 10 million peasants working part-time in commercial handicrafts as of 1954, yielding an almost doubled output worth 2.2 billion yuan. The 1953 introduction of the unified purchasing and marketing system severed these sidelines organic link between farming and the marketing of processed agricultural products, causing rural incomes to fall in areas that had specialized in handicraft production. 10. When the state established monopsony over agricultural products, rural processing businesses were inevitably cut off from their supplies. Grain, cotton, silk, peanuts, and soybeans, the staple supplies of non-agricultural businesses, were taken by the state immediately after the harvest. In fact, during the 1950s the countryside became deindustrialized. 11. In 1955, the cooperative movement began organizing handicrafts into sideline production teams under the agricultural co-ops. At first, the movement's emphasis on agriculture further damaged the situation of sideline industries, with virtually all manufacturing taken over by state enterprises, but by the end of 1957 rural industry had recovered to just above 1954's output value, equaling 4.3% of that year's agricultural output. 12. Then in 1958, the Great Leap Forward incorporated and reorganized both these village-based sideline production teams and over 30,000 town-based handicraft co-ops under commune and brigade enterprises. Those CBEs that survived into the 1980s would go on to become township and village enterprises. In a prime example of capitalist exaptation of socialist institutions, the CBEs would pass from being a central component of the GLF's envisioned transition to communism to becoming the first private enterprises and a key vehicle of the transition to capitalism. But even prior to that watershed, CBEs would undergo several earlier changes reflecting shifts in national economic policy. The creation of the CBEs marked the state's first systematic attempt to promote rural industry as such. If handicrafts had previously intertwined peasant familial economies with local and regional markets through the processing of agricultural goods, the CBEs fundamentally transformed rural industry by making it subservient to the changing dictates of state policy that was responding in turn to changing international conditions. Initially, during the GLF, this centered on diverting surplus rural labor from agriculture to contribute directly to the national race to surpass Britain and catch up with the US in heavy industries such as steel. This was coupled with the goal of establishing a self-reliant alternative to the import of capital goods for agricultural modernization, now that tensions with the USSR were complicating the latter, more conventional strategy. This second goal would rise to the forefront after the first was abandoned along with the GLF as a whole in 1961. 13. In practice, the diversion of surplus labor into non-agricultural production meant transferring primarily young male peasants from the fields into the 7.5 million new factories set up in 1958 and, more commonly, into the hills where they built roads, brought new land under cultivation, laid railroad tracks, and dug mines and irrigation ditches. 14. And by the end of 1958, the newly established CBEs already employed 18 million people, yielding about 3 times as much output in 1958 as they had in 1954, and almost 5 times by the following year. 15. As a result, agricultural labor as a percentage of total rural labor dropped from between 90 and 93% in the early to mid-1950s to 71% in 1958. 16. This sudden transfer of primarily male rural labor into non-agricultural activities was made possible by pulling women out of the home to become the main source of agricultural labor. Reversing the traditional gendered division that had prevailed for centuries, memorialized in the phrase "men till while the women weave." At first, this reversal was facilitated by the socialization of some of the reproductive work that women would otherwise have done at home in addition to farming. The newly established, villagized production brigades set up public dining halls, facilities to care for children and the elderly, and other collective welfare measures to emancipate women from the drudgery of the kitchen, and presently men and women began to receive wages for their labor, supplemented by free supply of such items as rice, oil, salt, soya sauce, vinegar, and vegetables, along with free clothing, medicine, child delivery, and even haircuts. 17. Such experiments did not really challenge the gendered division of labor as such, since this socialized reproductive labor was mainly performed by elderly women, but it did free up younger women to spend more time doing farm work for the collective. This brief arrangement collapsed when the famine hit and many institutions of the GLF were dismantled, including both these facilities for socialized reproductive work and most of the CBEs. Henceforth, young women were expected to shoulder the double burden of collective farm work, for which they received fewer work points than men, and domestic work in the household, which now became unremunerated and invisible. Ironically, then, this experiment aimed partially at decreasing the disparities between gender roles, between the city and the countryside and between industry and agriculture actually ended up imposing modern versions of those distinctions upon rural society for the first time. The original socialist goal of reducing and ultimately eliminating all gendered disparities and even the family itself was definitively abandoned. Women's handicraft labor, which had brought in money for the household in earlier times, was now more invisible than ever, and this invisible, unpaid labor became foundational to the state accumulation strategy. 18. As famine ravaged the country for 3 years starting in 1959, central leaders identified not only public dining halls and backyard steel furnaces but also the turn toward non-agricultural activities in general as the essential causes of the disaster, rather than the state's continued seizure of grain and its export to the USSR even after the famine had become apparent. In 1960, the 8th Central Committee began a series of calls to close most existing CBEs and prohibit the opening of new ones. Their number fell from 117,000 in 1960 to 11,000 in 1963-19, and the percentage of the national workforce employed outside of agriculture dropped even lower than it had been in 1957. 20 as a percentage of total rural labor, agricultural work rose from 71% in 1958 to 97 in 1962, remaining between 96 and 97% until 1973. 21 This nearly decade-long reversal of rural industrialization obtained stable policy articulation in the 10th Plenum's 60 Articles of 1961 to 1962, which stated, "The Commune administrative committees shall generally not run new enterprises for years to come." Another Central Committee announcement 2 months later went further by prohibiting communes and brigades from establishing not only new enterprises but also any new sideline teams. 22 Despite this, CBEs would gradually recover throughout the decade, and by 1970 were ready to receive a sudden push, this time with an exclusive focus on agricultural modernization. Fraught efforts at agricultural recovery. By the early 1960s, the subsistence situation was grave, and the focus was on reviving agricultural production. Without raising state agricultural investment, however, the only way to increase agricultural production was to intensify labor inputs. While the more flexible, post-leap organizational form of the commune and rising rural population brought increased labor inputs and higher per-acre yields, agricultural labor productivity rose only very slowly until the late 1970s, when state investment in agriculture finally began to increase significantly. In the 1960s and 1970s, in other words, agricultural modernization was again postponed as a future goal, too costly during a time of rising tensions with the Soviet Union, when rapid industrialization and therefore a focus on industrial investment was seen as a strategic necessity. Throughout this period, various methods of encouraging greater rural labor investments were attempted via both local experimentation and central state policy. Each form was at best only temporarily successful, as discussed in Sorghum and Steel. This process began with the state attempting to rebuild the basic rural institutional structure that had broken down in the Great Leap Forward. In 1961 and 1962, a new commune structure was adopted. With accounting at the commune level during the leap, it was difficult for anyone to see how their own work affected their consumption. Communes held tens of thousands of people comprising many villages. The post-leap structure, by contrast, reduced the importance of the commune in organizing production. The lower levels of the production brigade and the production team became the center of decision-making about production. Under this new system, communes would act as a union of brigades, needing agreements from the lower levels to undertake large projects. Brigades would be responsible for collective profits and losses and would now act as the basic owner of rural land. But brigades were also not supposed to enforce egalitarianism among the production teams below them. Brigades had to bargain with their teams for resources and in order to undertake collective projects, and teams could refuse labor to the brigade and above. The team became the basic level of accounting, planning production, and small-scale capital construction, deciding remuneration rates, and managing agricultural machinery. Overall, this amounted to an attempt to stop the rapid disintegration of rural institutions following the leap. At the time, the shift to teams as the basic level of accounting was seen as temporary. The now postponed, longer-term goal of agricultural modernization implied an increase in the scale of production and organization of labor. Debates about when to raise the level of accounting back to the brigade repeatedly flared up within the party leadership, but they failed to have an effect in most areas due to lack of support. 23. After 2 years of sharp declines in agricultural production, agriculture began to grow again from 1961, when state agricultural purchasing prices were raised by well over 20%, incentivizing labor investments. Yet from the early 1960s through to the late 1970s, one system of labor remuneration after another was tried in order to maintain the intense labor inputs necessary to raise yields. With a policy of local self-reliance remaining strong throughout the 1960s and early 1970s at the expense of agricultural modernization, however, state investment in agriculture and farmland capital construction remained largely stagnant, 1964 being the only year with a significant increase in investment. The mobilization of labor together with new seed varieties did result in relatively high agricultural growth rates between 1962 and 1966, 24, but this growth was not sustained through the late 1960s, with 1968 actually recording a decline. Nor did labor productivity increase significantly throughout this period. Popularized in the early to mid-1960s, indigenous green revolution technologies, especially new seed varieties and hybrid rice plants, gave a boost to agricultural production, but they also necessitated greater chemical inputs, especially fertilizers, which were still in short supply. By the early 1970s, many of the initial benefits of new seeds began to wear off. It was only with significantly increased state agricultural investments at the end of the 1970s that such technologies really began to pay dividends. Likewise, egalitarian systems of remuneration had begun to show signs of strain as well. Village studies show that monthly meetings to decide remuneration by the use of work points began to be taken less seriously, and work points that had been decided by group assessment now became almost a set wage as peasants no longer came to meetings. The effects of ideological motivation, so crucial to the socialist developmental regime, were waning. The quality and intensity of work suffered, as did yields. Falling growth rates from the late 1960s into the early 1970s led to rapid shifts in rural policy, as the state looked for ways to increase agricultural production without raising state investments dramatically. While the production of agricultural chemicals, in particular fertilizers, grew in the 1970s, its sharpest growth did not come until the end of the decade. All of these problems led to a slow and uneven process of agricultural modernization in the 1970s, with absolute agricultural production suffering as a result. National grain production grew unevenly from 240 million tons in 1971 to 284 million in 1975, then it stagnated for the next 2 years. 25 It wasn't until after Mao's death in 1976 that agricultural policy took on a much clearer direction, as discussed below, reacting 107 to the stagnation of the mid-1970s. Rural industry after the leap. Despite the mass closure of CBEs and the restrictions that the 10th plenum had imposed after the famine, rural industry began a gradual recovery in 1964, now with a more exclusive focus on industries serving the increasingly necessary but still deprioritized goal of agricultural modernization, with the idea that rural enterprises could play this role instead of state-run enterprises, which were to remain focused on heavy industry. On the one hand, this reflected an increasing recognition that the mere rearrangement of labor, combined with ideological mobilization, was losing its ability to increase agricultural output. On the other, the import of capital goods for agricultural modernization had now become nearly impossible, given the deterioration of China's relations with the USSR and its allies. The hostile international environment also meant it would be risky to rely on China's few existing industrial centers for this task, as they either abutted the border with the Soviet Union or sat along the coast, where they were susceptible to U.S. military power. The solution that emerged was a specific form of rural industrialization, the combination of the Third Front strategy of establishing new bases for heavy industry scattered throughout China's underdeveloped southwestern provinces and the revival and expansion of CBEs and county-level state enterprises producing modern agricultural inputs and machinery along with cement, iron, and energy. The latter, in particular, would help to create the conditions for marketization in the countryside, prefiguring the rapid rural industrialization of subsequent decades. 108. This second round of CBE development started gradually, as fears receded about the association between famine and the promotion of rural industry. In 1964, the Central Committee formulated a policy of promoting the 5 small industries deemed crucial to agricultural modernization: power, small iron and steel mills, small fertilizer plants, small cement plants and small factories producing agricultural machinery. 26 At first, 3 of these 5 smalls were limited to enterprises operated at the county level, that being the lowest level of the state apparatus whose officials were directly appointed by the central government. The other 2 small industries could also be operated at the commune level, but none could be operated at the still lower brigade or team levels. This was the first time since the GLF that rural governments were authorized to set up their own independent sectors of industry. 27. It would not be until 1970, however, that the fourth FYP would clearly shift emphasis to both the commune and brigade levels, promoting the development of CBEs in all 5 of the 5 smalls. This outline was fleshed out at that year's North China Agricultural Conference and the following year's National Conference on Rural Mechanization, which declared that a key purpose in developing rural industry was to further the cause of agricultural mechanization over a 10-year period, and which made rural industry eligible for bank loans and fiscal support. 28 It was now also emphasized that the 5 smalls 109 should operate according to the principle of the 3 locals: the use of local inputs, on-site production, and the sale of output to local markets. This national policy direction was then given a boost by some underdeveloped provinces such as Hunan, which immediately launched a campaign called Construct an Industrialized Province Within 10 Years and, in 1972, established a provincial bureau specifically for supporting CBEs. 29 By the end of that year, CBEs had surpassed county-level enterprises to become the major engine of rural industrialization throughout China. CBE output value grew from 9.25 billion yuan in 1970 to 27.2 billion in 1976, averaging 25.7% per year. 30 By 1978, nearly half of China's industrial workforce would be employed by rural enterprises at either the county, commune, or brigade level. 31. Aside from the dire international situation and the persistent problem of stagnant output, another factor contributing to the expansion of CBEs around 1970 was the Cultural Revolution. The mass struggles of 1967 to 1968 seriously disrupted urban production in many parts of China, creating demand for certain CBE-produced goods. Cotters in some communes near big cities took the initiative of retooling CBE production to serve neighboring urban markets when their own production was strangled by strikes and constant political mobilization. 32 Then, from 1968 onward, many urban cotters, workers, and technicians began to be sent down to the countryside, all contributing to CBE development. 33 Meanwhile, changes in the local investment structure undergirded these changes. All this would have come to nothing, for example, if the new CBEs did not receive generous financing from local banks at the time, all technically branches of the People's Bank of China, or, in some cases, local cooperative savings institutions that didn't take personal deposits. In Sichuan's Mianyang Prefecture, for example, lending to collective industries increased by 58% in 1970, and by a further 75% in 1971. Between 1969 and 1978, the total increase in lending was 5.7-fold. 34 This in turn was made possible by China's financial decentralization in the early 1970s, which gradually began to mimic market allocations of investment funds in some rural areas. 35 Despite these national and sometimes provincial pushes, the lingering association of rural industry in general and CBEs in particular with the famine stalled their development in many locales. This was especially true in Sichuan and Anhui, the two provinces hit hardest by the famine. They did not recover the CBE output level of the leap years until as late as 1978 and 1980, respectively. 36 By contrast, most provinces regained their 1958 peak by the late 1960s, even before the national push launched in 1970. In fact, commune enterprises grew at a national average of 16% between 1962 and 1971, even higher than China's 11% overall rate of industrial growth. 37 This means that local cotters were taking the initiative to support such enterprises despite the central government's restrictions. Up until 1978, however, the state officially continued to prohibit both communes and brigades from engaging in most industries, and any commune discovered engaging in industry on more than a commune scale was penalized. 38 One rural cotter in Sichuan reports being punished for starting a commune-level brick kiln in the late 1960s, and being repeatedly denied loans and authorization for operating the commune's few enterprises that had survived the Great Leap. 39 Official policy had now clearly begun to diverge from the reality of industrial growth, contributing to the massive shift in rural policy that would begin in 1978. Class and crisis in the late developmental regime. Over the course of the 1960s and 70s, the developmental gap between China and many neighboring countries had begun to widen. Overall, after the GLF, the socialist developmental regime was able to secure only stalling bursts of growth and marginal improvements in general livelihood. Primary education and access to basic health care unarguably improved throughout this period, but these victories were won against a backdrop of pervasive stagnation. Incomes essentially plateaued in both city and countryside, whether measured by wages, estimates of wages plus non-wage subsidies, or simply calorie consumption. 40 Meanwhile, urbanization halted entirely. Throughout the last 2 decades of the developmental regime, the population living in cities was held at under 20% of the total, only growing an average of 1.4% per year after around 1960, almost entirely due to natural increase. 41 But even this proved too much, as the demographic boom of the 1950s began to flood the saturated urban job market with a new generation looking for work. The result was a wave of layoffs and rustication programs during the Cultural Revolution that funneled even more people into rural and peri-urban areas. The class structure of the developmental regime, shaped in the 1950s and hardened over the course of the following decade, was defined by the rural-urban divide between the peasant class of grain producers and the urban class of grain consumers. Urbanites were themselves subdivided according to their level of access to the grain surplus, which obviously translated into numerous, often substantial privileges aside from simply eating more, ordered via political status and employment in state-owned industrial enterprises of various sizes and importance. But by the middle of the 1970s, the class structure of the developmental regime had begun to strain. Industrial production continued to grow, but the returns on this growth were funneled into even larger investment drives. In the countryside, an expansion of primary education and noticeable healthcare improvements helped to suppress further unrest, but ruralites remained at the bottom of the developmental regime's class system, with very little chance at upward mobility. In the cities, a loosening of restrictions on sideline production allowed food, grain and meat consumption to increase somewhat, but income stagnated. Despite pervasive autarky and geographic unevenness, the general pattern was an increase in the rural-urban divide throughout these decades, with the urban, grain-consuming class commanding income somewhere between 3 and 6 times that of grain-producing ruralites. 42. Meanwhile, the black market had begun to grow as the state ossified and production became more militarized. The army had stepped in to directly administer industry after the unrest of 1969, and cadre numbers began to skyrocket as early as 1965. By 1980, the total number of cadre would reach a peak of 18 million, nearly 2% of the total population and 4% of the total labor force. 43. In the cities, the subdivisions within the class of grain consumers multiplied alongside corruption, with cadres and even many state workers hoarding ration coupons, embezzling enterprise funds and running illegal private businesses on the side. 44. At the bottom of this urban hierarchy sat a growing proto-proletariat of lower-paid temporaries, returned rusticates, worker peasants, lane labor and apprentices, all working precarious jobs at small collective firms subcontracting for the large state-owned enterprises. This proto-proletariat had grown to more than 10 million by the 1970s, or about 3% of the total labor force. Such workers were disproportionately young and female, and largely concentrated in cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou, where they made up a much larger share. 45. These later years of the developmental regime saw continuing decentralization and local autarky, combined with the Third Front investment drive initiated after the unrest of 1969. This investment drive was defined by its isolationist military logic. The emphasis was on construction of massive industrial projects in the mountainous regions of China's interior provinces, the goal being to build an industrial structure secure from U.S. military incursions along the coast and Soviet incursions along the land border to the north. 46. Though similar in size and character to the GLF, this new development burst did not divert unsustainable amounts of resources from the countryside, instead distributing austerity more evenly across the population. Wages stalled, material incentives were suppressed, and the autarkic nature of production meant that those in larger, better-equipped enterprises or more climatically sound rural collectives tended to fare better than others. Many popular images of quotidian life in the Cultural Revolution derive from this period, when material incentives were replaced with ideological rewards and scarcity was met with essentially spiritual exhortations to sacrifice for the building of socialism. But scarcity in this era was markedly different than that experienced in the immediate aftermath of the GLF, where recovery was characterized by comparatively low levels of investment. Prior to the leap, investment as a share of GDP had sat around 25%, and immediately afterward it troughed at a mere 15%. Following this, investment not only recovered, but would never again experience such a severe trough. Despite a brief dip during the Cultural Revolution, investment as a share of GDP has undergone a secular increase from the post-leap trough to today. 47. Continual, expanding big push investment drives would become a central characteristic of Chinese development, continuing well after the socialist era. The need to sustain these drives in order to avoid the pitfalls of absolute scarcity experienced in the earlier years of the developmental regime would, in fact, provide one important justification for the opening of the economy. Breaking the block. As the post-war boom in the capitalist world gave way to the long downturn, a series of qualitatively different crises had. Figure 2. 116. Spread throughout the socialist bloc. China's developmental regime, though initially successful in preventing the transition to capitalism, was only capable of coordinating production and distribution through an increasingly ossified, militarized, and zealous fusion of party, state and society. In other socialist countries, a similar decay had long been evident. The root of this decay has been among the most heated topics debated within Marxist scholarship, with polemics and counter-polemics spilled across nearly the entirety of the last century, often written by political factions stranded in the cold world that came after the insurrectionary era and therefore desperate to clothe themselves in the costumes of long-dead revolutions. There's no need to repeat these debates, and our inquiry into this question as it relates to China has been made evident already. 48. Nonetheless, it is contextually important to note that this more general crisis of the socialist bloc passed through a certain watershed with the shifts in policy and popular activity that followed the death of Stalin in 1953. But in the same way that Chinese policy changes were often makeshift responses to specific crises and local limits to the developmental project, the conflicts within the socialist bloc that were beginning to peak were not in any direct way caused by Stalin's death, nor were Khrushchev's policy shifts a simple matter of political whim. Instead, both the popular revolts that followed and the reforms implemented by Khrushchev were responses to deep-seated crises that had long been building within individual countries and within the hierarchies built into the USSR and the bloc more broadly. In each instance, this process of bureaucratization, revolt, reform and, in some cases, collapse, was shaped by local conditions. Each socialist nation, whether federated within the Soviet Union or sitting outside of it, would therefore experience this period of tumult in its own fashion. Nonetheless, the global scale of the Cold War helped to sculpt certain regional trends within this broader crisis. The two major geographical fronts of the war lay across Europe and along the Asian Pacific coastline, and these were the areas that would experience some of the harshest effects. 49. In Eastern Europe, treated as a military buffer between the Russian core of the USSR and the capitalist world, this came in the form of thorough domestic repression and widespread militarization of society, justified by the threat posed by NATO. These conditions, combined with the troubled histories of many countries' incorporation into the socialist bloc, ultimately stoked a series of popular revolts that were met with more repression, a cycle that would culminate in the overthrow of most of the region's national governments in 1989. Along the Pacific, however, the crisis was defined by open warfare on the Korean Peninsula and across Indochina, as well as continual guerrilla war in the Philippines and repeated conflicts across the Taiwan Straits. While Russia was somewhat insulated, China had no such luxury. The continuing active involvement of the United States in ongoing military conflicts bordering China led to a situation in which Chinese national imperatives had begun to contradict those of the USSR, which, under Khrushchev, had started to lay the framework for a détente with the US as early as the late 1950s. Many of China's critiques of the USSR in this period focus on elements of this détente, particularly the attempts to curtail the proliferation of nuclear weaponry via agreements such as the Partial Test Ban Treaty. By the end of the Great Leap, the USSR had ceased all material support for the Chinese nuclear program. This was despite the fact that the US had recently moved long-range nuclear missiles into Taiwan. But even if China could no longer secure military support from the USSR, its leadership could ensure that the interests of the Soviets and the Americans would not be united against it. Soon after, an artillery battle started by the Chinese initiated the Second Taiwan Straits crisis, undercutting Khrushchev's overtures for peaceful cooperation, and Chinese propaganda began to publicly emphasize the weakness of Khrushchev in the face of US imperialism, even while Chinese diplomats privately sought to secure talks with the US in the hopes of gaining formal acknowledgement. 50. Also involved in these conflicts, however, was an intentional strategy on the part of the U.S. security apparatus to drive a wedge between the two major players in the socialist bloc. Well aware of the long-standing tensions between the Chinese and the Soviets, the new round of tensions would soon become an opportunity for the Nixon administration to pursue a triangular strategy of Cold War diplomacy that sought to trigger the increasingly volatile fault lines that had long divided the world's two largest socialist countries. Over the course of the 1960s, these fault lines had already begun to buckle. And an increasingly autarkic China found itself faced with the prospect of simultaneous war against the world's two great superpowers. By the end of the Cultural Revolution, the faults finally slipped, causing a tectonic shift within the socialist bloc that would ultimately define the shape of the second half of the Cold War. Though sparked by the death of Stalin and the subsequent policies pursued by Khrushchev in the USSR, all driven by local processes of ossification, the historical roots of what would come to be known as the Sino-Soviet split lay much deeper. Fundamental disagreements on theory, tactics, and revolutionary strategy had existed between the CCP and the Soviet Union since the 1920s, when the Comintern-backed strategy of allying with Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalist Party had resulted in a disastrous period of white terror that very nearly extinguished the revolutionary movement. It was in these years that the leadership of the CCP had shifted decisively from the party's orthodox, urban wing, represented by the Soviet-educated 28 Bolsheviks, to its more populist, peasant-oriented wing, represented by Mao. Though maintaining strong relations with the USSR throughout decades of foreign invasion, civil war, and reconstruction, these years of white terror had both ensured the CCP's rural turn and made it wary of over-reliance on Soviet guidance. Nonetheless, Soviet aid had become integral to the early years of the developmental regime, particularly in the Manchurian industrial complex, which saw a massive influx of Russian technicians, managers, and engineers in the early 1950s. As tensions increased after 1956, this flow of aid and skill sharing slowed to a trickle. By the end of the 1960s, it had dried up entirely. Isolated from both the socialist and capitalist blocs, the domestic economy grew increasingly autarkic. This situation, 120, was portrayed in domestic propaganda as a proud form of self-reliance, simultaneously anti-imperialist and opposed to the bureaucratic ossification of the Soviet Union. In reality, autarky was paired with a volatile international policy that resulted in support for brutal governments such as the Khmer Rouge and a series of risky military engagements in neighboring countries such as India in 1962. The most definitive of these was the 1969 Genbeo Island incident, a 7-month period of open military conflict between China and the USSR. This conflict essentially condensed the previous decade of declining economic relations and political controversy into a single symbol of open hostility. Its exact cause was not particularly important, nor, in retrospect, was its conclusion. What was important was the scale assumed by the crisis, clearly signaling that more was at stake than a few simple tracts of land. Though initiated by a sequence of attacks and counterattacks on Genbeo Island, located in the Ushiri River, the official border between Russia and China in western Heilongjiang, the conflict would soon see an unprecedented military buildup along the entirety of the two countries' 4,380 kilometers border. The fighting in Heilongjiang had not only reignited simmering disagreements in the northeast, but also raised a number of latent border issues and ethnic tensions in Xinjiang, abutting the Soviet republics of Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan. In reality, the border had never been well demarcated in the first place, both revolutionary regimes inheriting long-disputed territories defined by century-old treaties signed by the Tsarist and Qing states. China's far west was particularly amorphous, only fully incorporated into the Qing in 1884 after more than a century of intermittent warfare. It was an ethnically diverse red dust 121 region, the majority of its population drawn from an array of Turkic-speaking nomadic steppe tribes, many of which held strong ties on both sides of the border. When the Genbeo Island incident ignited a simmering border conflict in the Pamir Mountains, in southern Xinjiang, bordering Tajikistan, the Soviets were able to use these long-standing ethnic tensions in the area to their advantage. Military build-up along the border had been occurring since failed border talks in 1964. In 1965 the Soviets had 14 combat divisions along the border, only 2 of which were combat-ready. By 1969, Soviet forces had increased to between 27 and 34 divisions in the border areas, totaling 270,000 to 290,000 men. 51. Alongside this, the Soviets threatened to stoke a separatist insurrection within China, all backed by the possibility of nuclear conflict. As early as 1967, the USSR had deployed a long-range mobile nuclear platform to the border, within striking distance of China's own nascent nuclear program, which used the Lopner Desert in Xinjiang for testing. The same year had seen the detonation of China's first hydrogen bomb at Lopner, and by 1969 the Russians would begin contemplating the idea of a joint strike with the US to eliminate China's nuclear capacity. The Chinese, meanwhile, saw the Soviet Union's nuclear parity with the United States as a threat to national security, since China was now dependent on being included within the umbrella of Soviet deterrence at the very moment when relations between the two states had become increasingly volatile. In 1968, the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia set a concerning precedent, with the Brezhnev Doctrine arguing that the USSR had the right to intervene in other socialist countries if necessary. 52. Faced with these threats, the Chinese military turned to a strategy of active defense, defined by small-scale ambush attacks along the border, justified as last-resort defensive actions meant to deter future aggression. 53. It was just such an ambush that ignited the Zhenbao Island incident in early 1969. The USSR perceived the attacks to be simple acts of aggression, rather than an attempt at defensive deterrence, the very logic of active defense symbolic of the increasing unpredictability of Chinese military policy. The same year saw the height of the Cultural Revolution, capped by dissension within the ranks of the PLA, and the risk of civil war. By the spring, the conflict over Zhenbao had escalated to involve thousands of troops, and by the end of summer a similarly violent battle had taken place in Tailikdi in Xinjiang, along the border with Kazakhstan. Throughout, the Soviets had been threatening nuclear action against China, and the growing tensions began to risk the real possibility of a widespread nuclear conflict for the first time since the conclusion of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Official war preparations in China began in August, including renewed military mobilization and the formulation of plans for the mass evacuation of major cities. 54. China's counter to the threat of nuclear conflict was a people's war, to be conducted via an overland invasion of the Soviet Union. Though technologically inferior, with only a handful of deployable nukes, the bulk of the Chinese threat came through the sheer size of its military, capable of flooding into the USSR and fighting a protracted conflict at home and abroad. The relatively low levels of urbanization within China also muted the threat of nuclear conflict itself. With a decentralized population, nuclear strikes on key urban centers would not have the same crippling effect as in Europe or the United States. The Soviets had no good plan to deal with such a threat. If war were to break out, key strategic centers in the Russian East could be lost to the invasion, and the Trans-Siberian Railroad easily crippled. At one point, the idea of deploying nuclear mines along the border was considered, though Soviet military strategists understood, in the end, that any substantial nuclear attack would risk a world war. 55. The conflict was resolved inconclusively, ending as haphazardly as it had begun. Triangles. Though the threat of open war with the USSR ultimately subsided, the militarization of the developmental regime did not. The risk of the war itself offered a justification for the disbanding of the more radical Cultural Revolution organizations, a process capped by the use of the military to quell the factional battles that flared into local armed conflicts in 1968 to 1969. Meanwhile, in order to ensure uninterrupted production, much of the country's industrial infrastructure was turned over to military administration. 56. Domestically, this only ensured further stagnation. At the geopolitical level, however, the end result of this military brinksmanship was a rapprochement between China and the United States. Spearheaded by the Nixon administration but actively sought by many within the upper rungs of the Chinese state, foremost among them Zhou Enlai. Over the course of the 1960s, it had become increasingly clear that both autarky and military isolation were fundamentally unsustainable. Economic isolation led to increasing demand for capital goods that could not be produced domestically, and this demand encouraged the opening of diplomatic ties in the hopes of obtaining these capital goods. At the same time, isolation had led to the risk of simultaneous warfare on all possible military fronts: a coastal war with the US, an overland war in Manchuria and Central Asia with the USSR, mountain warfare with India in the Himalayas, and both direct and proxy conflicts with Soviet-aligned governments in the jungles of Indochina. These threats had already led to a major shift in the geography of investment within China itself, with the Third Front development drive focusing on large military infrastructural projects in China's least accessible interior provinces. 57. The political symbolism of the Third Front was stark and militaristic. After the Japanese invasion, the nationalists had made a similar retreat to the interior, making Chongqing the wartime capital and building much of the basic infrastructure now used in the Third Front industrialization drive. Following the border conflict in 1969, mending ties with the USSR was unlikely. Instead, China's only real way out of isolation was to slowly warm to the overtures made by the Nixon administration. This process was spearheaded by Zhou Enlai, an ally of Deng Xiaoping who had long been China's premier diplomat. But the opening cannot be attributed to a single faction within the CCP leadership. First, it was more a response to the building domestic crisis than a political whim, driven in particular by demands for capital goods in the petroleum and fertilizer industries, both considered absolutely essential for the success of the industrial programs of the 1970s. Second, there was clear, if tacit, support for this opening among rival factions within the CCP leadership. In fact, diplomatic contact was initiated in the midst of the Cultural Revolution, and if Mao or the Gang of Four had opposed it outright, it simply could not have happened. At first, this opening came via informal channels, beginning with the exchange of table tennis players in 1971, endorsed by Mao, in what would later be termed ping-pong diplomacy. These informal overtures were followed by a series of secret meetings between Zhou and Kissinger later that year. The U.S. embargo against China was lifted by the end of 1971, and the next year Nixon and Kissinger formally visited China, the first time a sitting U.S. president had ever visited the country. During the visit, Nixon and Kissinger had a single, brief meeting with Mao, during which the main outlines of Chinese policy were established. The remainder of their trip was composed of a series of meetings with Zhou Enlai, interspersed with gift exchanges and scenic photo ops, and concluded with the issuing of the Shanghai Communique, to this day the foundational document of Sino-American bilateral diplomacy. Alongside the lifting of the embargo a year prior, the communique provided the rudiments for future policy in the region. Though ambiguous in its wording, the document proposed the normalization of relations between the two countries, stated that the U.S. was not seeking hegemony in the region, and, most importantly, stated U.S. recognition of the mainland government, including formal endorsement of a variant of the One China policy. 126. Accompanied by the commitment to close a number of U.S. military installations in Taiwan. With the end of the embargo and the possibility for a peaceful resolution to the Taiwan conflict left open, this ambiguous diplomatic statement had opened the door for the growth of a much more substantial economic relationship with the capitalist sphere. At this point, it cannot be said that there was any real long-term plan to open China to large sums of foreign investment. The intention of the Nixon administration was largely geopolitical, attempting to drive a wedge between the two centers of gravity within the socialist bloc. Alongside the end of the Vietnam War, the establishment of this triangular diplomacy was among the major achievements of Nixon's long-term Cold War strategy. The strategic aim of the rapprochement was to gain flexibility and leverage in future interaction with the USSR while neutralizing a large potential military threat to the US and preventing the formation of any new Sino-Soviet bloc. 58 On the domestic side, even the pro-reform faction within the CCP saw this early diplomacy as part of an extremely limited program of liberalization aimed at solving a series of immediate domestic crises that had proved intractable within the autarkic conditions of the 1960s. But the reforms were intended to preserve and in fact revitalize the developmental regime itself. There was simply never any long-term strategy for market transition. 59 Instead, the transition was the emergent product of confluent crises, as a series of haphazard domestic reforms led to local marketization and rural industrialization at roughly the same time that the diplomatic opening converged with the long downturn in profitability in the capitalist sphere, driving a massive spike in trade and foreign investment. Nation, state, and family. Though it seems self-evident, it's important to note here that the sort of international diplomacy engaged in by the Nixon administration presupposes coherent nations, and the capitalist world is necessarily a world of states that administer, cultivate, and propagandize such national difference. In the end, the developmental regime's success in forging the culturally diverse, politically fragmented East Asian mainland into a Chinese nation-state proved to be the necessary scaffolding required for relatively smooth entry into the capitalist world. This precondition is not a mere accident of geopolitics, however. The nation and the modern state, alongside older institutions of local power, most importantly the patriarchal family, have proven again and again to be essential to accumulation. China was no exception, and the completion of the nation-building process, one of the main goals of the developmental regime, would thereby become a key enabling factor in the transition. Meanwhile, the perpetuation of gender inequalities within the developmental regime, despite both propaganda to the contrary and real, substantial advances compared to life before the revolution, would ultimately provide the social space for the growth of a proletarian class, dominated in the first few decades by women. 60. It is necessary here to take a step back and consider how, exactly, the abstract drive of accumulation is enforced in the flesh. Though the innermost logic of the material community of capital is oriented as if it were a smoothly linked, fully global system, with no obstruction to the fundamental circuits of accumulation, the reality is that accumulation can happen only through the production of value in the real world, and this is an inherently messy process, constantly obstructed and constantly forced through. The law of value does not descend from heaven. It arrives on the back of gunships, in crashing waves of inflation, or like a spear poised behind the paper of treaties and loan agreements. Its baseline condition is that both resources and human labor capacity, initially exterior to the commodity system, be made and kept available to it as commodities. This means that areas outside the system must be absorbed into it, but it also entails that, despite repeated crises that cast labor out of the production process and leave rings of fallow Rust Belt ruins, the commodity form of both land and labor must be maintained by any means necessary. When we discuss the subsumption of China into the material community of capital, then, we are discussing both a specific historical period, and the nature of the local mechanisms that assisted the transition. But, in many cases, these are also the means used by capitalism today to maintain the baseline conditions for the production of value. A fundamentally economic imperative thereby takes on a myriad of extra economic forms, often exapted from pre-existing power structures, and almost always carrying their own inertia into the new system. This results in mechanisms of oppression that are inherently in excess of the baseline economic needs of the system as a whole. In China specifically, this includes the general operation of the state, but also specific tools such as the hukou system and the dang, an ostensibly a mere administrative record, but in reality an individualized system of surveillance overseen by the Public Security Bureau. Both are exaptations that originated in the socialist era. Similarly, The role of national identity and its relationship to the concept of a distinct Han culture and ethnicity have been essential to both the general credibility of the state and the violent assertion of territorial dominance in places like Xinjiang and Tibet. 61 Meanwhile, the perpetuation of the family and widespread gender inequalities has been key in the creation and maintenance of a capitalist class system. Marketization in the countryside took as its essential unit the productive capacity of individual households. The shift to the household responsibility system would not have been possible without the ability to mobilize labor through patriarchal family units. In addition, the early proletariat in China was dominated by women because of pre-existing inequalities in rural workpoint allocation and urban employment, and the earliest private capital to flood into places like the Pearl River Delta was mobilized via clan networks. Even though mechanisms such as these are dependent on and ultimately employed in service of these economic needs, they cannot be reduced to mere economic causes. This is because their inertial quality gives them both an extra economic character and a degree of internal consistency which generates the illusion that the state, nation, race, family, etc. are capable of surviving in their current form beyond the potential death of the economy. Such mechanisms are dimensions of what Marx called original accumulation. But these are also not leftovers from a certain stage of history, as many classical misinterpretations of primitive or original accumulation would have us believe. 62 Nor are they a method of plundering a not yet subsumed commons that somehow persists after the transition, as is imagined in theories that recast original accumulation as accumulation by dispossession. 63 Original accumulation is not a mere phase in history, and history is, after all, a sort of living, writhing avalanche that tends to shake off any stages saddled onto it, nor is it dependent upon the persistence of a periphery to the capitalist system. Maybe most importantly, these processes are not simply defined by dispossession. The only essential feature of original accumulation is the act of establishing and maintaining the framework necessary for accumulation to continue, not the enclosure of some sort of interstitial commons, but now the perpetual maintenance of the material community of capital, which entails instead the foreclosure of the potential for communism. 64. What this means for our purposes is that the very creation of the Chinese state, defined by the supposedly continuous and coherent culture of the Han ethnic group and the persistence of the patriarchal family, were necessary preconditions for a relatively smooth entry into the global capitalist system. But the contingency of this process is often disguised in hindsight. Since China did complete the capitalist transition as a nation, and since its government and familial infrastructure was exapted to serve the needs of continual accumulation, we can say that the creation of this infrastructure in the socialist era was, in fact, the birth of mechanisms for original accumulation, even though the developmental regime was not capitalist. This is equivalent to arguing that the pre-existing states and clans of Tokugawa Japan or Prussia under Frederick the Great would become essential to the formation of capitalist states, even while their own economies were by no means capitalist. This doesn't mean that the very existence of the nation-state guaranteed the transition. Such states can and have collapsed in the midst of changing modes of production or in the face of opposing military powers, and the transition to capitalism can be carried out in the midst of this balkanization, or on the basis of a new political center in conditions of statelessness. One of the first acts of subsumption into capitalism was always cartographic, colonial powers drawing arbitrary borders and defining nations where none existed before. The most basic ideological presumption in a capitalist society is the willingness to project capitalism back into the past as if it were both perpetual and inevitable. Portraying the socialist developmental regime as if it were somehow secretly capitalist all along, or a mere stage of primitive accumulation clearing the way for capitalism, simply repeats this procedure, removing the contingency from. In reality, the creation of China as a nation-state simply provided an opening into the international capitalist system, at best predisposing the array of probable outcomes in the general direction of transition. But if China had remained in a state of balkanization, it's equally likely that invasion, colonization, and debt bondage would have had much the same result. Historical counterfactuals can only illuminate so much, however, and there is simply no function to inking out a potential path beyond capitalism that may or may not have existed last century. What we can conclude is that the infrastructure of government created during the developmental regime would, in the end, help to create and continually maintain a system for the commodification of land and labor power. Similarly, the maintenance of the family unit would undergird marketization, proletarianization, and the inward flow of capital. The exact paths by which such features were exapted in the process of transition will be explored below. But it is important to note here that, rather than a hindrance, the existence of an extensive state and pre-capitalist filial traditions were important mechanisms for the introduction of capitalism on the East Asian mainland. In addition to geopolitical isolation, Chinese reformers were also responding to a slowly growing wave of domestic discontent. In part, this was an after-effect of the tumultuous peak of the Cultural Revolution, but it was also a novel type of late socialist disillusionment generated by the ever-lengthening period of austerity alongside high investment. Early on, the new forms of quasi-religious communalism offered by the state, codified in campaigns such as the socialist education movement, had some, albeit unpredictable, success in rationalizing continuing scarcity and rendering sacrifice for the sake of the socialist project into its own spiritual reward. But spirit always meets its limit in the flesh. Numerous ethnographies of the period document the process at the personal level. The model worker becomes caught up in the enthusiasm of the early Cultural Revolution, sacrifices the material incentives introduced following the Great Leap, and is rewarded with quasi-religious symbols of state patronage, which at first seem to have a true social weight to them. The picture of Mao is framed, the red book placed on a shelf, pins and red scarves affixed to outfits. But as the years stretch on, these symbols grow hollow. Copies of the little red book pile up next to stacks of Mao photos, too many to frame. The spiritual communalism of the era seems now to accrete nothing but these masses of useless tokens, and the symbolic framework of the state's ideology begins to break down. Even the most model of workers cannot stave off the growing cynicism. At the mass scale, it manifests first in black markets, illicit businesses, hoarding, work slowdowns, all measures to satisfy the material at the expense of superior virtue. In the end, such cynicism will always begin to take on a more public character, and by the middle of the 1970s open unrest had again begun to grow. 66. There had already been some retrenchment from the height of the heavily militarized Third Front investment push. Following the Lin Biao incident in 1971, the fear of a military coup encouraged the regime to scale back the army's involvement in production, and reformers successfully secured cutbacks to bloated construction projects in the West in favor of more immediately productive investment being funneled back to coastal regions. Meanwhile, the early meetings with Nixon and Kissinger resulted in an agreement to spend $4.3 billion to import industrial equipment, with a focus on 11 very large-scale fertilizer plants from AU's Dutch consortium. 67. The immediate strategic goal was to preserve the developmental regime, not to implement wide-ranging market reforms, and certainly not to become fully incorporated into the global capitalist economy. But the reforms also had a tactical dimension, aimed at quelling the latent unrest building across the population. In 1974, a new wave of industrial action swept through the cities, more subdued than that seen in the late 1960s, but nonetheless widespread enough to signal that many of the same economic issues had persisted despite the rhetoric of the era. 68. Maybe more importantly, explicit critiques of the regime resurfaced in this period, but with much of the ultra-left suppressed in 1969, these critiques were now fused to a more openly liberal program demanding democratization and, increasingly, marketization. In Guangzhou in 1974, a series of big character posters went up with the first major public statements by the Liège Group, a loose coalition of young dissidents who had been briefly jailed at the height of the Cultural Revolution. Though falling short of the more radical propositions made by the ultra-left factions several years prior, the Liège Group articulated a vaguely humanist Marxist position, similar in character to that advanced by Eastern European dissidents, and notable for its ability to justify this vision through an elaborate engagement with Marxist theory. The most impactful of their essays, titled On Socialist Democracy and the Legal System, was critical of the regime, including the new nobility of the bureaucratic class, the Gang of Four and the cult of personality. Alongside an end to the mass arrest and imprisonment of dissidents, it advocated increased democratization, and some of its key authors would go on to become leaders in the democracy wall movement of the late 1970s. The Liège document was tacitly allowed to spread by Zhao Ziyang, at the time serving as Guangdong's party secretary. Popular discontent was thereby, at least in part, cultivated and directed by some reformists within the party, who hoped that the political message contained in such critiques could be usefully mobilized against opposing factions. 69. But the unrest made evident by the Liège group was in no way a product of such factional conflicts, even if Zhao Ziyang sought to mobilize them for political ends. The Liège authors had merely begun to formalize their own experience of the Cultural Revolution while also providing a theoretical background for many of the demands that had already started to appear in popular protests. Such protests were concentrated in the major urban centers of the country. In 1974, the Baiyun Mountain incident saw more than 100,000 factory workers, demobilized soldiers, and youth climb a mountain near Guangzhou, ostensibly as a mid-autumn festival commemoration of their ancestors, but in reality the gathering became a protest against bureaucratization and inequality. 70. In the summer of 1975, an undeclared strike wave surged through Hangzhou and was only brought to an end with large-scale military deployment into factories involving as many as 30,000 troops. 71. In 1976, the death of Zhou Enlai sparked one of the largest surges of protests since the late 1960s. Using the premier's death as a justification for public gatherings, activists in cities across China planned convergence on April 5, the date on which that year's Qingming would fall. The April 5 movement would see the participation of young workers across the country, voicing the many latent discontents that had been building throughout the Cultural Revolution. 72. But the movement also crystallized these demands in new ways. Absorbing some of the language and logic of the Liège group, protesters began to code their demands in terms of high-level party politics. Though essentially continuous with the series of worker protests that had begun with the strike wave of 1956 in Shanghai and continued with the unrest of the early Cultural Revolution, the worker-led protests of 1976 departed somewhat from the tradition of economistic strikes demanding increased wages, benefits, improved working conditions and increased worker control of production. 73. Instead, protesters targeted the party leadership directly, associating the long stagnation in wages and living standards with the Gang of Four, the faction that had ruled the party since the suppression of the revolts in the late 1960s. Meanwhile, the position of Zhou himself, a reformer affiliated with Deng Xiaoping, helped to translate this unrest into popular support for the reformist faction more broadly. The movement peaked with the 1976 Tiananmen incident, when wreaths that had been laid in Tiananmen Square in commemoration of Zhou were removed overnight and protesters were forcibly cleared from the square. Though the protesters had for the most part not voiced strong support for any members of the reformist faction, official media outlets blamed the protests on Deng and used the events as an excuse to place him under house arrest in Guangzhou. Ironically, this response had the effect of making the reformists appear to command a more explicitly supportive popular base than truly existed. 74. Once the reformists gained power in 1978, the movement was presented by the Deng regime as a spontaneous mass act in support of the late Zhou and his protégé Deng, and against the Gang of Four. It was portrayed above all as a popular rejection of the Cultural Revolution. 75. This was despite its clear continuity with the demands made by workers throughout the past decade. Regardless of the crackdown, strikes continued throughout the summer of 1976 in cities across China. The death of Mao followed in September, and the protest wave was retroactively used as justification to oust the Gang of Four, who by that point had only retained power via Mao's patronage. The change in leadership was indeed popular, sparking another mass mobilization known as the Three Empties, meaning that liquor shops, firework shops, and even hospital beds were all emptied in what was probably the biggest spontaneous party the world has ever seen. 76 Despite the change in leadership, however, protests did not simply subside. Carrying on the tradition of April 5, the Democracy Wall movement in 1978 addressed many of the same concerns to the new regime, now helmed by Deng. Wages and the urban housing shortage were major issues, as were continuing demands by many activists for increased democratization. For the first time, however, protesters also began to compare China's state of development to that of capitalist countries, including both the West and its rapidly developing neighbors. With countries like South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and even Hong Kong undergoing rapid development, an unaccountable gap between China and its neighbors became apparent. Many began asking why the more advanced socialist system had failed to produce equal or superior returns in standards of living, a question that would only become more prominent in the 1980s. 77 But the Democracy Wall movement fell short of the radical critiques that had been on offer in the late 1960s. Demands for higher wages and more rapid development were paired, at the most extreme, with demands for Yugoslavian-style workers' self-management and partial marketization. 78. Though initially supportive, by the first few years of the 1980s the Deng regime feared that industrial unrest was getting out of hand. In particular, the rise of Solidarnosc over the same period in Poland seemed to signal the possibility of similar events in China if too much power was devolved to workers and the newly instituted apparatus for village elections. The state's response was one of gradual suppression, paired with economic concessions. The freedom to air grievances against the party was slowly reneged, the de jure four big freedoms to speak freely, air views fully, hold great debates and write big character posters were removed from the Constitution in 1980, and the right to strike was removed 2 years later. Meanwhile, a series of catch-up pay raises were phased in from 1977 through 1979, the first in over a decade, and workers were given greater influence over some aspects of local politics and production. 79 This was the context that the reformists' political program operated within, and these early reforms often responded directly to the crises that had built up over the course of the previous decades. But, in general, this response was incomplete. While living standards were raised, the problem of bureaucratization only seemed to increase, and the political elite began a slow merger with technical elites to form a more and more coherent ruling class. This validated many of the critiques made by dissidents throughout the Cultural Revolution, but even these critics had not foreseen the true import of what was happening. As marketization proceeded and the proto-proletariat grew in size, the ruling class that had begun to cohere was no longer simply a collection of bureaucratic elites extracting an undue portion of the grain surplus, but had instead begun to take on the characteristics of a gradually forming bourgeoisie. Stagnation, modernization, and the return to the household. If the material limits facing the socialist developmental regime's urban sector led to protests by the working class, so too did the bottleneck in agricultural production lead to social instability in both urban and rural areas. Population growth since the GLF led to a stagnation in per capita grain production by the mid-1970s. The state had already been extracting less grain following the GLF, fearing an exacerbation of its already strained relationship with the peasantry. In fact, state procurement of grain was capped and hardly grew between 1965 and 1978. From 1971 through 1976 the state did not even procure enough grain for urban grain consumers. 81 In response, a state hiring freeze was instituted in 1973. Youth were sent to the countryside, effectively pushing them out of the state's field of responsibility, their food and housing now provided directly by rural production units. Despite this, the grain deficit persisted, and imports became increasingly necessary throughout the 1960s and 1970s. 82 Crucially, The agricultural bottleneck was a strict material limit on the accumulation rate, which determined how much the state could invest in industrial development. These were not only problems of systemic misallocation and stagnant agricultural productivity, but also signaled a deeper crisis in the very heart of the developmental regime. With an intricate patronage. 80 Dali Yang, Calamity, 108. 81 Ibid, p. 123. 82 Ibid, p. 108. Red Dust. 141. Structure founded on the rift between city and countryside, the maintenance of steady grain extraction was essential to the maintenance of the developmental regime itself. As this central relationship began to break down, fractures would ripple outward, affecting every aspect of production. With stagnant agricultural growth dragging down industrial development, the state responded with renewed efforts at agricultural modernization, including a mini-great leap focused on grain production. 83 While political exhortations and appeals to the Dazai model continued, it was mainly the state's sudden advance in agricultural investment, especially in 1978 and 1979, that finally brought about real growth in production. 85 At the same time, the accumulation rate grew to an unusually high 34.6% in 1979. 86 millions of rural laborers and huge new state investments led to almost 400,000 new agricultural capital construction projects in early 1977, creating new fields, improving old farmland and constructing new irrigation and water conservation infrastructure. 87 new funds were made available for mechanization and scientific farming techniques. Agricultural modernization also implied an increase in the scale of production, which was a precondition for successful mechanization. Meanwhile, peasants in many areas were experimenting with various task rate and responsibility systems, which contracted production tasks to small groups and in a few areas even to households. For the most part, however, distribution remained at the level of the production team, including where responsibility systems were in use. Throughout the late 1970s, the party still officially ruled out a return to household farming, though there was recognition that in different areas different systems of accounting and remuneration could be used, and only when conditions were particularly favorable should the level of accounting be raised to the brigade, even if that was the long-term goal. Overall, these investments led to increases in grain production, with national output increasing from around 285 million tons, where it had been stuck for 3 years through 1977, to 305 million tons in 1978 and 332 million tons in 1979. 88 This increase occurred even as the total sown area declined, a trend that continued through 1984. 89 State agricultural procurement prices were raised, 90 and taxes on agricultural production cut. The above quota bonus was increased, and the size of quota was reduced. 91 Together with incomes from rural industries, this led to an almost 20% rise in per capita rural household income by the end of 1978. 92 Such reforms thereby seemed to hint at a way out of the agricultural bottleneck, and thus offered a glimpse at a path forward that might lead to the salvation of the decaying developmental regime. However, these agricultural modernization policies also contributed significantly to higher deficits, leading to the reversal of the many Great Leap policies of 1978 to 1979. It was these deficits more than anything else that resulted in the return to household production in the early 1980s. The deficit became an issue for the party center in 1979, when a small state surplus turned into a 20% deficit followed by a 17% deficit the following year, 93, with no agreement on how much or how to cut back on state expenses at the time. Deficits were compounded by rising inflation. The deficit problem, blamed mainly on agricultural investments and rising procurement prices, led to a debate on shifting to household responsibility systems in order to cut agricultural modernization costs to the state. As the new premier, Zhao Ziyang, stated in March 1980, the burden on the country is too heavy, it is a burden cannot afford. 94 He advocated that rural areas that relied on the state for food be allowed to shift to contracting production to the household. These policies were soon endorsed by Deng Xiaoping, who stated the following month that state investment could be reduced if production were contracted to peasant households. 95 State investment in agriculture dropped over 10% in 1980 and almost 44% in 1981, leading to a drop in grain production from 332 million tons in 1979 to 320 and 325 million tons in 1980 and 1981. 96 The accumulation rate was reduced from its 1979 peak of 34.6%. 97. The primary concern for party leaders in the shift to household contracting was thus the burden of agricultural modernization on state revenues, and in effect the return to household farming was a return to the low investment in agriculture that had characterized agriculture from the 1950s through to the mid-1970s. The high investment in agricultural modernization of the late 1970s was a brief anomaly. By the end of 1980, 14% of production teams had shifted to HRS 98, but it took another year for HRS to be officially encouraged for all rural areas, no matter how well the collective system was working locally. 99 By that time, over half of production teams had shifted to the HRS, with the central state putting pressure on provinces to transform the organization of agricultural production. Initially, this shift back to household farming was seen as a temporary measure to deal with state deficits. It was a temporary suspension of concern for rural inequality, which would allow for a one-off increase in production as it boosted the incentives for peasant labor intensification without needing the state investment of resources necessary for the long-term policy of agricultural modernization. The turn to the HRS was therefore ultimately a product of an inherent contradiction in the developmental regime's methods of allocating capital goods, the attempt to modernize via massive state investment in agriculture-generated deficits, which caused dangerous inflationary pressures and strangled funds available for other industrial projects. But such capital allocations could not simply be taken back, since they were embodied in large outlays of plant and equipment. There was, therefore, no way to return to the pre-deficit bottleneck. The turn to the HRS was therefore understood to be the easiest, if not the only, option available to stave off the structural instabilities generated by the deficit. In the long run, this constituted the beginning of decollectivization, and by late 1983, 98% of production teams had made the shift. 100 Meanwhile, the decollectivization of production was matched by a decollectivization of rural administration. The institutional functions of the commune were replaced by the township government, and the brigade level was replaced with village leadership. The main production model adopted was dabaogan or big management contracting, in which land remained owned by the village collective, but households could produce what they wanted on the contracted land as long as they produced crops to fulfill the team's quota to the state. 101 The production teams no longer managed agricultural production under the system. One immediate consequence of all this was that inequality within villages and between regions increased. Under this new system, how well one's household did in comparison to others in the same village had much to do with the size and makeup of the family. A bigger factor in economic success, however, concerned the location of one's village and a household's connections to local leaders. In areas nearer the coast and more prosperous cities, the new freedom to sell diversified. Above quota produce on the market allowed for increases in some peasant incomes, but also led to greater local inequality. This inequality within the village was mirrored by inequality between villages, as peasants in less accessible interior regions farther from cities had far fewer opportunities to benefit from the same system. Many contracts between households and the collective were originally for just 1 to 3 years, but the contract length was quickly raised to 15 years in order to incentivize reinvestment into the land. Initially, agricultural production increased between 1980 and 1984, especially with a greater use of fertilizers and increased incentives to add labor inputs. For the state, the short-term gains of the new system paid off by decreasing the financial burden, although agricultural modernization slowed as well. But urban food prices were still subsidized, remaining below rural procurement prices through the 1980s, and therefore still generating a deficit. In fact, the resulting increased agricultural production impelled further market reforms, now targeting the purchasing and marketing and quota systems. Without a strong collective system to enforce quotas, many households began to ignore them altogether, producing market crops instead. 102 Meanwhile, the unified purchasing and marketing system that had been designed to manage the shortage of agricultural surplus was now faced with the new problem of excess production, with the state having guaranteed the purchase of grain at any magnitude. 103 This encouraged further market reforms in grain purchases, since guaranteed procurement became extremely costly as production increased. State subsidies on farm products rose to 18% of total state expenditures in 1981, and decreased only slightly to 14% in 1984. In response, above quota bonuses were removed for key agricultural products between 1983 and 1985, instituting a single price system. Guaranteed prices were then replaced with negotiated prices, so the state could respond to the changing market. Finally, in January 1985, the state attempted to end the quota system for most agricultural products entirely, instead influencing production through contract and market purchasing, stabilized by a price floor. 104 With the end of the quota system, the state guarantee to purchase certain agricultural products also disappeared. 105. These reforms aimed at replacing state-planned procurement with market purchasing. But equally strong structural forces were still pushing in the opposite direction, since any reduction in urban food price subsidies would have led to urban unrest, eroding the fragile credibility of the reformists. The end of guaranteed prices was thus not fully implemented, and a drop in grain production in 1985 forced the state to pay higher market prices, again increasing food subsidy costs. 106 Attempts to fully marketize agricultural prices looped through a pattern that repeated itself throughout the reform period. The high cost of food subsidies to the state budget forced it to undergo purchasing and in some cases market price reforms, and this reduced grain production, with the state retreating somewhat from the reforms in response, usually raising the cost of subsidies again. But beyond grain production, higher costs for animal feed and other agricultural inputs helped to push more rural labor into rural industry and grew the markets for sideline agricultural products, such as vegetables. 107 Marketization thus pushed forward overall, despite cycles of reform and retrenchment. Meanwhile, a key contradiction throughout the process was the question of how to reduce the financial burden on the state caused by food subsidies without raising urban food prices so much that inflation would lead to urban protest. As would become evident in the 1989 Tiananmen protests, the state failed in this respect. It was only with the repression of the movement that the state was finally able to traverse this contradiction, finally marketizing agricultural products. The golden age of rural industry. As agricultural production was staggering toward the market, rural industry was undergoing its renaissance. The Third Plenum of 1978 acted as an official sanction for local developments that had already been long underway, marking a fifth turning point for rural industry. In addition to providing CBEs with tax breaks and exemptions, the plenum not only called upon rural collective enterprises to do all processing of agricultural products suitable for rural processing, but also recommended that urban factories shift part of their component processing to CBEs and help equip the latter with necessary equipment and technology. 108 The early 1960s restrictions imposed after the famine were finally lifted, allowing both communes and brigades to run enterprises in any industry except for reserved for the state: cotton textiles, tobacco, armaments, and certain types of iron and steel. 109 But even these restrictions were applied with the usual local exceptions, as different types of iron and steel industry were allowed at different scales, and there are clear examples of non-state cotton textile factories in Wenzhou in the same period. Overall, These reforms facilitated the gradual formation of regional networks intertwining rural collective enterprises as suppliers of components for urban state-owned enterprises, a model known as the SO-TVE nexus, which would end up playing an important role in the transition to capitalism for places like Shanghai. But first, the CBEs were still expected to focus on the task of facilitating agricultural modernization, now coupled with an official revival and expansion of rural industry's main traditional role, which had never entirely disappeared in reality, processing agricultural products. This function became particularly important as the unified purchasing and marketing system gradually gave way to private markets. As rural collective enterprises gradually began to take on a life of their own in response to the combination of partial marketization, agricultural decollectivization, rising productivity, and financial decentralization, the third plenum was followed by a number of new policies promoting CBEs. The result was a rise in their output value at an annual growth rate between 13 and 19% between 1980 and 1983. 110. While still showing robust growth, this was slower than the average growth rate of 25.7% from 1970 to 1976. This slower growth, despite the increased incentives, was probably due to the even higher incentives for agriculture during these years. CBE growth would truly take off in 1984 due to the combination of further policy incentives introduced that year and declining incentives for agriculture, including decreased procurement prices. For rural industry, then, the decade can be divided into two stages. The early years, from 1978 to 1983, saw CBEs begin to experiment with a variety of ownership structures, financial arrangements, and employment relations. Despite the official name commune and brigade enterprises, many were actually owned by production teams or even individual households, or some combination of individual and collective owners. In 1981, a team of foreign researchers observed CBEs established jointly by households or groups of individuals or by households in combination with teams, brigades, or communes, enterprises established jointly by teams or brigades of the same or different communes, enterprises established jointly by the commune in combination with state enterprises. 111. This demonstrates both the trend toward private enterprise, which would eventually become predominant, and the apparent diversity of economic possibilities, in contrast with what may now seem to have been an inevitable march toward capitalism. Such open-ended diversity would soon give rise to a vast political debate in China and abroad about the possibilities of market socialism, in which the experimental nature of CBEs/TVEs would play a central role. Already in the early 1980s, however, signs of where such experiments would actually end up had already become visible. Although the legality of these ownership structures was still in a gray area, once a CBE had obtained registration it became eligible for considerable state assistance, including loans and the assignment of technicians. These technicians were not members of the collective enterprise, and were therefore essentially wage laborers, even though central policy was still years away from allowing private enterprises to hire wage laborers, outside of the four CESs that had opened just the year before. 112. On the financial side, relations were also changing, with de facto joint stock owners becoming common as the recipients of these loans, and the previous requirement that CBEs hand over nearly all their profit to the commune or brigade for the financing of public goods and services being scaled back. For example, one Sichuan's commune-level joint corporation established in 1980 was responsible for managing 28 enterprises, most of which were formerly independent CBEs. The corporation initially issued shares free of cost to the villages and cooperatives out of which it emerged, and then it sold new shares to finance investment. These were marketable to anyone including villages and individuals. Although in 1981 private shareholders accounted for only 1% of this corporation's capital, the fact that an individual can in principle acquire shares in a collective enterprise in China represents a startling change of policy. 113. This also signaled the growth of substantial new inequalities. One brigade-level corporation in another part of Sichuan managed 4 enterprises. After a few years of development and reorganization, 25 of the 201 households comprising those 5 teams owned no shares, 60 some had over 10 shares each, and 1 owned 20 shares. Observers concluded that the new forms of enterprise organization, and the methods used to finance them, could lead rather quickly to the emergence in the countryside of a class of penny capitalists. 114. As usual, the state now rushed to catch up with mushrooming local initiatives, hoping to give them direction. This initiated the second phase of the decade's rural industrial renaissance, marked by much more rapid growth. On the first day of 1984, the Central Committee issued a circular on agricultural work calling on governments at all levels to encourage peasants to invest in or buy shares of all types of enterprises, and to encourage collectives and peasants to pool their funds and jointly set up various kinds of enterprises. 115. A few months later, another party circular changed the official term from CBE to Township and Village Enterprises because by then nearly all communes had been reorganized into townships and brigades into villages, and many team-level, household, and joint household enterprises had emerged in rural areas, so a more inclusive category was needed. 116. The circular also announced that TVEs should receive the same treatment as SOs, including state aid. The number of officially recognized TVEs increased tenfold between 1983 and 1985, their employment more than doubling and their output value increasing 270%. 117. This may be partly attributed to the inclusion of existing enterprises within the new category of TVE, but the sector continued to grow more rapidly than before, the number of enterprises increasing 50% in 1986 to 1988, and employment increasing by 27% during the same period, giving them a 1989 output value 8 times higher than that of 1983. 118. Among these TVEs, private enterprises grew faster than collective ones, services grew faster than industry, and those in economically backward regions grew faster than those in advanced ones. 119. Such enterprises had begun to form without the encouragement or oversight of the state, but official recognition and access to state aid accelerated the process. Why did the state suddenly liberalize and promote such a variety of rural enterprises at this time? And why did collective and individual rural entrepreneurs respond so actively, especially after 1984? As discussed above, peasants' incentives for investing in agriculture began to fall after 1984 with falling procurement prices, rising costs of inputs, declining soil fertility and increasing opportunities for other types of work, including both migration and rural industry. The increasingly common decision to leave the soil without leaving the village, as taking jobs in rural industry was called at the time, would eventually become a problem for the state, but at first it was not seen as a threat to food security or a cause of inflation. CBE/TVE employees were expected to continue farming their decollectivized land in their spare time, and the continued agricultural modernization supported by some of these enterprises would decrease the amount of labor necessary to simultaneously increase farm yields, generating a surplus of rural labor for which the state would otherwise need to create jobs. The promotion of consumer-oriented rural industry was consistent with the state's shift toward a strategy of more consumption-driven growth and an increased role for light versus heavy industry, as was the promotion of rural enterprises manufacturing components and processing materials for state enterprises, to the extent that the latter were themselves producing consumer goods. China's scarcity of consumer goods after decades of shortage economy meant there were plenty of market opportunities for both types of rural enterprise to grow rapidly in the 1980s to 1990s, when urban consumption grew faster than ever before. 120. While the immediate limits faced by the agricultural sector encouraged the development of TVEs, these enterprises in turn created new dynamics and problems for the economy. By producing consumer goods, by providing inputs for SOs and by generating disposable income for ruralites, they helped stimulate consumption, but this in turn contributed to the inflation that led to urban unrest by the late 1980s and forced the state to make adjustments to its economic strategy. Meanwhile, at the local level, Accompanying policy changes incentivized rural cotters to help establish and support such enterprises. Fiscal decentralization forced cotters to devise new ways to generate revenue, and allowed them to pocket a larger cut of it, legally or not, corruption in this regard becoming one of the reasons the central state would later move to privatize collective TVEs in the mid-1990s. The assessment of cotters for career promotion shifted from ideological measures to more purely economic ones such as sales and employment, to which TVEs contributed more than agriculture alone. Perhaps most importantly, it was from the explosion of a new variety of CBEs in 1978 that China's first batch of private enterprises were born and began cautiously experimenting with new structures of ownership and employment, the second batch after 1984 doing so more boldly. And by extension, some of these would also become China's first private enterprises outside the CESAs to receive foreign investment and produce for export. The market in the shell of the state. Industrial reforms were also underway in the cities. The mainland's incorporation into the global market was not initially a process of stripping down nationalized industries in the name of reform. Such a direct dismantling of the socialist-era class structure was neither desirable nor possible, given the intricate networks of dependence and patronage that were fused to it. Instead, the output of the planned sector was for the most part maintained at pre-reform levels, and in many instances actually increased slightly. Early on, even the most radical reformers within the party still conceived the massive state-owned sector to be the core of the economy, with marketization applied largely to decrease the external costs suffered by large industrial enterprises and enhance agricultural productivity. But state fixed investment was slowly and partially reoriented from heavier to lighter industries and from producer goods to consumer goods, housing, and services, alongside renovation of existing plant and equipment. Total state fixed investment dropped in the early reform years, in part because of rising state deficits, reaching a trough in 1981 then recovering slightly in the mid-1980s. Its composition also changed. Investment in new production dropped from over half of the total in 1978 to 156. An average of around a third from 1980 through 1988. Of this new production, investment in textiles and food processing jumped from 7% of capital construction in 1978 to 13.5% in 1981 and 1982, and by the late 1980s, larger shares were being spent on renovation funds, which were often controlled by local governments and smaller enterprises. 121. Another significant shift, however, was the funneling of resources away from production entirely to deal with the urban crisis that had accompanied the maturation of the baby boom generation, worsened by the return of many rusticates. Housing doubled its share of state fixed investment between 1978 and 1982, though it remained a small fraction of the total. Meanwhile, a large share of enterprise retained profits went into housing construction during these years. Perhaps 60% of total urban housing was financed by enterprise funds. 122. This was itself a symbol of the increased decentralization of investment, with more money poured into existing enterprises and local governments, which were then given more power in allocating those funds. SOEs were allowed to retain a larger share of their total profits and given control of output in excess of their mandatory production targets, much of which was liquidated via decentralized, semi-market transactions that had long sat somewhere between the plan and the late socialist black market. Such transactions, including both barter and market purchases, were now actively encouraged by the regime. 123. Since this added flexibility and local knowledge to the planned economy, this shift was supported by reformers. Since it supported the existing hierarchy of SOEs and allotted more funds to be used on technical upgrades, it was also supported by conservatives. Since there were no major layoffs in this period, the investment shift was also largely supported by workers in the enterprises themselves. Their position within the socialist developmental regime's class hierarchy was not yet challenged in any substantial way. While incomes increased rapidly for ruralites, urban workers' share did not decrease, and in fact grew slightly in the years following 1978. 124. But while the state sector was maintained, the shift in overall investment and the growth of rural production had begun to cause significant changes to the composition of total industrial output. Overall, SOEs would decline in importance in subsequent decades, with larger shares of total output produced by TVEs over the course of the 1980s, joined by domestically owned private firms, household firms, foreign-owned firms and hybrid firms in the 1990s. By 1992, SOEs were producing less than half of total output, while rural TVEs were just under a third. By 1996, domestically owned private and household firms had grown to 19%, while foreign invested firms composed some 12%. 125. The 50% retained by urban SOEs is, however, a deceptive figure, since these enterprises had themselves undergone more than a decade of slow transformation, growing to resemble their more fully marketized rural and SES competitors. Beyond the fixed amounts of plan-allocated goods, gray markets for industrial materials were allowed to operate in the open, ultimately creating a dual-track pricing system linked to the already vibrant rural market, with the TVEs at its core. Wholesale trade and trucking industries were deregulated and firms were given far more leeway to hire the temporary and contract workers who composed the growing proto-proletariat. 126. At the same time, the wages of workers formerly employed by SOEs became more dependent on piece rates and bonuses, even while non-wage welfare funds increased. 127. The problem of urban unemployment was dealt with in part by the elimination of the state commercial monopoly, allowing a massive expansion and diversification of trading and retail. So-called labor service companies, mostly operating in retail sales and catering, began to absorb between 1 and 2 million labor market entrants annually beginning in 1979. Alongside these collectives, slightly over 1 million private peddlers had gone into business in urban areas by the end of 1982. 128. Such trends were particularly strong in coastal cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou, which began to regain their historic dominance in such small-scale commerce and light industrial production. All of this allowed greater and greater shares of total production to be allocated by the market, even while almost all large enterprises were still formally nationalized and still contributed their plan-mandated production targets to the state. Meanwhile, SOEs came to depend more and more on the market portion of their transactions, and therefore found themselves in competition with other SOEs in the same industry as well as newly founded TVEs and foreign firms. 129. This competition was further stimulated by the redundancy of the autarkic socialist-era industrial structure, which had sought to create complete supply chains within each province. Even state investment was increasingly reliant on firms' own retained funds, rather than centrally budgeted allocations, and firms, in collaboration with local government, made decisions about where to invest these funds in traditionally competitive terms, since profitable investments would return more retained funds, meaning higher wages, greater bonuses, and more kickbacks to management and cadres. This would ultimately be formalized through a policy of responsibility for one's own profits and losses, recognizing that inter-firm competition was now essential to the industrial system. 130. TVEs as vehicle of internationalization. TVEs played a crucial role not only in the emergence of capitalist relations domestically but also in China's reintegration into the global economy, quickly becoming the key sector linking rural areas to foreign trade. By 1985, TVEs were earning $2.38 billion in foreign exchange, comprising 4.5% of China's export earnings. This quickly rose to $12.5 billion in 1990, 20.8% of total export earnings, compared with only about 4% for county-level state enterprises that year. 131. In part, this was because the primary products and light industrial commodities being produced by rural enterprises matched global demand. At the same time, they fit into a regional niche. China could not yet compete with the capital-intensive products coming out of Japan and the Four Tigers, but it could readily compete with other ascendant manufacturers on the more labor-intensive markets. At the same time, this moment coincided with two important changes to national policy, both of which sought to catch up with developments already underway locally: the decentralization of control over foreign trade and the coastal development strategy, which put pressure on local officials in coastal areas to promote exports within their jurisdictions. Export-oriented TVEs in coastal areas had already been developing more rapidly than elsewhere, due to simple geographic proximity to global shipping lanes. One central policy also pushed in this direction: a distinctive coastal model of TVE development arose that would become most pronounced in Guangdong's Pearl River Delta. It was in Guangdong that the first step toward internationalizing the rural economy had been taken, as early as 1978. Aside from hosting 3 of the 4 original CESAs, local officials across the province began reorienting first agriculture and then rural industry toward Hong Kong markets more generally. 132 farmers were encouraged to switch from grain aimed at restoring China's food security to the production of fruit, fish, poultry, and pork for wealthy consumers in the colony. Soon thereafter, local governments began signing agreements with Hong Kong capitalists for the supply of equipment to CBEs in return for their industrial products. By 1981, rural Guangdong was already so dependent on exports to Hong Kong that when the colony was affected by a U.S. recession at the time, Guangdong's economy was shaken as well. Then, in 1984, Premier Zhao Ziyang put the official stamp on the process by calling for the promotion of the Guangdong model throughout China, starting with several rural export bases on the coasts. Zhao emphasized that production should be thoroughly transformed in accordance with the prerogatives of foreign trade. It's not a case of you planting what you want, processing what you want and then making available for export what you can spare. Quite the opposite, based on the international market you both plant and process. 133 3 years later, Zhao began pushing for TVEs to play a more pronounced role in China's foreign trade because, in contrast with state enterprises, TVEs were flexibly managed and able to adapt themselves to market changes, making them the new impact force for the development of labor-intensive industries and the establishment of an export-oriented economy. 134 In the end, Zhao was not necessarily laying out a state direction plan for nationwide marketization, but merely stating what had already become an evident fact on the ground. The development of TVEs in general and of their foreign trade in particular were thus not simply the spontaneous initiatives of entrepreneurial peasants finally allowed to act as they pleased, but were also pushed forward by a series of central policy changes, local government projects and old mobilization techniques such as quotas, test points which receive favorable treatment, and models in the press that were to be emulated, all of which politicized economic decisions, all seeking to give direction to local dynamics that had emerged chaotically in response to earlier, apparently minor reforms. 135 These test points were in theory meant to serve as pilot sites for experimental practices that, if successful, could then be adopted elsewhere. But in reality they helped give shape to China's new geography of uneven development. Those test sites receiving the most favorable treatment, such as Shenzhen, tended to become the new centers of export-oriented TVEs fueled by labor from other rural areas whose own industrialization, already less favored by geography and the state, would be dealt further blows by subsequent economic and political developments. For example, Shenzhen was allowed to retain all of the foreign currency it obtained from exports, and Guangdong province as a whole could keep 30 to 100%, whereas Sichuan's already low retention rate of 25% was reduced to 21 in 1988. Such favoritism suggests a spiral where, in a context of growing dependence on international trade, the simple fact of port access also increased the political weight of leaders from coastal areas, who could 163. Then further shape state policy in their favor. Guangdong's export-oriented TVEs thus prospered at the expense of several inland regions that were outbid for exportable commodities produced in their own provinces. 136. Regional diversification of rural industry. In the late 1980s, academics and the state began promoting three regional experiences of rural industrialization as models to be emulated nationwide: the Sunan model, the Wenzhou model, and the Pearl River Delta model. These were distinguished mainly by their ownership structures. The Sunan model centered on collective ownership at the three levels of village, xiang, and zhen. The Wenzhou model centered on household ownership, and the PRD model on a combination of five types known as driving forward on five wheels, adding county-level enterprises to the other four. As was common in the era's policy making, these were not purely intellectual or political models, but instead were observational. Policy generally sought to catch up to the local dynamics that tended to rapidly outpace it. The three models, then, were named after the locations where they had arisen, and the debate was not simply about the abstract benefits offered by each, but instead about the empirical results that could be observed in these three experimental sites. It is worth examining these briefly in order to demonstrate how diverse and open to new possibilities China's economy appeared during this optimistic period of transition, and how this regional variation ended up shaping the nation's uneven economic geography after their subsumption under a more unified law of value in the late 1990s. In addition to the different ownership structures emphasized in the contemporary policy discourse, then, each of these models was inseparable from its own regional production regime. The Sunan enterprise's use of local labor and capital to manufacture consumer goods and industrial components for nearby state enterprises that produced appliances for the domestic market, the Wenzhou enterprise's use of familial labor and capital to manufacture light industrial consumer goods for the domestic market, and the PRD enterprise's use of initially local but increasingly migrant labor and foreign capital to manufacture a variety of products for export. TVEs in other parts of China meeting similar conditions resembled each of these models to one extent or another. Those in coastal Fujian, especially it says in Xiamen and the neighboring county of Xinjiang, resembled those in the PRD, differing in that most of the initial capital came from Taiwan instead of Hong Kong, and that joint household enterprises predominated over collectives. Likewise, many TVEs in the old industrial hubs of Shanghai and Tianjin resembled those in Sunan, and it is likely that there were household enterprises oriented toward the domestic market throughout China, but the lingering official suspicion of private enterprise in some locales forced many of these to disguise themselves as collectives until the reversal of national policy in the mid-1990s. 137. Some observers have highlighted a fourth Pingding model in reference to Pingding County in the north-central province of Shaanxi. Apparently this was never promoted by the government as something to be emulated elsewhere, but similar patterns can be found throughout mountainous parts of northern and western China. 138. Like the Sunan model, this involved collective enterprises using local labor and capital to produce goods for the domestic market, including inputs for industrial use by urban enterprises, but here the production centered on the resource extraction and processing favored by these TVE's mountainous locations. This model displayed the most continuity with the five small industries of the early 1970s, only now the primary goal was not to use these materials locally for agricultural modernization but to make money by selling them to urban enterprises for industrial use. The various industries in Pingding County itself centered on coal mining, 139, and about 80% of TVEs in the coal-rich provinces of northwest, southwest, central and northern China were coal mines, although at the national level such mines only constituted 3 in 1,000 TVEs. 140 rural collectives had already begun mining coal as early as the Great Leap Forward, and this sector was promoted as one of the five smalls in 1964, but by 1978 only 15% of China's coal was produced by CBEs, the rest being the prerogative of SOEs. With the series of policy changes introduced above, rural coal mining grew exponentially in the 1980s, supplying 49% of China's coal by 1995 from 73,000 TVE mines. The sector was able to grow particularly fast in response to China's endemic coal shortage and the state's inability to fund SOEs sufficiently to keep up with the constantly growing demand for energy. By the mid-1990s, the TVE mines had ended China's history of coal shortage, accounting for 73.5% of the total increased output over the previous 17 years. 141. This and related industries also profoundly transformed the rural areas where they developed, enriching them but also causing severe pollution and countless injuries and fatalities, and rendering the local economy dependent on a sector that would be largely shuttered in the late 1990s. Shenmue County, Shaanxi, for example, went from being a key poor county without enough electricity for its own minimal uses in the mid-1980s to a prosperous electricity exporter by the late 1990s. 85% of the county's government revenue derived from over 200 TVE coal mines, which employed about 20,000 of its 350,000 rural residents, paying them over twice as much as they would receive from farming, but still far less than SOs paid their workers. 142. It was these lower wages and far more precarious employment relations that helped TVE coal mines to prosper, along with their lack of expenditures on safety measures, land recovery, environmental protection, and social obligations, in contrast with the requirements of SOs. 143. Although the mines were nominally collective, many were actually run as private enterprises by their managers, who were often local officials or even cotters from SO coal mines. 144. The rise and fall of the SO-TVE nexus. The success of increasingly privatized rural industrialization in Wenzhou and the PRD ended in urbanization or townization. As their environments became polluted and agriculture was abandoned, dashing the hopes of 1990s leftists who envisioned TVEs as forging an alternative collectivist path that would overcome the urban-rural divide. 145. The Sunan model is worth exploring here in some depth, however, because it actually does display an alternative path of development that prospered briefly from the late 1980s through the mid-1990s, until the combination of market forces and state policies led to its collapse. While it seems unlikely that a mere adjustment of policy could have altered this path or turned the model into a national alternative to the foreign-invested, export-oriented one that defined the 2000s, looking more closely at this experience helps to highlight the others by way of contrast, while also showing part of the material basis for the widespread optimism about a pluralistic market socialism that characterized the early 1990s. Finally, the rise and fall of this regional production regime was one way the conditions were laid for the subsequent boom of private industry in the early 2000s, as a vast stock of fixed capital, trained personnel, relationships and infrastructure were built up in this public sector and then dumped into the market. The introduction of the dual-track economy allowed for a sudden explosion of consumer demand that would persist for a decade. This meant that SOs could sell consumer goods at high prices, but the shortage also applied to many of the materials for producing such goods. Although materials producing SOs were likewise incentivized to expand their production for above-quota sales, it took several years for this expansion to catch up with demand, so material prices were high as well. So managers responded by turning to their personal relationships with local officials in the surrounding countryside to create new TVEs specially tailored to produce the materials they needed at lower prices than those being sold by other SOs. Eventually this nexus expanded to outsource components and even final products previously made directly within the SOs, not only to cut costs, but also to expand production in ways still limited by bureaucratic red tape, state control over urban land use, etc. It was much easier for an SO manager to have a friend in the countryside open a new factory there than to obtain the land and permits necessary to do so directly in the city. Overall, then, the SO-TVE nexus was a set of relationships whereby SOs in a given city outsourced the manufacture of industrial components to collective enterprises in the surrounding countryside, which the SOs supported by granting loans, donating equipment, and sending technicians to train the TVE personnel. This benefited the SOs by facilitating the expansion of production at minimal cost, the townships and villages by providing new sources of revenue, and the TVE employees by providing industrial jobs to rural residents ineligible for positions at urban enterprises. The nexus predominated in Sunan, much of the broader Jiangnan region of which Sunan is a part, and the peripheries of Tianjin and a few other strongholds of state enterprises that managed to adapt to the market economy and even prosper, if only for a few years from the late 1980s through the mid-1990s. 146. As noted above, however, the term Sunan model usually refers mainly to its collective ownership structure, which spans the period before and after the heyday of the SO-TVE nexus, and which also includes TVE's manufacturing consumer goods as opposed to industrial components for nearby state enterprises. In the Greater Shanghai area, this sort of nexus was so successful for TVEs that it briefly raised the income of ruralites as high or perhaps higher than that of urbanites in the late 1980s and early 1990s. 147. This scenario was made possible by the convergence of the aforementioned policy changes promoting TVE formation, the only partial marketization of these regions at the time, the presence of relatively robust and dynamic SOEs there, and the shift in national economic strategy to the promotion of light industry for domestic consumption. That shift created an incentive for consumer-oriented SOEs to expand at an unprecedented rate, and of course this market-oriented expansion was only possible because of the simultaneous decentralization of management and loosening of state monopolies on the production of many goods. In Shanghai, where this sort of nexus is best documented, key consumer goods produced by SOEs were bicycles, refrigerators, sewing machines, motorcycles and automobiles. By the late 1980s, collective enterprises in the surrounding countryside were producing components for all these industries. Shanghai SOEs had started subcontracting to CBEs even before 1978, but this did not become a common practice until the 1980s, when the nexus system quickly took shape. 148. In part, this was because Shanghai's economy was still being sheltered from the experiments with foreign investment and more thorough marketization going on in the PRD and elsewhere, because the municipality was the state's most important source of revenue, providing 1/6 of the central government's total, among which 70% derived from Shanghai SOE profits. 149. By 1988, then, 31.2% of Shanghai's suburban industrial output was produced by 1,446 joint ventures between SOEs and TVEs, championed by the local state as urban-rural unification. 150. For example, one household refrigerator SOE, a significant source of revenue for the Shanghai government, increased its annual output from 10,000 units in 1985 to 850,000 in 1996, its workforce growing from 557 to 2,740. By 1997 it had developed a supplier base of 76 subcontractors, 41 of which were TVEs. It had also helped its supplier of compressors develop its own subcontractor base. At first the refrigerator SOE had imported most of its compressors from Japan, but over this decade it localized 70% of its supply, cutting costs by 45%. During the same decade, the local compressor factory had increased its annual output from 100,000 to 900,000 units. It had done this largely by helping to set up 60 subcontractors, over half of which were TVEs. 151. These networks expanded so rapidly and then contracted so suddenly in part because of the decades-long shortage economy, which perpetuated the illusion that the SOEs could expand continuously without ever saturating consumer demand. By the time it became evident that conditions had now shifted to a surplus economy, it was already too late. In this case, the transition from planned to market economy is better understood as two shifts over a period of about 10 years, from planned to mixed or dual-track economy starting in 1984, and from dual-track to market starting in the mid-1990s. In the dual-track economy of the late 1980s to early 1990s, the heyday of the nexus, SOEs did not feel market competition until several years later, when production capacity caught up with and surpassed demand. 152. From 1984, a set of state policies permanently constricted the scope of the planned economy. Anything that SOEs produced beyond that scope could henceforth be sold outside bureaucratic channels, with the sellers keeping the profit. Somewhat like the socialist regime briefly generated the illusion that it was a stable system capable of reproducing itself with no end in sight, so too did the dual-track economy create a widespread sense that it was a fully formed economic system in its own right, with its own set of institutions. The belief that socialism was stable enough to withstand these vast reforms had blinded many participants to the full extent of a transition that ultimately took on a life of its own. In the same way, the apparent health of the dual-track economy blinded many managers of SOEs and TVEs to their gradual subsumption under the law of value. One result of this was that managers of such firms were still making decisions that only made sense in the context of a shortage economy left over from decades of planning oriented toward heavy industry, basic infrastructure, and military production. Under conditions where the rules and signals of the emerging market economy were changing rapidly, the managers of these SOEs and TVEs developed an entire portfolio of business practices that temporarily made sense in the dual-track economy but eventually contributed to its demise: reliance on personal relationships with bureaucrats whose offices were being reorganized or phased out, the design of TVEs around the production of specific components for sale to particular SOE, and the more basic problem of continuing to expand production vastly beyond what the market could absorb. When prices began to fall in the mid-1990s, the SOEs began scrambling to cut costs by reducing the number of orders from local suppliers and switching to cheaper parts from new TVEs that were popping up in more distant townships. Market rationality replaced the ethics of personal loyalty that local TVE managers had taken for granted. By 1999, between 60 and 70% of the local TVE subcontractors for 6 key industries had closed down in the rural counties of Shanghai. 153. This devastated the economies of these counties, with just one study finding hundreds of thousands of workers laid off in each of the several townships it surveyed. 154. This devastation dumped a vast stock of experienced workers and machinery into the private economy. Many of these factories were taken over by their managers, often in partnership with capital from elsewhere in China or overseas, and restructured according to more purely market principles. Local workers were thrown into competition with new migrants from poorer areas. In other cases, the equipment in these now defunct factories was purchased by private enterprises elsewhere and shipped away. As will be discussed in more detail below, nationally, most collective TVEs were closed or privatized from the mid to the late 1990s, but this occurred last in Shanghai and Sunan. This shows that TVEs were more successful there than elsewhere in purely economic terms, and that they were more important to the state, so they were not forced to privatize at first. Here it was not until the SOEs dug their own graves by expanding beyond the nation's capacity to consume their products that the TVEs dependent on them went bankrupt and were either directly privatized or had their equipment sold off to existing private enterprises. This is thus not a typical story about the rise and fall of collective rural enterprises, but the eventual outcome was the same. Thus, it illustrates both the diversity of economic experiences characterizing different parts of China in the apparently fluid 1980s to 1990s, and their ultimate collapse under the pressure of the law of value. The gestation of value. Beginning as early as the mid-1980s, domestic production had begun to respond to pressures that increasingly resembled the dictates of value accumulation. These pressures were by no means fully developed, as many TVEs did not become entirely marketized until the mid-1990s, but the form of value had clearly begun its gestation in both the countryside and the SEZs. This was a definitive point in the transition to capitalism, despite the fact that ownership remained nominally public. This can be loosely understood as the emergence of two, initially separate, mutually underdeveloped systems of value, which would merge by the turn of the century. The first was domestic, undergirded by the growth of rural industry and driven largely by local dynamics, such as the new incentive structures conditioned by the household responsibility system. The second was international, marking not just the gestation of a value form but instead the intrusion into the mainland of the prevailing global system of accumulation. By the 1990s, the two would begin to link, each complementing the other to condition a wave of successive marketization programs that eased the linkage between the developing domestic value form and the reigning dictates of the global economy. At the risk of distracting from our main narrative, it's important here to clarify what we mean by capitalist transition in some theoretical detail. Value itself is a sort of spectral category that nonetheless takes material form at the social scale. It is a real abstraction, in the sense that the act of exchanging commodities poses their equivalence, and thereby both retroactively implies the amorphous character of a general, abstract labor that can be actualized in a diversity of commodities and requires the emergence of a general, abstract money commodity to realize this equivalence. 155. The Marxist idea of value, then, does not rely on any subjective act of valuation. This is, perhaps, the greatest difference between Marx's critique of political economy and all forms of economics. Value is absolutely not defined by individual consumers valuing one good over another, even if this is an important proximate cause within the sphere of circulation. 156. It is better understood as an emergent process, guided by a machine-like logic that makes use of humans and all kinds of non-human systems as raw material and conveyance mechanisms for its expansion. This process itself, as opposed to individual values, generates a value form. 157. The value form is an emergent property of capitalist production, which it then drives forward according to its basic internal logic. Capitalist production is undertaken not to serve human needs but instead to increase the mass of value, embodied in commodities. In order for value to be produced in the capitalist sense, however, labor must also be a tradable commodity, defined by its ability to produce a value in excess of the wage, which is realized only when the value produced is successfully sold on the market. This realized value then takes the form of money capital, the bulk of which is funneled back into production as investment. The function of investment is ultimately to produce even greater quantities of value, and at the level of the firm this function is signaled by profit. The investment market is therefore defined by differentials in the rate of profit between firms and industries. Competition via the market, then, plays a vital role at three stages of this process. First, there is the necessity of a general labor market, ensuring that surplus value can be produced as an excess over the wage. Not all workers need to be fully dependent on the wage, but a market wage must be dominant enough to exert an inertial force ensuring that more and more workers will tend to become dependent on the wage, directly or indirectly. Similarly, the market wage must be dominant enough to generate a gravitational pull on those outside of it, i.e., peasants subsisting largely off their own land who trade excess on the market are trading at market prices defined in the end by the cost of labor and its proportion to capital. 158. Second, there is the necessity of a general commodity market for produced goods. Again, not all goods need to be commodified, but there is a general tendency for such a market to constantly increase its scope, pulling more products into market exchange and thereby transforming them into commodities. This transformation also entails the incorporation of these goods into the capitalist technosphere, where the production process tends to become more disaggregated and automated over time. Finally, there is the necessity of a market for capital. Both money capital and fixed capital must be tradable and subject to market competition, making investment receptive to the rate of profit. Taken together, these market forces will generate a form of value that tends to increase the productive forces generally. This occurs both due to the inertial force expanding production in absolute terms, i.e. more factories opening, more workers entering the labor force, and in relative terms, via increasing productivity per worker. Competition drives this expansion in both forms. In order to remain in business, individual firms must outcompete others by either finding new markets and expanding production to serve them, or by revolutionizing their existing facilities in order to produce greater quantities of goods for less labor. The two are of course not exclusive, and in both regards early entrants take on increased risk and gain increased reward if successful. When others follow, the market stabilizes at its new, increased size and scope. For the economy in general, the total value has expanded. Such expansion is dependent on the ready availability of a workforce whose labor can be purchased at a wage that leaves sufficient room for profit, and on the ability of firms to trade finished goods over commodity markets, thus realizing the value created in the production process. From the late 1970s onward, each of these markets within the Chinese economy was at least partially incomplete. In the early years of reform, the only production that can be said to have generated value in the capitalist sense was taking place within the insulated sphere of the CESAs, to be traded on the global market. But over the course of the 1980s, the rise of the domestic market would see the partial formation of a distinct, albeit infantile, value form operating within the shell of the planned economy. Outside of the CESAs, production for value was most dominant in rural areas with large quantities of TVEs, and particularly in those 178 says adjacent industries that had become at least somewhat linked to export processing. But socialist-era welfare policies limited the size of the population that was dependent on the wage, particularly among those with urban hukou. In the countryside, workers freed from agricultural work by enhanced productivity provided a ready labor market for TVE production. In the urban sphere, this process remained incomplete, with the share of proto-proletarian workers growing, particularly in the coastal cities, but often remaining small compared to workers still more fully incorporated into the iron rice bowl of socialist-era, enterprise-based welfare. Nonetheless, growing marketization increased inflation and began to change the character of subsistence, turning more goods into social necessities. This further incentivized entry into the labor market, particularly among the peasantry. Meanwhile, capital itself was only indirectly subject to market forces, evinced by the relatively low number of factory closures in the period. Firms were allowed to experience the upsides of market competition, but were still insulated from the downsides. This partial exposure to market forces nonetheless drove SOEs to focus on productivity growth, instead of simply expanding their state allotments or resource consumption, as had been the case in the socialist era. A growing portion of retained revenue thus funneled back into enterprises in the form of new machinery, equipment, and training. Overall, by the 1990s, enterprise funds replaced state appropriations as the major source of finance for research and development. 159 While TVEs and smaller private firms tended toward labor-intensive production, SOEs were capital-intensive, with markedly higher labor productivity. The entire process of technological transformation tended to enhance competitive pressure, and this ensured that the velocity of marketization itself increased. Early on, the most radical wing of the remaining socialist-era dissidents, such as Li Zhengtian and Wang Zizhi of the Liège Group, had imagined that economic reforms could be combined with increasing the scope of worker control in order to create a cooperative system of firms coordinated by democratically regulated, non-capitalist markets. 160 Similarly, the party itself returned to debates from the 1950s on the socialist law of value. A new, socialist market interpretation emerged, in which the market could coexist with state ownership in a way that precluded transition to capitalism. Since the market was seen as merely a mechanism for administering the circulation of goods, it was imagined that production could remain socialist so long as it was nominally owned and administered by the state, whether embodied in the village committee, the municipal government, or a central planning authority. This meant that, alongside increased enterprise autonomy and economic efficiency, economists began to discuss the idea of socialist profit and the intentional revival of the law of value, but did not envision these as necessarily leading to the rehabilitation of capitalism. 161. Both the dissidents and the reformers in power, however, tended to conflate formal ownership with the realities of everyday operation. A capitalist system is indeed founded on private ownership, but equally important is the tendency for the very basis of private ownership to be undercut by the expanding social scope of production. On top of this, ownership as a social practice is historically specific. The distinction between previous and modern forms of private ownership lies in capitalist ownership's location within a market defined by the law of value. It is this context that also ensures that the scale of production tends to increase, so the private ownership of production is gradually eroded by more complex forms of administration that tend to span a greater breadth of society. On one side, this entails private ownership of the means of production on the part of capitalists, who claim the right to administer the excess value generated by the process of production. But the key here is not nominal ownership so much as the specific ownership of tradable commodities. Under capitalism, in contrast with other modes of production, ownership is fundamentally fungible, with the commodity form writing contingency into its basic structure. Ownership thereby becomes the administration of commodities, and nothing deeper. This also means that many distinct styles of ownership and administration can exist within a capitalist system, so long as none threaten the commodity form and the drive toward value accumulation that defines it. Moreover, there is a secular tendency for the scale and extent of production to increase, and this requires that administration itself grow more complex. Ownership follows, becoming both more social and in many cases more monopolistic. Meanwhile, state-owned firms are relatively common, as are worker cooperatives and small businesses. Capitalism thereby accommodates a vast diversity of methods for the administration of production. Absolutely none of these forms of ownership, including state ownership, can be considered somehow less capitalist than the others. In fact, the entire framework of definition here is at fault, the attempt to sum up to capitalism starting from microeconomic units equivalent to an attempt to distinguish water. It is the function of the firm within the overall movement of social production, rather than its nominal ownership or method of administration, that defines its inclusion within a capitalist economy. But if we define the function of individual firms relative to the environment of production, how do we understand their function when this environment is in transition? In such a situation, the character and function of individual firms takes on an added dimension, contributing to, hindering, or otherwise influencing the direction of change. All economies transitioning into capitalism tend to include an array of older forms of ownership, administration, and labor which are slowly converted into the greater system of value accumulation and increasingly subject to the system's requirements. The colonies of capitalist countries, for instance, were unambiguously a part of the global capitalist market, even while they utilized the labor of slaves, coolies, and indentured servants. In such situations, individual productive units sit on a sort of ecotone, the space where distinct ecosystems of production meet. Some methods of production go extinct, but others adapt. And just as many of these archaic forms are therefore exapted into the capitalist system, sometimes as simple accidents of history, but often because they prove to be equally or more efficient at securing the accumulation of value in a given era than already existing forms of organization. The key question in a period of transition, then, is not one of how exactly sites of production are owned and managed, but instead how they operate relative to the larger pressures of compounding growth and intensive technological transformation that define a capitalist economy. As these various forms of the market relation began to take hold in China, they gained their own inertia independent from the intentions of reformers. The commodity market, the labor 182. Market and the capital market developed at different rates, but growth in one tended to initiate, cultivate, and reinforce growth in the others. In the early 1980s, the commodity market was developing rapidly, the labor market was still limited, and the capital market was almost non-existent. The law of value was largely limited to the CESAs. By the end of the decade, however, the commodity market was pervasive, and it had begun to stimulate the growth of the labor market and facilitate the transformation of TVE ownership into something resembling a locality-based shareholder corporation. At the same time, the growth of the commodity market and the availability of contract labor slowly transformed the methods of production within even the large SOs. The ability to outsource lower-order operations to smaller firms, combined with technical changes that enhanced productivity, would soon create an abundance of obsolete plant and equipment, as well as unnecessary labor. A domestic law of value had begun to take shape, but it was still geographically delimited and internally incomplete. It was also a tumultuous political process, with economic volatility generating popular revolt that threatened the stability of the transition itself. 3. Sinosphere. International conditions. Overview. Capital in competition. The fact remains that capitalism is, in essence, a global system, so the transition to capitalism cannot be explained solely in domestic terms. In this section, we return to developments in the global economy, but now focusing on China's new role in the international hierarchy of production. Central to this story is the nature of competition as a driving force of capitalism, taking place simultaneously between firms, countries, and regional blocks of capital. As long as growth is robust, this competition leaves sufficient room for mutually beneficial alliances across these levels. But when growth slows across the board, the same competition becomes a zero-sum game. 1970s to 2000s. 184. In such conditions, the role of national alliances of capital and regional trade blocs, centered on different currencies, takes prominence, and international politics becomes a game of juggling financial bubbles while shrugging the worst crises off onto competitors. Trade wars, currency wars, and capital wars in emerging markets become the defining features of the economy. It is in this context that capital as a global system is able to shift its center of gravity. We've already seen how the pivot to the Pacific took place through the Cold War alliance between the US and Japan. This shift was, in historical terms, relatively smooth due to the clear hegemony of the US, the demilitarization of Japan, and the ready availability of military procurement contracts justified by the threat of socialism. But toward the end of the century, greater head-on competition between US and Japanese manufacturers would lead to an all-out trade war, ending in Japan's defeat. Ironically, however, the Japanese crisis, paired with the end of the Cold War, would lead to the conditions in which a new block of Sinosphere capital could ascend to the helm of the region. The trade wars continued in the absence of Cold War military contracts, and mainland China rapidly outcompeted Southeast Asian manufacturers in their jostling for greater shares of global supply chains, now assisted by a flood of overseas Chinese capital back into the rapidly liberalizing market via the intermediaries of Hong Kong, Singapore, and Taiwan. All of these changes exerted a powerful gravity on Chinese urbanization and industrial geography. A new form of city began to arise in the key coastal export zones, sprawling, inhuman and constantly redeveloped, the earliest incarnation of the delta megacities of today. These new cities were spaces of dispossession, the natural environment of the proletariat. It is no coincidence, then, that the bottom of the capitalist class system took shape here first, as migrants flooded into places like the Pearl River Delta looking for work. But where these migrants came from, why they migrated, and why other forms of industrial employment had become foreclosed to them will all be explored in Part 4, where we explain the rise of the domestic capitalist class system. Early trade and investment. International trade had never composed a large share of Chinese production in the socialist developmental regime, and much of what did exist was with other socialist countries. The bulk of this had been with the USSR, accounting for almost 50% of China's trade between 1952 and 1960 and the major source for an entire range of capital goods, from basic industrial materials to machinery. The revival of industry in Manchuria and the first five-year plan that followed would have both been impossible without this Soviet support. In exchange, China had exported labor-intensive goods such as textiles and processed foods into the Soviet Union. But even at its height, the trade-to-GDP ratio never exceeded 10%. As the Great Leap Forward failed and Sino-Soviet relations began to strain, trade between the two largest countries in the socialist bloc stagnated. Between 1959 and 1970, Chinese trade saw no net growth. By 1970, trade with the USSR had almost entirely dried up, dropping from half of total trade to a minuscule 1%. The effect on the overall trade-to-GDP ratio was stark, with trade's share dropping to a mere 5%. 1. If future development were to occur, China would require a new source for the advanced capital goods that it was not able to produce domestically. This provided the context in which China had approached the question of a diplomatic rapprochement with the US, itself beginning to feel the stir of industrial crisis. Equally important, however, were the regional economic deals that followed from this reconciliation with the military superpower of the Pacific Rim. In step with the US, Japan had normalized diplomatic relations with mainland China in 1972. This was followed by a series of trade agreements over the course of the 1970s, the most important of which was the long-term trade agreement of 1978, aimed at solving the capital goods problem in China by exporting natural resources to resource-poor Japan in exchange for the import of entire industrial plants, including all relevant technology and construction materials. This agreement coincided with the beginning of the crisis of overproduction among Japanese manufacturers, providing an essential market for capital goods that could no longer be profitably put to use in the domestic economy. By 1980, China was relying on Japan for the largest share of its imports, with Japan composing 26.4% of the total. In the same year, Japan was the market for 20.1% of Chinese exports, mostly in natural resources. Meanwhile, the bulk of imports were in precisely the capital goods that had begun to experience the most severe profitability declines, including heavy chemical and industrial products and machinery and equipment. 2. Beginning in the 1970s, then, Chinese trade began to crawl back up from its trough, regaining its socialist-era peak of 10% of GDP in 1978 and then climbing steadily throughout the first half of the 1980s, with imports and exports arranged via bilateral trade agreements providing roughly equal shares. 2. Elspeth Thompson, Japanese FDI Exports and Technology Transfer to China, Center for Asian Pacific Studies Working Paper Series, No. 50, 1997. Pages 1-4, Tables 1-2. Red Dust. 187. In total trade. 3. During this period, the domestic economy was still thoroughly insulated from the capitalist market by a double airlock in which the state monopolized foreign trade, allowing only 12 nationalized trade companies to facilitate the relationships laid out in the trade agreements. Meanwhile, the value of the Chinese yuan was completely severed from international currency markets, being set at a planned rate, making it unconvertible. Dual prices therefore existed for internationally traded goods and a dual-track currency system was instituted, with the yuan untradable on the global market and special market rate foreign exchange certificates issued in its place. 4. This system, however, was entirely dependent on a steady stream of oil and coal. Production at Daking oil field, the largest in China, had been accompanied by new output from a string of smaller fields opened throughout the Cultural Revolution, leading to a rapid 20% annual growth rate in total petroleum output between 1969 and 1977. Growth was so rapid that planners were stating that China would approach Saudi Arabia's position as the world's third largest petroleum producer by 1985. 5. The 10-year plan of 1976 to 1985 was founded on a series of mega-projects, built with imports of industrial goods from the capitalist world paid for in oil. The gargantuan size of the plan was made possible by the presumption that oil output would continue to grow at the same rapid rate, despite the fact that the reserves presumed to exist had not actually been verified. In the end, the reserves never materialized. Overexploitation in the early 1970s had caused lasting damage to long-term productivity, and petroleum production peaked at the very beginning of the 10-year plan, right as many of the trade agreements were being signed. 6. The result was the growth of a massive deficit between revenues and the amount of future foreign reserve obligations. 7. Many contracts were ultimately cancelled, but the situation also encouraged the reform of both commodity and currency airlocks insulating the Chinese economy from global market prices. If these airlocks could be carefully worked around, it would allow for new means of paying for necessary development outlays, in particular the expensive plant and equipment being imported from Japan. By the mid-1980s, the yuan was intentionally devalued, beginning to bring it in line with global currency markets, and by the early 1990s the dual-track currency system had been entirely abolished. Meanwhile, the passage of the Plaza Accord in 1985 saw rapid inflation in the yen, while the dollar became more competitive. The newly devalued yuan was well positioned to begin competing with the dollar-pegged currencies of Southeast Asia for a position within the lower rungs of the Pacific Rim hierarchy. The rise of labor-intensive production hubs in rural areas had already positioned the mainland to benefit from increased demand for light industrial goods. The productive capacity of the TVEs was evident, and the domestic market had begun to shift from persistent shortage to surplus. A building crisis of overproduction meant that any TVEs able to find new markets would not only be saved from bankruptcy, but also catapulted far ahead of their competitors. The second airlock insulating the domestic economy was therefore overcome through the establishment of the special economic zones, the first of which were all in relatively poor coastal stretches in Guangdong and Fujian provinces, near Hong Kong and Taiwan. This was accompanied by a massive increase in the number of companies allowed to engage in foreign trade, many of which were located in the CEZAs, which allowed duty-free imports on the condition that they were used within the zone for the production of goods for export. The result was that by 1987, China had established what were, in essence, two separate trading regimes, one of which was fully marketized and geared toward export and the other a partially reformed, more heavily regulated ordinary trade regime. The nature of exports also changed in this period. While petroleum had still been the largest export product in 1985, composing some 20% of the total, by 1995 all of China's top export commodities were labor-intensive manufactured goods. 11. This boom was spurred by both the rapid growth in the domestic economy and a large influx of foreign direct investment. While very few of the mainland's early imports originated in Hong Kong and Macau, these areas would act as a key interface between the rapidly changing developmental regime and the capitalist sphere into which it was slowly being incorporated. Hong Kong and Macau soon came to dominate China's share of inbound foreign investment, providing 51.6% of all FDI by 1983, followed by Japan at 20.4% and the US at 9.1%. Some of this was due to the illicit recycling of mainland capital and the unrecorded funneling of Taiwanese investment through Hong Kong financial markets, but the role of Hong Kong itself cannot be exaggerated. Even prior to the founding of the CEZAs, Hong Kong firms had been allowed to sign export processing contracts with Chinese firms in the Pearl River Delta. 13. This was the beginning of Hong Kong's own deindustrialization, as both local firms and international subcontractors for Japanese corporations operating in the territory shifted their manufacturing capacities across the border to the PRD. Never the beneficiary of the heavy industrial military contracts awarded to Japan and South Korea, Hong Kong's manufacturing sector was largely composed of smaller, light industrial workshops. These plants were relatively cheap to move, and their decentralized nature, with laborers dispersed and disciplined as much by traditional family hierarchies as by simple wage exploitation, helped to prevent the type of militant workers' movement that would form in the industrial zones of South Korea. When they offshored, these firms left their administrative, financial and marketing components in Hong Kong, with upper management still able to make the short commute across the border when necessary. Early on, Hong Kong also provided raw materials, components, and blueprints, in what was known as the three supplies, one compensation system. The one compensation was a lump sum payment given from the Hong Kong firm to the local contractor, paid in installments of American or Hong Kong dollars. This payment went directly to the local bureaucrats, cotters and managers who had secured the contract. The workers themselves were paid in yuan on a piecework basis, with the remainder of the foreign currency often liquidated on the black market for a high exchange rate or laundered via Hong Kong banks for reinvestment. 14. Similarly, goods produced in the PRD were often not shipped directly out of mainland ports to their end markets, but were instead funneled through the duty-free port of Hong Kong, helping to make it the busiest container port in the world between 1987 and 1989, then again in 1992 to 1997. 15. The ultimate result was one of the most rapid deindustrializations in any contemporary society. 16. This process began with the opening of Chinese trade to Hong Kong industries in the last years of the 1970s, accelerated with the founding of the CESAs, and then skyrocketed with the global trade shifts associated with the signing of the Plaza Accord, itself a result of a low-level trade war between the US and Japan. Hong Kong's manufacturing workforce fell in both absolute and relative terms, from 892,000 workers in 1980, shrank to about 327,000 workers in 1996, and from about 47% in 1971, to only 14% in 1996. 17. Tertiary industry grew in its place, Hong Kong regaining its status as a key entrepot for global trade and gaining a new role as one of the region's financial hubs. By 1996, over 40% of Hong Kong's GDP derived from finance and banking, trade, and transport service. 18. On the mainland, this meant that the early reliance on Japanese capital goods was now superseded by global regimes of trade and finance administered via the colony. Urban behemoth. Capitalist production takes on its fullest, objective form at the scale of society itself. People's ways of living and working change, their patterns of movement are attuned to the flow of value, the non-human environment is gutted, settled, abandoned, and reconstituted as a space for recreation or ecological services, and human population concentrates alongside capital, knit together by a growing technosphere of roadways and swirling satellites. But the cities of the East Asian mainland have long memories. Old regimes of production are chiseled into their foundations, the chaos of collapsed polities ground into mortar for the new. As in Europe, the initial subsumption of the East Asian mainland into capitalist production would inherit an established network of distinctly non-capitalist urban agglomerations, themselves shaped and reshaped by hundreds of years of warfare and economic transformation. The first, halted stage of transition in the late Qing and Republican years saw the rapid growth of older coastal and river port cities capable of operating as entrepôts connecting the continent's massive agricultural sea to the global market. Shanghai, Guangzhou, Wuhan, Nanjing, and a few other ancient cities benefited from this process, growing at the expense of their landlocked counterparts. A number of new urban concentrations also arose in the same period, Qingdao being a representative case, and the late stages of this early transition, carried out under Japanese occupation, would see rapid colonial urbanization in Manchuria as well as wartime development of some interior cities, such as Chongqing. The socialist developmental regime both halted this process of urbanization and hardened the divide between urban and rural spheres. Rates of urbanization had long been lower in the East Asian mainland than in pre-capitalist Europe, and rural population density was generally much higher. Both characteristics were ultimately carried over into the socialist era. But the developmental regime also anchored population to localities in unprecedented ways. The Hukou system formalized the urban-rural divide while also making migration across equivalent localities into a bureaucratic hurdle. Intrarural migration in the period was likely lower than the already low levels experienced in the era of the pre-capitalist dynasties. In the cities, the Danwei tied subsistence to the enterprise, and labor turnover throughout the socialist era was incredibly low. This had the effect of not only limiting intra-urban migration, but also balkanizing the cities themselves. Each enterprise became increasingly autarkic, providing housing, food and entertainment for its own workers. The region's ancient cities had long cycled through relatively closed and open periods, defined on one extreme by the ward system of the Tang, when freedom of movement was carefully curtailed, and on the other by the open cities of the Song or early capitalist era, when freedom of movement was essential to increasingly marketized production. Though the socialist-era city did not explicitly curtail urbanites' movement within the city, the enterprise acted as a sort of informal ward system, since 194. Members of a given enterprise tended to live, eat, and partake in leisure activities within the same spaces, many of which were physically demarcated with systems of walls, gates, and courtyards. This balkanization began to break down in the southern coastal cities first, since these were the areas with the lowest concentrations of large state-owned enterprises and the longest histories of small-scale production. As early as the 1960s, cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou already saw the emergence of proto-proletarians not well defined by either Danwei or Hukou. As worker peasants, some within this class were actually residents of neighboring rural areas who would be shipped into the city during down seasons in agricultural production. Others, known as lane labor, were simply the poorly incorporated segment of urbanites who had no strong connection to a given enterprise and therefore could be recruited from the lanes and alleyways between the large enterprise complexes. The variability of these workers to traverse the boundaries of the socialist city was the reason they were attractive sources of labor for local enterprises. When worker peasants finished a contract, they could be sent back to the countryside. They got a boost in income. Urban administrators did not have to provide outlays for their subsistence and industrial enterprises could obtain abundant low-cost inputs for production. Similarly, lane labor could be used to cheapen reproductive costs for workers higher in the urban hierarchy, with women and unemployed youth recruited to do laundry, prepare food and produce and repair clothing for workers in the large industrial enterprises. Meanwhile, the enterprise did not have to provide the full Danwei benefits to such workers, instead offering wages or an array of more limited benefits. As urban industry was reformed, this proto-proletariat red dust 195 would grow in size, labor turnover would increase, and the balkanization of the socialist city would give way to rapid urban growth fed by probably the largest mass migration in human history. At the same time, rural industrialization, driven by the new domestic market, would see the emergence of a sprawling new urban geography first in the river delta cities, where old urban agglomerations would expand to meet newly urbanized towns, and later in the growth of entirely new, properly urban concentrations out of smaller cities and market towns in what had once been exclusively agricultural areas. If the large so complex defined the urban structure of the socialist era, it was the rise of the TVE and, later, the fully private firm that would define the expansive urban geography of China's entry into capitalism. The size and scale of this process also ensured that these new capitalist cities would take on gargantuan proportions befitting the global market they served. Between 1978 and 1990, the number of cities in China more than doubled, from a mere 193 to some 467, and the number of cities with a population greater than 1 million grew from 13 to 31. 19. Though it's helpful to think about the accumulation of value on an abstract level, in order to identify its core laws of motion, these laws nonetheless operate objectively, shaping both space and society. The fall of the rate of profit is an abstracted description of a very wide aggregate of investment decisions made by individual firms operating on a market that has reached a certain level of saturation. But its objective form is both social and spatial. At the social level, the cycle of boom and bust ultimately generates new modes of living, new cultural practices, and new waves of unrest and reaction. At the spatial level, crisis is embodied in the senescence of old industrial cores, accompanied by a fierce global competition to take their place at the cutting edge of global production. Across the rust belts, obsolete factories are shuttered, profitable investment concentrates on a few remaining firms, and infrastructure decays. Alongside this, unemployment and outmigration both tend to increase, the black market grows and unrest may become more common, but in general the area undergoes a drawn-out decline through attrition. Many cities compete to helm key segments of the new industrial structure, but the outcome is often determined by structural factors and historical inertia, with the whims of the ruling class also contributing a small but not insignificant influence. In the last wave of global industrial restructuring, for example, a location along the Pacific Rim coastline was among the most valuable endowments a city could have. Coastal development a factor of expanding global trade, and Pacific urbanization generating a feedback effect whereby the changing center of gravity of accumulation conditioned new urban development, and this new urban development brought with it a wave of new infrastructural investment that further reinforced the eastward tilt of capital. At the same time, the scale of the new industrial structure is always larger than its predecessor, due to the drive for compounding growth that sits at the core of the capitalist economic system. But, though its sheer mass may increase, production itself tends to shed labor relative to capital, and short of major waves of destruction, newly revolutionized industries will on average directly employ smaller and smaller shares of the population compared to the cutting-edge facilities of the last industrial revolution. The pool of new employment in the most productive industries, over which firms and cities compete, then, tends to shrink in relative terms, and a larger share of employment in general is exposed to greater pressure to cheapen labor costs. In each wave of industrial restructuring. 197. The Rust Belts become more numerous and the Sun Belts either more exclusive or more exploitative, with greater numbers of cities suspended somewhere in between. Direct dependency on the core industries also decreases, with more urban areas dependent on the indirect maintenance of productive hubs located elsewhere. As we have already seen, this competition is also international in scale, with the success of the Chinese Sunbelt cities built on the inability of competitors in Southeast Asian manufacturing to secure more of the global market. Global trends in profitability also clearly structure the new production hubs, with falling profitability not only spurring increased foreign trade, but specifically doing so in pursuit of a cheap, underutilized workforce that can be briefly superexploited relative to the average cost of labor. While the spread of the American Rust Belt, for example, was accompanied by the rise of both a cheap labor Sunbelt and the ascendance of a series of coastal cities founded on high-tech industries and producer services, the Chinese Sunbelt defined by the most rapid rates of urbanization and economic output would also be largely coastal, but was defined from the start by its concentration of labor-intensive industries tied to global logistics networks. This was the character of the Sunbelt in the period we review here, prior to the rise of China's high-tech hubs and the ascent of Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Beijing as true global cities comparable to Tokyo or Los Angeles. If any single area was particularly representative of Chinese urbanization in this period, it would likely be the Pearl River Delta, and specifically the area in and around Shenzhen, the most successful of the first four SEZs established in 1980. Urban development in the PRD is symbolic of all the larger trends detailed above. Like Chinese capitalist industrialization. 198. More generally, it began not in the established city, but instead in the rural downriver portion of the delta. Similarly, its industrial composition was defined by the demands of the global economy, even while it was coordinated via extremely local networks of family, village, and regional identity. Production was founded on a pool of super-exploited migrant labor, drawn from the countryside and employed in labor-intensive industries for long hours at extremely low wages. These industries developed alongside a boom in the construction of basic logistics infrastructure, linking new firms directly to the global market via the port of Hong Kong. The ultimate result of all this was the creation of one of the world's largest urban agglomerations, incorporating massive swaths of undeveloped rural land, encompassing several ancient cities and townships and sprawling out in ever-changing patterns of production, settlement, and redevelopment that not only embody rapid Chinese economic development but also arc toward a certain ideal of capitalist urbanization itself. 20. Sky without a moon. In 1980, when Shenzhen was declared one of China's first four SEZs, it was little more than a small market town encircled by agricultural land. Its population was somewhere around 30,000, including many who worked on nearby farms. Neither the market town nor the agricultural periphery had fared particularly well under the developmental regime, which funneled industrial investment into larger cities at the expense of smaller ones and emphasized grain production even in regions better suited to different crops. By the advent of the reform era, the entire region had become severely underdeveloped. 21 But it also stood at the interface between booming capitalist Hong Kong and the mainland, and the area around Guangzhou had boasted some of the most active popular support for reform early on, often carefully cultivated by Zhao Ziyang in his time as Guangdong's party secretary. Opening the area up for experimentation therefore had few downsides, while both its location and recent history added to the potential for successful reform. Even prior to the development of export industries, South China more broadly had utilized its climatic and historical endowments to become one of the fastest growing centers of commercial production in the early years of reform. The tropical and subtropical climate accommodated a more diverse agricultural output than most parts of the north, and the old commercial networks that had once tied the region together began to re-emerge alongside the growth of the rural market. Before the socialist era, the region had dominated in production of fish, silk, sugar, tropical fruits, and vegetables, alongside its capacity for rice cultivation. During the earlier transition to capitalism, stalled by the outbreak of war and revolution, the industrial output of South China had been closely linked to these endowments. Light industry was central, including food processing, textiles, and the production of basic consumer goods. When the market re-emerged in the countryside, the same industries were well positioned for a revival. 22. South China as a whole received 42% of all realized foreign capital investment in the years between 1979 to 1994, and, by 1995, it contributed over 47% of the total export output generated by the whole nation. 23. Throughout this period, the Pearl River Delta acted as probably the single most important core of production in the region. The Delta area alone contributed some 17.34% of national export output in 1990, and received 18.95% of realized foreign investment. By that same year, it had already grown to dominance within the provincial economy, producing 68.8% of Guangdong's gross value of industrial and agricultural output. 24. Nor was this the peak of its influence. By 2000, Guangdong province accounted for 42% of all China's exports and 90% came from 8 cities in the Pearl River Delta, led by Shenzhen. 25. Shenzhen itself became the fastest growing city in the world, its GDP growth rate averaging just over 30% between 1980 and 2000. By 2010, it had gone from a fishing town of 30,000 to a massive city of some 10.4 million. 26. Trends in population growth and urban development matched these numbers. From a meager urban growth rate of 0.75% between 1957 and 1978, the Delta's urban population grew by 7.21% between 1982 and 1990. 27. Much of this growth was driven by the influx of temporary migrant workers from the greater region as well as inland China. In the early 1980s, migration restrictions were relaxed, and by 1984 migrants from the countryside were formally allowed to travel to a number of specially designated towns to do non-agricultural work. By 1985, not only could peasants work in designated towns, but they could also freely move to any nearby township to do certain types of work. Siphoning off surplus rural labor, such policies began to rapidly increase the proto-proletariat population across China. But the phenomenon was most pronounced in the south, especially within the PRD. Early on, this phenomenon was largely provincial. In the 1980s, the share of migrants coming from outside Guangdong remained relatively low, having grown from nothing to a mere 11% of total migrants in 1988. This population would grow much more rapidly in the 1990s, but, prior to this, migration into the PRD was dominated by an influx of surplus rural laborers drawn from the surrounding region. Compared to the small share of long-distance temporaries, some 88% of total migrants in 1988 originated in Guangdong, the bulk of these being short-distance migrants from rural areas within or adjacent to the PRD. The vast majority of these first-generation migrants were unmarried young women doing factory work. This temporary population grew at an annual average rate of just under 30% for the province as a whole between 1982 and 1990, but within the Delta region it averaged more than 40%. In 1982, the PRD had contained some 37.25% of the province's total population of temporaries, only slightly above its share of total provincial population. But by 1990, just under 80% of all temporaries in Guangdong lived and worked in the PRD. 28. Shenzhen, Dongguan, Bao'an, and Guangzhou led these trends, altogether containing more than half of the total temporary population in the Delta as a whole, each with between 15 and 18%. 29. Not surprisingly, these were also the areas with the highest per capita output value in 1990 and some of the fastest growth rates in output value over the course of the 1980s. Though the established city of Guangzhou would remain the largest single contributor to the region's output, its share of the total was halved from 44% in 1980 to 22% in 1990, while Shenzhen's grew from a mere 0.39% to 12.44% over the same period, followed by slightly weaker growth in most of the Delta's other established towns. 30. The ultimate effect was an almost perfect case study of what has been called urbanization from below, driven by the transformation of small towns and rural areas into properly urban agglomerations. But in the interim between the PRD's largely rural origin and the formation of a genuine megacity around 2010, migration into built-up urban areas only composed some 26.6% of all migration within the region. Instead of immediate urbanization, then, migration to small towns dominated in the first decade of reform. 31. The cities that resulted were defined by what scholars and locals began to call rural-urban integration, marked by growing sprawl and intensive industrialization and agriculture. 32. Overall, however, cultivated land diminished from 2.58 million acres in 1980 to 2.25 million acres in 1990, while the built-up area of designated towns increased at an average annual rate of 23.98% over the same years, adding some 67 square kilometers of urban space per year for the entire decade. 33. Industry was similarly sprawling and diverse, dominated by small workshops of less than 200 workers on average, many employing as few as a dozen. In these years, there were simply no major plants or even substantial factory agglomerations. Old commune dining halls were converted into light industrial workshops, followed by newly constructed buildings no more than 2 or 3 stories high with a handful of large rooms. Locals soon began describing the new geography of production with a phrase as poetic as it was accurate: a spread of numerous stars in the sky without a large shining moon in the center. The growing financial prominence of Hong Kong in this period was not simply a factor of geographical proximity. Direct family connections and indirect cultural influence were equally important, with much of the early development in the PRD facilitated by extended family networks, communication between the production and administrative wings of the firm taking place in Cantonese, and the predominantly female labor force disciplined by clan or place-based loyalties. Many of these continuities were long-standing features of Southern Chinese history, but just as many were the result of much more recent events. Of particular importance was the influx of nationalist-aligned refugees into Hong Kong as the war ended and mainland industry was restructured in the early years of the developmental regime. Paired with the territory's status as a British colony, this concentrated a large, cheap labor force alongside a mass of capital smuggled from the mainland by the wealthier of these refugees, who also had managerial expertise and international connections. Particularly important was the mass relocation of Shanghai businessmen in the late 1940s, bringing start-up capital and extensive knowledge of light industry to the island at precisely the time when its prominence as an entrepot had been strangled by the revolution on the mainland. This combination of capital and cheap labor worked to rapidly industrialize the colony over the next 2 decades. Then, when mainland trade opened again, the same factors would drive 2 decades of rapid deindustrialization. 35. but the émigré capitalists in Hong Kong were only one fraction of a much larger Chinese capital network extending across Southeast Asia and the Pacific more generally. 36 Often called the Bamboo Network, the roots of this concentration of overseas Chinese capital can be found the period of Ming and Qing regional hegemony that preceded the imperialist expansion of Europe and Japan. During the Ming, Zheng He's diplomatic missions established rudimentary trade networks across the South China Sea and Indian Ocean, often helmed by Cantonese and Hokkien traders. A larger wave of migrants into the region followed the rise of the Qing, as Ming loyalist armies fought the new dynasty from a series of southern holdouts that were slowly overrun throughout the latter half of the 17th century. These migrants, speaking southern Chinese dialects, filtered into Southeast Asia, in some places slowly incorporating into local economic and political regimes in places like Thailand, and in other areas founding their own polities, such as the Lanfang Republic in western Borneo. By the middle of the 17th century, Chinese settlers in Taiwan and Southeast Asia numbered more than 100,000. 37 Everywhere these migrants went, they continued the tradition established in the Ming era, founding their own conglomerates to facilitate trade, mining, agriculture, and light industry across Southeast Asia. With the rise of Western colonialism and the slow collapse of the Qing under foreign pressure and internal revolt, the character of this diaspora network again began to shift. Many Southeast Asian polities fell to European imperial expansion, later replaced by the US and Japan. The Chinese economic networks in these areas were, however, often preserved and sometimes even given preferential status by colonial administrators. A third wave of migrants flooded out of war-torn southern China following the Taiping Rebellion in the mid-19th century, at which point Chinese migrants in Southeast Asia already numbered over 1 million, with 2 million Chinese in Taiwan slowly displacing the indigenous population to become the island's majority. 38 Some of this new wave of migrants again filtered into Southeast Asia, but many were now drawn to new labor markets in the Americas and Australasia, where they staffed booms in mining and railroad expansion. Though the largest of these countries later expelled many migrants, the diaspora left a lasting influence, with substantial local business networks forming in Pacific Rim cities like San Francisco and Lima. During the late Qing years, Sun Yat-sen famously toured overseas Chinese settlements in order to raise funds for the Revolutionary Alliance, signaling both the cultural continuities of these networks and their relatively high level of dormant capital. As unrest continued after the fall of the Qing and into the Republican period, a final surge of southern migrants moved into Southeast Asia and then, after the victory of the Communists, into Taiwan and Hong Kong. 39 Again, these diaspora populations would become central pillars of local trade and industrial networks, sometimes facilitated by colonial powers and often creating local ethnic inequalities that led to violent confrontations, in some cases culminating in anti-Chinese riots and pogroms, particularly in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Burma, causing new waves of intra-regional migration. Such events were one factor, for instance, in the formation of an independent, Chinese-dominated Singapore. In other cases, the Chinese business class underwent a greater degree of assimilation, as in Thailand and, to a lesser extent, the Philippines. But in all instances, the Bamboo Network retained substantial control over trade ties and large stocks of sitting capital, ultimately capable of contributing to the formation of the Pacific Rim region at a scale comparable to that of Japan, and playing an absolutely central role in the ascent of China within the global economy. Throughout the late Qing and Republican periods, investment from this Bamboo Network back into China was minimal compared to the value of labor remittances. Investment from overseas Chinese is estimated to have been $128.74 million between the late 19th century and 1949, with some 80% of this investment concentrated in Guangdong and Fujian. By contrast, remittances amounted to some $3.5 billion during roughly the same period. 40 During the socialist era, when remittances could not be sent directly to the mainland, Hong Kong became an essential financial intermediary between the overseas Chinese population and their relatives in China. As ethnic tensions accompanied decolonization across Southeast Asia, Hong Kong also became an important repository for bamboo network capital. Between 1949 and 1990 some HK$73 billion was invested into Hong Kong by the Chinese from Southeast Asia, an amount that exceeded both US and Japanese investment over the same period. 41. The concurrent boom in several Southeast Asian countries also tended to benefit local Chinese conglomerates. Indonesia is a notable example. Following the fall of Sukarno and the anti-communist genocide in 1965, Suharto's New Order regime instituted a military-backed developmental program aimed at reconstructing the country's decaying colonial-era infrastructure, revolutionizing agricultural productivity and drawing in foreign capital. As in China in the same period, the major initial attraction for foreign capital was access to oil and other raw materials. Resource-poor Japan again played a leading role there, reviving trade relationships originally established as part of the co-prosperity sphere. Chinese Kokong capitalists played an essential role in this process of internationalization. First, they were able to draw on pools of sitting capital in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and elsewhere to funnel into domestic production. Second, they were considered reliable partners by non-Chinese foreign capitalists, who saw the Kokong firms as the only domestic forces with the necessary corporate, capital and distribution apparatus in place, and the business culture essential to the making of profits. 42. These same factors gave them preferential status among the country's military leaders, who offered monopoly contracts, cheap credit, and lucrative deals with state-owned enterprises. Locally, this generated deep-seated inequalities between Chinese and indigenous capitalists, as well as a more general ethnically coded inequality experienced by poor Indonesians in their interactions with Chinese shop owners or in working for Chinese conglomerates. Though the exact weight of Chinese capital in the New Order economy has long been debated, it's clear that Kokong firms dominated production, especially outside of the large state-owned infrastructure projects. By the mid-1980s, a common estimate was that the Chinese own, at the very least, 70%-75% of private domestic capital, and Chinese business groups continue to dominate medium and large-scale corporate capital. This also meant that, aside from Suharto's family network and those tied to the top-ranking generals, Indonesia's New Order domestic capitalist class remained predominantly Chinese. 43. But equally important is the fact that this domestic capitalist class was often subcontracting for Japanese firms, or at least funded by the more developed tiger economies that owed much of their ascent to an earlier influx of Japanese capital. Thus, the post-crisis outflow of Japanese capital, facilitated by U.S. military interests, ultimately began to reinvigorate the business relationships of the bamboo network, which grew to global prominence only in the last 30 years of the 20th century. By 1991, the World Bank estimated the combined output of overseas Chinese totaled $400 billion USD, growing to $600 billion in 1996. 44. Though much of this was held domestically, it also tended to be more mobile than funds held by non-Chinese domestic capitalists. It is therefore useful to compare the figure to other sources of investment in the region. Though much redundancy exists in these figures, total Japanese FDI worldwide between 1951 and 1986 amounted to some $106 billion, the Asian portion of which was $21.8 billion. 45. This increased rapidly after 1986, with an annual outflow amounting to $48 billion, and Japan's manufacturing investment in Asia for the handful of years between 1986 and 1989 exceeding the total investment for the entire 1951 to 1985 period. 46. Ultimately, the picture is one of growing parity between these two deeply intertwined sources of capital, followed a slow shift of gravity within the Pacific Rim from Japan to China via the revival of dormant ties with the bamboo network. The rapid growth of the network was itself driven by the bubbling of the Japanese economy. It then flourished across the region as the bubble gave way to the lost decades and Japanese investment went into a relative decline. The Pacific Trade Wars. By the last decades of the 20th century, global capital had decisively shifted east. U.S. international trade across the Pacific overtook the volume of comparable trade across the Atlantic as early as 1980, and the Asian Pacific Rim economies grew at an annual rate of 5% between 1982 and 1985, compared to 1.8% in Europe during the same year. 47 On the one hand, this was driven by the Japanese bubble, which drove capital overseas at unprecedented speed. Japan's share of global FDI reached 17.8% in 1984, exceeding that of the US. 48 On the other hand, it was facilitated by continual demand in the US for light industrial goods and raw materials from overseas. This new center of gravity for capital can therefore be understood as a sort of tripod perched between Japan, the US and a growing Sinosphere archipelago of wealth that would, by the 21st century, converge toward the mainland. At roughly the same time, investment also began to funnel into the booming economies of Southeast Asia. At the top, this process was defined by growing trade tensions between the US and its two top late developer competitors, Japan and West Germany. In the Pacific, this resulted in a building trade war, marked by substantial tariffs imposed by the US on Japanese electronics, the use of diplomatic force to restrict Japanese auto, steel, and machinery exports, and a number of high-profile cases of scaremongering and federal blockage of inbound investment projects. Indiana steel workers were pictured smashing Japanese-made cars with sledgehammers, and in 1982 several Hitachi executives were arrested by the FBI in a high-profile sting for knowingly purchasing data stolen from IBM. 49 But the heavy-duty weapons in the trade war were the policies that drove to the heart of the international monetary system. Japan had long been manipulating its currency in order to maintain a competitive edge, and the US finally used its geopolitical power to force a floating of the yen, paired with the intentional devaluation of the dollar. In the 1985 Plaza Accord, the result was a rapid loss of competitiveness for Japanese manufacturing, helping to push even more investment into financial speculation and real estate and thereby accelerating the asset price bubble that would burst 5 years later. 50 Though the Plaza Accord marked a turning point, it was simply one pivot in a much longer-term trend of falling profitability, relocating industry, and increased competition. These trends created the trade war, and the trade war created this and other policy decisions. The causality here cannot be reversed. But while the Plaza Accord weakened Japanese manufacturing, it made the currencies of many other regional economies more competitive. Decolonization and its subsequent discontents had largely passed in Southeast Asia, while the last major Indo-Chinese war had thrown Thailand into the favor of the US. The war had also linked regional development to the tiger economies via the subcontracting arrangements outlined above. By the time that the Plaza Accord was signed in 1985, then, the bottom rungs of production were primed for export to poorer countries peripheral to the newly constructed hubs of the Pacific Rim. A new set of miracle economies was predicted by IMF and World Bank economists, centered on Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, though sometimes including the Philippines and the Chinese mainland. Such predictions were based on a rapid increase of FDI into the region, led by investors from Japan and the tiger economies. 51 The result of this was another wave of astounding GDP growth, far exceeding that of the developed economies while also surpassing even the higher average rates experienced in the world's developing countries and quickly overtaking the growth rates of the tiger economies. 52. As previously seen in the cases of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, much of this growth was facilitated by the patronage of the US military in the region. This is particularly true of Thailand, which provided both combat troops and a series of military bases for American use during the war in Indochina. Between 1950 and 1988, the US provided over $1 billion in economic and $2 billion in military assistance, with the bulk of this flowing into the country during the war years between 1965 and 1975. 53 The relative weight of this aid becomes clear when compared to total FDI, which was a mere $1.18 billion between 1961 and 1980, growing to $6.88 billion in 1981 to 1990 and $5.05 billion in the handful of boom years between 1988 and 1990. 54 The $3 billion of direct aid received between 1950 and 1988, spurred by military interests, compares to some $8 billion in FDI over roughly the same period. Through the bulk of American military involvement in Vietnam, total U.S. aid roughly equaled Thailand's entire budget of foreign reserves. 55 The relative importance of direct military patronage only decreased when Japanese FDI began to pour into the Thai economy following the Plaza Accord. While US-originated FDI had composed 45.1% of Thailand's total in 1965 to 1972, compared to 28.8% for Japan, these figures were reversed by the early 1990s. Between 1987 and 1995, Japanese investment composed 31.6% of the total, and the U.S. share dropped to 13.2%. 56. Exports from Thailand to Japan increased over the same period, following a pattern seen across Southeast Asia, where trade balances with Japan were negative and tended to become more imbalanced after 1985, while positive imbalances grew with the US and European economies over the same period. These trade surpluses with the West, however, were not enough to entirely counteract the trend toward an overall trade deficit across the region, and the drying up of the FDI that counterbalanced these deficits after the Asian financial crisis would show just how dire this imbalance was. 57 More importantly, this imbalance was itself a signal of the inequalities built into the supposedly win-win sequence of flying geese industrialization. In reality, both the tiger economies and the booming Southeast Asian countries were part of an emerging Pacific Rim hierarchy, shaped by U.S. military interests and economically dominated by Japan, which was locked in a competitive symbiosis with the U.S. economy. In the East Asian tigers, this hierarchy would play out via conflicts over the sharing of intellectual property and high-tech market shares and production techniques. 58. In Southeast Asia, the regional inequalities were much starker. Each sequence of industrial restructuring and technology transfer in the region had been accompanied by a growing reliance on imported technologies and components, as well as a decreasing reliance on import substitution as a driver of domestic development. By the time that a major wave of restructuring hit Southeast Asia, much of the incoming FDI took the form of highly mobile firms utilizing cheap labor without transferring substantial ownership of advanced technologies to capitalists in the host countries, or doing so only very selectively. The effect was that the new exporting industries been grafted onto economies whose small manufacturing sectors are notable for their histories of rent-seeking and inefficiency. 59 In many cases, as in Indonesia, ownership was disproportionately concentrated in the hands of both foreign owners and a small fraction of local capitalists who had preferential ties to either military juntas or bamboo network businessmen. 60 This has been characterized as a somewhat technologyless industrialization, particularly pronounced in export sectors, which tended to be both geographically concentrated in export processing zones, dominated by foreign-controlled firms that built very few backward linkages to domestic enterprises. 61. Regionally, these export industries were incorporated into triangular trade hierarchies, with Hong Kong and Singapore providing financial services, while Japan, Taiwan, and Korea competed as sources of high-tech inputs, which were then processed in a production chain stretching from the tiger economies down into Southeast Asia, sorted by labor costs and the capital-labor ratios of the industry in question, with raw materials provided by Southeast Asia and the ultimate product exported to end markets in the US and Europe. Meanwhile, the entire trade infrastructure of the Pacific Rim region was dependent on the production of containers, ships, and port infrastructure, which composed a new geographical hierarchy of logistics hubs dominated by export processing zones and gargantuan container ports. It was within this context that the opening of mainland China was made possible. The mainland's ascent, in competition with Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia, was thus dependent on the flourishing of the bamboo network after the bursting of the Japanese bubble in 1990, and finally secured by the collapse of its regional competitors in the Asian financial crisis of 1998. 4. Iron to rust. Domestic conditions. Overview. Class wars. The ascent of the mainland in international production chains was, however, only made possible because of rapid and far-reaching changes to the decaying class structure left behind by the developmental regime. In this section we detail the formation of both the top and bottom of a capitalist class system in mainland China. The decades covered here are the final years of the transition, marked by rapid expansion of the market, rapid financial restructuring, the conversion of state-owned enterprises into multinational conglomerates, and the final destruction of the socialist-era industrial belt in the northeast. By the early years of the new millennium, China had completed its transition to capitalism. The process of transition is a contingent one, with subsumption into the capitalist economy taking a markedly different character in different regions at different times. One feature of the Chinese case, explored throughout, has been the wholesale exaptation of certain mechanisms from the developmental regime in order to stabilize the transition, ensuring conditions necessary for the accumulation of value. In the transition to capitalism, novel adaptations are of course important, with the commodity form, the wage, and the specifically capitalist role of money all playing such a role. But equally important are features that originate from previous modes of production, adapted to serve the needs of accumulation. As suggested above, this extends to the market itself, with pre-capitalist commercial networks exapted into the capitalist world in both Europe and Asia. Another case more specific to China that we have emphasized here and elsewhere is the Hukou system. Whereas its function in the socialist era was to secure the urban-rural divide by freezing population movement, the process of transition gave the Hukou an opposite function, facilitating migration while also generating a dual labor market in the cities, thereby helping to suppress both wages and unrest. The early proletariat was a product of the collapse of the rural economy, and for many years, full inclusion into this emerging class was largely a matter of one's rural Hukou status. But even after proletarian conditions generalized, Hukou remains to this day an important dimension of state control, helping to maintain accumulation overall. A similar process of exaptation helped to form the top of the class hierarchy, as technical and political elites within the developmental regime's bureaucracy fused. This fusion positioned these elites such that they became the main beneficiaries of the privatization taking place in the 90s and into the new millennium, which would transform this provisional ruling stratum of red engineers into a properly capitalist class. In this way, the administrative capacities of the bureaucracy would be exapted, transforming the party into a managerial body of the bourgeoisie. But these processes were not without conflict. The transformation of the ruling class and the birth of the proletariat took place through a sequence of struggles in the final decade of transition. The first of these was the Tiananmen Square movement in 1989, which would ultimately set the terms of continuing reforms ensuring that they would both exclude the interests of the old industrial working class and be defined by a process of marketization helmed by the existing party, rather than some new political organ. The crushing of the unrest ensured the stability necessary to attract new rounds of investment throughout the subsequent decade, and to engage in a wide-ranging process of financial reform, remodeling the banking system and capital markets in mimicry of the high-income countries. We open Part 4 with an analysis of Tiananmen, then, as the event that secured the position of the new ruling class and made possible the following decade of reform. The second major struggle in this period was the gutting of the developmental regime's industrial heartland in the northeast at the turn of the century. This process was defined by mass privatization, layoffs, and protests. The end result was the disintegration of the final remnants of the developmental regime's class system, and the completion of the transition to capitalism. We therefore close with the defeat of these protests and the creation of the Northeastern Rust Belt. 222. Tiananmen Square and the march into the institutions. By the mid-1980s, a small but increasing number of urbanites broke out of the iron rice bowl of the Danwei system, with its guaranteed employment and state grain rations, jumping into new opportunities created by an expanding urban consumer market. Small business was encouraged by the state to fulfill increasing demand. Shops opened up all over Beijing, for example, selling cheap goods usually produced by the TVE sector and/or by new migrant labor, such as workers from Wenzhou who produced popular leather jackets in small family-run businesses in Beijing's Zhejiang village. In Haidian, Beijing's university district in the northwest of the city, the morning brought a train of peasants on donkey-drawn carts carrying produce to sell on the open market. Street vendors also proliferated, creating a much more vibrant nightlife in the city. Families started privately run restaurants by breaking holes in the Danwei walls separating the sidewalk from small Danwei buildings. Customers stepped through the hole in the wall into a restaurant that focused on serving good food marketed to changing urban tastes, markedly different from the bland taste of state-run restaurants with terrible service. This was the point at which marketization could clearly be seen transforming the fundamental spaces that composed the socialist-era city, with markets bustling, new migrants settling and the literal opening of the autarkic Danwei walls all seeming to symbolize a new era of free movement. On one level, this echoed traditional patterns of urban development in the East Asian mainland, such as the shift between the ward system of the Tang and the open cities of the Song. Such cities had always been marked by a tension between cloistering and openness. At the same time, the space began to mirror new structures of power and inequality that were only just emerging. The slow trickle of escapees from the Danwei system created an emergent class of urban entrepreneurs, who could be seen traveling the city on motorcycles and even private cars. Meanwhile, peasants entered urban spaces more regularly, both as small-scale produce vendors and as new migrant workers. This broke down one of the fundamental spatial divides that had existed in the socialist era, beginning the transformation of the hukou system from a method for sealing the cities from the countryside to a method of segmentation used to enforce labor discipline on a new proletariat. The spaces inhabited by peasants in the city made clear that they didn't enter on equal terms. The informal character of the street vendors' carts and the ramshackle quality of new migrant settlements signaled this, and began to stoke fears among urbanites of the possibility of growing urban slums, something rendered in the official literature as a risk of Latin Americanization. For the vast majority of urban workers, who were still dependent on the Danwei system, living standards improved only slowly. Meanwhile, the changes led to shifting class formations and alliances that destabilized the urban political scene. Stories and complaints about corruption proliferated. The foreign cars that appeared on the streets, passing urbanites riding slowly to work on buses and bikes, became a particular object of scorn, and stories spread rapidly about leaders driving around the city in Mercedes. Open protest was at first largely held in check by a combination of state repression and improved living standards. But as price reforms and high inflation began to cut into incomes from the mid-1980s, it was increasingly difficult for the state to keep criticism of the party from turning into open protest. As inflation first began to spike in 1985 and 1986, students began a series of protests for political reforms and against corruption. These protests spread from Anhui province, where they began in early December, 1986, to 17 major cities around China, including Beijing. Yet, 224. The protests failed to gain support outside of universities and were quickly suppressed. One party general secretary Hu Yaobang, seen by other CCP leaders including Deng Xiaoping as too lenient on the movement, resigned in mid-January, 1987. As the old Danwei system continued to strain under the reforms, however, dissatisfaction among urbanites erupted into the largest reform period protests in the spring of 1989, with the participation of up to 2 million people in Beijing during the movement's May peak. This time urban workers joined a stage initially set by student protesters, but the alliance was temporary at best. While there was a diversity of opinions among both groups, in general interests pushed students in one direction and workers in another, and as the politics rapidly unfolded, individuals were caught up in a movement that none really controlled. Students representing a rising class of entrepreneurs and managers in the expanding market economy were mostly critical of the way that the reforms were being implemented. Workers were more directly critical of the content of the reforms. Following the repression of the movement in June of 1989, workers in the old socialist industries and students would never unite again, with the educated class of managers becoming key beneficiaries of the reforms, while workers lost out, left to protest sporadically and alone, until the remnants of the socialist-era working class were finally extinguished in a wave of deindustrialization at the turn of the century. 2. At the same time, the weakening of state control over university campuses created a new space for political debate, even as the state added ideological education in the aftermath of the 1986 protests. Students looked for the deep causes behind China's turbulent political past, especially the Cultural Revolution. Turning to existentialism, liberalism, and neo-authoritarian ideas, students tended to argue that Chinese culture itself was to blame for political repression, arbitrary bureaucratic power over daily life, corruption, and party factionalism. A new May 4th movement was necessary, and it had to be led by intellectuals. 3. Ironically, neo-authoritarianism was one of the most popular ideologies among students. For its basic idea was that a single strong leader in the CCP needed to take control of the party to stop the factional fighting and bureaucratic stasis that was holding up the progress of reform. That leader should take advice from intellectuals, who supposedly knew how to reform society. There were also liberal critics of authoritarianism among the students, along with a smaller group who were critical of the direction of the reforms for damaging the living standards of ordinary citizens. For all the vague talk about freedom and democracy at the time, however, most students seemed enamored with the idea that they alone understood how to solve China's problems. When Hu Yaobang died on April 15, 1989, students immediately began to write posters on campuses and hold discussions. Hu was especially popular among students and intellectuals as he was tasked with rehabilitating intellectuals and rebuilding the party's relationship with them at the beginning of the reforms. Seen as incorruptible, Hu was a symbol of correct leadership within the party, sidelined by hardline bureaucrats protecting their privileges. Small student groups, especially those with good connections within the party, left wreaths commemorating Hu on the monument to the people's heroes at the center of Tiananmen Square, as urbanites had done for Premier Zhou Enlai following his death in 1976, leading to the April 5 movement. The first student protest was a nighttime march of around 10,000 to the square from the University District on April 17. At the lead, students carried a banner that proclaimed themselves to be the soul of China, an elitist formulation that would characterize their politics for the next 2 months. The monument at the center of the square soon filled up with wreaths left for Hu, and in the first days it became a site where anyone could jump up on the first ledge of the monument to give a speech to hundreds of onlookers. At night, protesters often gathered at the gate of Zongnanhai, the main compound in which top CCP leaders lived. Students and intellectuals, however, were quickly joined by young workers and unemployed urbanites, most importantly by forming the Beijing Autonomous Workers' Federation. 5. Yet these two social groups did not come together to form a coherent social movement even as they took part in the same events. Momentarily brought together by their shared opposition to corruption in the party, which had been worsened by market reforms, the two groups were divided by much more than what unified them. In terms of protest styles, students claimed exclusive ownership over the movement, in fear that they could not control other groups, who might use violence or provide the state with an excuse for repression. They tried to keep others out of the protests. Or, failing that, to sideline other groups as mere supporters and not full participants. As students and intellectuals believed that they were the only ones truly able to save China, they often blamed peasants for leading the country astray during the revolution and the socialist era. In the early days, students set up a coordinating organization in an attempt to control the movement, the Autonomous Student Union of Beijing Universities, with an elected leadership. The student union organized a widespread boycott of university classes beginning on April 24. As the protests developed, other student organizations formed and competed for control. The independent Beijing University Student Dialogue Representatives Group attempted to discuss demands with party leaders, discussions broken up by other students. The occupation of Tiananmen Square was controlled by the Headquarters for Defending the Square, yet another independent student organization. The headquarters leadership was elected by those occupying the square, and the main power it enjoyed was control over a loudspeaker system at the center of the protest. Further, students cordoned off the center of the square around the monument to the people's heroes with a hierarchical series of concentric circles. To get into the outer rings of the circles, one had to be a student. Deeper towards the center required you to be a student leader with some connection to the headquarters. The students forced the workers' organization to set up its tents across the street from the square itself. Students also had a very different relationship to the reforms compared with workers. Students largely wanted the reforms to move faster, to be better organized and more efficient. They were afraid that corruption was leading to a weakening of the reforms. By the mid-1980s, however, workers had begun to see their interests being undermined. There was 228 new unemployment, stagnating wages, and, most importantly, high inflation, reaching levels of hyperinflation by the end of 1988. For workers, the reforms had to be slowed down or significantly rethought. Price stabilization in particular was crucial, since workers were in the process of losing their guarantee to cheap, state-subsidized grain. While students at first focused largely on mourning the pro-intellectual former Premier Hu Yaobang, the workers' criticism of the party and its reformist policies were more broadly political than those of students early on in the protest movement. For the workers, corruption was not a problem because it was seen as weakening the reforms, but instead indicated the emergence of a new form of class inequality. In handbills, workers asked how much Deng Xiaoping's son lost in bets at Hong Kong racetracks, whether Zhao Ziyang paid for playing golf, and how many villas the leaders maintained. They further questioned how much international debt China was taking on in the reform process. The students and workers also had very different ideas about democracy. Students spoke vaguely about democracy, but often called for intellectuals to have a special relationship to the party. Most were more interested in having Zhao become a more powerful, enlightened leader, for whom intellectuals could play the role of advisors, showing him how a market economy should really work. When one talked with workers, they had a much more concrete idea of democracy, one that had emerged over a long period of workers' struggles in China, clearly visible, for example, in the strikes of 1956 to 1957, the Cultural Revolution, and the 1970s. 6. For many workers, democracy entailed worker power within the enterprises at which they worked. Workers complained about the policy of one-man rule in work units, wherein a factory director was a virtual dictator. 7. The students, unlike the workers, were intimately involved in the factional fights going on within the CCP. Students largely took the side of the more radical market reformer, Zhao Ziyang, who was the head of the party. Zhao wanted to push the market reforms through more quickly. On the other hand, the students largely reviled Li Peng, the head of state, well before he became the figurehead of martial law in late May. A moderate reformer, Li was seen as an old-style bureaucrat who stood in the way of a rapid and efficient transition to a rational market economy. Workers, however, did not really take part in this factional fight. They'd gained little by participating in factional fights before, specifically during the Cultural Revolution and the Democracy Wall period of the late 1970s and early 1980s. The Workers' Federation warned that Deng Xiaoping used the April 5 movement to become leader of the party, but after that he exposed himself as a tyrant. 8 party members returned the favor in kind, with the All-China Federation of Trade Unions publicly backing the students but ignoring the workers who participated and their fledgling organization. 9 party elders, however, shifted away from supporting General Secretary Zhao Ziyang's policy of concessions to the students as May developed. At a contentious, May 17 meeting of the Standing Committee of the Politburo held at Deng Xiaoping's residence, Deng and Li Peng criticized Zhao's approach, claiming he was splitting the party. Deng pushed for the declaration of martial law, which was formally announced on May 20. In the early morning of May 19, Zhao went to the square to warn students to leave, saying they should not sacrifice themselves for a movement that was over. Then Zhao left the square, having lost his position within the party, and was soon put under house arrest for the rest of his life. The late May announcement of martial law sharpened the politics of participants, with the Workers' Federation announcing that the servants of the people swallow all the surplus value produced by the people's blood and sweat. Further stating that there are only two classes, the rulers and the ruled. The majority of students, conversely, still held out for support from Zhao's faction even after martial law was declared. A potential alliance between students and workers never really materialized under the pressure of the rapidly changing political context. Students initially did not want workers to call a general strike in order to keep the focus of the movement on themselves and thereby retain their power. But after martial law had been declared on May 20, students finally saw the importance of worker participation, though again only in a supporting role, and they finally asked workers to undertake a general strike. By that point, however, participation in the protests had dropped dramatically, and it was too late for workers to fully mobilize their forces. Nonetheless, workers were still able to pull large numbers to resist the state's implementation of martial law. In fact, workers continued to put more people into the streets, even as student numbers declined. But by this point, the party had mobilized up to 250,000 soldiers in the outskirts of the city. Workers and other urbanites were initially able to stop the entry of soldiers into the city on the night of June 2 into 3rd, blocking roads and surrounding troops in vehicles. This led to only a small amount of violence, with urbanites often giving food to the tired soldiers caught up in the crowds for several hours before they gave up and pulled out of the center of the city. This only encouraged more resistance the following night. But on the night of June 3 into the 4th, the army moved more resolutely towards the square to put an end to the protests. That night it was mainly workers and unemployed youth who attempted to slow the approach of the army in the streets leading up to the square, and many of them paid for it with their lives, with hundreds of civilian deaths. Along Chang'an, the main east-west avenue bisecting the city at Tiananmen, workers and other Beijing residents built blockades with buses, often setting them afire. Molotov cocktails and rocks were thrown as soldiers approached. The intersection around Muxidai on Chang'an to the west of the square was particularly hard hit, with pitched battles between workers and soldiers. Many deaths were concentrated there. As the first soldiers in armored personal carriers arrived on the square, some students and residents continued to resist, and an APC was set on fire. Several civilians were killed on the edges of the square. Once the main body of the army reached the square, they stopped, and by the early morning they were negotiating with the remaining student occupiers, allowing them to leave the square and walk back to their campuses, though not without several being beaten by soldiers first. The protests in the capital were over, but the repression continued. Workers were hit the hardest in terms of prison sentences and executions in the days and weeks that followed, with student participants getting more lenient sentences. The harsh crackdown on worker participants became a condition for the acceleration of market reforms in the 1990s, most notably the liberalization of the food market in the early 1990s, which the workers clearly would have otherwise continued to resist. As the Chinese economy was increasingly 232 integrated into global capitalism after 1989, the economic interests of students and workers diverged further. The students of the 1980s became the middle and entrepreneurial strata that emerged in the 1990s, benefiting from the continuation of the market reforms that the crackdown on the protests enabled. 11 In the late 1990s, workers in many older state-owned enterprises were laid off, rural to urban migration increased rapidly, and a class of new workers came into being, making low wages and living a precarious existence within the global manufacturing system. As worker and peasant protests increased again from the mid-1990s, they were not joined by students or intellectuals, who had mostly moved to the right when they still had any politics at all, arguing for the protection of property rights and free speech or increasingly taking nationalist positions. Bureaucracy to bourgeoisie. The events in Tiananmen were, in retrospect, a key moment in the formation of a domestic capitalist class out of the ruins of the socialist-era bureaucracy. The protests and their crushing set the terms for this process in a number of ways. First, it became evident that there was a new, highly educated faction of urbanites who now sought incorporation into this ruling class, and were, moreover, prone to push for accelerated reforms, expansive privatization, and various new state structures that would best accommodate the operations of a market economy. In this way, the position of students in '89 would prefigure the position of purely private capitalists who gained their wealth with little help from the state and today remain or under-incorporated into the existing party patronage structure. 12. At the same time, the students themselves demonstrated the importance of incorporating new intellectuals into the party, from whence they could also begin to accrue capital in the market economy. Second, the crushing of the Tiananmen movement also made clear that the nucleus of a new capitalist class would largely be incubated within the party itself. Of course, there were a large number of private capitalists who stand entirely outside the party, and throughout the 1980s it seemed to be an open question how much power and political leverage would be allowed newly rich mainlanders or old capitalist families returning from Hong Kong or overseas. But the events of '89 made clear the limits of this leverage. There could be no tolerance for reforms that outpaced party control even if basically all the economic policies advocated by the student groups would eventually be implemented. Meanwhile, the party itself was opened even more to intellectuals and the newly rich. With socialist-era class designations officially abolished in 1978, the total numbers of cadre continued to grow and new members would come from increasingly better educated backgrounds. This process was in many ways continuous with trends in the growth of bureaucratic privileges that had long plagued the socialist era. More importantly, the ability to draw from a well-organized, ready-made ruling class exacted from the tops of the tumultuous class structure of the late developmental regime gave the entire process of transition a much more stable, systematic character than that seen elsewhere, particularly for a country lacking the direct military patronage and geopolitical oversight of the reigning hegemon, which had ensured relative stability during industrialization in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. We will explore the current character and composition of the Chinese ruling class elsewhere in the final part of this economic history, as well as in other articles, interviews, and translations. But in order to understand the nature of the transition, it's essential to trace out the precursors to the development of a capitalist class on the mainland, gestated within the party bureaucracy inherited from the developmental regime. This was a process marked by apparent continuity, but also defined by important internal changes to the structure and priorities of the party itself. The crushing of unrest that defined the short Cultural Revolution gave way to the long Cultural Revolution, during the latter two-thirds of which any potential popular movements had been essentially defeated, but factional conflicts within the upper ranks of the party existed in an uneasy détente exacerbated by the ossification of the developmental regime, the growing power of the bureaucracy and the direct militarization of production. This détente saw a continual increase in the absolute number of cadres, alongside the maintenance of the power and privileges of those at the top. But the period also saw a number of reforms that, on the one hand, seemed to arise from the recognition that the system was ossifying and needed to be modified, and, on the other, acted as pragmatic tools to stifle the power of particular factions. In order to serve both functions, recruitment was prioritized among those with lower education, and state investment was redirected. The clearest symbol of this process was the closure of universities, the rustification of the highly educated children of high-ranking officials, and the expansion of primary education, particularly in the countryside. In addition, there were several high-profile promotions, placing figures like Chen Yonghui into some of the highest positions within the party. It is not at all unusual for the earliest members of a country's capitalist class to emerge from the upper echelon of the increasingly archaic class structure that precedes the transition. In some cases, this process took the shape of a forcible subsumption into the global economy imposed by European powers on conquered peoples, where it was common for the colonial apparatus to selectively delegate power to a subset of pre-existing local leaders willing to capitulate to the colonial state, giving the new class structure an appearance of continuity with indigenous systems of power. But even outside the colonies, the same phenomenon has been a feature of almost every instance of capitalist transition. This includes the textbook case of England, where the early enclosures that led to enhanced agricultural productivity and the rapid growth of the industrial economy were in fact instigated by landowners already empowered by the aristocracy. 13. The continuity is equally apparent in the first few late developers, such as Germany and Japan, where the role of feudal landowners combined with a pre-existing state bureaucracy to facilitate the transition in a way that retained the power of various pre-capitalist ruling classes but also effectively transformed them into capitalists, or at the very least landlords and rentiers in the sense described by Marx. 14. None of this implies that such classes had somehow already been capitalist, nor that the state bureaucracy inherited by the Germans or Japanese was in some sense state capitalist prior to marketization. The absurdity here is self-evident. Just because various feudal, tributary, or other indigenous modes of production gave way to capitalism, and many families within old ruling classes retained their power throughout, does not mean that these pre-capitalist systems were actually already capitalist, even if they had been shaped indirectly by competition with the early capitalist powers. But exactly the sort of argument is often made for China. Since so many within the party-state bureaucracy would retain power and effectively bequeath it to their children, it is assumed that there must have been some secret capitalist kernel within the bureaucracy all along, ultimately unleashed by an artful combination of tragedy and betrayal. Not only is the chain of logic here backwards, there is also an analytic error in conflating class and power. Just because power might span modes of production embodied in the same families, the same locales, and even in a state that takes the same name, the class relations that generate that power nonetheless undergo a change. Class is not a simple designator for those who have authority and those who don't, nor is it a sociological tool for cutting a population into brackets of income or education. Class is an immanent polarity generated by the social character of production. It is an emergent property of the way that things are made and basic human needs are met within a given mode of production. Constantly maintained and continually reproduced by this process, the power of a ruling class is largely power over the means of production and the force guaranteeing that production continue, but it is rarely a power over the nature of the mode of production itself. In this sense, not even those at the top of a system can simply choose to change it, as their position is constrained by inertial dynamics largely out of their control. 15. This is particularly true for capitalism, where class emanates continuously from the circuit of capital. Class conflict, therefore, does not simply designate the tug-of-war between two interest groups but instead a more fundamental conflict over class itself. When the circuit of accumulation begins to break down, the fundamental interest of the bourgeoisie is to restore it by whatever means necessary, while the drive of what used to be called a class-conscious proletariat is the continual rupture of the circuit, which opens the potential of the proletariat's self-abolition as a class via revolution. This is an important distinction, because it makes clear that mass movements can still be mobilized in the service of restoring accumulation, even if they have the appearance of class conflict. In fact, the class power of the bourgeoisie requires the participation of the proletariat at almost every stage of its deployment. The defining activity of the bourgeoisie as a class is the perpetual maintenance of the material community of capital. It is in this sense that the Chinese Communist Party ultimately became a party of capital, acting as both the attendants of original accumulation and the intra-class managerial organ for the domestic bourgeoisie. Since class is not static, but instead an emergent process, we can only understand the growth of a capitalist class system in China via its relation to the changing nature of production. Even the many reforms that brought intellectuals and, later, business people into the party could not have secured the existence of a capitalist class without the simultaneous creation of its opposite, mutually dependent pole, the proletariat. Accounts that overemphasize the early stages of ruling class formation, then, tend to place these internal reforms at the center of the narrative. While it's true that a heightened concentration of power in the bureaucratic class certainly helped to facilitate the smooth creation of a capitalist class, the mere shifting and concentrating of power within a bureaucracy does not make a bourgeoisie. In reality, such reforms were simply important precursors, which could only be completed alongside the emergence of commodity relations, the proletarianization of the vast majority of the population, and the existence of widespread exposure to the global economy. The period that we review here is largely the era of such precursors, rather than the era in which a clearly and fully capitalist class would wield full power. This means that factional conflicts continued within the bureaucracy throughout, often helping to facilitate the cyclical process of reform and retrenchment that marked the period. But the process of composing a new capitalist class is highly contingent, and even though the transition is neither caused nor completed by the betrayal of the pre-capitalist ruling class, the local character of this class in formation can wield a disproportionate influence on the trajectory of the transition itself. Comparing the collapse of the Soviet Union and the subsumption of the Chinese developmental regime should be clear enough. Evidence of this fact. In the Chinese case, the new ruling class developed its initial form as an alliance, and then fusion, of political and technical elites who had ascended to power somewhat separately within the turbulent class structure of the developmental regime. Before it was a bourgeoisie, then, the capitalist class took its preliminary form as a class of red engineers who had ascended to power through the party machinery, giving them a vested interest in ensuring the stability of the party itself. It was this stability that allowed the party to nurse the growth of a new bourgeoisie. 16. The back and forth of educational reforms were key to this process, but the categories used can often be misleading. Much of the discussion of violence in the Cultural Revolution, for instance, emphasizes attacks on intellectuals, or those whose families had counter-revolutionary class backgrounds. The turn to reforms, meanwhile, saw the abolition of these official designations, and a move to reopen universities, offer party membership to previously banned groups, and to return rusticated youth to the city. In the narrative that sees the reforms as initiated by an act of betrayal, this seems to be a shift whereby those formerly designated counter-revolutionary were now regaining power as if the transition were purely a backward slippage, led by the same forces that had helmed the first, stalled transition in the Republican era. But this is hardly the case. Many of those who held bad class backgrounds under the developmental regime had, by this point, inherited those designations from parents who had little or no way to transmit pre-revolutionary class privileges, the most important of which would of course be intergenerational wealth transfer. This is precisely why the question of education became so central to debates on class power within the late developmental regime. But even the category of intellectual is deceptive. In its current connotation in English, this term seems to imply a certain academic or artistic faction of elites, maybe at most stretching to include the work of think tanks, policy planners, and others who act within the political sphere or in an advisory capacity. Today, the term only barely covers the roles played by engineers or others with high-level technical knowledge. Nonetheless, given the educational emphasis of the developmental regime, those with such technical knowledge composed a large fraction of the intellectuals who sat at the center of the debates on education policy. And there is no ambiguity to which side those debates ultimately fell, while as late as 1985 the bulk of party members were still from the poorly educated classes. The composition was changing rapidly, with new members categorized as intellectuals from 8% in 1979 to 50% by 1985. 17 But this was by no means a new generation of the old, pre-capitalist class of classical intellectuals. Instead, the heart of the new class was made up of red and expert cadres who had been trained at Tsinghua and other universities during the communist era. 18. The same period saw mass retirements from the party, particularly among the now elderly members who had joined before or just after the revolution, many of them poorly educated peasants or workers at the time, shifting the balance in favor of these newer members. 19. The influx of intellectuals into the party was in reality the influx of those with high-level technical training and pre-existing political influence. On top of this, many had experienced a certain degree of hardship during the Cultural Revolution, such as rustication or attacks on their families, though notably not the massacres, military crackdowns, and long prison sentences meted out to radical workers. Though later the educational focus of these new elites would diversify somewhat, in the early years science and engineering dominated. The trend was made evident as these elites graduated into the highest level positions within the party. The proportion of the party's ruling political bureau that was made up of individuals with science and engineering degrees had grown dramatically, increasing from none in 1982 to 50% in 1987, 75% in 1998, and 76% in 2002. 20. During the 16th Party Congress in 2002, all 9 members of the Political Bureau's Standing Committee, the most powerful men in the country, had been trained as engineers, and 4, including who, were Tsinghua alumni. 21. Only the last 2 decades have seen the educational composition of the capitalist class in China begin to shift more toward the global norm, precisely when the bottom of the class structure would take full form through mass privatizations, allowing this precursor class of red engineers to phase into a properly capitalist class. Prior to this point, however, the preliminary nature of this new class also meant that privileges still accorded much more readily to those with political connections and technical skill than to those who directly controlled production. When large-scale privatization did occur, it was not coincidental that the managers of successful state-owned enterprises and the local and provincial officials in league with them were largely drawn from this class in formation. Privatization would entail that most state-owned and collective enterprises became the property of their managers, completing the formal transition of power from mere political privilege into direct ownership of the means of production. 22. This also meant that the wealth of such elites was now linked much more directly into the circuit of value production, creating a mutual dependency of the ruling class and the proletariat. Nonetheless, the heritage of the red engineers would carry a certain inertia. The patronage system established within the party soon proved an efficient way to mobilize capital and prevent destabilizing factional conflicts among members of the ruling class. The disciplinary mechanisms of the developmental regime state, overseen by red bureaucrats, would also become useful in establishing and preserving the conditions necessary for continued accumulation. Maybe most directly, the important role that would be accorded to the newly marketized SOs increased the power of high-level managers and others who had climbed the ladder of industrial engineering in the transition era, producing some of the wealthiest capitalists helming some of the most powerful corporations in the world today. Altogether, this inertia would ultimately result in the divide between these capitalists inside the establishment and those outside, foreshadowing greater conflicts to come. The resurrection of the South. The 10 years stretching from the early 1990s to the dawn of the new millennium was the period in which China's domestic economy would begin to be fully and directly integrated within the global capitalist market, no longer insulated by the airlocks imposed on currency and commodity trade throughout the previous decade. 23. The 1990s would also see the coastal character of China's new industrial structure take full form, establishing a new geographic divide that both traversed and sharpened the socialist-era inequality between urban and rural. Coastal development and global integration began with a new wave of foreign direct investment following the state's successful containment of the urban crisis of 1989, which had been marked by rapid inflation and widespread social unrest. When the uprisings in Beijing and elsewhere were crushed and inflation brought down through a period of economic retrenchment, the Chinese state proved its stability, in sharp contrast to the rising tide of popular uprisings throughout the socialist bloc. Even while Western governments sought a series of sanctions in the wake of the widely publicized Tiananmen Square incident, capital had already begun to pour in from the bamboo network. A strong signal was given to foreign investors by Deng Xiaoping's 1992 Southern Tour, which was both a symbolic statement of the administration's commitment to continued reform and an announcement that a wide array of new sectors, including real estate, would be open to foreign investment. Particularly important in terms of global market integration was a new policy allowing foreign-funded manufacturers the opportunity to sell on the rapidly growing domestic market in exchange for investment. This package of reform policies was ratified at the 14th Party Congress in October 1992, the first time that the party's highest echelon formally endorsed China's adoption of a socialist market economy. 24 The shift in rhetoric justified renewed support for domestic market forces on multiple fronts, cutting back the remnants of central planning even further, extending market pricing to the majority of the economy, instituting a new tax system that treated private ownership more equitably, and giving state-owned firms far more ability to lay off workers. At the same time, the shift symbolized the end of the conservative retrenchment with regard to foreign investment. Private domestic enterprises were allowed to engage in joint ventures with foreign firms. The Shenzhen and Shanghai stock exchanges now allowed foreigners to purchase a limited number of shares for the first time. The dual exchange rate was abolished in favor of a unified market rate in 1994. 25 All of this opened the door to the fundamental restructuring that would occur throughout the decade, effectively liquidating the old socialist-era class of urban grain-consuming industrial workers. 26. Export growth had already ensured that China was running a large and growing trade surplus, which helped to dampen the fear of running into the sort of payment problems that had plagued the era of oil-backed trade. Secured by the surplus, reforms were followed by a flood of foreign investment into the new coastal hubs. By 1993, FDI reached $25 billion, which was almost 20% of domestic fixed investment, and in the same year foreign invested firms' share of domestic industrial production may have surpassed 10%. 27 Though the continuing role played by the Chinese state would draw comparisons between the Chinese miracle and its predecessors in Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, this period of rapid growth was far more dependent on foreign investment and far less driven by large state-owned monopolies than in any of the other miracle economies. In 1991, with incoming FDI at slightly more than 1% of its GDP, China had already matched or surpassed the FDI to GDP ratio reached by Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan during either their industrial booms or their later periods of internationalization. By 1992, the share had increased to over 2%, and by 1994 it reached a staggering 6%, making the Chinese boom much more comparable to the similar export-driven growth waves experienced in Southeast Asia, where inflows around 4%-6% of GDP have been common. 28 But even this is an understatement, since China's less developed interior acts as a statistical damper when such figures are averaged for the country as a whole. In Guangdong and Fujian provinces, both comparable in population and land area with most countries in Southeast Asia, the period from 1993 to 2003 would see an average annual FDI to provincial GDP share of 13 and 11%, respectively. 29. The new geography of production was pronounced. Between 1994 and 1998, the Southeast region as a whole contributed some 46% of all China's exports, trailed by the lower Yangtze at 21% and the socialist-era industrial hub in the Northeast at 23%. All other provinces contributed a mere 10%. 30. This imbalance was not coincidental. On the one hand, it marked the ascendance of seaborne trade and coastal logistics hubs. On the other, it was also a relic of much older, pre-capitalist market networks that dated back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, now revived in the form of the bamboo network. Guangdong and Fujian were the two major home provinces of most overseas Chinese families, and even those who had lived in Southeast Asia for decades often retained some level of linguistic, familial, or at least cultural ties to these locations. In many cases, these connections were quite direct, with recent out-migrants in Hong Kong and Taiwan seeking to reconnect with relatives who had remained on the mainland after the revolution. In Dongguan, for instance, residents had at least 650,000 relatives in Hong Kong and Macau in 1986, and another 180,000 in other foreign countries, mostly North America. As many as half of the contracts had signed were with former Dongguan residents now living in Hong Kong. 31 But even overseas Chinese who had lived several generations in other countries were given extremely favorable terms of investment by the Chinese state, and capital from the bamboo network was frequently treated as if it were domestically sourced. The early ascent of the Pearl River Delta and, to a lesser extent, places like Xiamen in Fujian, were therefore direct results of these global connections. Once these areas had been industrialized, they exerted a massive gravity for both labor and investment, securing their position even as new sources of FDI began to flood into the country over the course of the 1990s. Of investment, the importance of Taiwan grew rapidly and FDI from the US, EU and Japan increased in spurts. The prominence of wholly foreign-owned enterprises in total realized investment also began to grow, spiking in the late 1980s and then again in the mid-90s. 32 But the role of direct investment on the part of developed countries would remain subdued, with FDI from the US, EU, Japan and Canada composing only a quarter of China's cumulative inbound FDI between 1985 and 2005. By comparison, worldwide, developed countries accounted for 92% of FDI in 1998-2002. 33 Meanwhile, the absolute volume of international investment skyrocketed, reaching record high levels around the turn of the millennium. Both total investment into China and China's share of the growing global total increased markedly in this period. Only the US and UK received more incoming FDI in these years, and both were superseded by China in the 21st century. Out of all developing countries, the Chinese share of global FDI fluctuated from between 20 to 50%. 34 This signaled not only China's own reliance of foreign capital and export industries, but also its growing ability to outcompete competitors in Southeast Asia in order to secure this investment. Recentering East Asia. Trends in the profit rate of the world's major producers define this process. It is not coincidental, for instance, that the Chinese investment boom occurred at the same time as the brief recovery of profitability experienced by U.S. industry, particularly manufacturing. The 1990s saw GDP increase continuously in the U.S. for the longest recession-free stretch ever experienced. 35 Paired with declining unemployment, low inflation, and rising productivity driven by the growth of computerization. Job growth reached record levels, consumer credit continued to expand, and a boom in consumption followed. This was all, in turn, facilitated by the cheapening of consumer goods produced via Pacific Rim supply chains, with China able to secure growing shares of this trade throughout the decade, ultimately at the expense of its Southeast Asian competitors. 36 In this period, the significantly more labor-intensive, lower-tech Chinese manufacturing industry did not threaten higher-tech U.S. producers, since it specialized in goods much farther down the production chain. This sort of production was simply not feasible within the U.S. and the profits often accrued in part to U.S. corporations nonetheless through contract hierarchies. But U.S. demand was only part of the picture. In the end, the Chinese ascent could only be secured through crisis. First, the bursting of the asset bubble saw Japan's power in the region reduced. The Plaza Accord had severely hindered Japanese domestic production, leading to a rapid outflow of capital beginning in the mid-1980s, alongside speculation at home. When the bubble burst in 1990, it threw the Japanese economy into 2 decades of relative stagnation. Even prior to the Plaza Accord, profitability had already declined rapidly, and most major Japanese firms had responded to this by pouring capital into speculative financial devices and booming real estate markets. After the bubble burst, this left them burdened with a mass of severely deflated assets and large interest payments incurred on credit obtained during the boom. Even where profits remained steady, such firms had to increasingly direct their revenue toward paying down this debt, rather than funding new investment. This was despite the ready availability of extremely low-interest loans offered in the name of stimulating an economic recovery. The traditional monetarist response to crisis stagnated in the face of plummeting demand for new credit as firms sought to rectify their balance sheets. The Japanese state therefore stepped in to keep the economy afloat, providing a base level of demand for the banking system and funneling the money into new infrastructure or other vaguely Keynesian projects. Though this was insufficient to stimulate a full recovery, it did arguably prevent an outright collapse. 37 The result was 2 lost decades of extremely slow growth, persistently high unemployment, increasing precarity among the workforce and slowly growing nationalist sentiment. For China, the results of the Japanese decline were clear. Japanese capital was too weak in this period to act as a significant counter to the bamboo network, even though it was Japanese investment that had stimulated much of the network's early accumulation. At the same time, low growth rates at home still ensured a steady flow of FDI from Japan into China and elsewhere. In contrast to China-bound FDI from the bamboo network, Japanese funds were not as heavily centered on Guangdong and Fujian. China-Japan trade instead helped to stimulate the boom of the central and northern coast, in particular in Shanghai, the largest recipient of Japanese investment in the 1990s. Between 1991 and 1994, Japanese FDI into China grew at a rate of 53% per year. 38 It peaked in 1995 at $4.5 billion, or about 8.8% of total FDI into China, then declined throughout the latter half of the 1990s, reaching a trough in the years of the Asian financial crisis before rebounding in the new millennium. 39 But despite continuing regional prominence as an investor, Japanese capital was now forced to share influence with the bamboo network, and therefore could not enforce the more rigid, Japan-centric hierarchies experienced elsewhere in the region. Meanwhile, capitalists within the bamboo network would soon see increasing economic interdependence with the Chinese mainland as a profitable alternative to reliance on Japan. The second major turning point was the Asian financial crisis, which began in Thailand in 1997. The profit rates of Thai manufacturing, construction, and services had all begun to decline as early as 1990. Far more dependent on exports than the Japanese, South Korean or Taiwanese precedents, manufacturing had begun to confront both vertical and horizontal limits due to its position in global trade hierarchies. First, Thai firms were unable to successfully implement labor-saving technology, preventing them from moving up the value chain. Second, they were caught in a realization crisis that grew in intensity throughout the 1990s, in which Thai producers were unable to secure sufficient shares of market demand in the face of rising competition, particularly from China. The stagnation in Japan also meant that consumer demand in Asia's largest economy plummeted. The US and Europe thereby became the most important export markets, and competition for access to these markets increasingly became a zero-sum game. With the Chinese share of the US import market growing from 3.1% in 1990 to 7.8% in 1998, Thailand's stagnant, meager share of 1.4% throughout the same period was evidence of this realization crisis, and, paired with rising wages in manufacturing, led to the rapid growth of speculative investment in banking, insurance, and real estate, similar in character to the Japanese asset bubble. 40. Meanwhile, the Chinese currency reforms of 1994 had the effect of devaluing the yuan but not floating the currency entirely, further enhancing Chinese competitiveness while also retaining a moderate level of insulation from currency speculation. FDI into Thailand hit a trough in the same year, and when it recovered, the bulk of investment was in real estate, rather than manufacturing. All of this was facilitated by a wave of liberalization and deregulation measures encouraged by the Thai state. Restraints on the financial sector were lifted and, most importantly, faced with mounting debt, the state dismantled most foreign exchange controls and opened the Bangkok International Banking Facility, which allowed offshore borrowing in foreign currencies and reconversion into Thai baht, which was kept pegged to a basket of currencies favoring the dollar and then floated in 1997. 41 The end result was the collapse of the real estate bubble, followed by a wave of currency speculation that threw the entire region into crisis. In Thailand, real wages fell due to combined devaluation and inflation, and unemployment more than doubled. Laid-off workers funneled into the countryside, raising the rural poverty rate and leading to a wave of populist unrest. In Indonesia, inflation grew rapidly, a wave of anti-government and anti-Chinese riots shook the country, and the Suharto regime was forced to resign. In South Korea, the stock market crashed, financial institutions collapsed, a number of chaebols were restructured, bought out or went bankrupt, and the IMF had to step in to bail out the severely indebted government. Though growth and investment in China also declined, the worst of the crisis was avoided. The US remained a strong export market. The yuan was protected from rampant speculation, the profit rate of manufacturing remained robust, and, most importantly, all of China's major regional competitors were essentially eliminated. The result was that, by the end of the millennium, mainland China would become the center of a new Sinosphere of capital, soon capable of outcompeting the Japanese for economic hegemony in the Pacific Rim. Maybe most importantly, this sequence of Asian financial crises was convincing justification for new experiments in monetary control, finance, and the management of major conglomerates, emphasizing the ability of the Chinese capitalist class, coordinated by the party state, to intervene in dangerous cycles of speculation driven by the parochial interests of smaller fractions of the class. This logic of monetary protection and managerial oversight would define the restructuring of core industries at the turn of the millennium. But China's integration into the market could never be entirely immune from the same dynamics that had plagued its neighbors. Debts. Though ultimately key to its success, these regional crises also combined with new domestic limits to threaten the stability of the Chinese transition. Another period of retrenchment had followed the events in Beijing in 1989, as leading reformers, 254, were purged from the party, inflation was reined in, and planners sought again to scale back the extent of the market. But the very attempt to restrain the force of the market only created the conditions for it to extend even farther. On the one hand, the suppression of the unrest generated by the unevenness of the transition helped to restore stability to the economy, and this stability would convince international investors that conditions were secure enough to guarantee future returns. 42 On the other hand, the unrest itself was a signal of deeper crises. Throughout the 1980s, local leaders were encouraged to funnel massive amounts of capital into TVEs and commercial real estate development, regardless of risk. In order to facilitate this process, hundreds of unregulated banks sprung up across the country, themselves becoming a seemingly lucrative investment in the process. Non-existent financial policy had paired with booming growth to create a massive TVE bubble, probably the first distinctly capitalist crisis of the new era. By the early 1990s, it had become clear that many TVEs were simply not productive, commercial real estate was often extremely overvalued, and the new banks were mostly composed of bad loans. Meanwhile, since the events in Tiananmen had seen a brief credit embargo levied against the country, the trade deficit had grown just as access to external funding was temporarily limited. Part of the retrenchment, then, was an intentional attempt to reduce domestic demand for investment by imposing strict quotas and suppressing wage increases. Bank credit slowed, growing only 10.6% between 1988 and 1989, compared to almost 30% in previous years. A drop in fixed investment followed, declining 8% in 1989, and plummeting from 32% of GDP in 1988 to 25% in 1990. 43 The state again increased its share of total investment, and the demands of urbanites were partially met with a renewed focus on shielding SOEs from the effects of austerity. But aside from a few preferential policies for urbanites, new price controls and some increased planning allocations, the conservatives within the party were now unable to offer any truly extensive plan to scale back reforms or even to solve the many problems that had arisen from the instability of the transition. Instead, they seemed cursed to repeat the same minimal, insufficient program that had been offered whenever reform seemed to get out of hand. And, again, the effects were to induce a recession that helped to clear the market, restore stability, and create the conditions for a new wave of reforms. 44. The recession saw consumption decline alongside investment, with households withdrawing what money they could from speculative schemes and pouring their income into savings accounts. The drop in demand also eliminated the persistent shortages that had built up in the last years of the 1980s, and this in turn allowed the market to reorient toward less speculative sources of demand. Despite the credit embargo, foreign markets remained open to Chinese exports and the cesses to FDI. For the first time, exports began to consistently overtake imports as a share of GDP. 45. Meanwhile, unemployment increased, particularly in rural areas, providing an ever larger reserve army of labor for coastal production hubs. Paired with the collapse of socialist regimes across Eastern Europe, the growing surplus population seemed to forebode future unrest. But conservatives had no functional plan to reignite growth or to incorporate this population back into the planned economy. Meanwhile, foreign investment had already started to pour in from new locations such as Taiwan, eager to exploit the same factors that had begun to catapult Hong Kong into a hub for global finance. 46. The attempt to shield urban SOEs from the worst of the recession, though marginally successful at stifling further discontent among workers, ultimately caused a shift from the slow, competition-driven profitability growth seen in the late 1980s to a rapid plunge in profitability in 1989 and 1990. As the share of unprofitable SOEs began to grow, the state sector itself became less and less reliable as a source of funding. This further undercut the state's potential to act as a stand-in for the market. 47. While such trends continued to erode the basis for any large-scale return to the plan, a new reform agenda was slowly cobbled together in response to the many macroeconomic policies that conservatives seemed unable to address. Central to this agenda was the reform and consolidation of the banking system, which would streamline access to household savings. This was a linchpin reform, finally cutting through the recurring crises of state investment and placing the financial system on an entirely new foundation. Such a change had only become possible because rising incomes had ensured that personal savings had been increasing rapidly from 1978 onward. Soon, this mass of household savings would serve as the single most important source of investment, capable of replacing the declining contributions of the state-owned sector. 48. At the advent of the transition period, there was no true banking system in China, and the only financial model readily available was a rough blueprint left behind by Soviet advisors in the 1950s. Nominally, there was a single bank, the People's Bank of China, which was a sub-department within the Ministry of Finance, employing only 80 people in 1978 and serving almost none of the functions associated with banking. But the TVE boom in the 1980s both expanded demand for investment and made evident the need for an investment infrastructure outside the planning apparatus that would be capable of dealing with the dispersion and complexity of the emerging industrial structure. The result was a rapid, largely uncontrolled proliferation of financial institutions over the course of the 1980s, including everything from banks to pawn shops. By 1988, there were 20 banking institutions, 745 trust and investment companies, 34 securities companies, 180 pawn shops, and an unknowable number of finance companies spread haphazardly across the nation. 49. All of this was done in the name of financial modernization, with new financial institutions emerging at every level of government and thereby mirroring the decentralization of the planning infrastructure that had taken place in the middle of the socialist era. Throughout this boom, it was actually local-level party cadres who held institutional power over the banking system and drove its rapid expansion. Throughout the decade, the PBOC, for instance, had its senior branch managers appointed by the local party organs, rather than the central state. Just as in the decentralized planning apparatus of the socialist era, the structural interest of local party committees was to stimulate growth, since their political performance was measured by the economic output of their district. Now, however, growth was no longer measured in just sheer output, but often in value, and specifically value added for export. At the same time, there was the added benefit of embezzling funds, signing lucrative contracts with Hong Kong, and profiting directly off the labor of workers within the new enterprises. In the past, similar structural pressures had encouraged cottars to exaggerate output, particularly in key industrial or agricultural products, in order to secure more material from the central state's investment apparatus. The same sort of exaggeration occurred in the 1980s, but now it had a more distinctly speculative sheen. Every district's real estate and TVE sectors were portrayed as unassailable growth industries, with each new wave of investors gaining an interest in maintaining the illusion, at least until they could sell their own shares. Rather than exaggerating output in order to secure additional investment from the central state, local governments set up their own inconsistent, speculative, and extremely volatile financial infrastructure in order to attract the growing bulk of floating, non-plan profits and personal investment funds. Between 1984 and 1986, the number of loans grew more than 30% each year, then lowered slightly to just over 20% per year from 1987 through 1991. This, in turn, stimulated rampant inflation, and when the state attempted to impose some administrative control on the new financial system, the result was a run on local bank branches, helping to stoke building unrest in the final year of the decade. 50. The conservative retrenchment, however, simply sought to clamp down on credit, stifling total investment in the hopes of shifting the economy back onto the planning infrastructure. But the state-owned sector was already far too dependent on the non-plan economy, and the attempt only accelerated its atrophy. Aside from the anemic plan and the volatile new banking system, there was simply no other infrastructure for investment. The initial revival of reform that followed the retrenchment, then, was both dependent on this extremely unregulated financial system and tasked with forcing it through a painful period of restructuring. Ironically, it was the new reformist regime that would burst the bubble. The events of 1989 had already proven how volatile rampant inflation and uncontrolled speculation could be. Now, with the SOEs falling into deficit and the banks that had financed them holding more and more bad loans, the need for widespread financial reforms became evident. In the same year as Deng's southern tour, a global recession hit and inflation again skyrocketed, threatening the revival of the reform agenda. But unlike in the ADS, reformists had at least formulated a rough solution to the problem. Now, rather than the vague blueprints left by Soviet advisors, the state turned to the American financial system as a model. The effort was led by Zhu Rongji, the former mayor of Shanghai, who was promoted to vice premier in 1991 for his successful management of the city. Concurrent to his term, Zhu also served as governor of the People's Bank, where he oversaw monetary policy. In this dual capacity, he began to impose nationwide financial reforms beginning in 1993, just when annual inflation in large cities had again surpassed 20%. The economy was pushed into another period of austerity, but this time it was imposed by the reformist faction, rather than by the conservatives. 51. First, decentralization was addressed at multiple levels. The tax system, which had become a mess of locally negotiated tax rates, often specific to each enterprise, underwent sweeping reforms in 1994. These reforms were modeled on the federalist systems used in many Western countries, with tax categories clearly defined and apportioned between central and local governments. Given the level of decentralization that had become the norm both politically and financially, the net effect of these fiscal reforms was to begin to recentralize fiscal authority, and thereby increase the ability of the central state to actually carry out its own policies. 52. At the same time, the financial system itself was centralized, with the proliferation of unregulated, vaguely defined small investment mechanisms consolidated into a more coherent infrastructure dominated by the Big Four state-owned commercial banks, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Agricultural Bank of China, Construction Bank, and Bank of China. Each of the Big Four were given a slightly different mandate, ICBC dominating lending and deposits in the cities, ABC doing so in the countryside, CCB providing project financing, and BOC handling foreign trade and foreign exchange transactions. Alongside the Big Four, three major policy banks were formed: China Development Bank, Export-Import Bank, and the Agricultural Development Bank. These banks were tasked with implementing policy projects announced by the central state, such as large-scale infrastructure construction or the international promotion of Chinese exports. By the turn of the century, the Big Four alone would control more than half of all capital held by all banking institutions, and the policy banks another quarter. The remainder was composed of smaller credit unions, the postal savings system, and joint stock commercial banks, all of which were dependent on the Big Four, which still today dominate interbank lending. 53. The double collapse of the Hainan real estate bubble in 1993 and the Guangdong International Trust and Investment Company in 1998 illustrates the general arc of the era, severed from Guangdong and made into both a province and an SEZ in 1988. The poor tropical island province of Hainan saw a sudden influx of young speculators, with investment coordinated by 21 unregulated trust companies, the largest of which were effectively the financial wings of provincial governments. Though modeled on Shenzhen, the Hainan SEZ seemed to always push the development of export industry off into the near future. Instead, the SEZ's policy permitting the sale of land use rights encouraged the bulk of these speculators to go straight into real estate. In the space of a few years, 20,000 real estate companies materialized, one for every 80 people on the island. Even the port was purchased and turned into massive condo towers, since industrial land sold for far less than residential. After Deng Xiaoping's southern tour in 1992, reaffirming commitment to the reform project and the importance of southern China in this process, it seemed that nothing could stop the ascent of Hainan's real estate values. 54. But in reality, the very beginnings of Zhu Rongji's financial consolidation destroyed investor confidence in the Hainan bubble, which began to collapse as early as 1993. The burst bubble left a mass of bad debt that amounted to some 10% of the national budget, accrued in a single SEZ over the course of 5 years, and Hainan was soon stripped of its SEZ status as well. 55. But despite this one collapse early in the decade, most of the country's larger financial problems persisted. The deficits in the SOEs had never been resolved, and the accumulation of non-performing loans simply could not be ignored much longer. This became strikingly clear with the bankruptcy of the GIDIC in 1998, during the Asian financial crisis. This was the first and only formal bankruptcy of a major financial entity in China, and GIDIC had controlled much of the international borrowing that went into Guangdong, by then the country's richest province. 56. Compared to the national crises that struck most of its neighbors in Southeast Asia, the GIDIC collapse was relatively contained. Nonetheless, the dual failure of Hainan and GIDIC proved that a financial system driven these volatile trust and investment companies could threaten a similar financial crisis in China. This further stimulated the centralization of the Big Four into the hands of the central government, but it also led directly to the implementation of the second major component of financial reform, again spearheaded by Zhu, and again modeled on the American system. The plan was to spin off all the bad loans now held by the Big Four into a series of asset management companies, which would then salvage what could be salvaged from the original investments over a number of years, essentially the exact same method used by the US in dealing with the savings and loan crisis. This would repair the balance sheets of the Big Four and bring the Chinese financial system more generally in line with international standards. The process, however, was never completed, and its failure would leave the Chinese financial system both dependent on bank financing, backed by consumer deposits, and particularly prone to inflating ever larger speculative bubbles for the sake of maintaining investment. 57. Rural boom and crash. These national financial reforms had an equally devastating effect on the countryside, where a bubble had long been building. Initiated in the 1980s by rising rural incomes, the rapid growth of rural industry and the resurrection of rural markets, the 1990s would see the final stage of this rural bubble, capped by its collapse. The integration of the TVEs with the rapidly restructuring urban industrial sector, was one factor in this collapse. But beyond such external dependency, the rural bubble was riven with entirely endogenous contradictions that all but guaranteed an ultimate crash. Throughout, agriculture remained heavily shielded from the pressures of the global market and rural land remained nominally communal. These very protections provided the basis for rising incomes and relative stability. Paired with the rapid, largely unregulated growth of competitive rural industry, however, these conditions would create a boom and crash that would definitively destroy the socialist countryside. After the wake of 1989's urban protests had settled somewhat, the state began re-implementing serious market reforms for urban food subsidies. These food subsidies, a holdover of the socialist developmental regime, had acted to reduce the cost of living of the urban working class. But attempts to restructure these programs had been put on hold because of the rampant inflation caused by price reforms in 1988 and 1989 and the unrest that followed. Ironically, then, it was the violent and decisive suppression of these urban protests that made the unpopular reforms possible. The new reform package was a continuation of earlier attempts to reduce the impact of subsidies on state expenditures, which had risen again in response to late 1980s inflation. But, unlike in the early 1980s, this time the state attacked urban food prices instead of rural procurement prices. Urban grain prices were liberalized in 1991 and 1992, and by 1993 the official system for urban food rationing was ended. Rising agricultural prices likewise stimulated production, feeding into growing rural incomes and the expanding rural economy. Farm product prices, rural incomes, and rural purchasing power grew. 58. The loosening of credit in late 1990, following a period of retrenchment after the inflation and protests of the late 1980s, began a period of rapid rural economic growth. 59. The booming rural economy soon took on independent, self-sustaining momentum, despite the state's attempt to rein in an overheating national economy. Inflation was again on the rise by 1992, peaking in 1994 at around 25% as it had in the late 1980s. In mid-1993, as part of national financial reforms, the state instituted a sharp contraction of bank credit, but the credit contraction did not have the desired effect on the rural economy. High inflation continued through 1996 largely because of self-reinforcing rural economic growth, and the freeing of urban food grain prices led to an informal liberalization of rural grain markets followed by rising farm product prices. In response, the state had to raise grain procurement prices in 1994 to maintain its market share. 60. Rural household incomes rose despite the state's credit crackdown, and rural consumer demand surged from 1994 through 1996. This demand fed rural industry. Rural self-financing continued to grow in the mid-1990s even as state financing contracted elsewhere. 61. Fattened by this demand, the TVE sector continued to grow and employ more rural labor throughout this period, further expanding rural incomes. Rural industrialization, in other words, was another key factor in accelerated, independent rural economic growth, and the early 1990s constituted the fastest single period of TVE expansion. By 1996, the sector was contributing nearly 40% of China's gross industrial output, up from 10% in 1979, creating over 5 million new jobs each year. 62. As with agriculture, TVE growth continued even after the institution of credit controls in 1993. Though many TVEs participated in the SO-TVE nexus or ultimately fed goods into the CESAs, just as many either produced for local demand directly or took on the character of pyramid schemes, growing without any clear connection to real demand in the domestic or export market. The result of this unchecked growth was that the rural economy was increasingly seen as uncontrollable, and thereby another source of potential social instability. Beginning in 1996, however, the self-reinforcing dynamic of the rural economy collapsed, leading to a rural crisis that came to be known in China as the three rural problems. By destroying the basis of rural incomes, this crisis began the piecemeal destruction of rural, non-market subsistence that had defined the socialist-era countryside, resulting in a flood of outmigration. Those leaving the countryside would now join older generations of migrants and lower-class urbanites in China's growing proletariat. Central to this shift was the downfall of collective TVEs, taking place alongside changes in the national structure of taxation and government finance and a renewed effort by the state to impel grain production. The fiscal decentralization of the 1980s had benefited provincial governments, but central state revenues as a proportion of total government revenues fell by the early 1990s. This negatively affected the central state's ability to shape the economy. 63 As part of the nationwide financial reforms helmed by Zhu Rongji, the state's reaction to this problem was to divide local and central finances, and to increase the center's proportion of the total beginning in 1994. As with the banking reforms reviewed above, this was an intentional attempt to modernize the fiscal system by mimicking the federal system, instead of the central state taking a negotiated proportion of taxes collected at the local level. As had been the practice, different fees and taxes were now designated as either local or central revenues. This hurt the rural economy, especially in regions that depended heavily on agriculture, as more revenues were allocated to the center in the process. Meanwhile, these reforms caused the gap in revenues between richer and poorer provinces to widen even further. The most important factor, however, was the dramatic restructuring of rural industry. The central state had begun to regard TVEs as an uncontrollable source of inflation, since insolvent TVEs, run as collectives, were increasingly financed by local state subsidies, indebting local governments and spurring price increases. As early as 1993, Zhu Rongji had called to limit the sector's growth so that resources could be freed up for the expansion of the export sector. 64 At the same time, the center's increased control over local revenues began to make the promotion of TVEs less attractive investments for local officials, since the central state took control of more of the tax revenues that they generated. 65 When the initial credit controls failed, the state put further restrictions on lending to TVEs in particular, making the rural debt crisis even more severe and thereby justifying the central state's aggressive move in 1996 to force many collective enterprises to close down or privatize. Though already operating on the market, privatization of collective enterprises entailed the transfer of ownership from the village or township collective, to one or more individuals who would in principle be more responsive to market forces and less restricted by nepotism, petty corruption, and collective regulations, such as the requirement to employ local residents instead of cheaper migrants from elsewhere. Since the central state had been failing to bring this source of inflation under control for so long, privatization was now seen to be the only alternative. But the ownership structure had already been trending in this direction for more than a decade, as discussed above. One reason for the official change of terminology from CBE to TVE in 1984 was to include the increasing variety of ownership structures, including rural enterprises owned by individual households and partnerships of multiple private or public investors. The Wenzhou model of TVEs was defined by private ownership, but the 1981 study of Sichuan quoted above, for example, shows that private or quasi-private ownership of industrial enterprises was already becoming common throughout rural China, and another study showed private TVEs to be the fastest growing type by the end of the 1980s. 66 This trend seems to have been mainly driven by market forces, with state policy initially discouraging private ownership, then in 1984 merely trying to regulate it through official recognition, and finally, by 1996, changing with the tide of marketization to adopt the opposite position, actually pressuring many of those collectives that had not already privatized or closed in response to market forces to do so by state fiat. Such political closures coupled with competition from the independently growing private sector to create a general crisis for collective rural enterprises, and both the absolute number of TVEs and their employment fell in 1997. 67. This coincided with the central state's shift in national development strategy toward export-oriented, foreign-invested private enterprises in the coastal regions, which relied on migrant labor from the very rural areas whose sources of development over the previous 2 decades were now imploding. The downturn in rural areas was reinforced by a renewed state intervention into grain markets, depressing incomes in the countryside. Rural consumption growth was negative between 1997 and 1999, and the rural-urban income gap began to rise again. 68. Rural-urban terms of trade deteriorated for both industry and agriculture. 69. However, in the midst of so reforms, the state was more worried about urban unrest than rural. Fearing the return of the urban protests of the late 1980s, the state attempted to push some of the burden of so reforms onto the rural population by again forcing peasants to grow cheap grain for urban workers. With a new policy of provincial grain responsibility instituted in 1995, grain supplies grew in 1996 and prices dropped, suppressing the agricultural component of rural household incomes. 70. All of this naturally starved village and rural township governments of revenue, especially in agricultural regions that had recently lost their income from local TVEs. These governments became increasingly predatory on their peasant population, sparking a sharp increase in peasant protests against taxes and miscellaneous fees. 71. Meanwhile, rural outmigration continued, especially among the young, building the ranks of the urban proletariat. Overall, the contradictions of the era were most clearly expressed in a new economic geography. Inland agricultural regions fell into recession, and the gap between rural and urban grew. In many coastal areas, in contrast, rural areas were increasingly intertwined with industrial and export markets. Urban reforms charged ahead while agriculture and the rural economy stagnated. While this led to a brief series of ameliorative rural reforms in the early 2000s, most notably the abolition of the agricultural tax in 2006, market reform of the rural sphere began to accelerate again around 2008, although it remains somewhat behind the pace of urban reforms. Smashing the iron rice bowl. The third and final component of Xiu's financial reforms was aimed at the SOEs themselves. The ultimate goal was to make Chinese firms outside the light industrial export sector both globally competitive and open to foreign investment. By listing the Big Four financial institutions and many of the major SOEs on global markets, the internal state-owned economy could successfully attract large amounts of new capital and foreign reserves, helping to modernize production and decrease the risk of future deficits. The first IPOs for Chinese SOEs were held on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange as early as 1993, and by the end of the decade, hundreds were listed companies on the Hong Kong, New York, London, and Shanghai stock exchanges. 72. Between 1993 and 2010, $262 billion USD would be raised on international capital markets in this fashion, a number just below China's entire GDP in 1985. 73. Meanwhile, this process required the reinvention of amorphous, often extremely disaggregated planning units into something resembling modern corporations. The massive SOEs that emerged and which today populate the Fortune 500 were the success stories, dreamed up by Chinese reformers like Xu and made reality by American investment bankers over the course of the late 1990s and early 2000s. These new monopoly corporations were called jichuan or conglomerates, functionally similar to Western monopolies, Japanese zaibatsu and Korean chaebol. 74. But such successes were the product of a violent economic restructuring that would see poorly performing SOEs closed down across China's northeastern industrial belt, generating a final wave of unrest that marked the completion of China's capitalist transition. The 1990s had seen the further erosion of the socialist-era class system, with industrial production increasingly staffed by an increasingly proletarianized, largely migrant workforce. The hukou system, once a tool for fixing population to the land, now proved useful as a way of stripping newly arrived workers of any welfare rights in the Sunbelt industrial zones. The system also gave a legal justification for deportation if unrest got out of hand. This is the classic example of a socialist-era institution being exapted into the capitalist accumulation regime, and the hukou, now used as a form of labor management, would become integral to the rapid growth of the Chinese economy after the turn of the millennium. Structurally, it bears a strong resemblance to any number of labor management institutions long used in capitalist countries, and has often been compared to apartheid or Jim Crow. The hukou system's continuing classification of migrant workers as rural residents also tended to make the process somewhat opaque in official statistics. Estimates of the total number of migrant workers range from between 8 and 40 million in 1989 to 1990 to between 12 and 100 million in 2000. 75 Some local governments performed their own local surveys and provided more coherent data, but the exact magnitude of nationwide migration in this period remains unclear. What is clear is that the migrant population underwent fairly rapid growth and, as the primary workforce used in the export zones and new, market-driven industries, this labor force composed greater and greater shares of the total industrial workforce. By the mid-2000s, migrant workers almost certainly numbered more than 100 million, and this massive workforce accounted for 57.5% of China's industrial workforce and 37% of its service sector employees. In the garment, textile, and construction industries, in particular, these migrants comprised 70 to 80% of the total. 76 They often constituted the majority of the population in many newly industrialized areas, and cities such as Shenzhen would soon find themselves with an urban population some 70 to 80% composed of rural residents, many registered in villages scattered across far-off provinces such as Sichuan. All in all, the proletarianization of the Chinese labor force stimulated what was probably the largest mass migration in human history. 77. A strong generational divide defined the new proletariat from the socialist-era working class. Migrant workers tended to be young, and the first two generations were predominantly female. Most had been born and raised almost entirely outside the socialist developmental regime, with language of reform and opening a constant feature of their upbringing. By contrast, the remnants of the socialist-era working class tended to be older and majority male, many having experienced the various ups and downs of the developmental regime while always holding a position of privilege relative to the tumult experienced by students, intellectuals, female workers, and the peasantry. Younger workers had effectively inherited their positions from their parents. The oldest had fought in the revolution or lived through it as children, giving them an almost sacrosanct status in the class hierarchy inherited from the socialist era. 78. This special status helps to account for the long, drawn-out nature of privatization within the state sector in the course of the transition. The events of 1989 proved just how volatile urban unrest could be, and the state still relied on many of the patronage networks that connected it to key enterprises nationwide. These networks were composed, in part, of very real material benefits allotted to the enterprise, including both management and many of the workers, particularly those with seniority. Privatization could only occur if this population was itself divided, and even then only when driven by the stimulus of a massive regional economic crisis. The division of the political loyalties of workers and management was achieved through the process of consolidation. Enterprises used everything from political leverage to actual productivity numbers in order to win spots within the new, massive Jichuan created at the demand of international investment bankers, launching extremely profitable IPOs on global stock exchanges throughout the 1990s and 2000s. But those who lost out on inclusion into the Jichuan were not immediately shut down. Instead, they continued to operate, and, despite the early IPOs, by 1996 the sector as a whole reported a net deficit for the first time since its inauguration, with a drastic fall in the quantity of enterprise profits remitted to the central government. 79 Overall, So profits plummeted from 15% of GDP in 1978 to below 2% in 1996-1997. 80 The problem was evident, as the majority of SOEs still seemed incapable of running at a profit, and thereby tended to drag down value accumulation generally. But this problem alone was not enough reason to risk another wave of unrest like that experienced in 1989. Instead, justification would come in the form of the Asian financial crisis, which crashed almost all the major economies surrounding China, including the vast majority of its regional competitors in manufacturing. China emerged from the crisis unscathed by comparison, though the collapse of GDP convinced the party of the risks threatened by unregulated exposure to the global market. When Zhu Rongji ascended to premier in 1998, he was immediately tasked with cleaning up the after-effects of the crisis. On the one hand, he used the opportunity to decisively shut down GDP and finally put into place his plan for dealing with the bad loans accumulated in the previous decades, many now the result of SOE underperformance after the retrenchment in 1989. A series of asset management companies were spun off from the major banks, and the banks themselves were thereby able to launch IPOs by the early 2000s, often selling minority shares to major Western financial institutions. 81 On the other hand, Zhu used the crisis as a stimulus to finally launch a full privatization campaign on the underperforming SOEs, echoing the state's privatization campaign on collective TVEs 2 years earlier. In part, this was undertaken in the hopes that the source of many of the bad loans within the financial system could be uprooted, preventing a future financial crisis. But the policy was also meant to accompany financial and fiscal reforms that would bring China more in line with international standards necessary for WTO membership, an important prerequisite for the scaling up of marketization. With other regional manufacturers still reeling from the crash, China had a brief window in which it could assert an almost unchallenged dominance within global manufacturing markets. Domestically, the clearing out of unprofitable SOEs was a tumultuous process. Throughout the early 1990s, the percentage of industrial workers employed in SOEs underwent only a slight decline, from 68% to around 65% by 1997. But beginning in 1998, the number began to plummet, falling to a mere 36.3% by 2003. This share now largely accounted for by employment in the restructured Sichuan monopolies, designed to accord with global standards. 82 The demographics of the unemployed population also underwent a marked shift. While historically it was women workers and the younger population, at the bottom of the seniority system, who had experienced higher rates of unemployment, the wave of layoffs beginning in the 1990s hit the older permanent state sector workers the hardest. The magnitude of the restructuring was substantial. In a matter of 7 years, the laid-off population mushroomed to a staggering 18 to 20 million in 2001, from less than 7 million in 1993. 83 This accounted for some 40% of the total SOE workforce, with the urban collectives shrinking even more. 84 Overall, the process saw the total share of the workforce employed in manufacturing dip from some 14% to a trough of less than 11%. 85 Though recovering slightly after 2001, the share has never again reached its previous peak, the restructuring of the SOEs serving to deindustrialize much of the Northeast, creating a massive rust belt. But unemployment in the old socialist industries did not simply mean loss of access to the wage. For younger SOE workers, unpaid wages tended to be the most important issue, since the implementation of contract systems and various other reforms had convinced many to not expect much in the way of continuing welfare benefits. Older workers, by contrast, had long lived off of the extra wage compensation that came with membership in a large industrial enterprise. This included housing and health care allotted through the Danwei system, and many could remember times when food, entertainment, and a number of consumption subsidies would have been included in employment as well. Most importantly, retirement benefits were often funded through the enterprise, and restructuring threatened to not only deprive workers near retirement of their benefits, but also to strip many recently retired workers of their only source of income. Similarly, public infrastructure such as roads, housing, and utility networks all began to decay as investment into SOs declined. 86. Discontent was partially muted by the isolated, cellular character of the enterprises themselves, combined with buy-ins offered to many former workers, particularly in the form of real estate. By the early 2000s, 42% of households in which the household head is a worker purchased their homes from their work organizations, often paying extremely low prices, about 40% of the market price, to purchase their old Danway housing unit. In some locations, this would prove incredibly lucrative, as the families of former workers could ride the skyrocketing real estate prices that accompanied the next speculative bubble. But even in poorer provinces, many workers became landlords, and old factory managers and local cotters used the opportunity to allot themselves more housing of better quality prior to privatization, allowing them to dominate local real estate markets afterwards. 87. But these buy-ins were only partial, and old hierarchies translated into a new era of corruption, ensuring that many unemployed workers were left in overpopulated housing units, relying on savings and informal employment to survive. 88. The immediate response to the restructuring was often direct protest. In Liaoning province alone, between 2000 and 2002, more than 830,000 people were involved in 9,559 mass incidents. Though concentrated in the northeast, nationwide, the Ministry of Public Security recorded 8,700 such incidents in 1993, rising to 11,000, 15,000, and 32,000 in 1995, 1997 and 1993 respectively. By 2003, some 58,000 incidents were staged by 3 million people, a number that included farmers, workers, teachers, and students. But with its largest share being 1.66 million laid-off, retired, and active workers, accounting for 46.9% of the total number of participants that year. By 2004, the number had jumped to 74,000, and by 2005, 87,000, with the unrest in the countryside 89 and the new coastal industries 90 adding to continuing protests against deindustrialization in the Northeast. 91. Though often retaining the language of a socialist system, this period of restructuring was a wave of mass privatization. For the first time, the central state allowed local officials to induce bankruptcy on unprofitable SOs and proceed with sales and auctions, as well as the many mergers and acquisitions that had already been occurring in the process of SO consolidation. Privatization also continued in the urban and rural collective sectors in these years, with smaller enterprises often bringing formal ownership into alignment with reality through a management buyout. 92. The SOs that remained were first corporatized according to the Company Law of 1994, which opened the door for hybrid forms of ownership, consolidation into the new Jichuan, and full privatization. The intent of the policy, phrased as grasping the large, and letting the small go, was simultaneously to devolve responsibility of the small firms to local governments, who were free to restructure them as they saw fit, and to hand control over the newly expanded Jichuan SOs to the central state, which could control their introduction to the global market. The State Asset Supervision and Administration Commission was founded in 2003 to administer the central government's ownership over these non-financial firms, and was followed by the establishment of several provincial and municipal SASACs to manage slightly smaller Jichuan. The Jichuan that remained under central control were mostly large-scale, capital-intensive firms in strategic sectors such as oil, utilities, military industry, and telecommunications. 93. The combined processes of SO privatization, including mass bankruptcy and financial reform, allowed the debt-equity ratios of SOs to decline and then stabilize by the mid-2000s, at least on paper. From a peak of 2.11 in 1994, SO debt-equity ratios dropped to under 1.50 by 2004, well under the regional average over the previous decade. 94. Some of this was accounted for by debt written off with the bankruptcy of underperforming SOs, but a large share was also simply a shell game in which the non-performing loans were funneled into Zhu's asset management companies with the help of massive funds injected into the financial system by the state. These asset management companies were themselves poorly structured, leaving the big four banks and the state itself still exposed to the bad loans when the bonds used to fund the asset management firms matured after a decade. 95 The bubble created in the 1980s and 1990s was therefore not decisively popped by the restructuring, though it was arguably deflated somewhat. Instead, the ultimate effect of the process was the full proletarianization of the remaining socialist-era working class. Concomitant with the destruction of the socialist countryside and the more piecemeal proletarianization of the peasantry. Combined with outmigration and marketization in rural areas, the vast majority of China's workforce was now dependent directly or indirectly on the market, their fate thereby yoked to the dictates of value accumulation. Meanwhile, the economy itself grew ever more dependent on constant injections of large investment packages and waves of new speculation, alongside the quarantine of local collapses in real estate markets, in order to push the building crisis out a few more years, a process that tended to only inflate the bubble and to begin to diminish returns on investment. The bottom of the new class system was now fully composed. By the early 2000s, then, the transition to capitalism in China had reached completion. In a way, the industrial evolution of China had also come full circle. This story began, after all, in occupied Manchuria, where the material community of capital had descended in the form of the Japanese occupation, the dust of industry specked red with blood. Seized in the course of the revolution, the Northeast had become the beating heart of the developmental regime, imagined as a bulwark capable of staving off the encircling power of the global capitalist system. Now, almost a century after its inauguration, the great industrial heart of the revolution had been reduced to rust and the material community had returned, red dust rising in the river deltas and grey smog weaving through forests of construction cranes. Beyond and beneath the glittering coasts, the landscape could only be described as apocalyptic, fields and workshops abandoned as youth emptied out of the collapsing countryside, local government reduced to little more than a predatory machine helmed by officials fattened through barely disguised theft, the vast factories of Manchuria hollowed of workers and machines, their skeletal forms looming over the landscape like the crumbling pillars of a fallen world, and in the red dust of those new cities, masses of people fleeing these collapsed histories huddled into crowded factories, living in the spaces squeezed between the glittering new skyscrapers that they themselves had built, moving constantly between jobs, between cities, and between lives in the service of the inscrutable, inhuman logic of the material community of capital. A state adequate to the task. Conversations with Lao Xie. Members of Chuang have been living in and traveling throughout mainland China since the late 1980s. In addition to trying to understand the dominant trends of capitalist development and struggles within mainland society as a whole, we've also of course been on the lookout for people who share political perspectives with our own. Over much of this time span, the results have been sparse. We've met a handful of anarchists, but their interest in society has generally been limited to informal conversations, the realm of art and its attendant subcultures, and occasional acts of protest. We've also met a few remnants of the cultural revolution's ultra-left who either became liberals or continue trying to justify 284. Their anti-state positions among more mainstream Maoists by citing exceptional quotations from the great helmsman, rather than examining the structures and struggles of the present. But in recent years, this situation has undergone a subtle change. The mainlanders from whom we've learned the most tend to be involved in small groups that emerged from the strike wave of 2010, when activists from cities throughout China discovered the new working class, moved to Sunbelt industrial districts and got jobs in factories there. Most of these activists have since moved on to the lifestyles expected of university graduates, at most occasionally participating in online discussions. Others have undertaken the long march through the institutions, becoming academics or social workers. Only a handful continued trying to participate directly in class struggle, investigate its changing terrain, learn about history and develop their theory in conversation with small groups they've maintained over the years. In the first issue of Chuang we shared translations from one of these groups, known by the name of their magazine, Factory Stories. Below, we translate excerpts from a series of conversations we conducted in 2017 with one member of another such group, using the moniker Laoxie. As will become clear from the nature of our dialogue toward the end of these excerpts, we disagree on some key points, such as Laoxie's prioritization of workplace struggles among certain types of wage laborers over other proletarian struggles, or his belief that such workplace struggles will eventually coalesce into something resembling the historical workers' movement, or that such a movement would be necessary and sufficient to usher in a communist revolution. On the other hand, we find his observations about developments in China since around 2012 to be among the most sophisticated and thought-provoking we've encountered. 285. The title we've chosen refers specifically to Laoxie's theory that the Xi Jinping regime is fundamentally characterized by the project of building a bourgeois state adequate to the task of governing capitalist society for many years into the future, in contrast with previous regimes, which provisionally made do with the remnants of socialist-era institutions for short-sighted aims. However, the conversations also address several other topics that should not be missed. Another recurring theme that overlaps with this first one is a question of particular concern to us and most of our readers, as communists from abroad seeking to understand contemporary China, its recent history and its lessons for struggles elsewhere. Why focus our energy researching this country in particular? Common answers to these questions include China's socialist history, its growing economic and political importance on the world stage, and the size and militancy of its industrial working class. When we mentioned to Laoxie that we had our doubts, especially about the last point and its usual political interpretations, his response was interesting enough to merit a lengthy translation, which may also serve as fitting introduction to the interviews themselves. I think the main thing is not the size of China's working class or the number of strikes. In the early 20th century, there were many more industrial workers and strikes in the US than in Russia, yet it was only in Russia that a social revolution took place. I think China's value lies in its situation where multiple factors are in play at the same time. Its various social forces and classes are still taking shape, and the boundaries between them, the rules for distributing interests and their understandings of one another are all still in flux. The bourgeois state and its ideology, including civil society, are still just being built. 286. The group at the core of China's ruling class has clearly expressed its intention to continue monopolizing state power into the foreseeable future, determining that its contradictions with other fractions of the class cannot be smoothly worked out through the principles of political pluralism. At the same time, this group is actively attempting to learn from the old capitalist world. And like the rest of that world, China is entering a period of retreat from globalization. International interests are being reorganized. All these factors are generating multiple levels of internal tensions across Chinese society. Society has not yet settled into a condition where everything follows rules that people regard as natural and unassailable. I think this is the reason that China has a special, perhaps unique value for the class struggle. If it were just a matter of the number of workers or strikes, then India, Indonesia, or Vietnam might be more important, but no other country has quite this combination of factors at play as we see in China today. February 2017. This initial conversation, focused on the various political tendencies active in contemporary China, functions as a background to the more in-depth interviews below about the structure of Chinese society and the political changes since 2012. It started partly in response to our question about Wang Zhongsong, a self-described social democrat academic beloved by certain labor NGOs and their funders. Wang often gives lectures warning against the risk of ultra-leftist influences on Chinese workers, fearing such radical elements in labor circles will lead China's labor movement onto a path of destruction and chaos. It is thus the duty of labor NGOs, Wang argues, to direct workers onto a peaceful path towards social democracy via collective bargaining and the formation of moderate unions. Chuang, how influential is Wang Zhongsong? Is worried that he's exercising a pernicious influence in labor circles. Laos yeah, Wang and a few of his followers think they're really important, but they have very little influence anywhere, even in China's already minuscule labor circles. If you want to understand bourgeois ideology in China, you should focus instead on those groups with the ability to put their ideas into practice. Those consist mainly of more successful capitalists and their intellectual affiliates. Chuang, you've said that an important point of contention is between those inside the establishment and those outside it. My understanding is that those inside it basically support the CCP while those outside tend to be 288 liberals, advocating some form of multi-party democracy that would allow them greater representation in the state. LX, that's one way of putting it, but maybe too simplified. Actually, all of China's successful capitalists are to some extent inside the establishment, through either kinship or relationships they've cultivated with officials. It's just a matter of degree, and that roughly corresponds to their amount of wealth. The better one's connections in the establishment, the easier it is to succeed in business. Among those capitalists discontent with the status quo, their two main types of ideology are 1. Reformism, those who defend the existing system but call for some degree of adjustment. They support CCP rule but wish they had more freedom, e.g. for lawyers. This perspective corresponds mainly to the wealthiest tier of private capitalists, those at the helms of companies worth at least $1 trillion. 2. Those who want to destroy the system. They demand more thorough change because the system seems to be preventing them from getting richer. Among these, there are a variety of political programs, but the main point is that the CCP would have to step down. These are mainly the small and mid-scale capitalists. Among the latter, there are active discussions about what should replace the present political system. Two basic models could be outlined. 1. Liberalism, which here means to split the CCP into multiple factions or parties and then have elections. 289. According to one of various models. This is the more common position. Chuang, what about those who advocate the formation of new parties unrelated to the CCP, or who support one of the underground pro-democracy parties? LX, no one with any influence to speak of advocates the formation of new parties with no connection to the CCP. The underground democracy parties are smaller than ants, with no independent strength. The second model for change advocated by many of these mid-scale capitalists is 2. Conservatism, meaning the revival of traditional culture, increasing men's rights over women, outlawing divorce, legalizing domestic violence and filicide, establishing a stricter hierarchy in society, for example requiring students of lower grades to bow to those of higher grades, as in Japan and Korea a few decades ago. Reviving something like China's traditional caste system, if you're a peasant then your children can only ever be peasants. An extreme position in this spectrum is advocating the restoration of monarchy. In a broad sense, such conservatism includes Bozilla, one who was a celebrity politician like Modi or Trump. Using personal charisma. Although Bo mobilized popular support around a claim to be restoring socialism, actually he is better understood as a right-wing conservative. Of course there's some overlap between these two sets of positions. Chuang, how are these oppositional bourgeois political ideas being articulated? How do you know about them? LX, the bourgeoisie is becoming increasingly organized. They have social clubs and business associations that sometimes display political features. For example, the Taishan Club is a small club of major figures in industrial commercial circles. Zheng Island is another one. A researcher at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences published an article about these organizations. 2. These organizations aren't exactly outside the establishment. They're like white gloves, representing establishment interests outside of the establishment, but also with their own independent interests. Chuang, but you say these aren't parties exactly, and none of the underground parties are important, neither the democracy parties nor the left-leaning ones, such as the pro-Bozilla Constitutionalist Party. LX, those parties are just independent projects by small groups of people without any social basis, and they don't represent any particular class interests. They're marginal. Chuang, what about the proletariat then? LX, the proletariat has no organizations of its own. Chuang, what about hometown associations? LX, nowadays hometown associations mainly serve the interests of small-scale capitalists and intermediate strata. They have no connection to traditional hometown associations, which sometimes did actually serve the interests of poor migrants. 3. Chuang, setting aside the question of class organization for now, what are China's main left-leaning political perspectives nowadays? LX, on the left there are basically two groups. 1. People with connections inside the establishment. These are what's known as the old left. Many are former or active low-level officials or academics. 2. People outside the establishment, who are mainly college graduates with white-collar jobs working for companies. The latter, extra-establishment leftists, can be divided into reformists and revolutionaries. Reformists support people in the party who they think will put China back onto a socialist track, such as Bozilla. Revolutionaries can in turn be divided into A. Those who advocate organizing revolutionary organizations, starting with small groups of people clarifying their theory, rather than doing propaganda among the masses, and B. Those who focus on mass work or cultural work, including activism among workers, but also among students and peasants. 4. Chuang, among those, how many are Maoists and how many have other coherent perspectives? Most of the Chinese leftists I know don't seem to have very coherent perspectives, but many seem to have some kind of vague admiration for Mao or nostalgia for the Mao era. LX, probably at least 99% of leftists in China are Maoists, and this includes all of these categories I've mentioned. There are many types of Maoists, but the main division is between left and right. Chuang, some Maoists identify as right-wing? LX, they would probably identify as left, if anything, but objectively they're on the right, just like Bozilla. In fact, many of them were fans of Bozilla. Later most of these became supporters of Chairman Xi. Right-wing Maoism seems to be a phenomenon unique to China, but it's extremely common here, the combination of Maoism and capitalism, using Maoism to develop capitalism. Basically this means a form of nationalism. Chuang, what about Trotskyists, anarchists, left-wing social democrats? LX, probably about 1 in 10,000 leftists in China are Trotskyists, if that many. But at least Trotskyism has taken root. Anarchism has not. Anarchists in China are mainly just cultural liberals. Very few of them are interested in society. They're too marginal to include on the political map of today's China. The same could be said for so-called social democrats, whether on the right, such as Wang Zhongsong, or on the left, such as some of the new left academics. Chuang, but it seems like quite a few influential intellectuals publicly identify as social democrats. Surely that counts for something? LX, social democracy rejects revolution in favor of reform. It's incapable of influencing Chinese society, because the condition of social thought in China cannot accept any reform from the bottom up. One of the tools used by Bozilla was reform. That was an example of top-down reform, but there's no support for bottom-up reform. Post-socialist countries all have a common problem of individualism and low public-mindedness. To be a moderate socialist in today's China essentially means to defend capitalism while advocating some minor reforms, such as improving welfare for the poor. Social democracy is associated with Scandinavia, which sounds good to both the left and the right as an imaginary for Xiaoshimen. 5 such social democrats are not even reformists, because to be a reformist you need to be an activist and have a social movement to support your position. For example, many of these social democrats advocate controls on housing prices and rent, but they don't have any power to implement such proposals. Chuang, how about in labor activist circles? LX, in labor circles, most people with a political perspective are left-wing social democrats, likewise pointing to Scandinavia as a model. Most labor NGO staff don't have any coherent political perspective at all, it's just a job for them, and at most a way to feel good about helping the downtrodden, but they take the system for granted and don't advocate any kind of systemic social or political change. Almost all NGOs based in Hong Kong, on the other hand, have political positions, and they're almost all left-leaning. But often these positions are mere performances used for professional purposes. Most of their staff don't really believe in the positions they present to the public. Political performance is just part of their job. Many of these NGOs' directors became politicized in Hong Kong's youth radicalization movement of the 1970s. At that time, they believed in their politics, but now it's just a show, a business model. For example, in order to get money from funders and to get support from the international media, from the European left, not only money but also spiritual support. Chuang, what about you? LX, we're the best, of course. We're pre-revolutionary. We don't say revolutionary because that would be exaggerating. There's no revolution for us to be part of. We're not typical leftists. We don't like debating programs. We don't yet have a clear programmatic sense of belonging. We've been focusing on labor-related activities for many years now. If we were leftists we would have fallen apart long ago because of internal debates. That's why we can work together. Chuang, what is your critique of the other pro-revolutionary left-wing perspectives you mentioned, other than the fact that they tend to get bogged down in debate? LX, the biggest problem with Maoists is that they've given up on class struggle. Even the pro-revolutionary left-wing Maoists have given up on class struggle. Lenin said, a person who recognizes the necessity of class struggle but not the necessity of revolution cannot be called a socialist. But today's Chinese Maoists are even worse, they're not mature enough to be clear about who they are and what they want. What they call revolution is just abstract radicalism. I'm worried that there might be seedlings of fascism in this sort of radicalism. I heard that in Russia, some people who were Stalinists and Trotskyists 297 in the 1990s have ended up becoming fascists over the past few years. And I see that possibility here among some of these Maoists, but not yet. 6. Excerpt from a related conversation in October 2017 on the contemporary Chinese left. LX, in most countries, the historical thread of private property was never broken, nor the thread of resistance against the bourgeoisie, so there has been a living logic that is inspired by the history of rebellion. In China, that thread was broken. You have to be aware of this if you want to understand the Chinese left. For instance, Chinese people are still in the process of relearning what class means after the strange things that term came to be associated with during the Mao era. It might take another 20 years for people to relearn what it really means through their own experiences of class struggle in the market economy. The most basic characteristic of today's Maoists is defense of the existent. Chuang, how could that be? Aren't many of them calling for something like a return to how things were during the Mao era? LX, yes, but I mean their spiritual condition is one of inertia rather than of subversion. It's essentially conservative. In Chinese political discourse this is associated with the term constructive. 7. Their emergence derived from the destruction of what existed before, and they aim to restore what's been destroyed. That's why I say they're conservative. This contrasts with us, who emerge from present conditions, aiming to destroy them and create something new. Their attitude toward mass rebellion and even towards the masses themselves, especially toward workers, is one of contempt and fear. This derives from the experience and habits of CCP bureaucrats. It is the attitude of Xiaoshimen in a tranquil society toward the destruction associated with workers' actions. Chuang, when and how did this new Maoist left take shape? LX, The immediate impetus was the death of Deng in 1997 and the deepened restructuring of SOEs in the subsequent years. Chinese society was in a political crisis. On the right, the Democracy Party had formed, and this stimulated people with views to the left of them to start coming together and try to do something themselves. They were united by the need to oppose the new bourgeoisie that was growing at the time and attacking workers, mainly workers at SOEs and former SOEs that were privatized or closed down. There were a few landmark events, such as the productions of the play Che Guevara 8 in Beijing and other cities, that played an important organizational role. Chuang, you mean the play by Huang Jisu? LX, yes, but I don't want to give him too much credit. A lot of other people were involved. Not only leftist intellectuals like him but also many ordinary people who were discontent with capitalism, such as students, workers, and old CCP members. Only a minority of intellectuals were involved in such leftist activities at that point. Another landmark event was a Maoist left conference in Zhengzhou with over 1,000 participants. That was. Already at this time, a debate emerged about whether and how to participate in politics by forming a new party or by working through the existing system. This quickly led to splits until the movement dissolved into multiple little circles. So its zenith was right at the beginning, and it hasn't recovered since. Some of the best people left, including some workers who had called for direct action and felt frustrated with all the empty talk. No direction was found that could unite the majority of opinions. Then, around the time China entered the WTO in 2001, the nation entered a period of industrial prosperity. This transformed the whole atmosphere from a widespread sense of crisis to one of political tranquility. Or maybe you should say, everyone became distracted by the prospect of getting rich through new business opportunities. Most people with a university education got high-paying jobs at companies, forming the core of a new middle class, and they lost interest in political questions. It was at this time that the Maoists' conservative characteristics became more pronounced. For many years, all they did was what they called cultural work. You know what that means, basically just singing praises to Mao and the glories of his era, the glories of China, the glories of labor. Maoist intellectuals and students and a few retired SO workers and party members did this among themselves in public parks. Some went to the countryside and the new industrial zones to do this together with peasants and new workers, but still it was basically just self-entertainment. Some of them launched a campaign petitioning the government to turn Mao's birthday into a national holiday. This was the sort of thing they considered important. Meanwhile, China's class structure was changing. The new working class was emerging through struggles in places like the Pearl River Delta. Various political groups, including some of the Maoists, tried to take advantage of this new social force and win it over to their respective causes. The Maoists have failed to truly influence the workers because of that conservatism I mentioned. That has prevented them from helping the workers to fight and increase their power. But to say they failed implies that they have the same goals as us, which I don't think is really true. 301. 2. July 2017. Chuang, before we get to the present, let's clarify your perspective on the past. How would you characterize China's social formation in the 1960s? Did it have a ruling class? Laos, yeah, I basically agree with certain Trotskyist accounts of this history. By the late 1950s, the previous ruling classes had been basically exterminated socially and in many cases physically. The party-state bureaucracy never formed a ruling class in the strict sense, but it was a group with special privileges. It effectively controlled the means of production. And as time passed, these bureaucrats became increasingly aware of their collective interests. You could say it wasn't a class for itself but a group for itself. By the 1970s, after the turmoil of the Cultural Revolution, this group increasingly desired to consolidate its power and become a ruling class. In the context of global capitalism, that could only mean that it had to become a bourgeoisie. Chuang, how about the social formation? Was there a distinct mode of production? Was it a form of capitalism? LX, I disagree with the theorists who say it was a form of capitalism. It functioned differently. For example, development was driven by state planning rather than by private interests or the profit motive. I'm not sure if there was a coherent mode of production operating, though. It was always very unstable. Chuang, our article argues that the socialist developmental regime from about 1956 to the 1980s. 302. Wasn't a mode of production as such because it didn't have a single internal logic or a way to reproduce itself, so it relied on state efforts to hold different sections of the economy together, each of which operated according to different logics. Does that make sense? LX, in the past I would have told you my theory about this, but nowadays I'm hesitant to make such grand statements. Chuang, when did the transition to capitalism begin and end, and how did the new bourgeoisie form? LX, the earliest steps began in the early 1970s, after the conflict with the USSR. 9. There was Kissinger's secret visit in 1971 and then Nixon's official visit in 1972. But more important were the children of high-ranking officials who went to university in the US. The real purpose of their visit was to learn more about the capitalist system and consider whether to adopt elements from it. They also played an important role in building ties between China and the US, and to the capitalist world as a whole. But of course the actual transition didn't begin until the 1980s. I disagree with the idea that it was all because of Deng Xiaoping, or that he consciously wanted to restore capitalism. He was just responding to deeper concerns among the bureaucracy as a whole to consolidate its power and benefit materially in the face of its crisis in the 1970s. In the context of global capitalism, adopting market reforms and using state power to go into business was the most obvious way to do that. The transition to capitalism was completed in the late 1990s. Along with the bureaucracy's transformation into a bourgeoisie. This completion was marked by two developments, the restructuring of state-owned enterprises, and the bourgeoisification of the entire bureaucracy down to the lowest levels. At first, in the 1980s, it was mainly just the higher-ranking officials who went into business, but by the late 1990s, even the lowest levels had also become capitalists. 10. Chuang, so the entire bureaucracy turned into a bourgeoisie. There were no bureaucrats who didn't become capitalists. LX, yes, if we limit the term bureaucracy to those state officials with any degree of real power, those in charge of some state office, from the head of a ministry down to the mayor or party secretary of a township. All of them became bourgeois in the literal sense of becoming capitalists, of running businesses for profit. Of course, it's usually not the bureaucrats themselves who own businesses, since that's illegal in China, but they run them through their relatives and cronies. But not all capitalists are officials, of course. In fact, most are not. To put it more precisely, the first new batch of big capitalists became capitalists through their access to state power, but eventually many other entrepreneurs obtained wealth without much direct access to state power. China's richest capitalists all have some deep connections to state power, but many of the others do not. And that's an important source of tension within China's bourgeoisie. Some of Chairman Xi's policies can be understood as a response to this tension. Chuang, some people say that China has two overlapping but distinct ruling classes, each with its own interests, a party-state bureaucracy and a bourgeoisie. Do you agree with that? LX, no. China has only one ruling class, the bourgeoisie. There are no state bureaucrats who aren't also capitalists. Some people may be confused about the term guanliao. It doesn't include civil servants, who don't have any real political power, just a stable job and some prestige. The lowest level of the state bureaucracy is Kang, the head of the lowest level of a state ministry. State employees below that level are not bureaucrats in this sense but merely civil servants. And I think it would be impossible to find any Kang or higher level bureaucrat who doesn't run a business. This seems to be different from some other countries, where bureaucrats are merely state employees with a little more power than civil servants. In China, bureaucrats control the means of production, and they use these for either private or public for-profit enterprise, so they're capitalists. Chuang, if the transition to capitalism and the formation of the new bourgeoisie was already completed by the late 1990s, then what has changed since 2012? LX, from 1976 all the way up until 2012, you could say that the Chinese government was merely a provisional government. It really was crossing the river by feeling the stones. It didn't have a coherent long-term strategy. When the transition to capitalism generated problems, leaders basically dealt with them one at a time. When Chairman Xi came to power, his government finally put the long-term interests of capitalist accumulation on the agenda. As with Deng, it's important to avoid attributing too much agency to Xi alone. He didn't fall from heaven, but is merely a 305 manifestation of the Chinese bourgeoisie's deep-seated desires. This isn't a matter of a few individuals but something propelled by the common interests of the ruling class as a whole. Chuang, in a previous conversation you mentioned that these changes actually started before 2012, for example with the local policy experiments of Bozilla and Qiuhe 11 which the Xi regime later adopted while throwing their authors into prison. Were these the earliest manifestations of the coming changes? LX, first of all, it's important to distinguish between Bozilla and Qiuhe. Qiu was merely a pawn on the chessboard, whereas Bo attempted to be the hand that moves the pawns. Qiu's experiments were more technical and specific to the locale, whereas Bo's experiments were attempts to articulate an entire new national strategy. Meanwhile, at the central level, Hu Jintao's government also began some initiatives that later became central to Xi's strategy. For example, it was Hu's regime that began expanding China's presence in the South China Sea and building artificial islands there. Chuang, what exactly did Qiuhe and Bozilla do? Which of their initiatives were adopted by the Xi regime, which were rejected, and why? LX, Qiuhe has been called China's Pinochet, since his experiments included neoliberal reforms. For example, he sold off local schools, hospitals, and SOEs to private investors. But that was about the extent of his neoliberalism. His other reforms were similar to those of Bozilla, just on a smaller scale. For example, he tried to increase administrative efficiency through top-down pressure on state employees, including selective crackdowns on corruption. He also invested state funding heavily into the improvement of basic infrastructure, roads, water, electricity, etc. This differed somewhat from Bo's infrastructure projects in that Qiu's projects were focused exclusively on attracting private investors, which he successfully did. To some extent, a few companies came and opened factories in Kunming while Qiu was in office. Bo's experiments in Chongqing were similar to Qiu's in their focus on increasing administrative efficiency, selectively cracking down on corruption, improving infrastructure, and attracting private investors. But this was all done on a much grander scale, not only because Chongqing is a provincial-level municipality, but also because Bo was allied with Chen Yun, son of Chen Yun 12 and head of the China Development Bank, so he had a basically unlimited line of credit for large-scale loans. Another major difference from Qiu's experiments was that Bo actively sought out popular support, including the support of low-level civil servants. Chuang, sure, you've said that instead of thinking of him as a leftist social democrat, 13 it's more accurate to think of him as a conservative populist along the lines of Modi in India. LX, actually I don't like the term populism because, in Chinese anyways, it can be misleading, and it obscures important differences among various so-called populist strategies. Let's just say Bo was a political speculator. Chuang, with his Red Culture campaign, for example? LX, that too has been overemphasized by the media. The main reason people supported Bo was a series of measures that he took with concrete effects on people's lives, cracking down on street crime, ending the influence of High Shi on the economy and their collusion with basic-level administration, uprooting local government's sources of power other than himself. Previously, the collusion between gangs and local officials had constituted a separate underground government. Actually, the Haishiwai in Chongqing hadn't been particularly big compared with those in other cities. At the time, the central government sent someone to investigate, and Wang Lejun pointed that out. Bo's crackdown on organized crime caused such an uproar not because of the scale, but because it violated what had been the universal norm of government collusion. The goal of the crackdown was to increase administrative efficiency by cutting down on corruption and increasing discipline. Another goal was to increase control over the local bourgeoisie. An important part of the relationship between gangs and the bourgeoisie is in the area of money lending and extortion. The Xi regime hasn't directly adopted this experience of cracking down on Haishiwai, since that would be hard to do on a national scale, and it's not necessary. The main aspect of organized crime that concerns Xi is its role in corruption, in administrative efficiency, so that's what he's focused on instead. 308. The main difference between Bozilla and Qiuhe was that Bo concretely benefited the common people of Chongqing. Besides cracking down on organized crime, the increase of administrative efficiency benefited not only investors but also ordinary people. This point is important. The people of Kunming did not feel such effects from Qiu's reforms. In Chongqing, on the other hand, it became much easier for common people to have all sorts of problems solved quickly just by going to the government and asking for help. Then there was Bo's public housing policy. 14. But the other side of Bo's housing experiment was the privatization of land, where the government took ruralites' land in exchange for land tickets and forced them into high-rise apartments. I haven't heard of any collective resistance to this, but it was the only sphere where the Chongqing model promoted privatization. In contrast with Qiuhe, Bo didn't privatize schools, hospitals, or SOs. Chuang, so which aspects of these two experiments did the central government adopt? LX, all of these policies I've just listed were adopted except, on the one hand, the central leaders abandoned Qiuhe's strategy of complete marketization, while on the other, they also rejected Bo's strategy of trying to placate the masses through measures such as building public housing. Indeed, Chairman Xi's policy has been to actually prop up housing prices. But more generally, the state could simply not afford such spending to placate the poor on a nationwide scale. Bo was able to do that because it was just one city and he had an unlimited line of credit. Finally, the Xi regime also hasn't imitated Bo's crackdown on organized crime as such, again because it would be hard to do that on a nationwide scale, but also because the relevant aspects of that crackdown are already included in Xi's anti-corruption campaign. Of course, the Xi regime is trying to do much more than just adopt lessons from those experiments in Chongqing and Kunming. One of the main things the regime has been trying to do is to rectify and consolidate the party-state apparatus. Bo and Qiu had also tried to do this on a smaller scale, but mainly with regard to administrative efficiency. The Xi regime has already gone much farther in this regard, and it has put a lot of effort on trying to transform the state's ideological apparatus. It's trying to create an ideological system capable of justifying the long-term existence of capitalism in China. The emphasis has been on digging through traditional Chinese thought and reviving ideas such as Ji and Qi Wei. Everyone should accept their fate and take it as a moral obligation to play the role they're assigned in a hierarchy. Women should obey men, children should obey their parents, workers should obey their bosses, etc. As for the regime's economic strategy, this has two main aspects. One is the assertion of more direct control over the central SOs, opposing those in the party who have advocated privatizing them and instead reaffirming their role as the central state's most important source of income. The current campaign to reduce excess capacity in the steel and coal sectors needs to be understood as part of this broader strategy. 310. The second is the localization and upgrading of manufacturing, moving from the mere supply of products for foreign companies to the development of Chinese brands, doing our own research and development, and moving up the industrial chain to higher value production. Chuang, How do you interpret the Xi regime's political repression beyond the sphere of party-state rectification, such as the crackdown on civil society? LX, Chinese capitalism seems to be in a preliminary stage of democratization. 15. It is no longer possible for the CCP leadership to ignore the other bourgeois interest groups active in Chinese society, such as lawyers, the cultural sector, 16. The religious sector, and private bosses. 17. Chuang, and NGOs, right? LX, they're not significant enough to constitute a distinct interest group. They're basically part of the Chinese and foreign bourgeois cultural apparatus. The point is that the CCP is now in a situation where it needs to come up with some way to share power with these other bourgeois interest groups. That's what I mean by the preliminary stage of democratization. One proposal that was popular for a while was to allow these interest groups to interact directly with the masses and then obtain a share of state power through electoral politics. 4. Example: in 2011, the Wuhan village incident 18 was widely exploited by the media and mainstream academics linked to the private bourgeoisie in order to advance this agenda. That was also around the time when private capitalists were increasing their efforts to link up with one another, forming organizations such as Zheng Island. 19. Something to understand about private capitalists is that, within the same individual, they embody both the independent interests of a private entrepreneur and the desire to control or influence establishment interests derived from state power. For each type of interest there is a different way that power is expressed. Their interests as private entrepreneurs make them more inclined to seek out legalized affirmation by voters through elections, whereas their interests within the establishment make them more inclined to seek out affirmation of their status by a higher level of the state. And what those representations of Wuhan emphasized was that power could achieve legal affirmation through elections. Since she came to power, however, things have changed. The regime has more clearly affirmed the interests of various factions of the bourgeoisie, trying to convince them that their interests can be secured through top-down arrangements and cooperation. At the same time, it has closed off the path of achieving a share of state power through popular elections. The regime is trying to convince even the biggest private companies that the only way to secure their interests is through long-term cooperation in which the state continues to play the dominant role. The private bourgeoisie is already fully mature, and it has been advocating electoral politics for many years. So this effort on the part of the central government to co-opt them is still far from complete. The two sides are locked in a sort of tug-of-war. And it wouldn't be sufficient for the regime to merely dominate the private bourgeoisie in a repressive manner. Instead, it hopes to devise more sophisticated methods to secure their interests, to establish a long-lasting republic of the propertied, with institutions for facilitating consultation among different fractions of the ruling class. In this, however, the key is still that the CCP must maintain its dominant position and get the biggest slice of the pie. Not only is this project of the Xi regime to co-opt such interest groups far from complete, but in each of these groups there are strong and widespread voices of opposition. Chuang, what sorts of political programs are articulated in these voices of opposition? Are they mainly liberal, calling for electoral democracy as you mentioned before? LX, nowadays fewer and fewer mainstream intellectuals are willing to call themselves liberals. Instead, it's become more popular to call oneself a conservative. I think this is part of a global trend, but it's become especially pronounced in China. For example, in their discussions about Wuhan, although intellectuals praised the villagers' goal and practice of electoral politics, some of them harshly criticized the villagers' use of so-called insurrectionary tactics in order to obtain the right to hold such elections. The main expression of such conservatism is the elevation of property rights over other rights, of the freedom of property over any other freedom. Such voices existed before, but now they're more prominent. For example, Chinese liberals have been reading Hayek for years, but only recently have they developed a deeper understanding. Now intellectuals tend to emphasize the primacy of developing a socio-political order and stability capable of protecting private property at the expense of other freedoms. Even people within the establishment are worried that their private property is not secure enough. So this desire for order is something shared by the bourgeoisie as a whole. But private capitalists also want more political power, so in addition to order, they also often sing praises to freedom and democracy. It's basically impossible for us to know details about political programs popular among private capitalists as such, but by proxy we can look at those discussed in the media and among intellectuals, who often operate in collusion with such capitalists, or are close to them personally. Recently, their programs can be roughly divided into two categories: the majority who advocate electoral democracy, and the growing minority of more extreme conservatives who are pessimistic about elections, instead advocating a collegiate system for negotiating interests among the various propertied groups. One model they point to is the system of functional constituencies in Hong Kong's Legislative Council. Many regard Hong Kong as China's most important political laboratory, in more ways than one. Chuang, in previous conversations you've also mentioned other aspects of conservatism among China's private bourgeoisie, such as the resurgence of interest in Confucianism. 315. And even calls to restore the monarchy. How influential are such perspectives? LX, well, monarchism seems to be pretty rare, but Confucianism is extremely widespread, and not just among the private bourgeoisie. If anything, it was the CCP that initiated the revival of Confucianism in mainland China. Although the Xi regime has gone further in incorporating this into the CCP's propaganda videos, posters, etc., this goes back at least to the era of Jiang Zemin in the 1990s. Already at that time, the state began inviting ideologues of new Confucianism such as Tu Weiming to serve as high-level advisors. Chuang, despite these commonalities across different sections of the ruling class, such as growing conservatism, you've mentioned widespread opposition to the Xi regime among major fractions of the private bourgeoisie, and in previous conversations you've mentioned a growing tension between those capitalists inside and those outside of the party-state apparatus. For example, just a few months ago, the Minister of Supervision publicly warned that some entrepreneurs hope that after obtaining economic power they can then go on to win political power. This is extremely dangerous. 20. How might this tension play out over the next few years? LX, first of all, it's not only people outside the establishment who are discontent with the Xi regime. Of course there are rival factions within the CCP, but even many bureaucrats who haven't been directly attacked seem rather uneasy about how extreme his measures have been and how rapidly they've been carried out. He has also offended those who supported Hu Jintao's policies. For example, someone in the Xi administration recently said that the previous regime made some unrealistic promises about social insurance. 21. The reason he's offended many people with vested interests is that the preceding period of provisional government saw the formation of some deep-seated habits for survival, rules of the game and conflicts of interest took shape among the top layers of society, and Xi is trying to smash all of these. His reforms have struck a nerve among the majority of China's rulers with regard to their interests. The entire class is watching eagerly to see what will happen next. This state of uncertainty and these tensions between sections of the ruling class represent an opportunity for workers. However, if the reforms succeed in making China great again, in turning China into a superpower, even many of China's subordinate populations may get to enjoy a small share of the profit generated from imperialism. If so, then this opportunity may be lost. 3. August 2017. Part 1. Chuang, could you clarify which classes and interest groups exist in China today? Who are the rulers and who are the ruled? LX, an important thing to emphasize here is that all of China's rulers already carry out exploitation through the capitalist mode of production, rather than through non-economic means. On the surface it may often appear to take the form of raw, direct expropriation, but on a fundamental level, it is through trade on the capitalist market and through the exploitation of labor power that these rulers acquire their wealth. Take, for example, the restructuring of SOEs. This often took the form of fraud and the violent plunder of material resources, but even when these resources were not directly put to use for capitalist production, they created wealth for the plunderers only by being sold on the market, through a commercial activity. It's important to emphasize this because many new capitalists like to distinguish themselves from the state by pointing to such phenomena and calling the state a thief. Chuang, speaking of new capitalists, the last time we talked, you often used the term private bosses. Does this mean private bosses outside the establishment? Because a lot of state bureaucrats also run private enterprises through their families, right? 318. LX, actually the more important difference is between private capital and state-owned capital. Even if a private boss is, for example, a mayor or a provincial party secretary whose son or daughter owns a private enterprise, that family still functions as a relatively independent proprietor with private interests of its own. But state-owned capital functions differently. It's more integrated. Chuang, so if we're going to classify the rulers into different groups, they can be divided according to their control over private capital versus state-owned capital? LX, I wouldn't write that as a theory, but as a rough heuristic device. Actually there's a lot of overlap between these two categories. Chuang, then what are the differences between the two and how do they relate to one another? You say state-owned capital is more integrated? LX, yes, roughly speaking, it constitutes a community of interest, an organic whole. Private capital, on the other hand, regardless of how close a relationship it has with state bureaucrats, or even if an enterprise is directly owned by bureaucrats' family, its interests are independent from those of other private enterprises. Chuang, so among private enterprises, it doesn't make much of a difference whether the boss is inside the establishment or outside of it. LX, correct, it really doesn't make much of difference. Especially when it comes to enterprises with any real wealth to speak of, they nearly always have close relationships with specific state officials. 319. Chuang, but last time you said there was a contradiction between capitalists inside and outside of the establishment, with the latter seeking to increase their political power, so there seem to be two levels of analysis, a contradiction between bosses inside and outside of the establishment, and a contradiction between state-owned capital and private capital? LX, yes, you could say that. Even if a private enterprise is owned by the family of a high-ranking bureaucrat, it's still at a disadvantage relative to state-owned capital. Chuang, then what is the relationship between these two contradictions? Could we say one is on the economic level and the other on the political? LX, competition for state power can be divided into at least two aspects. The real owners of state-owned capital cannot be understood as simply within the establishment. It's an extremely small group of people who actually control it. Especially over the past 5 years, Chairman Xi has opened up everyone's eyes about this. The overwhelming majority of people in the establishment, even the heads of provinces and the central ministries, are merely the servants of this smaller inner circle. Chuang, I thought the heads of ministries were the main people who controlled state-owned capital. LX, nope. You know those butlers that European aristocrats used to have on their manors? Ministers are like butlers. What can butlers do? They can take advantage of their position to steal a few things here and there, embezzle, you know, but they're far from the real masters of the house. Or you could liken them to the managers of capitalist enterprises in America, for example. 320. Where the traditional great families, like the Rockefellers, long ago retreated from the front lines of production. Now they've hired professional managers to deal with that. Although those managers receive high salaries, they're not the true bosses. But actually China's ministers are not nearly as free as the managers working for the Rockefellers. For example, if the Rockefellers discover you've been embezzling, they can't just throw you in prison for 18 years. Chuang, then who are the real bosses of state-owned capital in China? Zongnanhai? LX, not entirely. Zongnanhai refers mainly to the current standing committee of the Politburo, but most of the people with real power have already retired, and some never even served as officials in the establishment. For example, there's a man named Song Ping, a former member of the Standing Committee. He just turned 100 years old, but he's still an important member of this inner circle. Chuang, about how many people are in this inner circle? LX, no clue. Definitely more than Zhongnanhai, because Jiang Zemin also left Zhongnanhai long ago, for example. But much smaller than the Central Committee of the CCP. And it's not as if the two overlap. Almost all the members of the Central Committee are just servants. The real bosses aren't in the Central Committee. Chuang, how do they exercise control? LX, of course this is a secret only the rulers could know in detail, but observing from the outside, there are at least two ways. One is through clientelism, as an elder controls a group of people through personal loyalties, but in this case. 321. Through the workings of the state, but similarly ensuring those loyalties by intertwining their interests with his own, and in this way exercising control over state-owned capital. The second way is through family. The latter has more of a legal basis, the former is less formal. Chuang, so the ruling class can be divided into at least two main fractions, this inner circle who control state-owned capital, on the one hand, and the bosses of private enterprises, on the other. LX, but the bosses of private enterprises, such as Jack Ma, are often significantly influenced by the bosses and essentially they are bosses of state-owned capital. If Jack Ma had no support from the highest levels of the establishment, there's no way his business could have grown as big as it has. So it's not as if there's a clear line between private and state-owned capital, as if your property is yours and mine is mine. Chuang, how do you know all of this? LX, it's a basic fact that in China, if your business becomes extremely big, you've either got support from abroad such as Foxconn's Terry Go, he may not be the servant of these domestic elders. It's very likely that he's got some powerful foreign backers. Chuang, isn't Go from abroad in the first place? LX, that's just where he came from. It was in mainland China that he got rich, in Taiwan he was nothing. He never even opened a factory in Taiwan. But it's not clear who his backers are. The point is that in China, it's impossible to pull yourself up by own bootstraps. I imagine that's true all over the world. If your business succeeds beyond a certain 322 point, that means you have the support of some powerful capitalist backers. Chuang, what you've described sounds the opposite of America. Their state bureaucrats are the servants of private capitalists. LX, that's true. Capitalist development in China is upside down. It's always been that way, ever since the Republican era. Chuang, I'm confused now. At first you said there was a contradiction between private and state-owned capital, but then you said that the two are intertwined and ultimately controlled by the same inner circle. LX, well, private capital also includes a large number of small and medium-scale capitalists, and many of them actually are at quite a distance from the establishment, but this doesn't necessarily mean that they're opposed to it, just that they haven't managed to curry favor. Chuang, but is it accurate to say that the true owners of private capital are the same people who control state-owned capital? LX, as you know, at this point in the development of capitalism, it's impossible to say who are the true bosses of especially large firms, but I think China is different. Control really is concentrated in the hands of a few specific individuals. That isn't to say that a private capitalist like Wang Jianlin 22 is merely a manager. For his business to grow as big as it has, of course he's got to enjoy a piece of the pie. Moreover, one of the traits of contemporary capitalism is that even managers often possess a great deal of power that's especially clear in the West. They can basically allocate capital as they see fit and then justify it to the board of directors with a few reports. And the same is basically true in China. Managers act like bosses, until periodically they come into conflict with the real bosses. Chuang, so the contradiction you discussed last time, between bosses inside and outside of the establishment, is essentially a contradiction between smaller-scale capitalists and the establishment itself. Not that they're opposed to the establishment, but they want more access to state power and the resources they hope that would bring. LX, you could say that. Chuang, what about those other interest groups you mentioned? Are they attached to this group of smaller-scale capitalists outside the establishment? LX, not necessarily. Chuang, so in terms of groups with conflicting interests, the ruling class could be divided into the inner circle who control state-owned capital, smaller-scale capitalists outside the establishment. LX, no, that's too muddled. It would be better to say there are three groups, and keep in mind this is just a rough outline. First is the inner circle, as you said, who both control state-owned capital and have a major influence on large-scale private capital. Second is the intermediate stratum within the establishment. These people are often the managers of state-owned capital and, at the same time, they're often closely connected to large-scale private capital. By managers I mean both direct and indirect management, so these aren't necessarily the general managers of state-owned enterprises. Provincial party secretaries also play roles as indirect managers of state-owned capital. Chuang, is the only difference between these two groups their position in the political system? Are they connected to the same type of enterprises? LX, not necessarily. For example, I feel certain that Jack Ma is directly working for some family of the state's inner circle, whereas the heads of provinces or ministries control a different set of enterprises. The private enterprises they can control aren't the most successful ones. Those are almost always gobbled up by the more powerful families, as far as I understand. Chuang, and the third group? LX, the bottom rungs of the establishment and the smaller-scale capitalists. Chuang, those smaller-scale capitalists, should we say they're outside the establishment or? 325. LX, just say private capital. At least in form, it consists of independent private enterprises. They're not controlled by state bureaucrats, they don't belong to the state. Actually they're not fully independent, but they're further away from state power. Chuang, how do those other interest groups you mentioned, such as lawyers, relate to these three categories? Do they all belong to the last one? LX, not necessarily. For example, the media, cultural circles, religious figures, many of them have various jabi within the establishment. You know jabi are important in China. Chuang, so for example lawyers? LX, actually most lawyers are outside of the establishment. But cultural figures, most of them with any influence, that is to say, those who are large-scale proprietors, they often have some status in the establishment, including a clear jabi such as department-level rank or vice-ministerial rank. Chuang, so these interest groups belong to a different level of analysis than the three categories of rulers you just outlined. LX, yes. Chuang, what are the main groups? You mentioned lawyers. LX, lawyers are a newly emerging group in China, which means most of them are outside the establishment. As for cultural figures, 326. Chuang, what does that mean by cultural figures? You've said this can't be translated as intellectuals. Can you give some examples? You mentioned university professors. LX, yes, it includes professors. Also film producers, the owners of entertainment companies, of course also actors, famous actors, that is. Writers, it goes without saying, but again only those famous writers. In every case there's stratification. Chuang, anything else? LX, actually religion could be included in culture, but it's rather special, more closed off from the rest. Chuang, you're referring mainly to religious leaders. LX, actually religion in China is completely independent from the state system of hierarchy, a set of independent organizations, especially Tibetan Buddhism and Islam, they're like nations unto themselves. Chuang, are those all the special interest groups? LX, In China there are also a few small, disparate groups that also enjoy privilege, but they often overlap with the aforementioned groups. For example, there are 8 so-called United Front Democratic Parties as well as groups like the so-called Patriotic Overseas Chinese Representatives, which were the objects of pacification in the socialist era. Actually, they've always enjoyed some degree of privilege, but now in the capitalist era they've converted that privilege into capital for use on the market. 327. Chuang. So the main groups with vested interests in today's China are state bureaucrats as such, lawyers, cultural figures, religious figures, and these miscellaneous groups such as the United Front Democratic Parties. And then of course capitalists. But would you say that all these other groups also function as capitalists in some sense? LX, yes, they're all capitalists, but besides these groups there's also a large group of people who function purely as the bosses of private enterprises and nothing else, not completely independent from the establishment but at a significant distance from it. And these are almost certainly all smaller scale capitalists, because the larger scale ones inevitably have close connections with state bureaucrats who share the profit, if the capital is not directly owned by bureaucrats' family members. Chuang, all right, so now let's get back to the contradiction you started to address last time between fractions of the ruling class regarding access to political power. LX, the contradiction is like this: for many years there have been these calls for democratization, but in fact the most direct expressions of this call have often come from the top, from the inner circle. Why is this? My analysis is that it is related to the desire by some members of the inner circle to complete the privatization of SOEs. They still want to privatize the best and strongest of China's remaining SOEs. In a word, they want to Fengjia, to split up the family's property into multiple households. Chuang and Xi's faction is attempting to silence these voices. LX, Chairman Xi completely negated these voices as soon as he assumed office, completely. You could say that at the top there. 328. Was a protracted struggle between these factions, but no one would have guessed that Xi could have managed to negate the others so quickly. Will not be privatized, and that's the end of it. Chairman Xi depends on this strong state-owned capital to fund his projects. Chuang, often people assume that capitalism goes hand in hand with privatization, but you're saying that Xi's refusal to private the central SOEs is actually a measure to protect and strengthen Chinese capitalism, right? LX, it will support Chinese capitalism as a whole, making it stronger. And privatization would indeed weaken it. Those voices calling for privatization aren't concerned about the long-term interests of Chinese capitalism as a whole, only about getting a slice of the pie for themselves to enjoy in the short term. Chuang, so Xi's most important reforms over the past few years have been his refusal to privatize the central SOEs, his way of dealing with bourgeois interest groups outside of the party state leadership, on the one hand partially integrating them, while on the other, LX, you could say repressing their political demands. But that's not entirely correct. It's been more of a trade-off: we prevent you from exercising any independent influence on state power, but in return we allow you to exploit workers more freely. Chuang, were private bosses not able to rely on the state to help them control workers in the past? LX, they were, but it was different. Before 2010, in the PRD anyway, there were a lot of strikes and the state didn't intervene much, but that was mainly because the strikes were resolved. 329. Quickly. For example, the workers would go on strike asking for a raise or something, and the boss would concede to their demands before the end of the day, saying okay, here you go, now get back to work. At that time, factories were really busy and there was stiff competition for orders, so it made a big difference even if production stopped for just an hour. Plus the pay was really low, so everyone knew it was reasonable to ask for a raise, and everyone knew the boss could afford it. It was a simple matter to agree to a small raise, as long as they went back to work before their orders were taken by some other factory. So it's not that the state wouldn't intervene, it's that it would take too long to do that. It was also expensive and complicated, because the boss had to develop relationships with specific state officials, pay bribes, etc. Things changed after the economic crisis, then there was the strike wave of 2010, and state policy relaxed for a couple years, but starting around 2013, workers' demands started getting more complicated, taking longer to resolve, and the state started getting more deeply involved. It's not just that it became more repressive. Its methods for dealing with workers become more sophisticated, involving the legal process, labor arbitration, courts and so on. You could say that since 2013, the state has stood more clearly on the boss's side, especially on key issues such as social insurance, or compensation for factory relocation. These involve large sums of cash, so the bosses aren't willing to make concessions lightly. In these disputes it's clear that the state helps the bosses to repress the workers. Or even when it comes to everyday things like overtime pay, when workers take it to arbitration, it's obvious that the arbitrator takes the boss's side. 23. Chuang, are there any other ways the state has attempted to integrate bourgeois groups outside the establishment over the past few years? How about through policy related to construction and real estate? LX, that's hard to say, because there are so many different theories about that. But the main thing is that those entire sectors are already controlled by the state, and private real estate developers already have close ties with the bureaucracy, so there's no need to try to integrate them or give them anything. Both individual bureaucrats and the state apparatus as a whole can already acquire a big share of the profit from those firms. Part 2. LX, this is how I would summarize the political situation over the past 4 years. Chairman Xi has begun to carry out state building. Prior to this, the Chinese government was like an extended provisional government, from Deng Xiaoping's marketizing reforms all the way until Chairman Hu stepped down. The task of state building kept getting postponed. A sort of bourgeois state gradually came into being, but it was like the frame of a house. It had a roof, but there was no glass in the windows, and the interior wasn't furnished at all. People could live inside, they could even invite some guests over, but if you say incomplete bourgeois state, that could be misunderstood as meaning the bourgeoisie hadn't formed yet. It had formed, but especially on the spiritual level, its tentacles hadn't yet penetrated deep into the minds of the people. It hadn't yet established a complete set of rules and regulations for long-term planning. Chairman Xi is finally attempting to build a long-term state. In this sense, I think you could say that Chairman Xi is a founding father. He's trying to build something that could last for hundreds of years. Chuang, what are some aspects of this state building? You mentioned ideology. LX, yes, it includes ideology. Also the final formatting of the role that the central SOEs will play. That has actually determined China's future path. Chuang, and then there are the attempts to deal with conflicts among bourgeois interest groups we were just discussing. LX, yes. Also the repression of the lower tiers of society across the board. This includes their economic interests, political demands, and independent social activities. Chuang, and then there's foreign policy. 332. LX, yes, or you could say international strategy, the protection of the ruler's interests abroad. I guess those are the main aspects of bourgeois state building that have been pushed to the front of the agenda since Xi assumed office. Chuang, let's go back to the fourth one, the repression the lower strata. Could you give some examples? We've already discussed state intervention into labor disputes. What else? LX, another would be the rejection of demands for social housing. That's something that's been discussed for years, but Chairman Xi has clearly removed it from the agenda. Because Hong Kong's social housing has been somewhat successful in decreasing living expenses for the poor, and then Beaujolais experimented with it in Chongqing. China already has a few state-subsidized rental properties throughout the country, but it hasn't really been developed. Anyway, Chairman Xi has said he doesn't want to do it. This will especially hurt the interests of white-collar workers in the biggest cities, because housing is a big expense for them. Chuang, how else have the lower strata been squeezed on the level of economic interests? LX, social insurance. I mentioned that a few years ago, shortly after Chairman Xi assumed office, some voice representing the central leadership said that in the era of Hu Jintao, some unreasonable promises were made regarding social insurance, meaning that she would decrease the state's payouts. Basically, this means a negation of the compromise that the Hu government made with the proletariat on the social insurance front. Chuang, how has that played out in terms of policy changes? LX, so far, mainly in the raising of the retirement age. That 333. Much has already been decided. Of course, at first they can't just say they're raising it by several years. They have to start by raising it a few months at a time, like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually increasing it over time. I'm sure that by the time I turn 60 I won't be able to get a pension. Also, pensions are supposed to be increased every year or so to keep up with inflation, but that's changing too. They won't be increased as much or as often, so basically we'll receive very little, just enough to keep from starving. Chuang, how about Nongmin? Has the Xi government put any new economic pressure on them? LX, Nongmin, that's a tricky topic now. Nongmin in the strict sense are increasingly limited to those who are too old, sick, or disabled to move to the city or work for a wage. As for the rural population in general, their land is continuing to be taken away. This is another attack on the lower tiers of society. The transfer of land. This is already being carried out across the nation. Now Nongmin are left with nothing but an empty right to land. Chuang, you also mentioned repression on the level of political demands. What's an example of that? LX, the all-round repression of the bourgeois opposition over the past few years. Chuang, but now we're talking about the lower tiers of society. 334. LX, the lower strata don't have any political demands. Anyone who cares about politics basically just goes along with bourgeois opposition. But they don't take action, they just parrot the opposition's words on the internet, venting their frustrations. Chuang, so how does the repression of the bourgeois opposition affect the lower strata? LX, it automatically implies their repression by association, by a single stroke of the knife. Because the lower strata don't have the sort of resources that capitalists have. For example, a boss can spout his nonsense in the Political Consultative Conference 24 or give a speech in those clubs of the private bourgeoisie. Chuang, and you also mentioned independent social activities? LX, anything slightly inclined towards so-called diversity politics is likely to be repressed, such as those feminists, 25 and also various NGOs. But another Chinese characteristic is that Xiamen groups are extremely depoliticized, so all kinds of activities concerning private life are not repressed at all. China is still far from a crisis of rule where the rulers would try to control everything. The rulers at the highest level are mainly concerned about holding onto state power rather than a more meticulous control over people's private affairs. China is such an enormous nation with so many newly emerging social strata, it would be too complicated and time-consuming to try to control them all with any degree of sophistication. For now, that also works out for the rulers, because the people are busy enjoying their private lives, so there's no need to assert strict control over them. Chuang, so the attacks on independent social activities you mentioned concerns only those that are relatively politicized and have connections to entities outside of mainland China? LX, yes, in those cases they'll lock you up. This hasn't affected society as a whole yet, but there is a trend toward repression. Chuang, okay, now let's talk about international strategy. Previously you mentioned that this actually started under the Hu government. LX, China's state apparatus has always been rather powerful and its level of rule rather high. Many of these policies and strategies have been under consideration for many years. Chuang, even in the Mao era? LX, In the Mao era, China had no overseas capitalist interests. That's a basic difference. The nature of interests was different. It was only after the 1980s that China's overseas capitalist interests emerged. And then in the 2000s, after China joined the WTO, this issue rose to prominence. 336. Chuang. So in the 1990s there was discussion, but actions began to be taken only in the 2000s. LX, it's not that no action was taken, because China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has long been tasked with helping Chinese enterprises to open up markets overseas. But after 2001, they began to consider using military force to protect commercial interests. Before that, Chinese capitalists overseas didn't dare to do anything because at that time they were focused on trying to open markets and learning how to do business there. They did everything they could to avoid getting involved in conflicts. But now things are different. Now they confront conflicts head-on, they're no longer afraid. After Chairman Xi assumed office. Chuang, but you said it already started under who, right? LX, yes, who had to address this, because Chinese interests overseas were growing to be enormous, so they could no longer put up with losses. But this is too complex to discuss today. We should set aside another time just to discuss this topic. Chuang, yes, we should. But could you summarize a few points about how things have changed since she assumed office? LX, under Zhang and Hu, things were about the same, but as soon as she assumed office, it became clear that China would be expanding its business dealings in Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa. There's an old term, sphere of influence, or another, the hegemony of the great powers. Now we can say that China is one of those great powers. In my writings I used to refer to China as a new great power. These all mean basically the same thing. 337. Chuang, when did China become a new great power? LX, it was hard to say for sure in the Hu era, but there were signs. Objectively, Chinese capital was pulling more weight in the world market. But at that time, China's outward expression was to bury its head in doing business and not say anything if it suffered losses. It didn't dare to say anything. This changed rapidly after she assumed office, in favor of directly asserting the overseas interests of Chinese capital through head-on confrontation. This was especially clear in a recent incident. Vietnam invited a Spanish energy company to drill for oil in the South China Sea, but China said, "No, you're not allowed to drill here, this is our turf." A week or so later, Vietnam told the company, "Sorry, let's put this on hold for now, you have to leave." 26. China has already started this sort of head-on confrontation. Actually, the construction of islands there is the most typical example. Basically, it's disrupted the balance of power between China and the US there. Last year I told you that the scramble for interests there and in the Pacific is as if China went over to America's house and said, "Hey, your house is really big. I think I can live here too." This is a serious change, because in the past it was as if all the seas in the world belonged to the US. Chuang, do you think China has already become a regional hegemon? LX, between quantitative and qualitative change there is a tipping point. If you want to be on top, you have to make sure people are afraid of you, and that means you have to spill blood. That's the most basic logic of the street. No matter how developed your forces of production may be, if you want power you have to cause fear, terror. The whole world is afraid of America. Chuang, so China hasn't undergone this tipping point yet? LX, not yet, because it hasn't been in a fight yet. This seems oversimplified, but it's really the essential thing. China needs a fight, then everyone will say, "Okay, you're the boss." Chuang, would you say China's looking for an opportunity to fight on the border with India now? LX, China's definitely looking for an opportunity. India definitely doesn't want a serious conflict with China. This relates to domestic politics in India, this sensitive stage it's in. But it's still possible there will be a war there, because China really doesn't care who it goes to war with. Probably anyone other than the US would do, from Myanmar to Australia. But at the same time it's important to China's rulers that the conflict be as limited as possible, a war that will end quickly just long enough to fulfill its function. So they need to choose an appropriate target and an appropriate excuse. Here you can see how high the level of China's rulers is. They're cautious and try to do things by the book, in stages, on the one hand strengthening forces along the border, while on the other talking to other countries according to international protocols, making official statements through the media, etc. It's clearly being done according to a formula. Chuang, would you say China has already become an imperialist country? LX, that's the sort of question that leftists love to. 339. Debate. It's really a pointless discussion. It's like debating when does a boy become a man? At 18 or 20. Then someone will point out some reason that a 30-year-old isn't really a man yet. What we can say objectively is that China is a capitalist country with vast overseas territories, and that China's rulers are undertaking serious measures to protect those territories. As for whether this is imperialism in Lenin's sense, that requires more careful analysis. It's not something that can be clarified in a few sentences. In any case, China is building and protecting its own spheres of influence, and these are to be used by China's rulers to acquire wealth through the capitalist market, rather than through direct plunder or tribute in the sense of pre-capitalist empires. Chuang, you've said that this sort of international strategy and even war might benefit China's subordinate strata in some ways. Could you elaborate on that? LX, it would be better to say that it will have complicated effects. Why say that Chairman Xi is carrying out state building? Because some important elements of the bourgeois state, especially spiritual elements, still don't exist in China. National identity, for example. Chuang, really? I've always felt that national identity was stronger among most Chinese people than almost anyone else I've met. LX, what you're sensing is more of a pre-capitalist sort of identity. For example, typical Chinese parents take it as a source of pride if their daughter marries an American and becomes a US citizen, no longer pays taxes in China, and helps the US military develop guided missiles. They wouldn't think. 340. That she's betraying their nation. They don't have the concept of a nation-state. They think being Chinese means you use chopsticks, you were born in China, you stick chunlian on your doorway during Spring Festival. For the bourgeois state, that's not enough. What does the bourgeois state require? An entire set of responsibilities to the nation-state, duties that aren't open to discussion, a higher power. Chinese people don't have this concept. As far as they're concerned, China isn't a nation-state, it's just a place. In the Mao era there was a sort of socialist patriotism, but that sort of patriotism was linked to class identity and the idea that what we're protecting is a new society without exploitation. They used the phrase love of country, but actually what they loved was socialism. Later, during the era of that extended provisional government, the sphere of patriotism became extremely awkward. Basically it was a void. Everyone was busy trying to make money by working or doing business. People have said that the Chinese have no morality, that they only care about making money for themselves. Really what that means is that China has yet to establish the comprehensive set of rules and customs associated with a bourgeois nation-state. For example, in the US if you violate some serious taboo, you're ruined for life. Like those two African Americans who medals at the Olympics in 1968 and then did the Black Power salute during the award ceremony. What did the American rulers do to them? They didn't punish them directly, they just left them hanging out to dry. Later neither of them could find good jobs, they just worked as common coaches, making regular wages. The US government didn't directly persecute them because that would turn them into martyrs. Instead it just made them watch as other star athletes grew rich and famous, while they were denied that. China doesn't have any rules like that. 341. Deng Xiaoping's famous statement, "It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches rats," that epitomizes the extreme pragmatism during the era of China's transition to capitalism. Nowadays that sort of pragmatism has become an obstacle that the state is trying to overcome. If China goes to war and things go smoothly, that would definitely stimulate true bourgeois patriotism among the Chinese people. If the war doesn't go smoothly, that would cause a crisis of rule. Chuang, you also mentioned some material benefits that ordinary Chinese people might obtain from the international expansion of Chinese capital, maybe not from war, but more generally. LX, that's the sort of benefits enjoyed by ordinary people in other powerful countries. For example, the way Westerners, no matter how poor they may be at home, can come to China and live pretty well just by teaching English. You could call this a dividend of imperialism. Chuang, so now ordinary Chinese people can go teach Chinese in Cambodia. LX, actually Cambodia is an interesting example, because there China has already established a certain, something like the status of white people in Africa, that kind of influence. But that's still far from enough to benefit many ordinary Chinese people at this point. 342. Chuang, you said the effects of international expansion and war would be complicated. What would be the negative effects other than casualties? LX, it would stimulate social thought in China, and it's hard to predict what that might lead to. Even if it's expressed as patriotism, it might not necessarily benefit the ruling class. It's safer for the rulers if society's half asleep. When a bunch of people who don't care at all about politics suddenly become patriotic, they start thinking about politics, taking action, making demands, who knows where it will lead. A classic example is World War I, which mobilized tens of millions of Europeans. During the war, on the surface there were expressions of patriotism, but it politicized a lot of people, and when they went home many of them joined revolutionary movements in places like Germany. So the Chinese ruling class is actually quite cautious about this. I know the foreign media often claim that the CCP whips up anti-Japanese sentiment, but actually it's afraid of ordinary people going on the streets to protest, smash up Japanese businesses and so on. In this sense, Chinese government is really afraid of the masses. Chuang, then why are there so many movies and shows about the war of resistance against Japan on Chinese television all the time? LX, when a tiny group of people rules a large number of people, ridiculous things often happen. Not everything they do is completely rational or consistent. But the Chinese government no longer dares to show anything related to reality on television, so it just pumps out hot air in cycles. For a while it's ancient costume dramas, then it's spy dramas, then it's time. 343. Travel, then it's what they call mythical dramas about the war of resistance, completely unrelated to historical reality, like mythology. The genre is just an absurd kind of soap opera. What this really reflects is the cultural desiccation of the ruling class. It can't create anything with vitality. Chuang, have you seen Wolf Warrior 2? LX, no, but I've watched previews and read reviews. It seems to be a typical cultural product of a bourgeoisie in an age of international expansion. Like Rudyard Kipling. Chuang, I'm sorry, I still don't understand why you think the constant production and airing of films and shows about the war of resistance doesn't amount to a kind of nationalistic indoctrination. LX, in a more conventional bourgeois state, there are always some nationalistic or patriotic social organizations and movements that are directly fostered by the rulers, such as the White People's Militia movement in the US. China's rulers neither foster nor allow anything like that. All that they foster is a sort of part-time, formalistic patriotism. They want a sort of national sentiment that stimulates ordinary people and creates an external enemy, but this stimulation is limited to these ridiculous dramas broadcast on TV. They would never go so far as to create mass movements, nationalist organizations, street actions. The Chinese government is afraid of all these things. That sort of nationalism would not actually be aimed at attacking Japanese people. Historically, these movements are mainly aimed at suppressing domestic resistance by the lower strata of society, attacking 344 unions, left-wing students, etc. That's what that sort of zealous nationalism is about, right-wing mass organizations, their members wearing military fatigues and learning to fight. The real target is rarely actual foreigners. The Chinese rulers would never foster that sort of mass movement because they're afraid of any sort of mass action. As I've said before, Chairman Xi isn't a typical Bonapartist. Bonapartism is when one section of the ruling class, expressed in the form of a dictator, uses the lowest strata of society, the poorest people, to attack a competing section of the ruling class. But Chairman Xi, you could say he's attacking competing sections of the ruling class through his anti-corruption drive, but he's consciously trying to avoid arousing the masses to rise up and support that drive through activities such as mass supervision, or reporting cases of corruption to the authorities. And as I was just saying, China's bourgeois opposition is the same way. For the many years of its existence, it's done everything in its power to avoid a mass movement. It's not even willing to mobilize the sort of small-scale opposition movement associated with white-collar workers and intermediate social strata. This is a big difference from the bourgeois oppositional movements in other countries, such as Korea in the 1980s, which succeeded because they were able to take advantage of mass movements. Chuang, you say that Xi isn't a Bonapartist, and you've said before that you find the term populism misleading. There's been a lot of discussion about the idea that the economic crisis has given rise to a global wave of populist, often xenophobic mass movements with ties to right-wing politicians such as Trump, Modi, or Putin, and some observers put Xi in the same category. Do you think this idea is useful at all? 345. Chuang, I agree that these phenomena are responding to economic crisis, that much is clear. Many of these other politicians could be described as Bonapartist to some degree or another. Actually, Trump is the least so. Like Xi, he wouldn't dare to truly incite the masses of ordinary right-wing patriots to go on the streets and take collective action. I'm talking about a true mass movement. What we're observing now is just performance art. Americans are especially good at political performance, putting on a show. Chuang, but a few days ago they actually killed someone during one of these performances. LX, what does that count for? Everyone's getting excited after one death. How does that compare with most capitalist countries? How many people have Modi's followers killed? 27. That's what a more typical right-wing mass movement looks like. I think the main difference is that America's state apparatus is strong enough and its rule is sophisticated enough that it doesn't need that sort of mass mobilization of the lower strata to help maintain order. Although there's a crisis, it hasn't gone that far yet. Modi is the most similar to classic Bonapartism that I know of. Putin is also more limited. Russian society is stuck in an extremely despondent condition, so again the rulers there don't need to turn to the sort of violent mobilization we see in India, with thousands of people being killed. It's true that the Russian rulers have many problems, and Putin has indeed adopted some of these elements even more so than Trump, but the subordinate population there is so tamed that it's not necessary to do much to keep them under control. And then Xi doesn't need this sort of mobilization at all. Chuang, so you agree that right-wing mass movements and something like Bonapartism has been spreading across the world, emerging in different countries to different degrees, and that this is in response to the economic crisis and the lack of a left-wing movement offering a coherent response? It's just the term populism that you object to? LX, yes. In Chinese, Minkaswi is a strange thing. If you're talking to ordinary workers, it would be more helpful to say exclusionary mass movements, or even just patriotic mass movements, because I think this sort of politically intentioned communication needs to change the ideas in people's heads. You want ordinary workers participating in struggles to understand what patriotism really is. This isn't a matter of personal preference but the political need to be wary of the mainstream uses of words. Mainstream media love to use the term populism in reference to any type of mass mobilization, such as people voicing discontent about the high cost of housing. The media calls that an expression of populism. Or if workers go on strike and the police come to repress them, and then the workers fight back, the media also calls that an expression of populism. So this term is really a vilification of mass action, as well as an obfuscation. It implies that this mass action of yours is just the blind following the blind, causing problems for no good reason. It's mindless. 347. That term is also popular recently, mindless actions. When we write, whether it's a serious article or just something simple, we should do our best to express the essence of the subject matter. That's why I say patriotism instead of nationalism, for example, because the mainstream often talks as if patriotism is good and nationalism is bad, but really they're the same thing. I also try to avoid talking about the left and the right, but basically what you're saying is correct. The past few years have seen a global turn to the right in response to economic crisis, especially among young people from Xiaoshimen families. This is also true in Hong Kong, where the right-wing turn of young Xiaoshimen became clear in the umbrella movement. And it's also true in many parts of Europe, where unemployment has been growing for so long, especially among young people. Chuang, would you say mainland China is still an exception to this trend? LX, China still doesn't have any kind of bottom-up driving force, neither one against exploitation and oppression, nor one that attempts to obtain a false sense of security by more closely embracing traditional values. In the latter respect, I think Hong Kong localism and the American movement around Trump are similar. But yeah, this sort of thing still doesn't exist in mainland China. The main reason for that is economic. Chinese people are still busy trying to make money. Ordinary Chinese people can still feel as if it's possible for them to make money. This is really different from most countries nowadays. An ordinary household can still work hard for 10 or 20 years, save up a few $100,000 and buy a home, and the home will increase in value, and then they can even 348 rent it out, so there still seem to be plenty of opportunities to make money. Chuang, so in contrast with Bonapartist politicians like Modi, Putin, or Trump, she isn't connected to any bottom-up driving force responding to economic crisis? LX, if Chairman Xi feels any bottom-up pressure, it could only be a purely historical one. Chinese capitalism has already matured to the point that it's in need of various adjustments: how to manage it, how to coordinate conflicts of interest, etc. But these are coming only from the top down. Lenin said that a crisis of rule occurs when the upper strata of society can't continue to rule and the lower strata can't continue to survive. In China, the lower strata are not yet having any serious problems continuing to live at least as well as their parents. Actually, in the PRD, for example, I do know that many workers are already beginning to feel that they can't continue to live as they or their parents did before, but we've still got a long way to go before they start rebelling against the social order. They still think they just need to make some adjustments, like they need to get social insurance. That's why this has been such a focus of struggles the past few years, but this sense of the need for change is only just beginning. On the other hand, the upper strata, especially the people at the very top, already do feel that they can't continue to rule as they did before. I don't mean the entire ruling class, it's mainly the very top that feels this way, hence the conflicts within the class. The overwhelming majority believe there's nothing wrong with how they've been living and ruling, so they're discontent with Chairman Xi's reforms, his crackdown on corruption and so on. The very top is always only a tiny minority, of course. Besides that, in China today there's a vast body of lower-level rulers carrying out various functions, and most of these are resentful. 349. Of Xi's reforms to some degree or another. Of course they are. Chairman Xi's strategy is precisely to expropriate many of these lower-level rulers. But this is being done in different degrees to different people, so some don't mind it so much, whereas others feel it's a catastrophe. Chuang, last time you said that this dissension in the ranks of the ruling class could become an opportunity. LX, yes, This is a typical splintering of the ruling strata, but it's still far from reaching the point of open fragmentation, because everyone is still waiting to see what will happen. Chuang, an opportunity for whom to do what exactly? For all the subordinate strata to rise up in various ways, or just for certain workers to carry out industrial actions? LX, in principle, it's an opportunity for a mobilized or active working class, but such a class doesn't exist yet, far from it. But I think that Chairman Xi isn't a temporary phenomenon. He represents the beginning of an era for China and perhaps for the world. So this sense of change and uncertainty is something that will last for a while. The ruling class won't necessarily fragment, but it's more likely to fragment now than before. Chuang, how long do you think this era will last? 20 years? LX, probably longer. When an industrial nation of 1.4 billion people begins to establish a substantial system of top-down rule and achieve some degree of hegemony in the world, this is a historical era. Think about the Reagan era, for example. You could say that started around 1980 and didn't really end until the financial crisis of 2008. Although Reagan only served 350 as president for 8 years, as an individual he represented a whole historical trend and framework that started early and lasted much longer. Chuang, and since this period of change and uncertainty will last for many years, there may be an opportunity. LX, there's definitely an opportunity. In Chinese we say the wind and water flow in one direction for a while, and then they switch. Capitalist rule, after having undergone 25 years of unprecedented stability, is clearly beginning to waver. Chuang, how could this opportunity be grasped, and by whom? LX, the proletariat's revolutionary power is currently nil. Chuang, that's now, but in the future, if such a power were to be formed, you've said that the ruled includes not only industrial workers but also. LX, yes, but I still believe that only industrial workers can lead a social revolution. Chuang, but who does that category include, exactly? LX, nowadays, for example, PhDs are completely different from PhDs 40 years ago. Many people who have received higher education have already been incorporated into the circuits of social production. They're completely unlike traditional intellectuals and more like industrial workers. There are still differences, but they're similar, especially those. 351. Tens of thousands of bioengineering researchers, for example, they're just cogs in the industrial chain of production. Chuang, but only workers can be revolutionary subjects? LX, yes. I don't believe that peasants or, say, students or managers, could lead a communist revolution. Chuang, how do you define workers? Chuang, by their relation to social production. By who has the ability to influence it, who composes the agents of social production. In other words, without them, social production couldn't continue. Chuang, so not necessarily secondary sector workers, like manufacturing workers? LX, it definitely includes them. But also many others, such as computer programmers, laboratory researchers. For example, a mechanic repairing machines in a casino appears to be exactly the same as a traditional worker, but actually he's outside of social production. If he stopped working, it would have absolutely no effect on social production, and he doesn't represent a serious group that carries any social weight. But if the same individual went to work as an electrician in a factory or a bioengineering lab, then his significance would change. Chuang, how about service workers? LX, it depends on the service. For example, veterinary clinics for pets, that's now a relatively big industry, but obviously its influence on social production is limited. That doesn't mean 352. That the tens of thousands of employees in that industry won't get swept up in a revolutionary movement along with the rest of society. Of course they will. But if they go on strike, that can only be supplementary to struggles at the core of social production, playing a supporting role. On the other hand, employees in supermarkets and restaurants, essentially what they produce is labor power. They belong to the reproduction of labor power. And then express delivery couriers, actually they're part of manufacturing, an extremely important part, because they lower the cost of production. And then there are Wen Yuan. Chuang, so you consider them to be workers too? LX, yes, for sure. It sounds strange in Chinese, but objectively, Wen Yuan are really just common work personnel, and their social status is basically same as workers, just differentiated by a layer of ideological window dressing. Many Wen Yuan in China haven't been to university. But then some of them are bailing. Bailing status and incomes are higher. Chuang, would you consider them workers too? LX, a simple categorization is by income. For example, if their salary is over 10,000 yuan per month, with bonuses they'll make over 200,000 yuan per year, then they have plenty of extra money. They can use it to play the stock market, and they can buy a home and rent it out. That creates a distance between them and wage laborers, because bailing also have 353. A commercial income. And it's common for them to play the stock market. So I think the old term petty bourgeois is still appropriate here. Because they work for a company, but at the same time they also have a stable income from rent and stock market dividends. Or you could say they belong to a peripheral group of intermediate strata between the working class and the bourgeoisie. But this is an enormous portion of the population. Chuang, what about teachers? LX, teachers underwent stratification long ago. In the past many teachers had bianzi. Those were the good old days, especially in the wealthier parts of China. You could have a high income, or at least it was stable. But now they've all become contract employees. University instructors have also undergone differentiation. For example, a lecturer may have an annual salary of 100 to 200,000 yuan and no benefits, often they don't even have social insurance. Often they can use their position in the educational industry to obtain some extra income on the side, or they can use their salary to play the stock market or buy a home and rent it out. Their status is also on the periphery. Of course they absolutely do not consider themselves to be workers, but they're still inclined toward a sense of social discontent. In the revolutionary movements of the 20th century, such peripheral groups underwent differentiation. It was hard to say which way they would go. Often it depended on personal factors. Between two medical doctors with the same position. 354. In society, one might end up supporting the workers and the other supporting the counter-revolution, depending on their experiences in life. Chuang, how about peasants? Do you think they're mainly part of the proletariat now? Or would you say China no longer even has any peasants to speak of? LX, it's too early to say that. The countryside still has people who can support themselves by farming their own land, and that's a completely different mode of production. But these people no longer represent the countryside's Jinghua population. No one in their 20s or 30s would just stay there and farm their own land in a traditional way unless it's a woman whose husband works somewhere else while she raises their child. Chuang, would you say people like that belong to the proletariat? LX, most of the people living the countryside are in a sort of dissociated, unsettled condition. For example, they've been working in the PRD for 15 years, but they still don't have their own place to live there. Their huakao is still in the countryside, but they don't have a sense of certainty about anything. That's the overall trend, toward urbanization. They can no longer continue living in the countryside. Actually, it's not just the countryside. Many workers in the PRD have purchased homes in towns or small cities near their villages, but they still don't go back to live there. Why? Simply because they can't find jobs there, or the pay is too low. They can make 4,000 yuan a month here, but there they can make only 2,000. They're shackled to the city. So you could say they're part of the proletariat. Without a 355. Doubt it would be impossible for them return to peasant way of life under current conditions. Chuang, how about those who just run a tiny street stall by themselves and make less money than many wage laborers? LX, that's really not a sizable or important sector of Chinese society nowadays, unlike in many third world countries. But small business owners more generally are indeed an enormous group. They're also in a peripheral condition in relation to social production. These unsuccessful small business owners exist all over the world, even in America. Everyone wants to try to be a boss, but statistics show that over 90% of new businesses fail within the first 2 years. The only difference in China is that there's also a huge population of industrial workers, and many of them also want to run small businesses, so they save up their wages for a few years and then spend it all in one go trying to start a business. They don't necessarily fail, often they make a little money, but no more than they did as a worker, and they find that running the business is even more tiring, so eventually they give up and go back to work in a factory or something. Chuang, let's finish up by going back to my earlier question. This opportunity provided by the change and uncertainty of the Xi era, would you say it can be seized only through workers' struggle in the sphere of production? LX, you could say that workers' struggle must be at the core. Chuang, only the struggle of workers as workers against their bosses in their workplaces, rather than workers' struggle outside the sphere of production, such as conflicts with the 356. Police. Because in the US, and actually in China, too, only like 30 or 40% of mass incidents are labor conflicts. Almost as many incidents are about land, housing, conflicts with the Chengguan about the harassment of street vendors. And in the US, the most important struggles the past few years have been about police brutality. LX, none of these other types of conflict are capable of shaking the foundation of capitalism. On the other hand, judging by past experience, a revolutionary crisis is often sparked not by a struggle in the industrial sphere, but by something peripheral to it, such as a riot, a student protest, housewives trying to get bread for their families. But in each case, those struggles function only as a spark that ruptures the social order. After that, the only thing capable of ultimately changing the capitalist order, the leading force, is the organized industrial working class. At least that's how I see it. Chuang, last question. Considering that workers in China don't have any organization of their own, do you think any of the existing unions or NGOs could play a positive role in helping them to get organized? LX, no. Chuang, what about those NGOs that see themselves as promoting the development of class consciousness or? LX, some say they are making revolution. 357. Chuang, well, I know of some that say they're doing preparatory work in order to support a revolutionary movement whenever one emerges. LX, preparing for revolution. That's like a boy saying that he's doing preparatory work in order to become a man. There's no such thing as preparing for revolution, there's only making revolution. Chuang, you don't think that before it breaks out there are some preparatory activities we should do? LX, the Communist Party has an unfortunate tradition known as the Communist Youth League. It divides young people into league members and party members, whereas in reality this process is indivisible. This division into a stage of preparation and a stage of finally doing something is limiting, including on the level of thought. This is like the distinction between economic and political struggle. In reality they're the same thing. Any strike could be a mini-revolution. Any struggle, regardless of however limited its demands may be, contains some basic elements of revolution within it. It's a negation of capitalist order and an awakening of the worker's own power. In this sense, there's no difference between preparation and finally doing something, as if you were preparing ingredients before you cook a dish. Chuang, this sounds a bit like Rosa Luxemburg's critique of Lenin, no? LX, you mean regarding the question of what our role should be? I think the left-wing praxis of the 20th century has already exhausted itself. And all these people trying to walk in their footsteps, like secretly doing reading. 358. Groups with workers, they're like that medical phenomenon where you lose an arm but you still feel like the arm is there. All the praxis of the 20th century was basically a continuation of 19th century social democracy. The left believed themselves to be professional political agents, among whom some believed themselves to be revolutionaries, while the workers were a separate group different from ourselves, whom we had to lead. The workers were to be led and liberated by us. It was a disaster. Chuang, so the main problem with today's leftists is that they haven't broken out of this pattern? LX, yes. This goes for Maoists, Trotskyists. Their ideas are one thing, but when it comes to practice, there's no difference between the Trotskyists and the communist parties. To put it simply, the revolutionary praxis of the 20th century is bankrupt. I don't mean that it failed. Failure could mean that it was correct but it just wasn't strong enough. I mean that the entire way of doing things was wrong. Chuang, then what's the path forward for the 21st century? LX, I think that these historical forces might turn out to be an unexpected source of strength. That is, this utter bankruptcy could clear the path for a new social revolution. I don't mean through so-called healthy forces or correct ideas replacing the mistaken and moving forward, but through letting all of this collapse, letting it completely fall apart. Today's leftists are merely eating the corpses of the 20th century. Even the corpses no longer remain, all that's left are a few shards of bone, that's what they're eating. They're still plodding away. 359. Preparing for revolution in their secret reading groups, it's completely pointless. Chuang, so how could we break out of this dead end? LX, we need a mental breakthrough, a qualitative leap. But on the left there's this ridiculous phenomenon, lots of self-proclaimed theorists are always inventing all kinds of theories, criticizing others, and then inventing their own. This way of doing things is clearly a dead end. I should know. I've been one of these people. After many years of fumbling around, my conclusion is that the only way out is workers' struggle. I mean, you can't just read books and invent a new way of thinking on your own, far away from workers' struggles. You have to go and directly take part in them. And at the same time we need to look back at records of historical struggles and revolutionary movements, not to simply negate the revolutionary practice of the 20th century, but just the opposite, to discover things that have been overlooked, the mass practices in past revolutionary movements that have been ignored. All along, the left has been obsessed with programs, parties, lines, etc., but I think we should focus more on mass struggles, in particular workers' struggles, how they're organized, how they subvert the capitalist order from the point of production, how they deal with the problems of self-management, how their antagonism with the entire capitalist state is expressed. This is one thing. The other is to go directly to places where workers' struggles are concentrated and participate, but exactly how to participate is something we've been trying to figure out for several years, and only in the past year or two have we finally begun to make a little progress. Picking quarrels. 361. Picking quarrels. Lu Yu, Li Tingyu, and the changing cadence of class. Conflict in China. Lu Yu and Li Tingyu met me for dinner at a hole-in-the-wall restaurant on a quiet street. Lu wore a ball cap, something he was rarely seen without, and a faint smile. He was hunched over the table, no doubt in the same manner that he bent over his laptop each night during hours of scouring social media for fresh news of protest before it had been scrubbed by the censors. Li beamed with a wide, playful grin, wearing sunglasses though we were indoors. She was not used to so much light, as the couple kept shades drawn at all times to keep prying eyes from spying on their sensitive work. As we sat down, they casually glanced around the room checking for plain-clothed cops. The couple had spent the past 3 years documenting the protests, strikes, and riots that take place across China every day, and they'd been run out of several towns by state security forces over the years. This was why they'd moved to 362. This rustic tourist town in Yunnan, thinking the police might be more lax here. But, not long after, they would be snatched from the streets of that very town and imprisoned for picking quarrels and provoking trouble, the default charge used to keep dissidents in custody until the police are able to build a more specific case and their short-lived but important project would come to an end. Li was born into a well-off urban family, but had inherited no wealth or social favors after she dropped out of school and severed nearly all communication with her relatives. Lu, more than 10 years her senior, started out as a migrant worker from a poor village in the mountains of the southwestern province of Guizhou. Together they committed to a covered project that changed names over the years to avoid the attention of censors, but which became most widely known as Wikidana. Starting officially in 2013, the couple conducted daily searches on Chinese social media platforms for news of mass incidents, the state's catch-all term for any unwanted gathering, and published them on foreign internet platforms, beyond the reach of state censorship. Their project recorded the first-hand experiences of those directly engaged in struggle, saving their pictures, video, and words, and then categorizing the events by scale, participants, and demands. The pair was dedicated to capturing the widest possible spectrum of social unrest available, rather than focusing on any particular segment of society. The blog itself was little known, but their nearly real-time records became the primary source for Sinophone dissident websites, as well as mainstream English news media, foreign academic projects, and international NGOs such as China Labor Bulletin and its Strike Map. Lu and Li have been lauded as human rights defenders and award-winning citizen journalists. Titles: Picking Quarrels. 363. All bestowed only after their arrest. But their own political intentions, and the political implications of their work, have never been seriously considered. They not only aspired to expose the wide spectrum of struggles occurring across society, but also wished their readers would learn practical lessons from the experiences they documented. The two were much more than activists fascinated with street protests. They had developed their own political ideas through interactions with various political circles, mostly online, over the years spent huddled indoors. Beyond the vast data they gathered, the pair studied the networks that enabled the protests and ideas that drove them, and they had become involved in discussions taking place within networks of radicals, dissidents, and activists of all types. They followed the work of labor NGOs in the factory zones, the political debates swirling in online forums and microblogs where various Maoists, liberal and left-wing academics, and the odd Trotskyist analyzed China's unrest and jockeyed over the direction of social movements. The two considered themselves leftists of a sort, thought Marx was worth studying, and expressed an interest in anarchism. But their approach was markedly different to that of the normal online leftist. While the ideas floating through political circles were important, Lu and Li were primarily concerned with the mechanics of the phenomena they recorded every day, including modes of organization, changing trends of struggle, methods of state repression, and techniques of resistance. Above all, Lu said, I hope that they study these events, and understand their successes, failures, and limitations. They survived on donations from supporters, some of whom gave but a few yuan when they could, while others donated several thousand each year. In a post from January 2014, the couple said they'd received some 20,000 yuan over a 5-month period. The small flow of funds was enough to keep the lights on and sustain the 8-hour searching sessions they performed each evening. Most of these social media posts were made in the evening, they explained, so they often worked deep into the night to catch posts before the censors could begin scrubbing the internet. The two were familiar with the revolutionary programs of multiple left-wing groups, both inside and outside China, though they didn't ascribe to any clear position themselves. The breadth of their work, engaging with all sectors of society from urban homeowners to ruralites clashing with police over land confiscation, seemed to confound any orientation that prioritized a particular social group. They supported Chinese Trotskyist blogger Autumn Fire's independent analysis of strikes and worker organization, but were critical of Trotskyism. They studied the statistics of liberal sociologist Yu Jianrong, a famous academic studying China's mass incidents, but were wary of how closely he collaborated with the government. The changing trends of struggles demanded constant attention and re-evaluation that many of these theorists seemed uninterested in. In 2016, the pair were amazed by the growing number of homeowner protests, which, to their surprise, outnumbered labor struggles. The point was to show the real trends as they existed at any given moment, rather than fit them into a theoretical box filled with hopes and dreams about where things ought to go. When our conversation shifted to protests by religious groups, for example, my quip about the futility of religion was not taken lightly. Well, whatever you. Picking quarrels. 365. Think, you must remember, they're organized, so it's important to understand, remarked Liu. Though all forms of struggle and organization were significant, Liu's preference was for militant action, particularly against the police arm of the state. If only people had guns in China, the police would never dare to mess with us, Liu surmised. He admired the struggles of ruralites, as the blog categorized them, residents of villages far from urban centers, and their courage to stand up to police and corrupt government officials with improvised weapons. The Wuhan incident of 2011 too made international headlines when the whole village attacked their local government building and withstood weeks of siege by armed police forces, but Liu knew that there were countless similar struggles developing nearly every day across the country, where ruralites might flip and burn police cars and stand down state security forces with farming implements. Liu's background is not very clear, and even his own story conflicts with court records. He said he was born in 1979, though records from his sentencing say he was born in 1977. The documents show he was born in 1977 in rural Guizhou, which has, by most measures, retained its status as China's poorest province throughout the intervening 40 years. As a child he walked an hour or more to school on mountain paths, though he never liked school, attending when he had to and skipping class when he could. He and his friends would often steal food from home, running off into the woods to form brotherhood clubs, living in the forest for days before their food ran out and forced them home. When they returned they were always beaten, but when the punishment faded they would elope again. Liu loved the idea of belonging to a wandering band of friends aligned against the world. He liked the Canadian television show Vikings for its depiction of close-knit clans that survive together, wander where they may, and take what they want. Court documents say he was imprisoned for hooliganism in 1996, serving all of his 7-year sentence before being released in 2002. Liu did not mention the stint in prison or the specific crime he was accused of, though he did say some of his friends in Guizhou had been killed by firing squad in the 1990s for stealing, when that form of punishment was still common. He said they stole to survive, rather than beg, because they still had their pride. He left Guizhou to work in the coastal factories, briefly attended and dropped out of college, and then began spending his time after work on China's budding internet platforms. It was through the latter that he became fascinated with reports about dissident activities and the world censored by the regime. In 2010 he was arrested in Shanghai for taking to the street by himself with a sign demanding publication of the wealth of top party officials. This was the first of his several years of participation in the short-lived Southern Street Movement, named after the large number of events in Guangzhou and Shenzhen around 2011, attempting to bring internet activism into the real world by hosting public discussions about political issues with ordinary people. The failure of the movement forced Liu to reconsider his strategy. He scoured the internet for other signs of protest, and discovered that, with a few tricks to bypass filters and censorship, he was quite good at finding news of disparate collective actions across the country. He soon began dedicating all his spare time to documenting and transmitting as much of this information as he could. Li Tingyu was born in Foshan in 1991, where she gradually became aware of the poverty, resistance, and repression around her relatively privileged upbringing. She attended the prestigious Sun Yat-sen University in Guangzhou, majoring in English and, outside of class, devouring all kinds of foreign literature, music, film, and philosophy. Before long she grew disillusioned. She worked for the school's foreign exchange program for a while, helping students get into academic programs overseas, but she discovered that her English teachers were being paid by rich students to write their entrance essays and fill out applications. Meanwhile, she had become fascinated with things hidden by the Great Firewall, such as struggles in Tibet, and with ways of circumventing censorship. All of this eventually attracted the attention of school authorities. She realized that students were working as informants in every classroom, and even her teachers ultimately turned against her. The administration gave Li a choice: if she put aside her troublemaking and graduated like the rest, she would find a good job and live out a good life. Otherwise, the university would make sure she would never have those things. Faced with this threat, she decided to drop out in the final year of her undergraduate program. Soon after her arrest years later, Li, speaking to her lawyer during a visit to her prison cell, recalled a discussion she had had with a friend attending Peking University, who had bragged about unrestricted internet access at the university and his plans to emigrate after graduation. In disgust, Li remarked, "Do you think there is dignity in living a good life in this country?" 5. Lu and Li first met online. Lu gained notoriety in the online dissident subculture when he decided to quit his job and dedicate all his time to seeking out and reposting protest news, but his efforts only lasted a few months before he out of money and told his followers that he'd have to quit. It was Li who reached out, convincing him that perhaps, with a little effort and organization, his efforts could be turned into a long-term project supported by his network of fans. The two became friends, then partners, and before long embarked on the 3-year journey that became the Wicked Anna blog. The avalanche of history. Lu and Li came from different segments of an increasingly fragmented class. Lu was 39 years old at the time of his arrest, precisely the average age of China's 280 million migrant workers. He represents the mass of rural migrants bouncing from construction sites to factory jobs for the last 2 decades. 6. Li, by contrast, represents the more highly educated urban millennial, inheriting only a small fraction of the massive wealth generated in China over her lifetime but placed in a social position directly proximate to it. In this position, skill and education is confronted with an absent future, as overtrained youths look ahead to the slow unfolding of a dead-end service economy, where they'll be paid half of what they expected to perform mundane tasks far below their competence. These two dedicated themselves to examining the resistance around them and from this real movement trying to understand what might be rising on the horizon of struggle. Theory emerges from the unending avalanche of history. Any attempt to understand the greater organizational potentials foreboded by existing struggles must retain this relationship to reality. Lu and Li's project originated in an often out-of-touch scene of online dissidents and leftists, where theory was little more than the pure play of ideas, as forum dwellers sought to suture the dead flesh of century-old orthodoxies about workers' movements and peasant armies onto the living muscle of struggles today. But their work very quickly ascended beyond this insubstantial sphere, documenting real events in a rigorous and systematic way and thereby becoming a threat to the state. It is this type of documentation that makes their project into an invaluable contribution to theory, since it gives us a clear sightline into the real movement of history. Among the most important of their findings is the fact that only a small portion of collective actions in China take the form of strikes. There doesn't appear to be an industrial workers' movement emerging in China, at least not in the form advertised by foreign leftists or China's own online theorists, both of whose ideas are often modeled on a convoluted picture of the historical workers' movement itself. Instead, something else might sit on the horizon. But in order to trace out its distant silhouette, we must have a clear view of current trends. The data so meticulously compiled by Lu and Li, dangerous enough to cast them into prison, is equally 370 threatening to conventional theories of the Chinese labor movement. From this data, it is clear that strikes by workers at industrial facilities, aimed at fighting for better wages and working conditions, do not seem to be gaining the momentum required to become the core of a broader mass movement. Using Liu and Li's data, we can instead identify the general trends of unrest in contemporary China. Non-workplace struggles far outnumber those in workplaces, strikes themselves are only a small portion of all labor actions, and other forms are far more common, including riots, blockades and street demonstrations. These trends are produced by several convergent economic trends, including deindustrialization and a ballooning service economy, the stratification of the proletariat according to income and interests, and a general inability on the part of enterprises to afford net wage increases. This does not mean that striking workers, industrial or otherwise, are unimportant in these overall dynamics. In fact, the continuing economic downturn will likely be accompanied by modest increases in industrial actions as automation and factory relocation continue apace and strikes among service workers become more common. But in China today, as in many other countries, there is no existing or imminently emerging trend of militant industrial working class identity that could become hegemonic among broader social movements. Instead, we see continuing decomposition of the proletariat into a broad array of waged, unpaid, self-employed or unemployed fractions, and a deeper stratification between high and low income strata. In such conditions, little common ground is in sight and no single class fraction appears to be capable of unifying the others. This is important because it signals the deeper resemblance between conditions in China and those in evidence elsewhere. Theorists in these other places tend to project onto China a mirage of the very mass movements missing in their own high-income countries. This allows them picking quarrels. 371. To disavow any attempt to push their own local movements beyond current limits, immobilizing left-wing forces in local political contexts from formulating any alternative to identitarian, electoralism or right-wing populism, since they presume that the real fight is elsewhere. The ultimate political result is deeply conservative. At its most mundane, it results in microscopic activist scenes constantly organizing solidarity campaigns to raise awareness and provide support to struggles elsewhere, succeeding in neither goal. At its most tragically ironic, it produces a situation in which Hong Kong activists and left-wing theorists pour all their energy and resources into relatively toothless worker centers across the border, completely ceding the increasingly riotous terrain of Hong Kong politics to the far right while doing little to stimulate the growth of a true mass movement on the mainland. Rather than coalescing under an affirmative worker identity, subjectivities of a different kind are forming in relation to the present structure of the Chinese economy. A communist prospect, if possible at all, must be collectively constructed, rather than imported from insular activist or academic circles. Moreover, it must stretch across deeply fractured segments of the proletariat despite their conflicting interests, and today seems unable to rely on a single, hegemonic subject said to represent the interests of the class as a whole, as the mass industrial worker did for the labor movement of old. If this communist horizon arrives, it will almost certainly take on a form initially alien to our expectations, adapting pre-existing identities in unpredictable and even unpalatable ways. Phenomena like the rapid popularization of the term low-end population in the aftermath of the 2017 Daxing fire in the southern outskirts of Beijing offer some hint of a possible future. Though not inherently revolutionary in nature, the term gathered together diverse fractions of otherwise isolated segments of 372. The proletariat, from delivery drivers to factory workers, small shopkeepers and white-collar workers all living in the slums of the nation's capital, and all facing mass eviction, notably a housing dilemma rather than one centered on the workplace. For a brief moment these groups were forced to reconsider their relationship to one another and their collective future in China's increasingly fragmented society. But an attempt to understand the real movement of history today also means coming to terms with distasteful facts. Today, as Liu and Li's data reveals, struggles over housing are the single most common form of protest in China, and these are driven by largely reactionary interests in defense of property rights. This alone shows the political risks involved in China's changing class structure, where the culture of the affluent few takes hold of a society whose immiserated majority lack a common emancipatory vision. Strikes, riots and the rest. Liu and Li's records searched for any and all social unrest within China, and the pair gradually constructed their own methods for categorizing events and actors. They collected more than 70,000 incidents between 2013, the time of their capture, in 2016. In 2015, their last full year of data, they collected some 28,000 mass incidents, an average of 78 per day, with three main groups of actors: workers, property owners and rural residents. These three groups together account for some 70% of the protests, while the remaining 30% were a mix of around 24 kinds of social unrest, ranging from retired army veterans demanding unpaid benefits to conflicts stemming from families who lost loved ones to a corrupt and overburdened healthcare system. Picking quarrels. 373. The data confirms assertions we have made elsewhere, using different sources. Liu and Li's data, however, is very different from one of the key statistical sources of data on social unrest in China that we drew on previously, the Global Database of Events, Language and Tone. 7. GDELT uses media citations from major news services to catalog daily records of incidents, stretching back over decades for both China and the world as a whole. The records provide great consistency over a decades-long time scale, though the data points are limited to describing a single note, a strike, a riot, or a demonstration, and lack the extreme detail of each incident logged on Liu and Li's blog. The GDELT data allowed for a comparison of two main types of incidents, showing that riotous protests greatly outnumbered strikes over the 30-year sample period. While strikes did become more frequent in the 2000s and 2010s, riots still increased faster. GDELT, however, is an imperfect tool, used in the absence of superior alternatives. Among its imperfections is its inability to provide a reliable number of specific incidents. Instead, it proved more feasible to measure the relative number of incidents as a portion of total events, capturing their social impact but making it difficult to understand the true volume of strikes or riots without supplementary measures. Working with GDELT data, then, is largely limited to descriptive statistics about this mass of media reports and cannot be usefully mobilized for inferential purposes. More detail is offered by Liu and Li's data, which confirms the more general picture we obtained from GDELT. Workplace struggles compose around 40% of the total incidents, and are less common than non-workplace struggles, which make up the other roughly 60%. Strikes, in turn, account for only around 10% of all workplace struggles, and are but one kind of action in a much wider array of resistance. Liu and Li don't use a category that can be easily equated with riots, but their data has included a consistent category for strikes throughout the years of its operation, allowing for some longitudinal comparison. Though the categorization of incidents changed slightly over time, each period reflects a similar picture, in which strikes play a minor role in the broader picture of unrest. When the blog first began in 2013, for example, Liu and Li organized primarily by type of action, rather than by actor, and did not perform much statistical analysis on their total data. They did occasionally describe trends in the biggest, most significant events that occurred over a particular time period. For example, in November of 2013, the blog highlighted 59 major conflicts out of the hundreds that occurred that month. 8. The incidents were divided into two major categories: clashes and demonstrations. The 30 clashes were similar to what is normally referred to as a riot in English, in that they were violent non-workplace protests. For example, November 1st, government sent police to forcefully expropriate land in Liukan village, Nanjing. Many villagers beaten. November 7th, several hundred people in Guiyang, Guizhou surround Chengguan 9 who had assaulted a street vendor. Many police on the scene. November 9th, in Longgang district, Shenzhen, homeowners from the Kongqiao residential complex demonstrated against a factory emitting poisonous gas into the air. Protesters beaten by police, several people injured. November 26, government sent 300 Chengguan and police to the Dali pedestrian street in Foshan, Guangdong to expel street vendors, resulting in a clash. Many vendors were injured, including pregnant women, and nearly 1,000 people gathered at the scene. Afterwards, the vendors who had been beaten gathered at the government to demand an explanation, but were repressed, with over 10 arrested. The other 29 were called demonstrations, among which 10 were actually strikes, just 17% of total major incidents. The two most frequent causes of all 59 disputes were land confiscation and demolitions, and environmental destruction. Labor conflicts only slightly outnumbered incidents against Chengguan violence. 1/3 of the incidents occurred in Guangdong province. Later, Lu Enli began categorizing incidents primarily by actor, rather than by the type of action. Nonetheless, it's clear that non-workplace resistance outnumbers that in the workplace for every year measured. In 2015, the last full year of data, those whom Lu Enli called workers accounted for 36% of the total incidents. 10. The final number of workplace-related incidents is slightly higher, when adding groups like taxi drivers and teachers who were categorized separately. Only around 10 to 15% of these workplace incidents were strikes, however, with other forms of action including road blockages, demonstrations, marches, and clashes with police tending to dominate. This more coherent picture from Lu Enli's work in its final full year helps put workplace-related incidents in their rightful context amid the wider array of social unrest. Trends in the data. In 2015, the last full year of data, Lu Enli recorded over 28,000 mass incidents, including 10,000 by workers, 6,600 by homeowners and 3,000 by rural residents. In some respects, the figures are similar to other reports on the social composition of mass incidents in China, and while their records showed tens of thousands, there are surely tens of thousands more incidents that actually occur but never leave a trace on social media, or are scrubbed before anyone gets a chance to record them. The composition observed in Lu Enli's data is, however, confirmed in other sources. Sociologist Yuji Unrong, who has released some of the few relatively comprehensive statistics about mass incidents in China, said as late in 2015 that the top 3 categories of actors were workers, rural residents and homeowners, though he did not provide a breakdown of the proportions, or the number of incidents. 11. A decade earlier, however, Yu said there were around 87,000 mass incidents, and he did provide a more detailed breakdown of social groups. Rural residents accounted for 35%, workers for 30%, urbanites for 15%, and 20% for other kinds of social unrest and crime, by his reckoning. 12. In Lu Enli's data, workers are the largest category annually because of a massive surge in construction worker protests in the 2 or 3 months leading up to the Lunar New Year. We will, however, describe the categories according to their day-to-day prevalence instead. In this sense, the order is modified slightly. Homeowner protests come first, followed by workplace-related struggles, and, finally, those of rural residents. The data initially baffled the couple, since it exhibited trends that neither Lu nor Li expected. In their own notes about the major changes in 2015's struggles compared to the previous year, they noted that real estate-related struggles, both by homeowners on the one hand and the construction workers who built the homes on the other, had grown the most. 13 day-to-day protest logs showed homeowner protests outnumbered worker protests by some 20 to 30% on an average day. While Lu Enli could only manage to provide monthly or annual analysis of their own data, one academic, Christian Goebel, has extracted statistics from the blog down to the day, categorizing them by actor and action, and subjecting the blog, with its 74,452 events collected over 3 years, to rigorous quantitative analysis. 14. Goebel notes that the overwhelming majority of protests in China is very small, mustering less than 50 participants. Still, more than 2,000 events were believed by participants to have been attended by 1,000 persons or more, averaging around 2 such protests per day over the 3-year period. 15. His analysis shows that homeowner protests rose dramatically as a portion of the total, while land, labor and other common forms of protest fell.